so much faster. If they were unrestricted, that they would go an awful lot faster. But we saw that in the LMP1 days as well. So they could allow them to go faster. They could release a lot more hybrid power if they wanted to. It's not a massive deployment of hybrid power. They've chosen not to do that. They've chosen to say, we'll keep the hypercars at their speed. We'll drop LMP2 and keep them in our national series, our international series, but not in the World Endurance Championship because we're just limited on space.
And are there any major changes this year for the LMP2s to have to get their heads around?
They've got, not really. I mean, they've got the new tyres, which are designed for not to run with tyre warmers. The fact that they are a little bit lighter than the hypercars mean that the sidewall is a little bit softer, so the cars can move around a little bit. They generate the heat a little bit easier than they do with the hypercar tyres. So they never really needed the tyre blankets or the tyre warmers to come back. Michelin said that their tyres also didn't need the tyre warmers, but we saw some accidents at Spa, and so therefore they reintroduced them for this race, which I think is a good thing on the safety measures.
Well, let's talk about the hypercars. The accidents at Spa were all four-wheel drive cars. It was all trying to generate heat from the front of the tyres. They turn the traction control off, which is what you do in a rear-wheel drive car, and you spin up your rear wheels. Every prototype and sports car driver, racing car driver knows that that's how you do it. When you're doing that with a front wheel drive car, some of the drivers couldn't handle that and they had some quite big accidents. They've now got their wish. Some of the manufacturers wanted it, not all of them, it has to be said. There's always going to be, how many manufacturers do you have? N, how many different opinions do you have? N+1 normally. So that's back. It's only back for Le Mans. But what about the other technology in hypercar? Effectively, we're looking at three different rule sets and philosophies: hypercar all-wheel drive, hypercar two-wheel drive with no hybrid, and then IMSA's vision of the top class, which is LMDh, all still in the same class, and that is also a hybrid, but that's rear-wheel drive. It still leaves a lot of room for people to play around and personalise and customise and innovate.
Yeah, this is where all the performance gap is going to come, or the performance differentiator between the different cars. So the way that you set your car up for the hybrid system mainly works on the cornering. So as you go into the corner, brake migration, you can factor in a little bit of ABS if you get all the calculations right. Turn in, rotation.
It's not actually ABS because that wouldn't be allowed, Andrew.
It wouldn't be allowed, but you can modulate your front wheels.
Yeah. ABS in the regulations is very specifically defined as a switched system that is fired off by a sensor. You can use, particularly on the front wheel or the all-wheel drive cars, you can use the hybrid harvesting the motors the opposite way around, basically, to sense what's the word we're looking for? Sense areas of grip limitation.
Exactly. So,
in both ways.
Well done. So yes, you can use it in many different ways, but certainly on the brakes, through the corner, and then on acceleration through traction control and so on. So you can't use the hybrid system in the traditional sense, which is to either add power, which you can't do because it's limited, or to increase range, which you also can't do because your energy per stint is limited. So the only thing you can do is then tune it for the cornering. And I think the four-wheel drive cars might have an advantage. They're busy trying to factor out those advantages that they can see with them. But they're finding it quite difficult because you're going quite deeply into the detail of each car and exactly what's possible. And I think everybody's on a bit of a learning curve.
You touched on something there that I'd like to pick up on before we move on with the hybrid cars and how they work. In that, there's not a push to pass button, put it that way. You are allowed an amount of power which the SEO and the FIA monitor with their own sensors, torque sensors, on the drive shafts. We saw one fail on the Toyota at Portimao, which required that car to come in and change your drive shaft and the sensor with it. So the number is how many horsepower?
I think it's 520 kilowatts, isn't it?
Right, so it's 520 kilowatts. That could be 520 kilowatts, all from the internal combustion engine, all from the electric motor, but it can never be more than 520 kilowatts.
No, it cannot be. So it's very tightly controlled. So the old way of designing, say, for example, an engine, you'd produce as much power as you possibly could, and then you balance that back to the fuel economy. Now, all the losses from the engine through the gearbox and through the differential and so on, they're all lost because it is only monitored at the drive shaft. And so getting closer to that maximum power limit is what you have to try and do. And so you cannot exceed it, but you have to get as close as you possibly can. And again, that's a performance differentiator between the teams. Those that are willing to risk get closer to it, and those that play it safe.
And we have seen in the past messages on the screen about warning for power over power usage. So in the ACO rules, full hypercar, so you've got Peugeot, you've got Ferrari, and you've got Toyota, all with these very highly sophisticated bespoke chassis, bespoke engine, bespoke hybrid systems. Also in the ACO system and the FIA WEC, there are non-hybrid hypercars. So these are what we might see, as we've been around a wee while, as more traditional prototypes. An internal combustion engine driving the rear wheels. It's still a bespoke race car, it's still a prototype, and there are two of those here. They have found it difficult to find the pace, but it's a different set of rule set, and they have to just try and maximise what they've got.
Absolutely. I mean, they came into a balance of performance formula, and they expect that the balance of performance will bring them up to the pace of the hypercars, and it comes down to what they were promised. The hybrid hypercars. It comes down to what they were promised. Were they promised a chance at a Le Mans win, or were they promised to be given the chance to, if they maximise everything that they have, be given the chance to win? And so it comes down to whether you balance the teams themselves and all the technology that's in the teams, or whether you just balance the old equivalence of technology formula, the best that could possibly be done with these cars. And I think that's kind of where they might have fallen out of the window a little bit. All the cars have been aero balanced, they've been power balanced, but as I said, you can use the hybrid system in so many different ways to aid cornering. And so, even getting the traction down better out of a corner, you're going to carry all that advantage down a straight. And so I haven't had a good look at the performance figures over the last couple of races, but it certainly looks that they have fallen out of that window. But then also don't forget that, particularly when it comes to the Van Wall, it's a new car, and a lot of the cars that are here are new. And actually, it's only Glickenhaus and Toyota that have raced here with the car that they've got. All the others are coming with something that they haven't raced here, and so they're all on a massive learning curve.
That's a very good point that you make there. So the third set of cars in the hypercar class, but they will all be characterised as hypercars, LMH cars, is IMSA's view of the top class. DPI 2.0, we were calling it long before we knew Convergence was going to happen. These cars were going to happen anyway. It's been a long time being put together, this rule set. It ends up coming out into a class in IMSA called GTP. You'll hear people call it LMDh as well. These are still hybrids, but they're only two-wheel drive hybrids. So harvest and deploy on the rear axle. They are mechanically, in terms of the hybrid and the battery pack, they're identical. That's a spec part. Yeah. The engine is free within limits, but nobody's telling you how many cylinder or capacity you have to have, whether it's turbo or non-turbo. And crucially on this, all of the ones and zeros, the control systems on that spec hybrid system and the motor system, that's free as well. And that's where the manufacturers in IMSA competition, who principally are, of course, Porsche, Cadillac, who are here, BMW and Acura, who aren't yet. That's where they've been spending their time and their effort.
It's basically a software war. But it's the same as other electric racing series like Formula E. And you see the drivers that are coming from those races, those race series coming here, and they're very well able to help the teams to get up to speed with those types of systems. So it is a software war. It is a place for engineering development, and it's exciting in that it is a performance differentiator, but it's also hidden away. So
Yes.
you're never going to know who's done what. You're just going to hear that a car is slightly better on acceleration and the traction control system is working properly, or it's not, as we found with the Acura in the December test. It sounded like a bag of nails. But by the time it turned up at Daytona, it was really running very well.
Yeah.
And that was all software development. They have a whole team in the back of the truck. And they said it's quite nice, actually, because the drivers can get out. They use it as a performance, as a setup tool. And so their engineers come, they work with the team, with the drivers, they then go back to the truck, they write a new bit of code, they come back, put it on the car and try it for the next session. So it is an area of ongoing development, not only away from the track, but also it's a vital setup tool at the track as well.
This is not the first time we've seen different answers to the same question. The question here, in particular, is build a car that goes very fast, very reliably, and lasts 24 hours. In the old LMP1 hybrid era, we looked at a set of regulations, and it took us about a fortnight or 3 weeks to work out what the ACO were getting at. But they were offering people different opportunities, not just with engineering, but also with marketing, and marketeers pay for the work that the engineers do, and that was really smart from them. We've got a similar sort of idea here in the way that the manufacturers are allowed to attack it in a way that suits them and their marketing aims the best. Inherently, from a technical point of view, do you and the team at Racecar Engineering see an advantage in being in any one of those three different mindsets? Certainly in, if everything else goes the same, is there an advantage of being in any one of those three?
I think they're trying to take out all the advantages that may be there. If you want to race, we call it the global prototype, give it another name, the LMDh car, the GTP car, then you can race it here in the WEC and you can race it in IMSA as well. If you want to sell a technology development, a technology partnership, then you can do that with LMH. And if you want to go racing, just go racing. Say just, it's an expensive hobby, but you can still do it, as Jim Glickenhaus and Colin Collins are finding out. It is expensive, but you can still do it, and you can produce a relatively uncomplicated racing car if you wish.
In Jim's case, from existing parts of the motorsport empire, he went to a rally engine builder for his engine, and we've seen Colin Collins use a version of the Gibson engine as well. So it's not exactly off-the-shelf parts, not at all. But you're not reinventing anything there.
No, you're not, and that was the art of balance of performance. When I spoke to the FIA and the ACO, they said when they launched the rule set, they didn't have much take-up, and it wasn't until they actually produced the balance of performance and introduced that to the whole concept that people started to sign up rapidly. So it is an important part. It's not something that I think I really like in top class racing. I prefer to see people go for it, but I understand why it's there. It's to stop people making massive investments in development. It's to stop people having to invest in trying to force people down a particular route. You can take your route, it will be balanced, and you can have a chance to win races, and ultimately you should come here and be able to believe that you can win.
In some respects, the technical side, while it hasn't been taken out of it completely, and there's still plenty of interest for those of us who like that, it's basically putting the onus on the team and the drivers to absolutely deliver the performance potential that the car has got. And if you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% away from that performance potential over a 6, 12 or 24-hour race, then you're not in the race.
Well, exactly. I mean, you still have the opportunity to muck it up. And you'd be surprised how many teams grasp that opportunity with both hands. So while on paper it looks like it's going to be a good race, there's still an opportunity of people making a mess, and it still comes down to teams, it still comes down to drivers, it still comes down to engineers, it still comes down to mechanics, it still comes down to the strategists. That won't ever change. It still also comes down to luck.
62 cars are there.
Yeah, I mean, if you set off on a 5,000 kilometre journey and you knew that you're going to be driving flat out all that time, and you had 62 or 61 other cars around you doing exactly the same thing, you'd probably consider yourself to be quite lucky to get to the end of it without any kind of an incident. And it has always been a question of how quickly can you repair whatever has gone wrong. And for that you have to get the car back to the pit, which isn't always easy. It's not IMSA racing. If you break down out on track, you're out. We've seen many front runners go out in that way. So it still comes down to basic racing principles, and that's what I love about endurance racing.
Well, let's make that the final topic then of this. It's often talked about the 15-minute pit stop. The 15-minute pit stop is, even with cars that have huge performance advantages, there aren't perhaps those huge performance advantages again. Toyota obviously have to be the hot favourites because they know what they're doing, and their car's an evolution of what they've already run here. Is that 15-minute pit stop again going to bring other people into play in any of the classes, in fact, not just Hypercar?
It's a possibility, of course it is. We don't know what the weather's going to be at the weekend. If you chuck a bit of rain into it, then that's going to be emotional for some. So yes, there's always a risk. They say motor racing is dangerous, but it is a risky business. And if you accept that you will probably have one car, maybe two cars that run into issues that you have to fix, you know that you're going to have to go for it. And that's what the teams are most upset about when it comes to this performance change that came before this race. It's not that it will change the outcome of the race, it will change how long they have to recover any loss. And so therefore, if you have a 15-minute pit stop or a 40-minute pit stop or a 30-minute pit stop, it kind of affects how much time you have to recover. And so that's a big thing. That was always the class stratification between Hypercar and LMP2. So it's not easy. It's going to be a risk for everybody. It doesn't matter what class you're running. Everything carries risk, and you just have to manage that as best you can.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed. The latest edition of Race Car Engineering is out now. Look for it. There's a huge amount of Le Mans content leading up to this race, including Paul Tuswell's trusty performance graphs, which he's been working on, burning the midnight oil. And, of course, post-race, it will be the most comprehensive breakdown and review of what we've experienced here at the 100th running of the 24 hours, not the 100th running, the 100th anniversary of the 24 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans. The Grand Prix d'Endurance, probably as well named now as it ever has been. Andrew, thank you very much.
Thank you.
On 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Hello everybody, this is John Hindhaugh in the paddock at Le Mans for the 100th anniversary here on Haggerty Radio 91.2 FM. I'm down at CrowdStrike underneath an umbrella, taking a little bit of shade from the sunshine with none other than Colin Brown. Colin, welcome to our airwaves and welcome to your second attempt at the 24 hours of Le Mans. This is just an extraordinary event. At an event that's always extraordinary, but it seems to have been to the power of 10 this year.
Yeah, it's great, man. I love being back. I wish I would have found a way back in the last however many years it's been, 16 years, I think, since I've been here.
It can't
2007.
be.
2007. It's crazy.
What, you were 11 then, were you?
I was 17. I wasn't far off of it. But yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun to get back here, run some laps yesterday. And yeah, this event's going to be crazy, being the 100th. I'm glad that I guess in a way I've sort of missed the COVID years, because it feels like, I'm coming back at what was going to be one of the biggest years ever for Le Mans.
And LMP2, a slightly different LMP2 to, in terms of the specification, to what we're used to seeing in IMSA competition. Significant?
I would say significant, yeah. I mean, I obviously on the IMSA side drove the Oreca LMP2 in 2018 with John Bennett at Core. So that was the full downforce, full power level. And since then, it's gotten less power and less downforce, obviously on a Goodyear tire, and we're on Michelin. So yeah, a lot of differences for me personally. And I think from even last year, they've taken a bit more power out of the car. So, just getting used to that, understanding the differences and how to make the lap time. It's a bit different when they take away some of the power to how you drive and how you find lap time. Some corners before where it wasn't so important to have min speed, but get to the throttle early, it's switched a bit because we just don't have the power to make up. So it's a bit more like roll speed in some places. So,
more like a GT car then, in some respects.
Yeah, in some respects, more like a GT car, or even, that reminds me back of racing go-karts when I was in, Yamaha Junior Can class. You just had to roll momentum in a lot of places. And It feels a bit weird to be saying that about an LMP2 car, but yeah, they're still fast cars. It's just you do it a little bit differently.
You built up such a great relationship with John Bennett down through the years with Core. You've got the opportunity this year in GTP back in IMSA, and congratulations for that. How's that been going? How do you feel that you've transitioned? Well, you always knew you could do it, but you've got to prove that to yourself in some respects.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate it, of course, first off. And yeah, really excited about that opportunity. I'm glad, we were able to obviously win Daytona. That was a big one for us, a good way to kick it off. But for me personally, I've really enjoyed getting back in the top class in IMSA and having some good success. And personally, I've had some really good runs in, Sebring and Long Beach and Laguna. So yeah, it's great, being part of a development of a new platform, a new car with Acura has been a lot of fun. Super smart people at HPD, so neat to learn from those guys and provide some feedback and be able to kind of push the whole program forward. It's been a lot of fun.
And also starting a new relationship with another driver, George Kurtz. You've been instrumental in looking after his driver development for a little while now, and these late starting professionals, as they've been described to me by a couple of people, which I think that's a fantastic description for them. What is it that you can do to help George along, because he has come along massively in seemingly a relatively short space of time?
Yeah, George and I actually have been working together since 2014, 2013. So I've been coaching him since he was in Radical series, and just sort of coached and been a part of him up through, to where he is now. So many of my friends are like, oh, I knew you coached this guy, and they kind of forget the fact that we've been working together for so long. And, they're like, this guy came out of nowhere. I'm like, well, not really.
Not really.
He's been working really hard. And, for anyone that knows George or sees the success in the business world that he has, and he's such a driven, such a hardworking, such a focused person. And, he takes his racing no different. I mean, he wants to be the best and continues to just push people around him to extract that.
Yes, so 9-10 years to become an overnight sensation. It sounds
Exactly.
It's just like the rock and pop business and what we do, to be quite honest. George, in his day job, of course, CrowdStrike, he's a very analytical, very deep thinker, used to dealing with data. How's that helped the way he's been able to particularly make the transition into the faster prototype?
It's been huge, right? He's such a numbers guy, data guy, video guy. He takes all that in, and he has an amazing ability to process that and convert that to what we're doing on the racetrack. And I think it's just his hard work, as his dedication to sitting there really looking at the video, really looking at the data. And he's got a great ability to kind of look at the lines, and we can talk through it. Again, we've been working a long time, so we speak the same language, but he's able to take that look at it and not just go, okay, I need to do X, Y, and Z, but he's actually able to go on the racetrack the next lap and change his driving, which is impressive.
Do you think that's because he works in concept? So a lot of people would look at that, and you'll have worked with people who look at that and they'll nod, but you can see it in their eyes. All they're seeing is squiggly lines. And you'll say, look, here at turn 4, you're braking a bit earlier or you're getting on the throttle too late. But they're just seeing squiggly lines. He's actually visualizing that from what you're seeing.
Absolutely. I think that's the case. And I think he's got a good natural ability to drive. And so you combine that with that kind of work ethic piece, and that's the recipe for success, where, some of these guys who have started later in life maybe don't have that natural ability. They might work at it hard. They might understand what they want to do, but it's hard for them to do. Or a guy that's got natural ability but just won't work at it at all, right? Just doesn't make those jumps, right? Yeah. So I think George has got a great blend of both of those features, and is able to prove it on the racetrack. And he, it's crazy.
He works in an industry that has large problems, and they're coming at him quick, and that looks very daunting. You break those problems down into smaller bits. Same sort of thing with what you guys have been working together with?
Yeah, 100%. His ability to, to take what seems like an insurmountable amount of a mountain to climb and just, bite-size it down and make his way through it is great. I mean, he's an incredible guy at being able to process so many different things too. Like his contact switching on a race weekend. He's, dealing with a business thing. Hey, let's look at data. Hey, let's go do a TV interview. Hey, let's go back in the car. He's incredible compartmentalizing things.
Wow, that is impressive, because most people have to focus on one thing or another, particularly when it's not the thing that they're most used to doing. Put me in a commentary box or give me a headset. I'm kind of okay. I'm in my comfort zone, but that's my comfort zone.
Right.
But then ask me to do that and jump into a racing car. When I've been asked to do that, I've said, no, I want to take the racing car seriously, so I won't commentate this weekend because I need to process it. That's really extraordinary. Now, CrowdStrike itself, and you've been involved in some of the events that CrowdStrike have been putting on around, particularly around sports car racing. We know that they're involved in Formula One with Mercedes, Petronas Formula One team, with the CrowdStrike Formula One safety cars. Within the sports car world, they've been running some very interesting programs with, the term is C-suite. Now, I'm not a businessman, but this is Chief Something Officer, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Technical Officer. So C something suite personnel. And you've been involved with that. How have you been able to find some kind of synergy between what CrowdStrike do and between what they do in their business and what happens at the racetrack, and what's your role and George's role in that being?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think they've done a really good job, CrowdStrike, at sort of activating and promoting the brand, right? They don't just slap a sticker on the race car and George drives. So seeing these guys come out, executive level folks come out, some customers, some of their employees that come out, they get kind of a behind the scenes look at what's going on. They get to integrate in with what we're doing as a team. And then, of course, we do the kind of typical, evening dinners where we're able to kind of talk to those folks one-on-one, explain a little bit about what goes on and, the parallels between racing and what the cybersecurity business is. I mean, you need a lot of the same things. I mean, it's all the details matter, every second sort of counts on the cybersecurity side and, of course, at the racetrack. So I think a lot of the kind of same things, the kind of way people think in both industries is similar, and they understand the team aspect. And I think there's just a lot of things that draw parallels where folks that come out that might not have been exposed to racing really kind of click and they understand what's going on and they buy into, man, we can use this data, we can process it, we can go faster, we can, utilize the teamwork aspect and go faster. And I think it's a lot of the same things in that business as well.
And in cybersecurity, effectively, you are competing against the bad guys, really, and therefore you've got to be one step ahead. You've got to be strategically one step ahead, planning one step ahead, because there's some very good brains out there wanting to do very bad things, presumably.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know all the ins and outs of George's business, but I
don't think anybody does, and I think that's the point, to be quite honest.
But I know there's a lot of bad guys out there trying to outsmart, the good guys, so to speak. And I think it's, kind of the similar thing in racing, right? Each team's trying to outsmart the other team, to your point, whether it's strategically, performance, how you implement your drivers. And yeah, a lot of the same things go down in his business. And, it's funny when you talk to him about some business detail things, he's like, that draws me exactly to the same situation we had here on the race team. Yes. Like I've been through this already this week with a different cast of characters, but the same sort of things.
Like different cast of characters, same plot line almost.
Exactly.
Coming back to George and his driving in the race and the way he analyses things, I think is really interesting, because we know, don't we, that in LMP2 the margins are fine. In LMP2 Pro-Am, those fine margins are normally dictated by the bronze driver. So in point of fact, we expect James Allen, your Australian teammate, and we know what you two can do, so we kind of take it as read that, right, those guys will get in and they'll be fast and they'll go out and they'll churn off the lap times. So in some respects, is there more pressure on George than, there's always pressure on you two, but you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
More pressure to perform because it's more likely to affect the final result.
No, I think that's a great point, and we talk about it often, how the bronzes have the largest influence oftentimes in Pro-Am racing. Sure, you get the time where it lines up at the end, there's a safety car, everyone's brought back together, and the pros' last few tenths matter. But, in a race like this, I think it's about minimizing mistakes, not, putting yourself in a bad situation. And yeah, I mean, it's a tall order, right, for George's first ever Le Mans to come here. There's so many drivers of in the bronze category that have had tons of Le Mans experience. So, he's got a big ask, and he's the one guy I know that can definitely step up to the plate.
Something that you've done with George that I think is very interesting. It's not unique, but it doesn't always happen. You've encouraged George to drive a lot of different race cars, and not just coming up through the ranks, radical to such and such to such and such, and working his way up to LMP2. But while he's been driving LMP2, he's been driving GT3s, he's been driving other stuff. There's a danger there that you can confuse somebody, even a good driver, jumping in and out of two different cars that require slightly different driving styles can be confusing. Why did you think that was a good idea with George, and how has he reacted to that?
Yeah, great question. And I think we already touched on it a little bit earlier when I said, man, this guy's incredible at context switching between different things, right? I mean, he's such, the way his mind works, he can compartmentalize each of those different kinds of cars he drives, look at what he needs to do better in this car and switch to the next one. I mean, we've had tests in the United States before where we're 2 days in a GT3 car, the next 2 days in a P2 car, and he's able to just switch and hit the ground running. And yeah, he's just, that's the way his mind works. And I think for him, the challenge and the pressure is something, that makes him kind of step up and excel. I think when it gets almost too easy or too the same, it just becomes boring. He needs that constant challenge. Yeah.
You see, he was born to be a racing driver. Racing drivers don't like sitting around doing nothing. They just get themselves into trouble. We've got to keep challenging. We know that. It's not been the overnight success that people on the outside say. We've made that point already. But there has been, in the last maybe 18 months, 2 seasons, a noticeable change in George's self-confidence, in the way he's driven. Have you noticed that? And what do you think was the catalyst for that? Was there one almost light bulb eureka moment?
That's a good question too. I don't know. It's tough. I think it's a bit of having some good results. Helps him believe that he is at that level and can compete at that
Very
level.
good.
And then because of that, he goes, man, I know I can do this. And he wants to work harder because it did give him success. So I think it's a bit self-fulfilling. The more he works, the better he does. The better he does motivates him to work that much harder if you can find a way. And I think just gains his confidence to the point where he believes in himself that, hey, I can be as fast as any other bronze driver out there. And this year has been a great example in the P2 car. He's been, obviously pole in Laguna against guys that have had years of LMP2 experience, and he's in his, third ever race in the car. So
In a track that's really easy, by the way, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. No, not at all. Low grip, really difficult to drive, and he pulled out an absolutely stunning lap when he only had 1 lap to do it as well, because of the way the session came out. I mean, absolutely perfect example of someone who needed to pull out something and believed he could do it.
Absolutely, and I think that is where that confidence piece and your ability comes into play. If he had too much confidence and the ability wasn't there, we've all seen that ends bad.
Yes.
But when you start to get the confidence up and your ability can back it up, then you just start to have this self-fulfilling up. And I think that's, what's happened to George in the last 12 months or so is, just that self-belief matches his ability, and man, the sky's the limit.
It's been a great performance by the both of you, not just this year, but in everything that you've done together beforehand. Good luck in the race at the weekend, both you, James Allen, and George Kurtz at CrowdStrike Racing. I'll say enjoy it, but I know you will, because you're getting it. So long as you get in the car.
How can you not, right? No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good race well, and be safe.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Colin Brown there talking to John Hindhaugh. Now, all week, Andrew Marriott has been sharing his memories of Le Mans past, and he's been back to tell us all about the race 50 years ago, a French success at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, it was absolutely a cracking race, that. But I was there, believe it or not, for Marlboro, Ecuador. Now, but Marlboro, for some reason, wanted to sponsor 2 Ecuadorian guys in a Porsche 908. And I was handling the PR. We just moved from journalism into the PR business for Marlboro, and we were doing our Marlboro Sports Special giveaway newspaper. And this was a bit of an adjunct to this. So I wrote all the press kit. And the guys were called Guillermo Ortega and Fausto Murillo. And you wouldn't think there was much motor racing in Ecuador, and there wasn't. But they've been racing in Florida mainly, obviously, and they've already had raced at the Daytona 24 and the Sebring 12 hours. So obviously I was thinking these guys are going to be complete duffers. Actually, they weren't. Now, I'll just get that part of the story over first. Ultimately, they actually finished 7th overall in the race. So a really good race in what was a cracking event with 4 Matras, 3 Ferraris, and so on. So it was a very competitive field. Anyway, these guys managed to finish 7th overall. I don't actually honestly remember too much about them. They seemed nice enough chaps. They spoke mainly Spanish. I spoke schoolboy Spanish. I think that's how we communicated. Anyway,
they finished 7th, as you say. That was actually 4th in their class. They were, sorry, that was the number 4, wasn't it? So that would have been the S class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in their class. I mean, that was pretty good running for a privately entered car. But this was a 908 O2K short-tailed Porsche 3-litre.
That's right.
Running on Goodyears, which the top 3 all finished on as well. I mean, testament as much to Porsche's customer program. Their competitors in a similar car, actually an 03, finished in 4th position for the Martini racing team in the same 3-litre class. Porsche just turned out great cars for customers in those days.
Yeah, I think they were the best genuine privateers, really. But of course, it was a cracking race, John, and it was nice to work with those guys, of course. But I mean, remember more about the actual race itself, because Alpha withdrew, of course, just before the start of the race. But Matra were there with 4 cars. They had Beltois Sever in 1. And they qualified on the pole. Pescarola, LaRousse, Chabouis and Josso, and Depay and Wallach. Of course, of all those drivers, only one didn't race in Formula 1. I mean, LaRousse didn't race in Formula 1 very much. And Bob Wallach, because the great Bob Wallach didn't race in Formula 1. So that year, there was lots of Grand Prix drivers. Ferrari, they had dominated the previous season. Both cars, of course, V12 engines. Ferrari maybe with a bit more horsepower, and they had in their car, they'd come fresh from a win at the ring, and they had Jackie Hicks and Brian Redmond in 1, Arturo Mazzaria, the little man in the Marlboro hat, with Carlos Pache, of course, the great Brazilian driver, and they had in the 3rd car 2 more Grand Prix drivers, Carlos Reutemann and Tim Schenken. I actually had dinner with Tim Schenken in Australia a few weeks ago, and he's still saying in his whole career, quite a lot of Formula 1, and one of his favourite campaigns was racing for Ferrari. And the team back then was run by a guy called Peter Shetty. As well as those great cars, so there's 7 great potential winners. And then there was 2 JW Mirages with DFE engines designed by Len Bailey. And in those were Derek Bell and Howden Ganley, more Grand Prix drivers, Mike Hailwood, Vern Schuppen, and also in that car, John Watson, who was recovering from a broken leg. So there was also the Group 4 was a big Ferrari versus Chevrolet battle, John Greenwood in a Chevrolet. And in Group 2, there was Caprice versus BMWs. And then the Caprice were people like John Fitzpatrick, Jerry Birrell. And then in the BMW, their lineup included Chris Amon and Hans Stuck. And what an incredible lineup of Grand Prix names for that race 50 years ago. In the race, all kinds of things happened. Matras led, Ferrari led, Matras led again, cars blew up, one of the Mirages turned over. It was just an extraordinary race. But ultimately, of course, it was Matra. And who can forget? You ever heard one of those V12 screaming Matra engines, John?
It sounds incredible. I think probably that and the quad-rotor Mazda engines are the 2 most shrill and extraordinary engine notes that have ever been round a racetrack, and certainly round Le Mans.
John, we're on the same page. Absolutely agree. The Matras did race quite recently. I saw them down in Portugal 7 or 8 years ago. Hall and Hall prepared them for some guys, rich guys, and I think Rick Hall, Rob Hall did race one, and they still sounded absolutely great, and they looked terrific. Of course, this was all for the glory of France. But ultimately, it was the Matras that came out the best. After various people lost time in the pits, there was tyre blowouts. As I said, one of the Golf cars went upside down. It was just extraordinary race altogether.
Looking through the entry list is a who's who. Jackie Hicks and Brian Redmond blew an engine up in the final hour in the
that's
Ferrari
right, absolutely.
312 PB. That was the phenomenal 3-litre Ferrari, one of the CFAC cars. Sam Pawsey was there. He got the 21st hour in a 365 GTB4 Ferrari. That was the 4.4-litre V12 for North American Racing Team, not. And these are people who didn't finish, by the way. John Fitzpatrick and Hans Hare in a Ford Capri. I'm just looking down the people who never got to the end of the race. Unusually, Derek Bell went out with Howden Ganley in that Gulf car. That was a DFV, wasn't it? That had a funny... The DFV, Cosworth had a funny relationship with Le Mans.
Yeah, well, they told me the vibration of that V8 engine just shake everything apart. I think that was the problem.
And we had, as ever in those days, we had more people that wanted to enter than could. So there were some disappointed people. So Gerard Leroux and Henri Pescarolo took the win. It was the Ferrari, Carlos Pache and Arturo Mazzario, and the second master was third. A second master was third. For, as you say, for the honour of France, Jean-Pierre, the two Jean-Pierres, Jabouille and Jossard, in the 670B. That was a really interesting year, but we talk about that being a close fought race, and yet there was 6 laps between first and second, and then another over 10
I think
laps.
it was 20 odd laps, John. It's 23 laps, I think it was, to the next car.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had completely different expectations of the race in those days, and early battles or mid-race battles, you celebrated, and if there was 5 or 6 laps at the end, that was still a close race in those days, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that the X Redmond car was on a bit of a different strategy. That was definitely on an endurance strategy, while the Mazzario Pache car and Reutemann Schenken car, were really going for it and battling out with the match as well. X and Redmond were sort of hanging back, but as you say, ultimately it didn't help them. And we had that Pescarolo Larousse win. Gerard Larousse, of course, going on to have his own Formula One team in later days. Did a little bit of Formula One racing, but no, it was a lovely day as well, or lovely 2 days. It was very sunny, but I was happy. And just going back to the Ecuadorian guys, of course, we come full circle 50 years later. We've got an half American, half Ecuadorian guy in the race this year, Jean Manuel Correa, who we've seen racing in Formula 2 quite a lot, and he's in one of the Prima cars, isn't he, this year?
Yeah, he is. By the way, it tells you how much attrition there was in 6th position overall. Was the first real GT car, the GTS category, the 5-litre category. That was Vic Elford and Cloud Ballerina in a 365 Ferrari. And the 3-litre GTS car was only in 8th position. That was a 911 Carrera. Lots of classes in those days, and they got well up. And a win for France in the Equipe Matra Simca-Shell in 1973. Andrew, thank you very much for sharing that memory. Haggerty, Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM.
Still to come on Lunchtime at Le Mans, we hear from Kamui Kobayashi, the Toyota driver, about a new challenge for him later this year. Paul Trustwell, our resident statistician, will be explaining what we learned from yesterday's practice and qualifying sessions. And we hear from Jack Phillips about an event taking place next weekend.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Weather today, very, very hot indeed. Keep yourself hydrated. Top temperature 29 degrees. It'll feel hotter than that in the sunshine. And then tomorrow, chance of some showers on Saturday and Sunday as well. That's your weather. It's 26 degrees at Le Mans.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Hello everybody and welcome to lunchtime at Le Mans. It is just after, just on 5 minutes to, whilst we wait for JP to come back to the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. It's John Hindhaugh and Paul Truswell with you here. Coming up in a moment or two, we'll have the Road to Le Mans qualifying session. We won't be covering that directly, but Paul will be keeping a weather eye on it, and as will Johnny, because he'll be calling that race later on this afternoon. 1 or 2 showers in and around the region, believe it or not, at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Wind blowing in from the north and east, and 1 or 2 little pop-up pockets of weather that might just get to us this afternoon. Although if you're here on the ground, then probably you're thinking that I'm talking a complete load of nonsense. Our weather coming to you with Flywheel Festival, the perfect way to spend a Father's Day weekend. Cars on track, including Le Mans heroes and spectacular aircraft flying in. Tickets available now from bicester.co.uk/Flywheel. There go the Road to Le Mans cars out on the track, LMP3s and GT3s here in what is a traditional part of the weekend, the Michelin Le Mans Cup, as we would call it, for the rest of the year. So I giggled there because I've just seen something on the timing screen that I've never seen before, and those were the words, "No umbrellas in the fast lane." Paul Truswell, I'm not entirely certain if you've seen that before, but no umbrellas in the fast lane apparently.
I haven't even got my umbrella with me, so if anybody is taking an umbrella into the fast lane, they should know better. Of course, there really should be parasols in this weather rather than umbrellas.
I think that's what they meant.
It's the same physical item, but depending on what you use it for,
Indeed so.
It either becomes an umbrella or a parasol. But glorious weather at the moment, but my landlady and landlord, who know more about the weather in these parts than they do about the race, having established, they didn't think there was a Glickenhaus in the race, but I convinced them there was. But they did also convince me there is going to be rain tomorrow and on Saturday and on Sunday. Not necessarily all the time on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, but certainly some heavy showers forecast. So as Mike Conway said to Nick Damon yesterday, if the rain comes, they're just going to have to deal with it. They've got rain tyres available to them. They're going to have to select which of the different varieties. I think they've got one choice between 2 different specifications of rain tyre. And it will just be a case of who reacts in the most appropriate fashion, but it could throw something of a surprise into the race should that come to pass. And of course, what they're going to have to do is just to react to conditions as they come along, but it all goes back to who is going to be in the best position to react. And that again could even be a question of luck, where you are on the circuit when the rain comes. But again, how good your weather app is, all that kind of thing, predicting how much rain will fall and when. But let's not worry about that, because so far it's been wall-to-wall sunshine, John, hasn't it? And we've been blessed with very good weather.
Very good indeed. 1 or 2 of the teams who are trying to get good data about using tyre warmers for the first time in this WEC season, rather stymied in fact by the fact that the track temperatures have been so high this weekend. Yes, clearly you're still going to be better off going out with tyres that have just come out of the ovens than tyres that have been sitting in the shade. but even so, the track temperature's been up around 50 Celsius at some stages.
Getting the tyres to temperature is not going to be a problem, and I think that was the issue at Spa.
Correct.
Was that the tyres weren't coming up to temperature desperately quickly because the ambient temperature was so cold then. You've just touched, though, on what I think is going to be the story of the race. And it may not be obvious, so it may be one of those things that our CrowdStrike pit crew are going to have a particularly close look at, is whether teams are double stinting the tyres and whether they are able to do so without losing time on track. Because there is a limitation to the number of tyres that can be used during the race. And these practice sessions that we've got enough of them. That's one advantage, I suppose, of having only one qualifying session. It means that all the rest are free practice sessions, but it means that the teams can collect data on how bad or how good tyre wear is, because it's all going to be very well going quickly over a single lap on a new set of tyres. But when you get to having driven on the same set of tyres for 45, 50 minutes, getting on towards an hour, then you may find that the tyres are going to drop off, particularly if you're double stinting them, and then of course the stint length is going to be 2 hours on a single set of tyres, and that's going to be a push in my view.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up to 1 o'clock local time, Johnny Palmer has rubbed himself down with halibut oil, warm halibut oil as well, of course, and we'll pass to him in a moment. Just a reminder that the weather on Haggerty Radio Le Mans brought to you by Bicester Heritage Flywheel, and the only AC Cobra to claim a class win at Le Mans will be in action at Bicester Heritage next weekend for the 10th anniversary of Flywheel. There's no place like Bicester Heritage. Experience for yourself and save 20% by using the code RSL. Visit bicesterheritage.co.uk/flywheel for full details. Here's the weather.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Well, it is a cracking day at the moment, but the radar showing some pop-up showers around the area with the growing potential for thunderstorms today, tomorrow and Saturday. Top temperature today in the high 20s again, 28, 29 by 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's about the same over the weekend. It's not getting too cool overnight either, with temperatures only dropping down to 16. It's 26 degrees right now here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
You're listening to Lunchtime at Le Mans with me, Johnny Palmer, with a little bit of John Hindhaugh as well. Very pleased to say that in this second hour I'm joined by Paul Truswell to analyse yesterday's action. So we had a total of 5 hours of free practice, 3 hours plus 2 hours of night practice, which formed FP2, but sandwiched in the middle what was meant to be an hour's worth of qualifying, but it actually extended to virtually 90 minutes, although that wasn't track time. There were 2 red flags. There were also a couple of slow zones as well, which meant that we weren't done with qualifying practice and deciding the top 8 positions in GTE AM, LMP2 and Hypercar until about at 7:30, so that meant that, or rather 8:30, so it continued on. Thankfully didn't interrupt too much though later sessions in the day. There's been some news regarding some of those Hyperpole positions, some shuffling of the order, and also a bigger story from LMP2. We will get to that in due course, but Paul, good afternoon to you again. And first of all, I want to look at GTE AM if we can, because the final year of GTE cars featuring at Le Mans, 4 different types of car: Ferrari, Porsche, Aston Martin and Corvette, and we've been peeling over the times from last Sunday and test day, trying to work out who might be quickest. I think both you and I realised that Ferrari would be up there, and they certainly have the lion's share of cars that have made it through into Hyperpole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 488 GTE Evos, 2 Aston Martins, and then the Chevrolet Corvette, which was a big story as well after that was crashed at the end of free practice 1 by Nico Varone. They managed to fix it just in time and get the car out, with Nicky Katzberg posting a 352.228 very late in the session indeed. Ferrari, though, with most cars in there, does that suggest to you that they're in the best position to take pole later this evening?
Yes, I think so. You know, you can never be certain of these things, and because Hyperpole is such a short affair, only 30 minutes, in effect you're talking about at most 3 flying laps. And again, whether you choose to do those as 3 separate stabs at a flying lap, in other words, doing 3 lots of 3 laps where you've got an out lap and an in lap in between to come in to get a new set of tyres, or whether you do it as 2 consecutive laps or 3 consecutive laps, largely up to the team to decide. But an indication of the potential pace of the Ferrari certainly laid down during the qualifying session, which kind of has 2 flavours to it, doesn't it, Johnny? It's either a qualifying session in order to qualify for the Hyperpole session, or it's a qualifying session to set your grid position if you're not in the top 8 of your respective class.
Yes, and although there were no changes within the Hyperpole positions, the top 8, as far as I can tell, remained the same, despite a whole slew of lap deletions either during or after the session. That top 8 is exactly as it was at about 8:30 last night. The changes have happened immediately below, so remember that Alessio Picariello had qualified in 9th position. He's actually been dropped back now in the number 60 to 13th. So Julian Anlauer will begin the race on the 5th row of the grid, or depending on who they put into the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing car, may well be Christian Reed as the bronze to start the race. 77 9th, the 86 GR Racing car 10th, 100 Valkenhorst Ferrari in 11th, then the Iron Dames number 85, and remember that Michelle Gatting had an off to cause one of the slow zones in the early phase of the lap. She lost the car at the Dunlop chicane and the rear wheels dug into the gravel trap. That took a bit of clearing up, although not as long as I was expecting, in fairness. Full credit to the marshals there for getting her back onto track, but then there was a delay later on when her car ground to a halt on the Mulsanne straight. Then the 60 car that was being driven by Alessio Picariello dropped back to 13th alongside the 72 TF Sport Aston Martin. Massive entry in GTE AM with no pro cars here this weekend. Maybe the benefactor are the GTE AM field with 21 cars. I don't know whether you've been following the 777D Station Racing Aston Martin story, Paul, but a new car being sourced there, and we will hope that the car can run in free practice 3.
Yes, I've certainly not been following the story, but as Diana and I came into the track this morning at, what time was it? Shortly after 9 o'clock, it's about 10 past 9, we were walking across the back of the paddock, and a transporter was arriving with a British plate on it, and it was an area into which that kind of transport should normally be, and we both surmised that was the Aston arriving from London, because you know the D Station car, yes, it's a replacement chassis, but it's been shipped in from the UK. So we think it was arriving at 9 o'clock this morning. So they've got from then until the free practice session, which is due to get underway in about 2 hours' time, to get it all fully prepared. Whether it will be prepared in time for the free practice session or not, of course, remains to be seen. It is, though, important for the car to get its night laps in, and of course for Casper Stevenson to get any laps in at all. I'm not quite sure if we made the point, but it was on Casper's out lap when he was getting into the car for his first stint yesterday, but he lost it coming out of the Forest S's, and then got collected by the P2 car. So Casper Stevenson hasn't done any laps at all yet in that, or in any Aston Martin, whether it's that one or the one that's just been delivered.
And he will have been a driver, and he's a Czech, but he will have been a driver that featured in test day, so he will have had some laps done there.
True,
but
yes.
Your point is, in race week, Casper's very short of seat time, and of course his lasting memory, most recent memory, is unfortunately being involved in a horrible shunt. The initial impact, Tom Ferrier, who runs the car for D-Station Racing, suggested they would have been able to fix that car, he thought, although obviously he couldn't see it up close. But then in the seconds between that and then the whack from Stephen Thomas in the number 13 Tower Motorsport car, then the Aston Martin mechanics' despair hit because they realised probably that had written the car off, and so it proved. Same goes for the number 13 Tower Motorsport LMP2 car, and we'll talk about LMP2 in more depth later on in this hour. We also need to talk about the dynamic moving into Hyperpole later on. That's an 8 o'clock session tonight, by the way, and you can hear it all live here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM around the track and around the world on radiolemans.com. It's only a 30-minute session, which will see 24 cars out on track. Much slimmer entry, therefore, than we had in an incredibly busy qualifying session. But it's still going to be a bit of a job to find some space. Not necessarily for the GTE AM cars, because as long as they're on the racing line and are not mixing it up amongst the fellow classmates, it should be okay to find a relatively clear lap. It's the other quicker cars that will have the bigger job, I suppose, of finding their way through. But it will be an all-bronze session, and that wasn't a rule for yesterday's qualifying, because we had Nicky Katzberg, for example, going out in the fixed Chevy Corvette, but Ben Keating making the point to Joe Bradley late on in our coverage that it's a new rule for 2023 that we're going to be seeing Luis Perez Companc in the 83 Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari. It'll be Thomas Floor in 54 Ferrari, Ben himself, Ben Keating, in the 33 Corvette, Ahmed Al-Hati, the Omani driver, in the 25 Aston Martin, and then Takeshi Kimura, Jens Moller Madsen. The 21 Ferrari will be driven by Simon Mann, and finally it will be Suyuko in the number 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari. So this is a new dynamic. It's not new for the FIA World Endurance Championship, though, because that's how a standard qualifying session happens. Pressure on the bronzes, because they want to go quick. They also don't want to interrupt a very important session for the other categories.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because it is only for the GTE AM category that new rule applies. Obviously, if you're in a hypercar, you haven't got a bronze driver to stick in the car. So, yes, you're going to have ultimate pace from the hypercar drivers, and ultimate as far as they're concerned, but not necessarily fulfilling the full potential of the car for the GTE AM cars. And even though we only have 24 of them out there, 8 times 3 different classes, you just know, don't you, that traffic is going to be an issue, and it's where you catch the traffic which is difficult. Whether you catch the traffic just coming into the Porsche curves, whether you catch the traffic just coming into the Ford chicane, there are certain places where overtaking just isn't really a sensible option, and at the very least you're going to compromise your lap time if you're on a flyer. Obviously, just moving ahead to LMP2 for a second, we're being looked after catering-wise by United Autosports this weekend, and they didn't get either of their cars into the Hyperpole, but it was purely due to unfortunate timing. You know, you've kind of come across cars where you didn't want them, and all of a sudden you've used up your qualifying tyre, not your qualifying tyres, but those tyres which you internally within your team have set aside that you're going to be using during qualifying. And you know, it's that kind of thing that can happen during a Hyperpole session, which is even worse in a sense, because you've only got this 30 minutes to play with.
I was erroneously making the point yesterday that tyre allocation you have to be cautious with in qualifying, but it's actually at Le Mans a separate group of tyres for free practice and qualifying, and you'll then get 2 sets of tyres for Hyperpole, and that is completely separate from tyres that to be used in the race.
Yes, so the fact that you're doing extra laps if you're qualified for Hyperpole isn't a penalty for you, it's not a handicap. You get extra tyres that you can use during the Hyperpole session.
The other thing that was fascinating to me, particularly in GTE AM, is the sort of queue that develops at the Ford chicane. It was happening in LMP2 as well. Cars almost I don't know, 30 kph perhaps going through the forward chicane very slowly is the point, waiting for the car in front to accelerate out of the forward chicane and down the main straight, so that you get at least a little bit of clear air between the front of your car and the rear of the one in front. And the danger there is if that happens too much in Hyperpole, it's going to really compromise cars on a quick lap heading into the final portion of the circuit. Do you think that's just a tactic that was being employed in the early part of the session, knowing that it wasn't going to interrupt anybody else?
I think there's a tendency for drivers, if they're going for a quick lap on this lap that they're just coming up to start, then they want to have a little bit of clear air ahead of them. So inevitably they're going to drop back. And if you are then dropping back from somebody who themselves is dropping back, then you get precisely this queue that you're describing building up. And it's a bit of a false friend, because, okay, you get a clear bit of air to start your lap, but by the time you're halfway round or 2/3 of the way round, who knows what traffic you'll have caught up with. You know, it's such a long lap here that it's impossible to predict, really, whether your lap is going to be clear or not. Somebody made a very interesting suggestion to me earlier today, which was, wouldn't it make sense not to have separate qualifying sessions as such, to keep the Hyperpole as it is, but just to stagger the start, so that the first 30 seconds, for example, would be reserved for the hypercars to get out, and then the second 30 seconds for the LMP2 cars to get out, and then just to separate the cars coming out onto the track. So at least at the start of the session, you've got the cars broken up into their different classes. Because what happens at the moment is they come out pretty much in the order in which their pit garages are sorted when the green flag gets given. And so inevitably, you get a lot of bunching and mixing up. But as I say, just to stagger the starting procedure to, allow one class to come out of the pits ahead of the others, thought it was quite a good idea. And whether it will take any... because apparently it has been suggested to the organisers as well, and they've said they will consider it, so we'll see.
It's a little bit like a mini version of the three starting groups at the Nürburgring 24 hours. You have the fastest cars at the front, release those first, and then 30 seconds or a minute later put the P2s into the session, and likewise for the GTEs. I kind of like that. It'd be worth seeing.
Yeah,
similar, isn't it? It'd be interesting to see how that would run as an experiment, perhaps from next year. Still to come in this hour, we'll take a look at the LMP2 and the hypercar category on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. But first of all, some news of a new challenge for Toyota Gazoo Racing driver Kamui Kobayashi later this year.
I'm honored to introduce the driver of the number 67 Toyota Camry TRD, Kamui Kobayashi. Kamui will be driving our Toyota Camry at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Road Course on August 13th. Kamui, of course, has a day job. He is also the driver of the number 7 Toyota GR 010 Hybrid and the team principal at Toyota Gazoo Racing Europe. A WEC champion, a Le Mans winner, a 2-time Rolex 24-hour winner, just to name a few. TRD, Toyota, our partners at 2311 couldn't be more proud to have you and to give you the experience with NASCAR at such a historic track as the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Welcome, Kamui.
Thank you. I was long time looking forward to have an opportunity in the NASCAR. Obviously, I think we had a quite different culture in the motorsports from like Japan, European race to NASCAR. But I think this time, NASCAR being changed the car, and I knew that many drivers trying NASCAR. I had a very, the positive feedback about the new generation of the car. So I think this time I'm really proud to be in this project, and thanks for this opportunity to the USA. And I think to announce in Le Mans is a bit special for me, because this is special the 100th anniversary in Le Mans. But obviously, I think that the motorsports is global is coming more together, and then I think this announcement for me it means like something really new challenge, new chapter. But definitely, I think this challenge will come out for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Thank you very much.
We've been working on this assignment actually for a couple of years. Kamui has become a friend, and we're doing some really neat collaborations elsewhere. But we understood that it was his dream one day to race in NASCAR, and so with this great new next gen Camry TRD, the stars in planets started to align themselves, and then the next question is, well, where could we announce it? Where should we announce this? And it dawned on me with Kamui's record of success, him being a team principal at Toyota Gazoo Racing Europe, to do it on this global stage at the biggest sports car race in the world, and to have the confluence of global sports car racing with NASCAR, with the support of Jim, Ed, John, Mike. It just all came together. It seemed like a terrific opportunity.
The memory, first racing on TV was actually NASCAR. Yes, when I was like 4 or 5 years old, my memory. And I say, wow, that's cool. And I say, the first time when I raced the go-kart, obviously I didn't know the Formula One. Any race car running, that was a race car. And I say, I want to be a race car driver. And at the end of the day, when I remember, what I saw when I was really young was NASCAR race, because it was oval. And that's really cool. And I remember, highlight, one day to race in NASCAR was my dream. At the end of the day, I think when I was young, I knew the Formula One, I understand what Formula One is. I went there, I drove there, and then still, I dropped to Formula One. I say, I want to be a dream NASCAR driving. I think this will be, the biggest challenge in my dream. And that's why I always try to be asking to David to have this opportunity. And actually, I think in the simulator a couple of years ago in TRD USA. And it was in Bristol. It's a very strange track for me. It's small, it's challenging, but still I enjoy. And it's been quite different. And I always keep saying I want to try. And that's finally make it happen. I have still racing, and also I'm doing the Super Formula as well in Japan. So obviously to find no crashing schedule as a part of the race in NASCAR, it's quite tricky. And also we need to have a reading time to have a simulator session, seat fitting, couple of test days probably. I think that makes not fit at all for any other track. And only one we find this IndyCar track. So, if I have more chance, definitely I wanted more. But unfortunately, with my schedule this year, I think this is the only one we found it. I think last Japanese driver being NASCAR Cup Cheese is when? It's 25 years ago? Something like that.
I think it was 20 years ago.
20 years ago, okay, sorry. 20 years ago. So it's quite a while, actually. Honestly, I think, yes, as I say, it's different culture, the motorsports. NASCAR to our racing in Japan, for example. But still, I would say, in this time, globally, when you look, the motorsports, it's Japanese people to be in the motorsports or the sports in United States is something big dream, we always say. When you look at the baseballer, it's like Shohei Ohtani is very famous in Japan, but he's been famous in United States as well. We always call American dream. And I think that's what we need to make door open. I think this is I really want to try, because NASCAR is one of the biggest sports in the United States. And that's why I think always, if I have opportunity, I think this is where I want to try. So I'm really proud to be here to announce. It's not full season, but even, this one race, I think this opportunity is important for me.
Kamui Kobayashi there talking about the NASCAR race he'll do in the Toyota Camry at Indianapolis later this year. And with him was the president of Toyota Racing Developments in North America, David Wilson, asking the questions. I suppose that's the great thing about being aligned, Paul Truswell, with a brand as global and as huge as Toyota and Gazoo Racing, is that you get the chance to race all sorts of cars. I'm not sure whether Kamui Kobayashi is into his rallying, but there's always an avenue there as well. It's almost going back to the old days where, you know, you're a racing driver, but not necessarily pigeonholed into one specific category.
Well, exactly. I was having a conversation over lunch with somebody, and we were talking about this switchover that drivers, some drivers now seem to do. But you say back in the old days, depends how far back you want to go, I suppose. But certainly in the days when I was growing up getting interested in car racing in the 1960s and the 1970s, doing multi-disciplines was commonplace. It wasn't anything special. It wasn't something that people said, oh, that's surprising. You know, you had Jim Clark doing the RAC Rally. You had Eliseo Salazar back in the early 80s doing the Dakar Rally. You know, there's always been crossover going on back in the history. And as you say, you use the word pigeonholing. I suppose it's a bit like some actors get pigeonholed into always playing a villain. You know, drivers get labelled as being Formula One drivers and are therefore unable or regarded as being unable to do anything else. But if you can drive, is something that Andy Wallace told me a long time ago. And it's true. And I'm sure Kamui, I mean, the ability to control a car, the ability to focus, the ability to coordinate hand-eye coordination, all that kind of thing, it's all there. The competitiveness which you need to want to win. You know, it's part of what makes a racing driver, no matter what form of racing car you put him in.
Stefan Sarrazin doing European rallies in a WRC car when he was an active Gazoo Racing driver as well. John Hindhaugh reminding me there. So it's certainly, there's some precedence of the chance to do some off-track, on the loose type motorsport.
I think the point is, though, that nowadays it's something notable where you kind of say, oh, look at him, he's doing something a little bit outside of his comfort zone. Whereas 60s and 70s, it wasn't something that people raised an eyebrow to.
Yeah. Yes, it stands out now because it's far, far more unusual, correct, I suppose. You're listening to Lunchtime at Le Mans with me, Johnny Palmer, joined by Paul Truswell, as you hear, to analyse what we learned from yesterday's practice and the single qualifying session. Time then to have a look at LMP2 now with, well, this effectively spec category these days. They're all Orica 07s, 24 of them with the Gibson power plant, the 4.2 litre V8 with the X-Track gearbox. And you and I were discussing on Sunday during test day that if you get a certain time set by one of the quickest cars, and the quickest car yesterday was the 28 Jota doing a 3:34.751, then they're probably all capable of doing that. And, well, the 41 LMP2 car for Team WRT came incredibly close. The gap, I hadn't realised this at the time, between Pietro Fittipaldi and Louis Delatraz, 0.02 of a second. Now, those weren't effectively times that mattered. It was just about getting you into Hyperpole tonight. But those are the sort of margins we very much enjoy, Paul. I still have no clue who is best placed, team-wise, single car-wise, for later today and indeed for the 24-hour race.
Well, exactly, and those two are entirely independent of one another as well, aren't they? You know, Hyperpole is one thing, the 24-hour race is another thing entirely. And,
exactly, yeah.
As we discovered in the 1 hour qualifying session, it depends where you meet traffic, the timing of red flags. To a large extent was United Autosport's undoing. You know, something over which they had absolutely no control. It was they did have a coming together with another car, but there was no control over when the red flags happened. And yeah, so you have to get into it and get into your program and go through the process, but knowing that you might be unlucky. And maybe the analogy is that of playing pass the parcel, where if you happen to be the one holding the prize when the music stops, then you get to the good result. So that's a little bit how Hyperpole will play out in a minute, or in later on this afternoon, in this evening. But even then, he who gets on the pole position isn't necessarily in a good position. Again, looking at United Autosport, sorry to bang on about them, but they are a good example. Last year, they started on the front row as far as LMP2 was concerned, ended up in the gravel before they even got to the Dunlop chicane on the first lap. And that caused enough damage to really compromise the whole of the rest of the race. They were never going to get on the podium with that car after that. So, even being at the front in the LMP2 grid isn't necessarily a formula for success and keeping out of trouble. Maybe being outside of the top 8 may be the best place to be when it comes to the race. And you're right, Johnny, it's so close between the car's performance that it's going to be down to what difference the driver can make and how good the car is in the pits, how quick the car can be turned around in the pits.
Also, in LMP2, there is a non-pro, in inverted commas, driver, either in the standard LMP2 subcategory, which must include 1 silver, but otherwise you can go platinums with the other 2 drivers if you wish. Sometimes it's gold and platinum. And in Pro-Am, the difference there is no silver driver, instead bronze. So bronze and platinum is the absolute maximum that you can have for your driver lineup in P2. So and the bronze, I think it's similar to GTE Am. They have to do a minimum in the race of 6 hours. So that's a fair bit of heavy lifting, and 1/4 distance they have to do to be given an official result.
Yeah, exactly. And without that 6 hours of bronze driver time, each driver has to do 6 hours, not just the driver, the bronze driver.
Yes.
But that's kind of how it works out. And that can be the difference between winning and losing. I was having a conversation with Richard Crail about this. What have we got? 9 hours of nighttime racing. If you've got a nighttime specialist, a driver who's particularly quick in the night, it could be enough to make the difference. You only need to have an advantage over a portion of the race to be able to establish a bit of a gap. And I hate to mention safety cars at this point, but if we do get a safety car, that's just going to bunch them up again.
I mentioned at the start of this segment that there have been some changes at the LMP2 order within the top 8. Now, the biggest story is that at the end of qualifying last night, the extended qualifying because of 2 red flags, the 923 Racing Team Turkey Oreca, driven by Dries Vanthoor, had qualified in 8th position. Now, about 20 minutes after the checkered flag was flown, they obviously investigated exactly what had been going on in that session, and he was judged at 27 minutes past 7 to have failed to respect the red flag procedure. Didn't slow within the required time. Now, because of this, the 923 Racing Team Turkey car loses its fastest lap in qualifying, and that drops it out of the top 8. So the beneficiary of that is the 14 Nielsen racing car that Ben Hanley was driving, car 14 from the Northamptonshire squad. So it's a Pro-Am car out and a Pro-Am car back in. There is no rule as to how many Pro-Ams get into the top 8. It could have been all that subcategory, or indeed none of them, but we've got one in at least. Also, there was a slight tweak in the 48 EDEX Sport car, because that finished the session in 4th and has been dropped back to 5th, again losing its best lap time for the same infringement. And that's why it's so crucial to be obeying, well, especially red flags, because you have no idea what's gone on elsewhere around the circuit, and you're told to return to the racetrack, at an appropriate pace, but also respect the red flags as quickly as possible, Paul.
Yeah, and that's one of those things you've got to be careful how you do it, isn't it? Because how many times have we seen situations where a red flag has come out, some drivers see it, other drivers don't. Okay, you've got this marshal in the cab, the display in the cab that comes up when there is a red flag. as well as having the red flag and red lights shown around the circuit. So from the outside looking in, which is all I can do as a spectator, it seems pretty obvious when you have a red flag, but sometimes as a driver you may be concentrating on other things, and yeah, it may only take 10 seconds of inattentiveness, but that's enough to have an accident. And particularly in view of the coming together between the 777 D-Station Racing Aston Martin and the Stephen Thomas driven Orica, that coming together actually happened just seconds after the red flag had already been thrown. So, you know, they are keen to ensure that drivers do obey the rules. And of course, the other aspect to obeying the rules is keeping it within track limits.
Agreed. So let's just run through the numbers. If you weren't around yesterday, they're all Orica 07s, and these are the cars now in Hyperpole. 28 Jota, 41 Team WRT, 63 and 9 Primo Racing cars, the 10 Vector Sport, the 48 EDEX Sport, 47 Cool Racing, and the new number in there, 14 Nielsen Racing for Rodrigo Sales, Matthias Besch and Ben Hanley. You're listening to Lunchtime at Le Mans. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM with Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell. Now, with news of an event taking place back in the UK next weekend, here's John Hindhoff.
Well, here we are at Bicester Heritage, and hoving up onto the horizon is the 10th Flywheel Festival. Delighted to say that Jack is joining me again. We're out on the terrace at the moment, enjoying a bit of sunshine, all starting to come together, all very real now. Jack, tell us a little bit more now as we're starting to get the whole character of the event is starting to building with the cars and the aeroplanes that are going to be coming in. First of all, are you looking forward to it?
I will be. I think there's a lot of work to go on in the build-up, but we're getting there, and yeah, I can't wait to see the track in action, to be honest. And some of the cars that we've got coming truly encapsulate everything that we're doing here at Bicester Heritage. So there's new cars, old cars, electric cars, vintage cars, race cars, all sorts of things. And that will be grouped together in various ways to create a bit of intrigue. So you'll see a car necessarily you wouldn't necessarily normally see together. So you could watch a Bugatti followed by a Polestar.
Okay, so tell me how that's going to work then. There's a variety. I've got a timetable here which is full on from 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday and 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, both going through till 5 o'clock. That's on the Father's Day weekend, the weekend after Le Mans. Rally cars. Well, rally cars is fairly self-explanatory, but what sort of eras are we looking at there?
So in many ways this one is less self-explanatory than it could be. So they're not just Group A cars, Group B cars, WRC cars, but with people like Blue Diamond on site and Hero ERA, we are very much an endurance rally site as well. So you could have a Super Impreza that was driven by Tommy Mäkinen, followed by a Riley from the 1930 TT, because they still rally today in a very complicated way of getting from A to B at a period of time specifically penalised by the second. So yeah, it's a proper challenge in a very different way to Impreza.
The Bristol Blenheim and the Spitfire will be flying in around about 10:30 on the Saturday morning. If you haven't heard about that, this is very exciting. I believe a Mark 1 Spitfire as well.
Yes, I believe it's the earliest airworthy Mark 1, and then it's the only airworthy Blenheim in the world. And Blenheim's the prototype Blenheim actually came here as a mule, effectively, to train the engineers and the people that would go up in it. And this is what the aerodrome company at Duxford have called this, is the spiritual home, effectively, of Blenheim. Wow. To Duxford to the Spitfire is what RF Bicester is to the Blenheim. So it's a bit of a homecoming, and it's I'm sure it'll be quite an emotional thing to see, whether you appreciate vintage aircraft or not. Just the sight and the sound of it coming in will be quite special.
It's certainly one of my highlights of the weekend already. All right, let's rattle through some of the other collections, if you like. The 1963 Diamond Collection. Right, well, 1963, big definitely big for motorsport fans and for rear-engine car fans. A huge year. That was the first year of the Porsche 911. So that clearly, we're going to get some 911s in that?
Hopefully a 901.
Ooh!
If we can find one. So,
Right.
but then, so it's a bit of a conceptual group, that one. So
This is the difficult second album, is it?
yeah, so any car with a link to 1963. So McLaren started in 1963. There was no McLaren in 1963, but he went racing in a Xerox, I think. But there will be McLarens because it is the start of that for that era, effectively. The 911 will have a brand new 911 from Porsche, and hopefully a 901. But then also we'll have a Giulia, because the 105 series, the coupes came out in 1963. The Fulvia came out in 1963. Mini Cooper S came out in 1963. All sorts. Lamborghini launched in 1963. Iso Grifo came out Concept came out in 1963. So it's a oddly good year for cars and racing. So yeah, it should be interesting to see the cars together.
Aero cars is the next category. Now, is that aero engine cars? Is it aerodynamic cars? Is it flying cars?
Yes, basically. So the 27-litre aero engine car could be followed by a Grand Prix car, or it could be something with a big wing.
That would be good.
Or it could even just be a Spitfire, Triumph Spitfire.
I like that.
So again, conceptual.
I like that. I like that. The pioneers. Now, that's a broad subject.
Yes, yeah. So we're quite lucky with this site. We have things like Bentleys, which have pioneered superchargers, obviously. We've also got the MGK3 Chassis 1, which is the first supercharged MG. But also in there you'll see Model Ts that were driven on fairgrounds in America, a thing called pig racing, where you do a couple of laps, pick up a pig, do another couple of laps to the end of the race. And it doesn't get any more pioneering than a Model T. But then to go with that, we'll have an Austin 7, which is also still in competitive, so it rallies now. But also Mazda are going to bring the RX-3, which is one of the first mass-produced rotary cars. Yeah. It sounds incredible. So it's another wide mix of cars. That there are so many pioneers and pioneering things. So Peter Stevens is in that category with his special.
Oh.
So
Peter Stevens, renowned designer of many beautiful things. I actually think he did some of his best work on the Rover 75, if I'm quite honest. I thought that was a very well prepared and proportioned car. Spirit of America.
Yes. Again, it doesn't have to be American. American links. So there's a Shelby Cobra, original Cobra, which was in Viva Las Vegas, and then went to the Charles Shelby Racing School. So it would have been driven by some good people. But then alongside that will be the Bentley Pikes Peak Continental GT. So the record, I think, is still the record holder officially. So that will be going around the track, and apparently it doesn't like to go in a straight line. So that should be good. Yeah. And then we'll have another Model T and various other things. There's the Turner, which is a British 50 sports car, but which the majority of which went to America, including this one. So it kind of encapsulates the export or die era of British sports cars.
And Andrew Marriott will be delighted about that as an aficionado of Turners. Historic Carts. Now, Historic Carts has actually really exploded in the last probably only last 5 to 10 years. You couldn't give old kart chassis away not so very long ago, but there are now a number of different championships around the UK and Europe. Why have you brought those here?
Well, these particular karts are particularly special, to be honest. So they have certain drivers have driven them in period when they were starting out, and they may have reached the very top potentially. So we're just firming those up, but they should be quite special and noisy, I suspect, and smoky.
Noisy and smoky. There will be two-strokes. Yes, chain-driven two-strokes. There will be. That takes me back to my motoring and motorsport roots there, as does the next category, which is the Le Mans Centenary celebration. Le Mans 24 hours. The week before, we'll be celebrating the 100th anniversary of the first running. I mean, that in itself, we could have done a full weekend about Le Mans Centenary, because the amount and the variety of cars down through the years. So you had a lot to go at there. How easy or difficult was it to pick some of the cars out that you've got?
Well, Le Mans hasn't helped.
Le Mans doesn't change its date very often, in fairness, Mr. Phillips.
No, they've monopolised the cars, understandably, but we've been quite lucky. Bentley love coming here, and they're going to bring the original Birkin blower. So this was the car that effectively started Bentley supercharging, whether they wanted to or not. And this is the car, whether you believe it or not, was the car that pushed Caracciola out of the race by going too quickly. So it's a very special car that they don't get out too often anymore. And this was the car that was the basis for the continuation cars. So just being around that car, it has an aura that you're just transported back to 1930 and stones and
squint a little bit, and it all goes into sort of black and white and a bit impressionist painting, and that's going to be very evocative. Some newer machinery as well, as you say, that problematical in that quite a lot of them will have been at the Circuit de la Sarthe the previous weekend.
Yes, but the R9R prototype, which is another link to Peter Stevens. So this is the XJR15 before it was the XJR15. So effectively underneath is a XJR9, which is how we can fit it into the Le Mans category. They've never actually raced in Le Mans. So it's the prototype that would have been presented to Jaguar, which then made them say, we need a Jaguar badge on this. So it's technically an TWR R9R rather than a Jaguar Sport XJR15. So it's a very special thing.
I don't think even I've seen that one before, so that's good. Magneto to electric. I like this. They say there's nothing new in anything. If you go back far enough in motor racing and automotive history, you start finding things that you think were only invented yesterday, and of course they weren't. As we started personal transport, it was internal combustion engine, steam, and electric. People tend to forget the electric bit. So what have we got here? I'm intrigued by this.
Yeah, absolutely. We're hoping to have a sort of turn of the century electric car, whether that's an Edison or something, because it was one of the three modes of transport that was being explored. The initial land speed records were done in electric cars. So, and with Polestar being on site here as a specialist, it gives us a bit of an opportunity to go from the importance of electricity in vintage cars, so the Magnetos, without Magneto and the electricity going through that, a Bugatti Type 35 wouldn't start. So we are making that connection between electric cars, of modern electric cars, and electricity within vintage cars. And ideally we'll get a turn of the century car following a Polestar BST with a Type 35 Bugatti, followed by a little car company Type 35, which is a reduced scale Bugatti sanctioned electric car, which is a baby Bugatti as built for Ettore's son, but electric powered. So again, it's a lovely little connection between the future of motoring, historic and mainstream, I guess.
Two more categories, motorcycles. That's nice and wide as well. This area of the world, sitting as we are right in the middle of the carbon fibre triangle, great history of motorcycle and motorcycle racing and trials as well around this area. What do you think we're going to see in the two-wheel pack?
So we've got I think 10 bikes coming. On track at least, and then many more will be on site. Among them will be an Isle of Man TT. There's a Heron bike, and then on the other side of the spectrum we'll have a Harley Davidson that was part of the Canadian Air Force. So I suspect it'll be louder than it will be fast, but it'll still be an impressive sight. And then everything back to the pre-war bikes as well, which so the earliest speedway bikes, which would be quite good. I
like the idea of having a Harley Davidson that has Air Force connections, particularly at this place, because you have the feeling that there would have been a number of RAF and American USAF pilots around here bombing around the lanes on those down through the years. And finally, the Brits. Right, so that means... Oh no, and we're not going to be giving out awards for Best Album of the Year here, are we? What's in this?
Well, we had a lot of cars that we couldn't turn down. Unfortunately, they were all British, so we were given a category name effectively. So among them would be just an Austin A40. Yeah. There could be a DB4 GT. Yeah. So it's again a very wide spectrum of cars that we're going to put in together. From basically, as long as they're fast, noisy, and British, they'll be in that category. So
And all of these cars that we've mentioned, plus all the ones we've mentioned, will be going around the circuit. There will be a moving display. It's not racing. Let's make absolutely certain that everyone understands that. I suspect some of them will be driven quite spiritedly, knowing and having seen your list of some of the drivers and owners there. This is the weekend of the 17th and 18th of June. It's the week after Le Mans, right? For those of you who count your year that way like I do. If you can't be here, tickets are still available, but if you can't be here, then don't forget you'll be able to watch it and listen to it live via Radio Show Limited and via the Bicester Motion and Bicester Heritage website, as well as on YouTube. We'll publicise all that as we get into it. Jack, thank you very much indeed. I know there's a bit more work to go on, but I can see what our listeners can't, because I can see your list, and there's a few things on there that I'm very excited to see. Can't wait for that weekend. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you there.
Heading into the final 15 minutes of lunch at Le Mans here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. And whilst Paul Truswell and I have been talking about the sessions yesterday, 2 free practice sessions worth 5 hours of running, and also the crucial qualifying session, there's been some action out on track from the Road to Le Mans cars. This is the annual event happening for the 8th time for LMP3 and GT3 cars, and has seen the first qualifying session now completed. Unique session within the season in that it's the only one that happens where you can use a silver or a gold or indeed a bronze in the qualifying session, but most teams go with their gun driver. Otherwise, the qualifying sessions through the year in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, because these 2 races form part of their championship, you can only use bronze drivers. So it's really interesting to see a few new names, as it were, at the sharp end. Fastest by the time the session finished appears to be the 58 Team Virage Ligier JSP 320, doing a 346.735, driven by Manuel Espirito Santo, and he was just under half a second faster than Wayne Boyd for United Autosports, number 23. Daniel Kylevitz and Matt Bell next for 66 Rinaldi and number 4 Nielsen Racing. The Nielsen car is a Duquesne, unlike the Ligiers around it. Andy Merritt was 5th fastest. David Drew 6th quickest for the 20 United and 97 Cool Racing cars, respectively. And those following a certain Valentino Rossi in GT3. He didn't quite manage to get pole. That instead went to the sister Team WRT BMW of Max Hesse in GT3, but Valley was 2nd fastest in the other M4 GT3 from the Belgian squad, sharing with Jérôme Policon, and it'll mean that Jérôme, if he starts the race, again, starting driver is entirely free, he will be starting from the front row of GT3. As mentioned, Paul Truswell still with me. We've got about 10 minutes or so then to look back on Hypercar and those that made it into Hyperpole, together with perhaps others if we've chance. Talked about Ferrari at test day, Paul, and the fact that they did seem to have a quick car on a single lap speed. There's still a massive question mark above these 2 499Ps regarding reliability, but it shows that certainly they've got a nice bit of speed. The Toyota's not too far away, though, in 3rd and 4th.
That's right, and again, you've got to remind yourself that getting into Hyperpole was the job of the first qualifying session. Setting a quick time is really the job for the Hyperpole session. So, yes, we had Ferraris 1 and 2, but it's entirely likely that the 2 Toyotas that are 3rd and 4th knew that they'd set times that were good enough to get themselves into the Hyperpole session, and so therefore didn't necessarily have to do anything more extreme to get themselves on the front row. So, you know, there's that aspect of it. You raised this question mark about the Ferraris, but let me just turn it into a question to which I have my own opinion as to what the answer should be. But of the newcomers, so, you know, Toyota is the team that's been here, done it and won the race for the last 5 years. Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac, they're the newcomers, Peugeot. And of the newcomers, I reckon that the most reliable of them is the Ferrari. Would you agree with that, Johnny?
Moment to think. Probably yes. And I don't really know the reason for that. I mean, I suppose just because it's Ferrari and it's AF Corsa and they've built a very good race car. The LMDHs clearly need to be reliable out of the box because they're the ones potentially going to be sold to customers. However, of course, the one car that has been sold to a customer, to Hertz Team Jota, that was the one that had the issue with a standard spec part, we think, the hybrid, or how the hybrid was talking to the ICE. There was a hybrid issue, as it was labelled by Hertz Team Jota, which prevented car 38 from setting any qualifying times, and that's another car that will have to start from the very back of the grid. But yes, Ferrari's downfall at Spa, certainly for one of the cars, was that Antonio Fuoco just got a bit spooked, it seemed, on the cold tyres and drove the car into the wall. They're not going to have that problem at Le Mans because tyre warmers are back. But how many 24-hour simulations have they done? It's the question, I suppose.
Yeah,
and also, go on.
Okay. What I was going to say is that, yes, everybody's saying Toyota is a favourite, and I would be amongst the first to say that Toyota is the favourite. However, if they would falter, then I think Ferrari is probably the second favourite in terms of their ability to be in the right place at the right time to pick up the pieces after a Toyota would have a bit of a delay, a sort of 15-minute kind of delay, which is 15 minutes is more... my calculation, my simulation of this, if there is more than 15 minutes of a pit stop for a Toyota, then a Ferrari would be able to win the race comfortably by a lap. So, you know, there is that aspect to it. And, you know, that just strikes me as being something about, yes, as you say, the AF Corsa element to it, the way they've gone about this whole procedure, has been very impressive. But, you know, you can't write off Toyota purely because of their experience. And, you know, if it would rain, then again, they're the ones that would know a little bit more about Le Mans in the wet than any of the others, and so on and so forth.
Also, though, I mean, it's Porsche and Penske running 963s, and would it be right to say that the LMDh cars are slightly less complicated than the Le Mans hypercars? They don't have to worry about extra power coming through the front wheels because LMDh is just more power through the rears from a standard spec part. And then the team behind Cadillac, no other than Chip Ganassi. So yes, they don't have experience at Le Mans, but they have so many race wins elsewhere around the world, namely in the States. And Chip Ganassi have been to Le Mans before with the Ford GT program.
Yeah. It's... Oh, dear. I'm showing a prejudice here, and I don't want to. I mean, Le Mans has always held a certain magic for the Japanese. It's also held a magic for the Americans. They come here extremely serious about what they do. They prepare themselves extremely seriously. But I don't know. I think it's just more likely that some of the newcomers are going to find it more difficult. I think, you know, the things that happen at Le Mans, they're things that just don't happen anywhere else. And you've got to be so sharp and clear on your decision making. You've got to be so careful about what you do, not to break any of the many rules. You know, and I just think that all the pieces at the moment are in Toyota's hands, and that each of the others have some gaps there. I think focusing on Hyperpole, which is obviously the next thing that we're going to be looking forward to out on the circuit, yes, it's going to be a right humdinger, and you know, all bets are off as far as I'm concerned. You know, you could, you know, just thinking back to last year when it looked for a whole lot of the time as if we might even have an Alpine on pole position. We've got an Alpine this year in the class, but we do have some very strong competition for the Toyotas in this Hyperpole. I think it's going to be thrilling.
One change doesn't affect the final 8, the hot wheat, as we were calling it at certain times. The 75 car that had finished the session 6th quickest dropped to 8th, again because of a deleted lap. I haven't checked the exact document, but that may well again be a red flag infringement or a late call.
I think that was a track limit infringement for the 75.
That was my other guess.
Yeah.
Yes. So 75, thankfully, had a good enough second fastest time of a 3:26.589 to still keep it in the top 8. Only 0.3 of a second back as things closed out, though, to the 6 car that was fastest last night in the hands of Laurent Vantour. So we've got 2 Ferraris, the 50 and the 51, 2 Toyotas, 7 and 8, 2 Porsches, 5 and 75, and 2 Chip Ganassi run Cadillacs, 3 and 2. 2 of those cars are guest entries, effectively, to the FIA World Endurance Championship, but there's nothing to stop either the 3 or the 75 Cadillac and Porsches, respectively, from taking pole position, of course. So, yeah, it's tough to predict. I mean, Toyota may just be holding something back, something extra back, to be able to take the big headline for Thursday night. What are those that didn't quite make it, though? Peugeot are making their debut with the new car at Le Mans again, 93 and 94. They started the session well. They were in the top 8, and then they just slowly descended.
Yeah, as others improved, yes. They were not able to improve as others did. I mean, the good thing about Peugeot, they were the 2 of them were both very quick in actually getting their 3 drivers through the night qualifying session last night. That was what they had to do, was to get all 3 drivers to complete 5 laps in the night practice session. And in the case of the 94 car, it was... no, it wasn't. It was a 93. It was a 93 car. Got all 3 of their drivers through in a tad over an hour. So, you know, there was a little bit of reason to be to celebrate there, because night practice times don't count at all. It's just getting your drivers qualified in the night that was the job for night practice, and Peugeot was able to do it. We were able to hear from Loic Duval, who wasn't disappointed that they weren't in the Hyperpole, because he never expected them to be in the Hyperpole. They're 2 seconds or so off the pace in terms of lap times over a single lap, which is an awful lot. But back in the days of Audi versus Pescarolo, for example, there were there were occasions when Audis were more than 2 seconds off the pace of Pescarolo, and they still come through to win the 24 hours. So Peugeot, I think, are looking towards being reliable. They're looking towards being quick in the pits, and they're looking towards not making any mistakes. If they can achieve that, then yes, they may play a part in this race. But quite frankly, Johnny, I just don't think they've got a pace. And we may find them 6 hours in, even if they're still running without problems 6 hours in, but they'll be off the lead lap. And it's going to be a massive job for Peugeot to get themselves onto the podium, which can really be the highest of their hopes here at Le Mans, which is a disappointment because it's a French car at the French circuit, obviously. It's had enough time to be developed into a fast car. It just hasn't been for some reason.
Thank you, Paul. That's all we have time for on lunchtime at Le Mans today. We'll be back on Saturday at the slightly later time at 12:20. No lunchtime show tomorrow, as the second Road to Le Mans race is taking place at that time. And we'll have live commentary on that from Johnny Molam, Joe Bradley and Richard Crail. So thanks to Paul Trustwell. I've been Johnny Palmer. And it's all been edited together by Tim Gray, produced by Rob Lomas. Have a great afternoon. Stay listening to Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for further coverage of this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Cracking conditions at the moment. A chance to enjoy this afternoon's sunshine while you can. Tomorrow, though, there is the threat of rain arriving and maybe thunderstorms with it. Today will remain dry with highs of 29 degrees Celsius. Overnight cloudy with lows of 17.
On on 91.2 FM and around the world at radiolemans.com. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Weather coming to you on 91.2 FM, thanks to our friends at Flywheel Festival, and that is next weekend. Bicester Heritage /Flywheel, and if you use the code RSL, there's 20% off that. Hello everybody and welcome along. It is the CrowdStrike Paddock Stroll. I'm John Hindhaugh, live in the paddock behind the Hertz Team Yota area at the moment. You can't actually get to the back of the pits here. It's really, really impressive in some respects and a bit disappointing in others that it's really hard. We're going to start this off with a famous Le Mans name, possibly the most famous Le Mans name. I've got a young Christensen here, but not Tom, because first of all he's not that young. It's Oscar, is that right?
Yeah, my name is Oscar Christensen, yes.
And Tom's your uncle?
Yeah, Tom's my uncle, yeah.
So, are you a driver?
Actually, yes. This year I'm doing the GT4 European Championship with Ally Racing. So I'm going to be racing together with my teammate Jordan Wallace.
No relation to Andy Wallace by any chance?
I don't think so, no.
That would have been too much of a coincidence. Is this your first time at Le Mans?
No, my dad has a campsite. For all the...
Oh, of course, it's K Riser, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So I have been here a few times. So that's 7th year, I think.
We used to commentate on your dad. In fact, I've been on the track at the same time as your dad when he was doing Creventic racing in that little Peugeot that he used to run. That's your dad, isn't it?
That's my dad, yeah. He used that. He used to race that with all his mates and have a great fun, good time with that.
Notice I said I was on the track at the same time. I didn't say I was necessarily racing him. All right, what's your story then? Up through karting, is that where you started?
Yeah, I started karting in 2017. And did a lot of road tax racing since then. Been to the European and the Grand Finals, and did my best. And then now this year, my first time in GT racing.
So there was no thought of going into single seaters then. It had to be GTs.
We had the thought, but the little needle hole to get into Formula One is so little. So it's a lot greater chance to hear. So and in a few years' time, when all the Formula 3 guys can't reach Formula 2, they're gonna drive here, and I'm already here, so I have a little bit greater chance at that. So that's our way of doing it.
Your first interview at Le Mans as a race driver. Remember this name. Remember this baby face here. You haven't got the curly hair of your uncle though. I remember seeing the old pictures of Tom with the proper 1980s curly hair.
Yeah, so I have that from my dad. So yeah, that's from him. Yeah.
Well, we wish you all the best in that, and we'll be speaking to you in the next few years, I'm sure. David Pittard is to my right here. Hello, David. How are you?
Very well, thank you very much. How are you, John?
I'm very well. It's lovely to see you here, but slightly disappointing that you haven't got a kit bag and everything else. What are you spending your time doing at the moment?
Well, my kit bag's in the car, so it's only 5 minutes down the road.
Just in case?
Always. Like, any drivers that are meeting and greeting at the top of any sets of stairs should be just a little bit careful. No, I'm joking. Obviously, yeah, it's a very small percentage that I could jump in, but having finished on the podium last year, I've got my laps, etc., so I know what I'm doing around here, and the percentage is 0 if you're at home, so that's why I'm here.
Right. Tell me, and our listeners here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1, in fact, how come you were on the podium last year and you didn't get a drive this year? Explain the vagaries of what goes on in top-class motor racing.
Yes. So obviously motorsport is as much a business as it is a sport. So yeah, there's a lot of factors going into it. Probably the big thing for me is the fact that I was a Super Silver last year, and now I've been upgraded to Gold, which is obviously rightly where I want to be. I want to be against and up against some of the best in the world, the Platinums and the Gold drivers. And there's limited opportunities as a result of it. So yeah, that's pretty much how it all played out effectively. Yeah.
Even with 62 cars, actually, as there are here, still no opportunity. If you'd got your checkbook out, would that have made a difference?
Oh, always, yeah. people start to listen more when you get the checkbook out. Absolutely, but no, I want to make a professional career for myself. There's only so long you can be paying for your racing. We all have to do it at some point to prove our worth, as it were, in our junior part of our career. But there comes a point where you have to say sort of enough is enough, and that's happened for me for the past couple of years now. Obviously, I want to win, and that's absolutely priority one. But at the same time, I like to be rewarded for the time and effort that I put into my life for the past 20 years.
So what else have you got bubbling under them? Because not racing isn't a good situation for someone like yourself.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm here. Like, I feel like the 24 season is already starting to be spoken about and talked about. And as this is the greatest event of the year, the greatest race in the world, all of the big hitters are here. So I've gone through my checklist on all the manufacturers that I need to speak to and see, including obviously Aston Martin, who I'm currently associated with. And it's all about being front of mind for any new opportunities or any opportunities that are coming about. And I'm the one that puts in the grind and put in the effort to drive 6 hours to come to Le Mans for one day to then drive back home again.
Really, you're just here today, and I'm taking up your time by talking to you here.
Sorry?
You're only here today, and I'm taking up some of your valuable time.
No, it's okay. It's always good to chat to you, John, and obviously, and the listeners of Radio Le Mans. So, it's no dramas whatsoever.
Does this race and the WEC next year changing to LMP3, does that make life easier or harder for an established GT driver like yourself?
Yeah, Joe, I had this conversation with someone actually the other day. I think it stays about the same because of the way they're doing. I'm more of a GT specialist. That's where I'm going to really get my opportunity. I'd never turn down a hypercar or a prototype opportunity, and you can see that it's possible from the way Porsche have taken their GT drivers over, Cadillac, etc. as well. And one of my strengths is I can learn very quickly, so there's no issue with that. But when you look at the way the manufacturers will be split effectively next year, it's a good thing and a bad thing. There's, for example, if you had an association with Ferrari this year, there's 5 or 6 Ferraris on the grid, or even at Le Mans, for example, that you'd be able to get a seat with. Whereas next year, there's potentially only going to be 2. So if you have a factory association next year, potentially your hands are tied. And that's probably going to be the big thing, I would say, is you have to have that manufacturer association now.
And explain why there might only be 2 per manufacturer, because this is not something that you or any other driver can influence, but the rise of hypercar is actually making life a little more difficult for GT entries here. Yeah,
so the GT field is effectively, the entries are going to be prioritised by who's got a hypercar in the top level class. So, for example, Lamborghini bringing their hypercar, they'll be granted, I assume, two entries for their GT field. Same with Porsche, same with Ferrari, etc., etc. You'd like to think Aston would be granted entries for their
big history here, yeah, big history and loyalty.
Loyalty being the big thing, and yes, history as well. So yeah, and as a result, there's going to be 2 allocations per manufacturer, which just open it up to other manufacturers, but it will be tricky for people like Mercedes that don't have that influence with the ACO championships, with no hypercar, etc. Excuse me. So yeah, it'll potentially be a little bit more narrowed as a result of it.
Have you thought about jumping on a plane and go to the States, rattling some doors in IMSA?
Absolutely. I mean, obviously Ian James and Heart of Racing have looked after me this year, which has been mega. And Ross and Alex that I've been sharing with in GTD Pro over there. Man, we were in it to win it at Daytona. I was so gutted, like just to have failure with after 15 hours really, but I really think we could have given the WeatherTech Merc a run for its money towards the end of the race, which I was really disappointed about. Sebring was a little bit of a non-starter because it's a car breaker, and unfortunately the car broke.
Sebring doing Sebring things.
Yeah, literally. So yeah, I'm gonna have I'm doing Petit Le Mans at the end of this year, and
You've been to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta before?
No, never.
No way!
Can't wait.
No way!
Cannot wait. I mean, it's 1 minute, like 20 lap, like however 50 cars on the grid. It's just going to be full gas from green to checker.
I think there might be one corner that isn't a blind apex.
Well, I'm used to that at the Nordschleife, so there's going to be no issues for me.
I wish you all the best, David, and thank you for introducing us to young Oscar. Thank you very much, young Mr. Christensen, and we wish you all the best. We'll see you back here in a few years' time, I presume.
Yeah, I hope so. I'll hopefully be driving by that time, but no, we'll see.
And say hi to your uncle for us. I know he's busy this weekend. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Enjoy. I'm going to talk to this gentleman here because he's actually listened to us. What's your name, sir?
My name is Martin McCann. I've driven down from the UK for the week, and I was up in the grandstand listening to the radio and realised you were right behind me, so I thought I'd come down and just listen in person.
Where are you from in the UK, sir?
I live in Leamington Spa.
Royal Leamington Spa, if you don't mind.
Leamington Spa, yes.
So, on your own, have you come with a group?
I've come on my own, unfortunately. I was supposed to come with a friend, but that sort of fell apart at the last minute. But I'm a bit of a gearhead, so I'm quite happy to entertain myself and introduce myself to lovely people like yourself while I'm here.
This is not your first Le Mans. I can see by the way you're dressed, by the way you're organised, you've got a bit of experience behind you.
Actually, no, this is my first Le Mans, not my first race week. I'd say I'm a bit of a gearhead. It's been a dream of mine to come for quite a long time. My friend nicely gave me a gift of some tickets, but I've been living in Australia for 10 years previously, so Le Mans was a bit of a long way to come. And
what part of Australia were you living in?
I was living in Sydney, right on a beach, which was nice. But
well, never mind. We've got a lad here from the other side of the country, from South Australia. You not have that crazy living in Sydney.
I can't hear a word you're saying because of this noise going on. But any Australians welcome here. I've bumped into about half a dozen of them already.
Not an Australian, but lived in Australia. All right, who are you supporting this weekend, or are you just here for the experience?
I'm a die-hard Porsche fan. I've owned a number of Porsches over the year. I just love the way that they're engineered and the legacy of racing that they have. I know that's controversial at Le Mans when you've got Ferrari back, but yeah, I'm going to be a lifelong Porsche supporter.
Well, come on, 19 wins, looking for win number 20, Steve McQueen, 1970, first overall victory. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy the week. Look after yourself.
Thank you. Nice to chat to you.
Lovely to chat. It's the CrowdStrike Paddock Stroll. I'm going to have a word with this gentleman here, actually. This is Jürgen Tapp. Hello, Jürgen. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you very much.
You're live on 91.2 FM at Haggerty Radio Le Mans. Now, you're here as a photographer. How many years have you been coming here, Jürgen?
I think this is my 13th year I do for Porsche here in Le Mans. Yeah.
It changes in some respects. Different cars, a different layout in the paddock. But the atmosphere of Le Mans, does that remain similar?
It is similar. It's a very special race. It's totally different to all other races I go to. I do a bit Formula One, I do WEC and touring cars, but this one is so special because I mean, you're running through the woods, you're standing right next to the track, you have the cars with 350 k passing you. It's total crazy and a very nice race. It's very demanding, but it's the best, honestly.
And you have to carry a lot of equipment around. You were photographing me for a Porsche newsroom story earlier on in the week. You've got a vest, you've got a bib, you've got a couple of cameras, but at the moment you're still not in a race suit. So you'll have to put a race suit on if you want to go in the pits. It's too hot for a race suit, isn't it?
It is too hot, but also, you know, because we who are allowed to be in the pits wearing a race suit makes it very special because, you know, there's a certain amount of photographers there, and I don't mind if it's hot. It's like my training. I get a bit of extra sweat from staying in the pits.
Jürgen, you do great work. Thank you for working with us yesterday. I don't know what magic you worked with your lenses and your cameras, but you actually made me look good. So thank you very much indeed.
Yes. Thank you for, you know, collaborating. It's a very nice story. I don't know if you saw it on YouTube.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I really like the pictures. It's really nice. And if some of your listeners want to follow me on Instagram, it's JTAP. JTAP, go for it.
Thanks, man. Have a good one. All right, we're in the back of the paddock. 91.2 FM is Haggerty Radio Le Mans for 2023. We're paused at the moment, I think rather sensibly, underneath the only bit of shade that there is in the back of the paddock at the moment. The sound of the cars on the track is qualifying for the roads to Le Mans. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones will be calling that race a wee bit later on. Now, dare we go for a walk? I think we should. We're right behind the Hertz Team Jota pit area. Come on, we'll have a walk down into the sunshine. Come with me, dear listener, and we'll see who we can see to grab hold of. It's always a bit of a... This is where you understand how difficult it is for people who do pit walks on Formula 1. Nick Damon on the Convergence grid. It's just absolute potluck as to who you're going to bump into as you head down the pit lane. So coming past Aston Martin Harter Racing, Cetilar Racing and DKR off to my right, JMW, all of these places are built out from the back of the pit garage themselves, and they've got a working spot either between or in the trucks. Porsche is like a whole building, to be honest. And they've got a sub-assembly in there, they've got a place for the drivetrain specialists, and they are all working away undercover there, a bit of aircon in there as well. So let's have a wander down towards the Toyota end of things. That's pit in. United are down there as well in the A and B boxes. I think I might have stayed outside in the public area actually and grabbed a couple members of the public. What I have noticed this year has been a big increase in security at the back of the paddock, down past Iron Lynx and Iron Dames, Dempsey Proton Racing, and now we're at Toyota Proton Competition, actually just on my left hand side. Now you might just lose me for a second as I go into the area behind the grandstand. Colin Noble's just walked out. Hello, how are you?
Good, thank yourself.
Very well. How was that for you?
It was okay. Top 10, P8, so 4th row. We will probably got a good chance from there.
Opportunity to drive the Le Mans 24 circuit, something you can't turn down?
Yeah, definitely. Love driving here. It would have been a couple of places higher for qualifying, but yeah, we'll have a chance.
2 races over the weekend, Colin. Oh, I just dropped out there. There we go. Colin Noble just popping out during this session. If you're not here, let me describe where we are. We are behind the pits themselves, the pit building, which allegedly is going to be redeveloped in the next few years, all broken down, and the extra hospitality going in, the press room moving to the other side of the circuit. But at the moment, the back of the pit and paddock starts at 1923, where Shenardet Walker, the first winner of the race, although didn't get a trophy for that because it was a biennial and triennial cup back in those days, and every single race manufacturer is being honoured at the back of the pits this year. Right, I'm going to step out in the public area because we're getting a bit scratchy here, and if nothing else we can grab 1 or 2 people who are walking by who speak English, diving into Nick Damon territory here of just basically doorstepping people as we're walking along behind the pit area. Lots of school groups here today as well, which is lovely. That's the next generation, and huge support for this race from the local area. As you can imagine, it's a massive part of what goes on. Now I don't want to get caught behind there because I can't get out in the public area. So let's head back towards Toyota and their hospitality area and see if we can find somebody to have a quick chat with. Creelsey is with me as well. Might have a quick chat with him in a moment and find out his thoughts of what he's seeing now as everything's popping. Hello, sir.
Hi, John. It's Marcel Duke.
Hello, Marcel Duke, part of the collective. Yes. Hello, collective.
Hello, collective. Everything all right with you, John?
Very well. Now, Marcel, you've got your camera here. I'm used to you being sitting in the back of an Nürburgring garage and working on a bit of strategy. Let's stand on the pavement so we don't get knocked over. So is this a bit of fun, or are you working this weekend?
I'm a bit of working for my website, for my Twitter handle, for the collective, for you. I also send you some pictures, you guys. And I'm, of course, in a double role, something like doing recruiting for Mulna Motorsport. I talk to sponsors and manufacturers, do a bit of everything. And yeah, we aim on doing like all 5 big 24-hour races in the next 2 years.
Oh wow, so Milner coming here?
Yeah, we aimed already on. We have an LMP2 in the garage. We have no driver, we have no funding, and we need. So we had the ELMS last year, and unfortunately we were not that lucky in the last 2 races. Yeah, and we did not manage to come here.
So any budding drivers, hello David Pittard, I hope you're still listening. The Milner Motorsports are looking for drivers. We talk about this, and David Pittard was talking a moment or two ago here on the crowd strike Paddock Preamble, the Paddock Stroll, about the business of motor racing. Is the business of motor racing beginning to come back alive after a difficult 2 years in 2020 and 2021?
Well, it is always difficult because it's kind of changing. There are some drivers who want to pay a lot of money to get into a car, and there are other drivers who want to get paid. And there are companies like Milner Motorsport who is like dedicated to motorsport, doing 45 years of motorsport already, but also needs some funding to maintain the cars, to get all the guys at the track, to do all the logistics, etc. And either we need a big partner. We have already a big partner with H&R Springs from Germany, but yeah, that's not enough to go to Le Mans.
Tell me a little bit about the Nürburgring 24 hours. 24-hour racing is an extraordinary thing. Charlie Lamb, oh how we miss Charlie Lamb of Schnitzer, said to me once, we were having a coffee in, I think it might have been Portland in America in the old LMS days. Yes, it was in the Schnitzer truck. And he said, "Look, John, as far as I'm concerned, there's only 2 types of people in the world: those who know, understand, and enjoy 24-hour racing, and everyone else. But each 24-hour race has its own personality. This race does not have the same personality as, say, the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife."
No, not at all. This 24-hour race is like a completely different world to the Nürburgring. Here you have, like, I don't know, 250, 300,000 people, and everyone you talk to here is dedicated to motorsport. They're coming from everywhere on the planet, like Australia, etc. And at the Nürburgring you have more of the local people, and you have, of course, other cars, other classes. People are more like identifying themselves with the cars on the track when you have like a small Mini running alongside a big Porsche. Yeah, and so there is a big difference in all the races. When we take the 24 Hours of Spa, it's also quite different because it's all the same cars in a certain way.
Are you doing the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa this year?
No, but we hope to do it next year. We need a car, some drivers, and then we go.
It was a mixed 24 hours for you because qualifying went quite well. The race was going okay, but then the Nordschleife a bit. It's a tough old race there, but you got the car at the finish?
Yes, we got both cars to finish, the 123 and 124. Tobias Müller did a really good job to run just one lap, 8:29 pole position, and we had a bit of luck with a code 60 afterwards. And yeah, during the race we managed to get into P1 after 13 hours with 123, P5 with 124. So yeah, everything settled for the last like 11 hours, and then we had a failure, and we needed to repair 1 hour, roughly 1 hour 20 minutes, and then the other car was unfortunately hit by a competitor. We had like a chamozzle on the track, and we needed to repair both cars at the same time, and that was so much pressure for the guys. Yeah, but they managed to get both cars out. We had all the parts we needed. Porsche did a great job to support us there. And yeah, then we went for P6 and P7, which is still decent in that class. And yeah.
Right, thank you very much. No, you're not walking away. Thank you very much, Marcel. Lovely to see you at Marino Franchitti. How the hell are you?
I'm good. I haven't been here since 2016, so it's quite exciting to be here for the 100th, because as much as we'd like to, we're not going to be here for the 200th, so it's so exciting to be back here. The place is so electric.
It was like this last Sunday for the test. I've never seen crowds like it. So are you just enjoying yourself here, or are you sneaking around? There's obviously, you do a lot of work for Singer involved with Hertz team Jota, so is there some ambassadorial, or is this just you on a jolly?
A little bit of ambassadorial, but yeah, mostly a jolly, and just being a fan and enjoying this, getting to see all the incredible old cars that are going to be here, get to experience this first, I would say, true Le Mans of the hypercar era. And yeah, I'm just excited. I mean, of course, there's a bit of me that would like to be out there in a prototype, but I've put that to bed. I'm just going to go and enjoy this.
And in terms of your driving, you're still doing a bit? Are you coming back for the Classic by any chance?
I'm not doing the Classic. This is the race that made me want to be a racing driver. Watching Derek win here in 87 on TV and then meeting him about a month afterwards. I want to be him, I want to do this. It's just never been kind to me. I've always had a nightmare here. So I kind of want to improve that, and I want to come back. I want to have maybe one more go at it. In the
full 24? In
a full 24 in an LMP2. And once I've done that, then I'm going to come back and do the Classic. Because, I race historics all the time now.
It's a huge scene now, this historic and vintage racing, isn't it?
It is, but I'm never going to be one of those guys that does it as a paid gun. I do it purely for my own fascination with these old cars, enjoying them and getting to experience what my heroes did. So, but it's just being back here has definitely made me think. Sam Hignett and I were talking about how many of these Oricas he's going to have left. So you never know. We were teammates. We're going to maybe do it in John Village automotive colours. So that's certainly something we're going to talk about this weekend.
15 places is what we're hearing will be announced on Friday. WEC are going to give LMP2 the flick. I'm not sure how I feel about that, if I'm brutally honest. But still 15 cars here next year, which presumably will be drawn from the ELMS and IMSA and Asian Le Mans series. So still an opportunity there, Marino.
Yeah, there's always opportunity, isn't there, John? It's just I've been so busy with the Singer stuff. Being the chief test driver there, we're busy. I enjoy that. I love Porsches. I love especially old Porsches. So it has to fit in with everything else. And it's definitely been nice not to... Having a life outside racing has been pretty nice. But I have to say, just even walking in the paddock today has whetted my appetite to maybe come and have a wee go.
How good was that job that two people that we know very well, Sam Hignett and Hertz Team Jota and John Church at JDC, getting their customer Porsches and within days going out and competing and being right up there with the works cars?
I think it says so much about those teams. It also says so much about how Porsche go about customer racing. I experienced it myself with the RS Spider, with Dyson, and in other GT cars. So I think it's not a surprise, is it? When you have these top teams, United Autosport, any of these top LMP2 teams, they have to fight so hard to find the details. So when they get in the top class, they're formidable. They're hard to go against. So it's exciting to see that, isn't it? To see, like we loved back in the Group C era, to see proper customer racing again. These guys being able to turn up and compete with the best out there.
Thanks, Marino. We'll let you get on. Say hi to Sam for us, won't you? All the best. Thank you for letting us borrow him for a moment. I've got a couple of gentlemen over here that I want to jump in and say hello to, because around about this time last year I was speaking to one of them. I'm going to just stand back for a wee moment and say hello to these two. Two old friends of us here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. Gerard Neveu, how are you, sir? You looking well?
I'm fine. Plays very well when you are the 24s of Le Mans, my friend.
You must look at this now and with some pride with what you and the rest of your team at LMEM, as it was then, put into motion for the World Endurance Championship, and looking at what we have here at the 100th anniversary of Le Mans.
The big winner is the Endurance and the sports car. We spoke so many times with John and some other friends in America about how could be the picture in a few years if we are able to put the cars together, and it's happened now, so it's amazing. It's really a great race weekend, great show, great event, great race. When you saw yesterday the qualifying session, it was just amazing. So this is exactly the spirit of this sport. So very happy for the teams, for the paddock, for the fans, because you can see the smile on the face of the people. They really enjoy. You see all around the place with the village, the exhibition, all the things. This is really a celebration. That's very good for the sport. I think this weekend there is a lot of power to take to prepare the future. This is definitely the best way to reinforce your power for the next decade.
John Doonan here. We normally say John Doonan, the president of IMSA. I'm going to say John Doonan, the team manager of NASCAR Garage 56.
The weekend, my friend. He looks like the best team manager. Have you seen the performance yesterday with the pit stop challenge and everything?
Unbelievable.
This guy is really the boss in the team. So you know that I'm very impressed, honestly.
When I asked John what hat he's actually wearing right now, he is literally wearing the NASCAR Garage 56 hat at the moment. I'm sure you'll have some IMSA somewhere to change into at some stage. All right, come on. I want you to be absolutely honest with you. I've spent a lot of time with that Cup car and with the guys at Hendricks, the guys behind the scenes and the drivers. When this first came up, what did you honestly think when somebody says, hey, we're going to take a Cup car to celebrate 75th anniversary of NASCAR. We're going to take a Cup car to Le Mans.
Well, we had a little presser and meet the team, and Jensen Button said when he first heard about it, he thought we were nuts. And I certainly had cautious optimism, but when you look at the partners we've brought together, the winningest team in NASCAR history with Hendrick, 14 Cup championships, you bring the winningest manufacturer Chevrolet into the mix, you bring Goodyear's NASCAR's tire partner Goodyear since 1954 to the mix, you have the right ingredients, all the best partners, and everybody embraced it. And then it was a matter of, not only are we going to go, but how are we going to look, how are we going to perform, and I would say beyond expectations is probably the best way to summarize it.
Gerard said about the pit stop challenge. It was, I think, Thierry Bouvet who said, no, don't put air jacks in it. Yeah. I want to see the theatre. I want to see the enthusiasm and the entertainment. Everybody thought that the car would be great, but the pit stops, that was going to be a disadvantage. All right, you're not competing. I know that. Hell's flames, everybody's a competitor up there, including you, I know that. And then you go and smoke the pit stop challenge. My goodness me. Was that a surprise even to you guys?
Well, first of all, these guys are true athletes, the Hendrick Motorsports guys. Anyone that's watched a NASCAR race, they know how good these individuals are. The men and women of these pit crews are first class, and they are top athletes. So I knew we would be good. I honestly didn't know about with the floor jack versus the air jacks, but clearly at a 10.3 P5 overall and ahead of all the GT cars, I think those young men and women have a lot to be proud of. Some of them have never been out of the United States, so they come here and perform their trade on the pit road here at Le Mans. It's remarkable.
Where's the biggest challenge been, John, for this? Was it getting people to take it seriously, aside from all the technical challenges?
No, I think as soon as you have a team like Hendrick and you have these other partners, they immediately started taking it seriously. I would say our 24-hour test at Sebring was one of those moments where it's about to start and you're wondering, okay, if we make this, everyone will have a sense of relief. If we don't, are we going to be okay for 3,000 miles at Le Mans in June? Fortunately, that test went extremely well. We did that in February, right after the Daytona 500, and we're really, really excited about the potential of getting to the end. And that's really what this is about, getting to the end of the race, capturing all of it. We're excited that Prime has announced a documentary covering this whole program, and Chevrolet just announced a special edition Garage 56 Camaro ZL1 road car, 56 units in celebration of this project.
Okay, how do I get my name down for one? Actually, it would be Eve. Eve loves the Camaro and loves the Hemi. How does Eve get on the list for that, John?
Well, I think after Rick Hendrick, after Jim France, after Jensen Button, after Jimmy Johnson, and I personally would like one too, so I'm sure we could figure something out. But
I'll take a drive. I'll take a drive when you get one.
Well, what a great week. It's been awesome, and we're going to do our very, very best to get through the race and put on a great show for the fans. They love the sound, they love the pit stops, and I think everybody's smiling a mile wide.
And how good did it look going around in the dark last night with the most incredible light system on the front of there? It was like a supernova. It was daylight going down the Mulsanne, the Ligne Droite d'Adier.
Yeah, it was Good, and Gerard was saying, you know, we have a space up in the fan village to celebrate NASCAR's 75th anniversary here at Le Mans 100th, and the fans and the excitement there. We have the 2 cars from NASCAR that competed in 1976. We have the car that Toyota announced yesterday, where Kamui Kobayashi is going to run in Indianapolis in August 13th, and we have our show car, and it's a special way to bring some Americana here to Les Arts. And hopefully, again, the end of the race, we see that checkered flag.
125 years of Goodyear, 75 of NASCAR, and 100 years anniversary of Le Mans. 300 years of experience is what this has come to. John, a quick word about your day job. Yeah. We're back with the sailing 6 hours of the Glen. Interest never been higher in IMSA. The opportunity for some of the European teams to come across and maybe to extend their LMP2 life in a top class series. You and I will be talking, I presume, at Road America about next year. How are the plans coming? Because clearly that has to start very early, and it's a lot of puzzle pieces to move around for the next season.
It is, but I have to give it to this guy here. He's become one of my best friends. You know, we started a line of communication about making sure we didn't have schedule conflicts, making sure that now we're at a common set of regulations, making sure that we have a common mind about promotion. And he said it best, you know, this is for endurance, this is for the fans, this is for the manufacturers and all the partners. So as you and I talk every August, we're gonna get to the schedule the first weekend in August at Road America. We're going to talk about class structure going forward. We're going to be talking about partnerships going forward. I think there is a huge momentum for our sport right now, and it's absolutely incumbent on all of us to capture this moment and talk about what's next. And it started in a relationship that we had before when I was working at Mazda. We became good friends through this, and now it's looking forward.
Gerard, I'll give the last word in this little piece to you. A Frenchman in France, the quintessential French race, the 24 Heures du Mans, which is now an international institution. It must make you proud.
It's already an international event before, but this is probably the biggest this year. Because again, you have everything on the grid this year. The manufacturers, the priorities, the story, the American friends. There is you have all the right parameters to make sure that you can create a great story. And the challenge is just to destroy your voice before the end of the weekend, my friend. And I'm sure that with this sort of spectacle, the show, you will be totally damaged on Sunday because you will have a huge work.
No tea for you.
Exactly.
Yeah,
no tea for you. And we will double check if you are still performant on Sunday at 3 o'clock, at 4 o'clock. But for sure you will have all the parameters. I heard also that there is probably chance of rain or something like this. So you will have all the parameters for the great story.
Again, the rash possible.
The storm, yeah, exactly. And honestly, you have all the right conditions to create an amazing story that you can write and start the next chapter of the sports car for the next generation.
Well, you know me, Gerard, I'm used to keeping going for 24 hours. I can keep it up for 24 hours. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. John Toonan and Gerard Neveu here on the CrowdStrike Paddock stroll. Hello there, what's your name, sir?
Stephen Harrison, sir.
Where have you come from?
Chelmsford in Essex.
And you are wearing a Valentino Rossi cap. He's here for Road to Le Mans this year, and the word is he's back for next year.
Yes, he is. Hopefully he'll be in prototype, but I don't think realistically, I don't think he will be in prototype, unfortunately. But I think as BMW bring in the M4 to GT3 class next year, it should be in GT3 with WRT, I reckon.
Now, are you here because of Rossi, or were you already a sports car fan?
I'm already a sports car fan. This is the 100th anniversary for Le Mans, but it's my 20th anniversary coming for Le Mans. So
hang on a minute, how old were you when you came here? You look like a child now.
7 was my first.
Excellent.
So,
well, your parents brought you up very well.
Yes, they did. Yes. So,
who's going to win this year?
I think, looking at qualifying, and it's going to be a very close race. I suspect number 7 will win the race.
Toyota, yeah.
Yep, but I don't think they'll get on pole. I think it will be Ferrari 51, Toyota number 7 with Kobayashi qualifying, and I think it will be Porsche, because the Hyperpole being so much later this year, looking at night practice yesterday, the Porsches came a bit quicker in the qualifying. I reckon they'll.
You've got a job, mate. That was fantastic. Great summation. Thank you very much indeed.
Massive fan of yours.
Well, thank you, because it's only through your support and all the listener support that we can do what we can do. I'm going to shake your hand, sir. I hope your friends got. Did you get a picture of that? Come on, make sure you get a picture while he was on the mic. For goodness sake, crowd strike. We're in the Paddock, 91.2 FM. This is... Yes, you can have a picture. Of course you can. Oh, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, and around the world on RS1. And you, sir, are?
Man, you got it in stereo. Got your here, got you there.
Yeah, that's fine. And what's your name, sir?
Bjorn.
Bjorn?
Yes, Bjorn Beerman from the Netherlands.
From the what part of the Netherlands are you from, sir?
The centre city, Gorinchem.
Oh, very good. And this is not your first Le Mans, I take it?
It is.
It is? All right. Well, okay. So you've picked a great one to come down. What has surprised you most about coming to Le Mans for the first time?
It's very well organised. Better than I expected.
It's big as well, though, isn't it?
It's massive. It's huge. You can't imagine this. This is just... This is excellent. You see the people, you see the crowd. Everybody's happy. You have the camping site, people barbecuing, you have fires, you have everything. It's just, everything is so relaxed. You can just do what you want to do. Just as long as everybody is happy, it's good. Yeah, I like it.
I'm going to head up to the middle part of the paddock again in a second. I just want to grab this gentleman here for one quick word. Marcus Schurig, how are you, sir?
I'm very well.
I did this to you last year,
Yes,
and you were absolutely horrified. How are you, and how's the year been since I spoke to you, and how's the publications going?
All well. In Germany, all well. We have good circulation numbers, actually. It's quite impressive. Motorsport Actual, we're up to 38,000 now. I think it's by far the biggest in Europe. And Sport Auto is going well. So the niche market actually is going quite well.
It's not as niche as it used to be. It's becoming a bit more mainstream. Motorsport is inextricably linked with street cars, particularly here at Le Mans. Are we seeing the recovery of the big manufacturers, and therefore is that part of what is driving the interest in races, and particularly the WEC in Le Mans?
I would agree on that. You should not forget the biggest problem is the regulations right now in Europe, which forces manufacturers out of combustion engines into electric solutions. But that's not a solution for Le Mans, because a fully electric car will not work in Le Mans, over that distance with recharging and all of that. So you need to make a compromise, and the compromise is to have a combustion engine and a hybrid. So you have the electric part and the combustion engine part, and then everyone is waiting how it pans out for the future, because I think some doors will open up again. We see it right now. The Euro 7 regulations, which should come into play 2026, are under threat now, because 8 countries have said no to it, led by France and by Italy. So
no, because it's too strict, or no, because they want something stricter?
Because it's too strict, too complex, and too expensive. It's the margin you get out of Euro 7 as an improvement for the environment is so small. It doesn't fit to what you need to invest to make it happen.
It's not unique to the German manufacturers, but the big German manufacturers have played a huge part in developing alternative fuels. Where we have the infrastructure to go and pump fuel into the car, that's what we've been used to for 100 plus years. There's 1.2 billion private cars in the road around the world. We can make an instant difference to emissions by doing that, and Audi, BMW, Porsche, the VW group, they've all been at the forefront of that and have been petitioning the European Union about that. We hear some of that. Is the 2035 cut-off date for ICE, for internal combustion engines, is it going to be extended?
Yes, I think it's going to be extended. It has to be extended because they will not be able to achieve that amount of electrification on the road car side than what they planned. But I think they wanted to implement a strict plan to get the most job done, because I think we all agree that normal people using a car, commuting, from home to job, forth and back, you can use an electric car. It's all fine. But there are some usage cycles, I would say, that are not perfect for electrification. High loads is not perfect, low temperatures is not perfect, long distances is not perfect, and sport is not perfect as well. So we need to have other solutions, and that's to your point, is exactly the thing about having synthetic fuels, because you can reduce the CO2 footprint very, very quickly. So it's a perfect solution, but for a niche. Not for all of it, but for a niche.
Coming back to the race, What's your feelings about this weekend? Toyota's still got to be the red-hot favourites. They've got the advantage of knowing the car, knowing the race. They've got a team who's been here many times before, as Guy Smith just walked past us there. Hello, Guy. How are you, mate? However, the performance gap seems to be closing, as we would have expected, because the teams are getting used to their new cars.
Correct. I think the same way. Most LMDh manufacturers seem to indicate that still the LMH cars may have something in the bag, a little bit to play with maybe. In particular, second sector, you saw top speeds and stuff like that. It was quite difficult for Cadillac and for Porsche to match the second sector, which is mainly performance, so top speed, acceleration, all of that. So it seems they have a slight advantage over there. So the hot favorite seems to be the LMH cars, but everyone will stay in the lead lap now because the pack is much closer. Plus with the yellows, it's much harder to lose a lap. So I think we might have, 4 manufacturers being in the lead lap until the end of the race. And then if something goes wrong, you can benefit from it.
Have a good weekend, Marcus. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks.
That's twice I've ambushed Marcus Shearing from Motorsport Actual. Done a great job. Right, I'm heading back to where we started because it's always a good congregating point. And let's see if there's anybody else that we can bump into before we wrap up in about 10 minutes' time. I'm just checking when actually Johnny wants to take back over again. He can shout in my ear as we're getting up into the little bit of shade that is here at the top of the paddock. Now let's have a look and see who we can see here. Let's just step back into the paddock area. Merci, monsieur. By the way, thank you to all of the marshals and volunteer officials who have been around already this week, parking cars, pointing us in the right direction, letting us into the TV compound. It's been absolutely lovely the way things have worked. So we're right behind Hertz team Jota now. Oh, there's somebody else that I can grab a quick word. He's having a wee bit of a chat at the moment. I wonder if I can jump in with this. Don't you dare walk away from me. Come on, I want a little word. What does it actually say on here, Simon? Oh, competition official. Simon Hodgson from IMSA.
In Le Mans, I'm not sure.
I think you are. I think it says access all areas there. That's more than I've got. How are you doing, sir?
Very good, very good. Very happy to be here.
Simon, I've got to say congratulations to you and all your colleagues on both sides of the Atlantic, IMSA, ACO, FIA, for getting this convergence over the line a couple of 3 years ago, and now it's actually beginning to bear fruit, particularly here. What sort of collegiate atmosphere have you guys been working in?
I know everybody uses the word transparent a lot, but that really sums it up. I mean, it starts as a business relationship, it becomes a personal relationship, and then you do a lot of business together. So a lot of trust. It's been good. We started this whole program with LMDh, working closely with the ACO. That obviously expanded through Convergence with the FIA. And that's really what global motorsports is needed. 3 big partners working on a common project for the top class. So it's producing a lot of benefit.
The pandemic got in the way in some respects, but also I think it made us realise why the initial concept was actually even more important. You guys in IMSA had already been working on what was loosely called DPI 2.0. How close to that original concept from 3-4 years ago are the LMDh regulations that we've ended up putting into force?
Well, we're fortunate that quite an early stage we had the ACO start attending our technical working groups on DPI 2.0. Also at that time there became an awareness about what was really not mature enough in LMH, and we had the opportunity to both craft regulations with focus on convergence. So yeah, all of the foundational pillars of keeping costs down, single source hybrid system, etc., all of those things are still in play. I think you can look at all of the LMDh cars and see they've all still got different styling and certainly their own identity. So, I think we've achieved a lot.
They should not be thought of as simple cars, however. These are very, very sophisticated racing cars, and the decision was made pretty early on that the control software for each of the manufacturers would be left up to them. So it isn't a standard set of ones and zeros that basically controls the interaction between the uppy-downy bits and the spinny-roundy electrical bits and the electrical storage bits. I'm using technical terms here because I'm with Simon, who's a...
I recognise those technical
terms. Of course you do.
Good.
Of course. How do you think that has changed the way the manufacturers have gone about it? And why was that decision made by IMSA for their vision of the top class?
Well, I think when it comes to how the hybrid system is operated, there's definite control parameters around each of these systems. We also had to ensure that we had a system that would be able to last for the lifespan of, what we initially targeted and achieve consistent performance as well. But we wanted to certainly open up some areas of strategy to different manufacturers. I think you've had interviews with a lot of those leaders from all of the major manufacturers. And I think one of the things that David Salters commented on of Acura was that it's a great training ground for his young engineers. So, at the end of the day, it is competition. And we're seeing that play out, obviously, as each of these manufacturer platforms become more mature.
You're both working to the same set of regulations, IMSA, the FIA and the ACO. Slightly different in terms of you use the windshear tunnel, Hinwil for the FIA, but the parameters that you're looking for and the data that you're gathering are on the same pillars, if you will, sometimes actually literally in terms of downforce levels. Does that mean you're able to trade information between each other?
First and foremost, the LMDh technical regs and the LMH technical regs are different, but they contain a lot of the same regulation. We've tried to do that through Convergence. As far as the homologation for all of the different cars, LMH has currently been homologated in Sauber, and LMDh has currently been homologated in Winchester, North Carolina. But they've both been homologated to the same aero target. So there may be some slight differences between the two cars in each championship, but they're very, very small and minor configuration changes. So, we share all of that information transparently. Certainly at every homologation test in North Carolina, FIA has been welcome to attend that, and we've shared all the data as well.
Is there, and I don't want to you to give away any secrets about who's doing what, given that an LMDh car, a GTP car, has got to go through to Hinwil to be homologated, and therefore an LMH car's got to come through at Windshear. Is there any reason why a manufacturer couldn't make some detailed changes to the bodywork or something to do with that, so long as it still fits within the aero window? So have two slightly different versions.
Again, the differences in the two wind tunnels, we're using the same performance target, the same aero window, if you like. So, it's it's noise in the data, the difference between the two. So, each car is going through an homologation process, and the homologation is fixed. We are just characterising these cars in each other's wind tunnels, if you like, as a double check. But there's no big fundamental shift or change.
When are we going to see one of these LMHs? Come on, you must know something. Tell me something. Tell our listeners on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM and around the world. Tell us something, because we're dying to see some of these LMHs in IMSA. There's no reason why they can't come, is there?
Absolutely not. There's certain manufacturer eligibility criteria, but when it comes to as long as the car goes through the process, if it's homologated, the manufacturer obviously makes the commitment. We'd love to see LMH competition in IMSA. That was the whole idea of global convergence.
Thank you very much for talking to us, and thank you for all the help you've given us over on IMSA Radio down through the Simon Hodgin. Thanks for talking to us here at Le Mans.
Thank you, and good luck to you and all of the fans. Really enjoyed this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We're on the crowd strike. Paddock perambulation, or the stroll. We're just about wrapping things up at the moment, and a beautiful afternoon. More action to come on 91.2 FM. I'm going to walk back down the paddock because I know our pit lane team, our CrowdStrike pit lane team, want to meet me to do the hot swap over. So I'm heading back down. For those of you who need to know that, I'm heading that back down towards United. Don't forget to keep the tweets coming in, hashtag HaggertyRLM. We've got full coverage of all the action this afternoon with a bit of racing going on. Also with, that's the Road to Le Mans, of course. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones will be talking you through that one. We've got Hyperpole, the top 8 from each of the 3 classes on a pole shootout. They go out on the track at the same time, but that means that there are only 3 thirds from the 3/8. Oh, 24. How does that work? Hey, isn't that interesting? And then, of course, we'll have the final practice before the cars are put away until Saturday and Saturday warm-up. Hope you've enjoyed what we have had for you in our CrowdStrike Paddock stroll. Thanks very much to all of our guests and Joe Blaisdell and Richard Krill, who've been acting as my guardian angels, making sure I didn't get knocked over by electric carts and scooters. That is one problem about electric. When you've got your cans on for working in the pit lane, you can't hear them sneaking up behind you. Thanks to everybody who's taken part. I'm John Hindhaugh, and this is Haggerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, around the world, on RS1.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for 2023 and the 100th anniversary edition of this race. So much to look forward to at the weekend, but we have 3 more sessions, one far more important than the other 2, arguably, although we shouldn't deny the teams of 5 more hours of practice running. So 3 hours, first of all, for free practice, 3 right here on RS1 and around the track at 91.2 FM. Then we look ahead to Hyperpole on the network, which starts at 8 o'clock tonight through till 8:30. And finally, 2 further hours of free practice, FP4, between 10 and midnight. It's Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre, though, bringing you coverage of Free Practice 3. This held an hour later than FP1 was yesterday, so it's going to run from 3 till 6 local time. Arguably, therefore, we start this session even hotter.
And so it shall be, without the impediment of thinking about qualifying for the top 20. No, the top 24, they still have to think about it for Hyperpole. But yes, it was quite an unusual day. It took a bit to get the brain around what was happening, just that first free practice and then out to try and get through to Hyperpole. So much was happening, though. It was a really, really messy qualifying session, that hour with so many stoppages. But right now, it's refocused. The crew sort of worked on their cars overnight. 3 hours of running ahead, but the temperature is high, and it's only going to go higher through the remainder of this race meeting, the centenary of the Le Mans 24 Hours. And for the teams that have had trouble so far, Johnny, of which there are a fair few, there is an awful lot of pressure on them now for free practice 3.
There's also a chance for cars that haven't done very much running to get, well, potentially some shakedown laps in. One that has been in and out, if you like, is the number 38, the mighty 38 from Hertz Team Jota. For the 3 drivers, although Will Stevens was the guy at the wheel when the Porsche 963 came in with its hybrid problems. Antonio Felix da Costa and Yifei Ye make up the lineup at Hertz Team Jota. Didn't complete any laps in qualifying, and that means, because of the hybrid problem, it was then very much behind the 8 ball when it came out for 27 laps in total of night practice yesterday evening. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Very pleasant indeed this afternoon, approaching the hour of 3 o'clock. Temperatures flirting with the high, or rather high 20s and early 30s. Track temperature even hotter than that at 38 degrees Celsius. There are threats of tomorrow, though. The skies breaking, rainfall and potentially thunderstorms at Circuit de la Sarthe on Friday. Lows tonight, 17 degrees Celsius and a light wind of 15 kilometres per hour.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel, the perfect way to spend Father's Day. Perfect way to spend Father's Day with Le Mans heroes and spectacular aircraft. Book tickets at bicestaheritage.co.uk and save 20% with the code RSL. And with perfect timing, the green flag is waved on the hour of 3 o'clock. Cars heading out of pit lane, then up that steep incline and towards the Dunlop Bridge, where the green LED panel is flashing as well to make sure that everyone knows it is 3 hours, hopefully, of uninterrupted free practice sessions. Remember, if there is maybe the need for a slow zone, far be it as well, maybe a red flag, as we had in yesterday's equivalent session after a big accident between the 777 Aston Martin and the 13 LMP2 car. The clock will not stop, is my knowledge, because it's a free practice session, unlike in qualifying where they did press pause on at least a couple of occasions, Bruce.
Now, we've focused on a few cars that have had problems. There are 3 drivers who have yet to set a qualifying time. Casper Stevenson, who had the accident in the D-Station Racing Aston Martin. Stephen Thomas, the car 13, the Tower Motorsports LMP2 Orica that hit him. And Ricky Taylor, one of the other 2 drivers in that Tower Motorsports Orica. So they've got to get their qualifying laps in. And for everyone else, it's about get out, get the feel of the track, settle down, and please, no stoppages. Let's have 3 hours of clear running. That's what all the teams want.
Will they get it is the next question, though, because the other thing that I'm sure we'll get a few of is laps for the GTE and bronze drivers. Remember, if you're into the top 8, this is the rehearsal, effectively, for later on at 8 o'clock. So I'm talking about Suzuki in the 74 Kessel Racing car, the AF Corsa car, Simon Mann. It'll be Jens Moller in the GMB Motorsport car. Takeshi Kimura for 57 Kessel Racing, Ahmed Al-Hati in the 25 ORT Aston Martin, Ben Keating for Corvette, Thomas Floor for AF Corsa number 54, and Luis Perez Companc given the responsibility to qualify the 83 machine. That was the car that was quickest last night with a 351.877. Let's get to Joe Bradley, part of our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reporters.
Afternoon, Johnny. Afternoon, Bruce. Afternoon, everybody. It's another hot one, guys. Another practice session coming up. The all-important one for 8 cars out of all of our classes here. So the top 8 from yesterday's qualifying in the Hypercar class, LMP2 and GTE will be preparing for that all-important qualifying session this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. Everyone else, well, they're in race mode now, aren't they?
You would expect so. They will be trying to plug together as many simulation stints as possible. So looking forward to seeing the approach here. It will be different from 24 hours ago, or actually 25 hours ago, because this session starting an hour later than Wednesday's session. But there's an awful lot of running available to all of the teams and drivers. Some of it much more crucial than for others, as mentioned, with a horrible start for at least 2 teams for their Le Mans week. The Chip Ganassi run Cadillac Racing number 2, the blue-fronted V-Series R, is heading into Porsche curves rather. And if you are able to listen to our commentary here on Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, you've also got a glimpse of some of the visuals being pumped in from the track. That's a very nice camera angle heading into Porsche curves and pretty much all the way through that segment of the track and out of Corvette corner.
And what is so good is when you find a new camera angle, it keeps things interesting, but when you get a lofted one, and oh gosh, haven't drones really changed the way that we can film motor racing, you can appreciate somewhere like the Porsche curves just how much they twist and turn. Often you can you get to see them through the windscreen of a driver, which is exciting, and it's a side of the track, but from above, it's absolutely brilliant. And also it shows you just the speed differential between the hypercars, the smaller gap back to the P2 cars, and then the GTE AM. So great way of understanding how a driver can very, very easily get in the way of the faster cars. Not all the cars out on the track. The number 8 Toyota is one that's coolly, calmly, and collectively the mechanics are just inspecting. It's done its out lap, having a little check, but we will build up 3 hours of not qualifying, of practice here for the 3 runners I just mentioned. The D-Station Racing Aston Martin driver Casper Stevenson, good to see that he's okay for today. He only has to get round to achieve a GTE AM qualifying time of 4 minutes 50. That is easily within his grasp. But likewise, Stephen Thomas and Ricky Taylor. Paul Trustwell notifies that the P2 qualifying time is 3 minutes 56.037 seconds. Should be an easy ask for the pair of them. It's more a case of Johnny just ticking a box at this point. Qualifying will be complete for those 3 drivers. I'm sure they'll get that done. First task for each of those 2 teams. Tower Motorsports in P2, and of course D-Station Racing, the Aston Martin team from Japan in GTE AM. For young Casper Stevenson, yesterday wasn't a day he'd like to remember, but he has to do like all sports people, that thing of putting it into the back of their mind and carrying on.
Opening stages of Free Practice 3 on here on Haggerty Radio, the Mon 91.2 FM. We've had an update from Joe Bradley at one end for our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reporters. So let's go to the other end of the pit lane and Diana Binks.
The 38 Hertz Toyota hybrid is still in the garage at the moment. They look like they're just moving further up into the pit out. The 777 D-Station Racing, as you just quickly talked about, that's still also in the garage, and they're still working with that. Not all the body parts are on the car as yet, so I suspect that will be some time.
Thanks, Di, part of our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reporting crew. We'll get a little more from Joe Bradley in a moment. Andre Lotterer on board the number 6 Porsche 963. That was the car that was quickest late last night in the hands of Laurent Vantour. So Porsche just getting their car fine-tuned, it feels. Oh, now we got a drama, though, for one of the 31. It's Ferdinand Habsburg in the Team WRT 31 LMP2 car, which is at the most bizarre angle between Indianapolis and Arnage. It looks like he's had a real tank slapper coming through the banked left-hander. Haven't had a chance to see exactly what's happened for Habsburg, just his landing position, but he's at 45 degrees facing the wrong way up against the Armco on driver's left.
99 times out of 100 Indianapolis, you know the answer. Through the gravel trap, maybe as far as the tyre wall on the outside. He's obviously arrested that, hit the curb, flipped it round, and is sitting at a very awkward angle with a little bit of car damage. We'll see more when we get another shot, but that is just one of those super unfortunate things. So a slow zone at Indianapolis, obviously up to Arnage. That is a setback for Team WRT. It hasn't been their dream meeting in the way the last couple of years have been for them, so they've got to get that sorted out, and the Austrian hopefully will be absolutely fine, but the car is just, I think, a very slow loop, but he's stuck in the gravel on the right side of the track, engine stalled, rear end damage.
And one of the big stories from the Hyperpole qualifying session for Hyperpole, from standard qualifying, is what I'm trying to say, is that only one of the Team WRT cars got into that Fast 8. So the one that we miss is the Ferdinand Habsburg car that he shares with Sean Galale and with Robin Freins, 31 only finishing 15th in the session yesterday.
But bear in mind, very early in free practice 1, we saw Robin Freins making a mistake and running all the way down the barriers as they turned right towards the start of Tech Rouge, bouncing up and down over the grass and just clipping the barriers. They seem to sort of largely get away, but at a high-speed corner like that, of course, what do? You get it back to the pits, you check it over, time is lost. They seem to be on the back foot at the moment, so hopefully they can get the car back, get it sorted, but it's track time lost. It's track time on hot temperature tracks, and this is going to be the story of this weekend, just how searingly hot it's going to be at Le Mans. So this is crucial time that they're losing out on. Of course, last night in night practice, temperatures already starting to drop, starting to tumble, so totally different environments. They're losing really valuable time.
Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, and looking after our pit and paddock reports with CrowdStrike, it is Joe Bradley and Diana Binks. But also in the Global Broadcast Centre, Paul Trustwell back for a little more action. And it has started, unfortunately, with too many fireworks for Ferdinand Habsburg, causing a slow zone between Mulsanne Corner and Arnage. But some times that we got from yesterday that are potentially going to be improved upon, do you think, today, or are conditions already a bit too warm in this session?
I suspect the heat may be a little bit too much to improve. Having said that, I think once we do get rid of the slow zone, we may well be in a position where towards the end of the session, by which time it'll be getting on towards 6 o'clock here in France, the drivers who are qualified for Hyperpole will start to show an interest to have a little practice on Hyperpole and see just how quickly they can go in terms of outright speed. So I think the first part of the session is going to be about settling in, but the second part of the session we'll see some quick lap times coming in and probably dipping down into the 27s or 26s. Of course, come the actual Hyperpole, we're going to be in the 24s, aren't we? 24s or 23s. I would think last year, what was the actual? I need to look up the pole position time from last year. It was a 3 minutes 24. So yeah, we'll certainly be into the 23s or 24s, I would think, when we get into Hyperpole itself. But as I say, a few people will be interested in trying that out towards the end of this session. I am amazed and surprised that we're still getting lap times deleted for track limit offences. Here we are already only 10 minutes into this session, and already Matthias Besch, Ricky Taylor, Vladislav Lomko, Andrew Harrianto, Guido van der Garde yet again on his opening lap, straying over the track limits. They're really going to have to get this sorted out with the track limits, because otherwise, I mean, it's down to the drivers. They just have to behave themselves, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's often a real task for that message to flood through. But you would have thought into day 2 of the main meeting now, surely that is starting to resonate. The recovery of Ferdinand Habsburg's Team WRT car is continuing. There is now a Manitou on the scene, so doing a straight lift and presumably a rotate before it is put down onto the asphalt once again between Indianapolis and Arnage. Hopefully the end of the slow zone is not too far away. In the meantime, let's go back to the pit lane for a CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock report. Here's Joe Bradley at Porsche Garage number 6.
Yeah, Porsche Penske Motorsport paying a lot of attention to the engine bay of the number 6 963. 6 helmeted heads leaning over, and it's the part of the engine bay they're mostly fixated on is the bit where the engine fixes to the bulkhead, just behind the driver's shoulders. The driver remains on board. The two doors of the car flipped open, both of them showing the names of the drivers: Kevin Estre, Andre Lotterer, Laurent Vantour. I'm not quite sure whether I can fathom out what this is. I think it's a problem rather than maybe, you know, this is a car, remember, that doesn't have to bother with Hyperpole this evening. This car is now going to be able to concentrate on what they're going to do in the race on Saturday. So while this is going on, let's pop further up the CrowdStrike pit lane report area for Dinah Binks, who's got something else.
I'm with the team on the pit wall, the number 31 team WRT. Thierry Massa is the team manager, who's just having to get back onto his laptop and having a chat with him. Thierry, what was the feedback from Ferdinand there?
Ferdinand is, back on his way to the pits. He went off in Indianapolis, going out. He was stuck in gear. Luckily, the marshals, they lift the car, put it straight, and then he managed to come back. So the car is on the way back.
What can you see from what you're looking at on the screens? Obviously, our radio listeners want to know if there's much damage to the car.
We will see. As soon as the car is in the pits, we will let you know. But I think there is damage at the front, on the nose.
The good news is he's coming back.
The good news is coming back. The Oreca is a very strong car. It's quite easy to change the nose, the front, area. So it takes a very short time. So hopefully we can go back on track.
How much does this change your strategy for this practice session?
Well, quite a bit, because we already had enough in FP1. So it's a little bit complicated for us, but we keep on fighting. It's a long race. We know the car is fast. We were unlucky in qualifying, but maybe we can come back in the race. We need to be positive.
Team manager of Team WRT there, chatting about Ferdinand Habsburg. The problem that he may not have spotted so far is the fact that that car is crabbing heavily as it returns from Arnage and through towards the Porsche curves, Bruce.
As a very successful former racer, Thierry Tassin will identify a car that's not travelling in a straight line when trying to travel in a straight line. So it's not quite the quick fix, the change of nose that Thierry just was rather hoping for, but a big setback there. But it's remarkably busy in the pit lane. I thought this first half hour after the initial out, in, check and carry on would literally be lap after lap after lap. I'm sure that's what the doctor ordered. Those 3 drivers who are still trying to get a qualifying time in, I'm sure, are doing the business at the moment. But right now, a few little setups. And who's fastest at the moment? We've heard from the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport entry from Joe shortly. But Dane Cameron has the best time so far. 3 minutes 30.356 seconds, 1.3 seconds faster than Peugeot Total Energies entry number 94 with Nico Muller, the Swiss driver, at the wheel. And to complete the top 3, Pietro Fittipaldi, top LMP2 runner. He's been having a fantastic meeting so far. Pretty much every time you look at the entry lists for LMP2 and the time sheets, that Jota car is at the top of the pile. So the Brazilian doing a fantastic job, 3rd fastest.
Ricky Taylor now safely qualified in the number 13 Tower Motorsports LMP2 car, the car that was crashed yesterday. So clearly that's now in a fit state to be heading out onto track. But there's currently no sign of the 777D station Aston Martin. So work presumably still continuing on that very late night, I'm sure. Possibly, if indeed any of TF Sports mechanics got some sleep. Let's hope even 2 hours or 3 hours were the antidote to the real tough day that they certainly hadn't planned for yesterday, and the reward really should be some running today. They won't be in Hyperpole. In fact, the car not strictly qualified and will have to start from the back of the grid. Another one running wide out of Indianapolis is the number 36 car for Alpine, and that car has managed to get back onto the straight and narrow, thankfully. Continues down towards Arnage, the hard braking area.
Mathieu Vassivier at the wheel at the moment with the slightly wide eyes, but by the time he got to Arnage, he's straightened it all out again, so that's fine.
Let's go down again to Joe Bradley for a CrowdStrike pit and paddock report, because certainly still work going on the number 6 Porsche. But Joe Bradley, this time, what news of another car being worked on?
I just thought, Johnny, we were talking about the Tower Motorsports entry a few minutes ago. That car, remember, we'll check on the progress. They basically had to re-tub that car. Brand new tub came in from Orica last night, and I reported last night in the dark hours of the nighttime session, we had the brand new tub up on stands, and the old damaged tub, I say old, it was probably not very old at all, but it was damaged, and they basically stripped everything off it. They had a table full of parts that were then transferring onto the new tub. I'm going to have a pop up there and just see what progress they are making on that, and just what they're aiming for, whether they're just aiming for morning warm-up on Saturday maybe.
No, it's been out in the session.
Oh, it's out, is it? Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, right.
Progress
Ricky
report
Taylor's
done
some laps in it, and he's actually qualified for the race now, we think.
Progress report
Amazing
done
work.
then. I didn't have to do anything there, Johnny. You did it for me.
I'd like to make your job as easy as possible,
I was just thinking out loud on the air, wasn't I?
It's good, but the one that we do have concerns about is the 777 Aston Martin, which was involved in that smash, as you well know.
Oh, that was a right mess. That was a right mess. Yeah. Unless they had a magic wand in their toolbox, I think that was done for the week. But hey, these teams over the years have proved us to be, have proved to have magic wands. So that is a one that we will check out. I'll head up there now.
Cracking, thank you. Well, whilst you deal with the 777, then Diana Binks is part of this CrowdStrike pit and paddock report. Can tell us about the 13, chatting to the Tower Motorsports manager, indeed.
I'm with Stephen Thomas, who's just come out of the garage to chat to me now. Stephen, we saw yesterday, obviously heartbreaking for you that you had such a setback, but you've managed to get a new chassis and repair the car back out on track today. What did you have to do last night?
Well, you have to have extraordinary mechanics, and fortunately we have them. The guys are amazing. They rebuilt the car. I watched it on social media like everyone else. It was pretty amazing. The car apparently is doing great. Ricky's out in it now, so that's what you need is a great team.
It's very much about teamwork here, isn't it? Such a physical and mental challenge.
It really is. It's about the team. Unfortunately, this is the second year in a row where this has happened to me. Last year we started at the back and we won the race. So this year we're starting at the back again, and hopefully we can have the same result.
So now you're back out on track. What are your expectations for this practice session? What are you going to be checking and going through to make sure that you're satisfied that all drivers are comfortable?
I think our expectations is to get ready for the race, have good pace, but also be able to manage the tires throughout the whole stint.
And is this a time where you get a chance to, it's teamwork as we've just said, but you need to check all the equipment, the tools, and you need to check all the equipment, the tools, and everything else that has to work?
Yeah, you have to be ready for the race now. So it's you have to check every system, make sure every system is working and is a go.
Diana Binks chatting to Tower Motorsports number 13, and great to hear that the car has been fixed again. As Stephen was describing there, the car last year was involved in a big incident and they had to begin the race from the back, but it was a cracking result in 2022. So why can't lightning strike twice, but in a good sense? And it would be some story, Bruce Jones, to win the race again, win the subcategory from the back of the field. That's LMP2 Pro-Am.
It really, really would, but plenty can happen between now and then. Other teams that have had mishaps, I'm delighted to report, are having a better run today. Hertz Team Jota, that was the car that really struggled yesterday with hybrid problems again last night. And Antonio Felix da Costa has just got that beautiful Hertz livery car number 38, the Porsche, the privateer Porsche, to third fastest. So at the moment we've got in the hypercar class the fastest two cars, the Toyotas, the number 7 car with Kamui Kobayashi, doing a 3-minute 27.8 second lap, a whisker faster than the sister car, number 8 with Sebastian Buemi, and third fastest, 0.6 of a second back in third overall. Now that number 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche. So great job from the team from Frant near Tunbridge Wells to sort the problems out, hopefully for good, and then maybe they can see that car taking it to the front runners from the Porsche Works team. So good, they were on the back feet, Johnny, and now Team Jota have got their Hertz livery car back, firing beautifully around the track.
Could be a good lap in a moment or two for Antonio Felix da Costa. He's gone purple through sectors 1 and 2, and he doesn't exactly have a clear track in front of him because the 16 Proton Porsche is now going to compromise him a little bit through Porsche curves. Round the outside will go the all-gold Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963. Give you an update on that time just as soon as it's completed, but before that, a CrowdStrike pit report from Joe Bradley.
So the 55, the GMB Aston Martin, has qualified for tonight's qualifying session, the Hyperpole session in the GTE AM class. Marco Sorensen and Gustav Birch are two of the drivers that are standing in the shade, I'll have you. I want to ask you first, Marco, what exactly is this session about then, Marco?
Well, now, yesterday in the qualifying session, we made it into the Hyperpole, which was a big achievement for the whole team, basically. The first time here.
Was everyone surprised?
I don't know if they're surprised. They probably expected to get into it, but that's how it is. But this session is going to be more to get Jens, the bronze driver, ready for the actual Hyperpole, because the rules has changed a bit this year. So it's him doing the Hyperpole. So ideally we get him as many laps as he can and get him ready to do a good push in the Hyperpole.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. We're with your young driver here, Gustav Birch, whose English isn't as great as my Danish. So if you could translate a little bit for us, Mark, I'd like you to ask Gustav what it must be like for a young driver like him to be racing with a teammate, an Aston Martin legend like Marco Sorensen.
Bare hvor godt det er at så komme og være her på Le Mans sammen med teamet og det hele.
Yeah, this team is very nice. Marcus is a very good driver for me. Has masser af erfaring, og jeg kan lære mig mange ting.
He teaches you a lot.
What?
Jeg lærer dig meget, skal du bare sige.
Det er småt med dig.
Well, we wish you all the very best of luck, guys, tonight. I know it's down to your bronze driver to do the qualifying session, so you guys can just sit and watch, I would imagine.
Exactly. No. Gustav still has to get into the car and do quite a bit of driving, because it's still it's still 3 hours until the session is over, so I don't think Jens can do all the 3 hours.
Yeah, that's
but he's gonna go in soon and get also used to the track. So we've done a slow build-up throughout the whole week here at Le Mans. So and then we build up to the race, and then we get it in there.
Could you ask Gustav if he's looking forward to the actual race weekend?
Say again?
Could you ask Gustav if he's looking forward to the actual race weekend and getting on with it?
Så er du frem til hele weekend?
Yes, the weekend is very nice. I'm really excited for this weekend.
Good stuff. Thank you, boys. Thank you.
CrowdStrike. Data protection 24/7. For more, go to crowdstrike.com.
Marco Sorensen, together with his teammate Gustav Berg, who is the son of René Berg, who basically runs the GMB Motorsport initiative. They've come from GT3 racing and actually get their invitation, their auto invitation to this year's race by winning last year's Michelin Le Mans Cup. Sadly, that prize is not going to continue into next year because I think, I haven't had this officially confirmed to me, because we're changing the rules from GTE to GT3, you could potentially get this massive influx of factory teams going hard at it in Le Mans Cup next year, and that's not really the point of the championship. It's meant to be, you know, the ideal starting point for a bronze driver in a GT3 car. They'll still run GT3s in Michelin Le Mans Cup next year, but the auto invitation is now going to be taken away, Bruce.
And there I was thinking that when he was 18, just 2 years ago, Gustav got his anointment, his chance to come to Le Mans because he finished 9th in the Danish TCR Championship. I must amend my notes accordingly, but the point there is very short of experience, but what a tutor to have in the form of Marco Sorensen to put you right and point out where you're going wrong. We mentioned that the Hertz team Jota Porsche was going faster and faster. The brilliant lap from Antonio Felix da Costa means the top 3 cars are covered by, get this, a 0.16 of a second. He's very close to those 2 Toyotas, still in the order of 7 ahead of 8. Kamui Kobayashi ahead of Sebastian Buemi. Then come in 4th and 5th place the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport entries, car 75 Mathieu Jaminet and the American racer now in the pits, car number 5, the initial pace setter Dane Cameron. 6th and 7th for the 2 Peugeots, Nico Muller ahead of Paul Di Resta, and then Jota, what a great day they're having so far. Their LMP2 class leader Oliver Rasmussen now at the wheel. Well, he was fleetingly 8th, and as I look at the top P2 car, his car goes down to 9th. The order is changing a little bit at the top. Peugeot's starting to pick up the pace, but it's still Toyota ruling the roost.
Paul Truswell, nice bit of green towards the very top of the timing and scoring page. I did promise everyone how Antonio Felix da Costa would get on in the Hertz team Jota Porsche 963. That will have gone on to be his best lap of the session. So where is he now in the order? Car 38.
He's in 3rd position.
3rd position, 3rd overall.
It's a question for Paul, Bruce.
Sorry.
Go on, Trussers.
3rd overall, Bruce. Yeah, so good to see the privately run Hertz car, as they like to have it called, up in the top 3. I mean, this session, yes, is all about pace in a sense for those who are in Hyperpole, but it's also about getting a car that's well balanced and nicely set up, comfortable to drive. And we've heard it referred to a couple of times, tyre wear, making sure that the tyres will last a full stint. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's quite a few teams going out, not on brand new tyres in this session, but on tyres that they've already done 5 laps on, or 10 laps on, just see what kind of lap times they're able to do with more wear on the tyres, because particularly if it's going to be worn during the race, that's going to be absolutely crucial.
Other green coming through then for Paul Di Resta in the 93 Peugeot 9X8, I should say. Where did I get that number from? 9X8, and also the 330.989 for Richard Westbrook in that Cadillac car number 2. So purple as well for the 8 Sebastian Buemi driven Toyota on this lap. 7's going pretty swiftly, as is Paul Di Resta again. So clearly they're using this part of the session to up the ante a little bit. We talked about warmer track conditions, and they certainly are, because we're not quite at the pace that we saw yesterday. Well, actually, having said that, 328.878 was the best time from FP2 yesterday. We are now quicker than that.
not everybody's quick, because 16 of the field have yet to set a flying lap. About 3 of that group have done an out lap and an in lap, and Glickenhaus certainly among that count, but still the 777 D-Station Racing Aston Martin has not run, and the great news is Joe Bradley can read my mind on what's left of it. Joe, down at 777 at D-Station.
Yeah, you know what? Just a second ago, I had some really great sound effects coming from this garage. The sound of a Mellhammer being used on this 777 Aston Martin, the D-Station car. The team are telling me that they're aiming for tonight's session, and by the looks of things, they did have a magic wand in that toolkit. The car has got a brand new front end on it. The main sort of shell of the car, the survival cell where the driver sits, looked pretty intact. I've got to say, last night the whole front of the car had been taken off, and they've basically built the whole front end onto this car, and it looks all pristine in its brand new carbon fibre pieces. The suspension looks like it's just come out the box. Everything looks absolutely pristine and new, and I'm pretty confident that the team behind this D-Station car is, of course, TF Sport, and they know their way around these Aston Martins, and so I fully suspect that they will achieve their objective and be out tonight when it's dark.
The Hertz Hourly Updates, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
So here we are, half an hour into this third practice session, this third free practice session, although it's only really the second daytime free practice session, and it's been fairly green. Just got a yellow flag out on the circuit at the moment. We had a slow zone right at the beginning, but thankfully it's been running fairly uneventful up until now. It's Toyota 1-2 at the moment, number 7 leading number 8, number 7 in the hands of Kamui Kobayashi, number 8 in the hands of Sebastian Buemi, and their time separated by just 3/10, a 3:27.580 for Kobayashi, and a 3:27.879 for Buemi. Third fastest, as we mentioned a moment ago, the Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963 in the hands of Antonio Felix da Costa. He's done a 3:27.927, so not very far behind at all, those two. And then in fourth place, it's the Works Porsche, or the Porsche Penske Motorsport entry, Mathieu Jaminet at the wheel of the number 75 car, 3:28.454. Fifth fastest is the fastest of the Peugeots. That's done a 3:28.207 in the hands of Paul Di Resta. Sixth fastest is the first of the regular WEC entered Porsches, the Porsche Penske Motorsport entry car number 5, Dane Cameron, 3:30.356. And seventh fastest, number 2, the Cadillac of Richard Westbrook, 3:30.989. Eighth fastest, number 94, the Peugeot of Nico Müller, 3:31.660. Ninth fastest, only ninth before I get to say the word Ferrari. Ninth fastest is the Ferrari 499P. Miguel Molina doing the time of 3:33.491. And then rounding out the top 10 is actually not a hypercar at all, but an LMP2 car, another Jota car. And it's the number 28 car, Oliver Rasmussen, we said was top of the heap as far as P2 was concerned. Well, he's in the top 10 overall as well. And the time for Rasmussen, 3:34.071. Second in P2 is the Pro-Am car from Nielsen Racing, car number 14, Matthias Besch, very much on the pro side, 3:37.218. And then third in P2, another Pro-Am car, which is the Algarve Pro Racing car, number 45, and that's done a 3:37.376. In GTE Am, fastest car there is the Iron Lynx Porsche, Matteo Cressoni in number 60, 3:54.218 for him. Second fastest is the AF Corsa Ferrari, number 54, 3:54.346, just a tenth of a second slower. And then third fastest is another Porsche, so it's a Ferrari sandwich between two Porsches. At the top of the list as far as GTE Am is concerned, the GR Racing Porsche, number 86, Ben Barker. He's done a time of 3:54.3 54.427. That's the hourly update at the end of just half an hour, with an hour and a half still to run in this free practice session.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
And let's begin this little segment of our broadcast for Free Practice 3. Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre, by heading to Dynabix for this CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock report. News on the 51 Ferrari.
They have made some repairs to the front of the car. They wouldn't be specific about what they were repairing, but they're making good progress here despite this delay. They're now working on the rest of the setup that they want for the car. All three drivers are now in an engineering meeting to just go through strategy and plan what they're going to do for the rest of this session. I would suspect half an hour, 40 minutes more before we see the car out on the track.
So how much bodywork has actually been removed from the front of the 51 Ferrari, Di?
Most of it. Most of the bodywork on the front is off, and they're literally working quite methodically at the front here on everything. They're looking at the brakes, they're looking at the fuel levels and everything else there here at the front.
And the other clever bit that happens at the front of the cars on those Le Mans hypercars is the hybrid technology, both harvesting power on brake and then redeploying it through the front axle. So I wonder whether there's an issue with the ERS system as well, perhaps. We'll keep a close eye on that, but it may well be 30 odd minutes before the 51 Ferrari rejoins the session. Ferrari going straight on at Mulsanne corner. I think it was a Ferrari, but it happened so quickly I didn't have a chance to grab the number. And also, dramas now for the 98 Aston Martin, parked at the end of pit lane. I'm not sure whether that was an outlap or whether the car has actually parked from the racetrack, but the rear left wheel at a very peculiar angle on Aston Martin number 98 from Heart of Racing, Bruce.
Yeah, Ian James at the wheel. That happened about 5 minutes ago, but only now have they managed to sort of hook it up to try and take it away. So can't tell you if it was. One has to feel it's more likely when just leaving the pits, and very wise of Ian to pull over if that was the case. So problem for there. Another car that's having work on it is the silver Porsche number Proton Competition, the Fassbender car. Richard Leit's been in that, but that's down the pit lane with the nose off the car, but it's not been wheeled back into the garage. So hopefully that is a quick fix, and we can pressing on at the top of the table. Those Toyotas, then the Hertz Team Jota car, but very impressive. Also, really, I think Paul di Rasta's lap to be 5th fastest for Peugeot, because they sort of tend to start sessions quite well. I think they find their time easily, but to get those last seconds, when I say seconds, not tenths of a second, it shows they've still got a mountain to climb on home ground. But I'm still a big fan of those 9X8s, just because they look so different, with that sort of complete lack of rear wing that had others thinking they'd just simply forgotten to pack all the kit when they had their debut. But here and now, going pretty well indeed. But now we've dipped quite comfortably into the mid 3-minute 27s, because Kamui Kobayashi had done a sort of 3-minute 27.8. He's now down to 3 minutes 27.580. So time's coming quite freely, but as Paul pointed out, in this 3-hour session, and certainly when we get to Hyperpole, we can expect some much quicker times. I think Paul did put his money on 3 minutes 24 for Hyperpole. Let's wait and see. Of course, that's a totally different kettle of fish than going out to try and set a quick time right now here in FP3.
Only figurative money, of course.
Oh, figurative, absolutely, Paul.
Yes. No,
all live on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. 8 o'clock tonight for Hyperpole. That's the other side, though, of the first Road to Le Mans race, which is a 6:30 start, Central European summertime, through till 7:25. We'll have all the build-up at 6:10 here from Circuit de la Sarthe. Bruce Jones and yours truly taking you through the first race of the weekend, and then there'll be Johnny Molan, Joe Bradley and Richard Crail leading for the second of the Road to Le Mans events, which unusually this year is on Friday, tomorrow, at 11:30 in the morning, rather than being a Saturday morning race. Just not enough time in Saturday's schedule, it being the 100th anniversary race and all. Let's go back to Joe Bradley and get a CrowdStrike Pit report. Where are you now?
On the number 38, that's the Hertz Team Jota Porsche that has been in. You guys can tell me who's in at the wheel, because the driver didn't get out. It came in for a change of rear wing deck, and now this is a section of the rear section of the car that is mounted onto that section that mounts onto the back of the gearbox, the rear wing, which is the all-important feature of what they changed there. The wing that they've taken off looked like it had a very small, a much bigger top plane than the wing that's gone on, and it didn't go on very readily as well. It took a little bit of encouragement to fix onto the car. And what that's telling me is they've been out early in this session with a little bit more downforce than they perhaps need for qualifying tonight. And the 38 doesn't need to go fast tonight because it's not part of Hyperpole. But I'm wondering why they may be just experimenting with different rates of downforce on that rear end. I'll try and get a word. I've just seen Will Stevens at the back of the garage, and he might be able to shed some light rather than me just speculate. So that car now back out, so keep an eye out for that if you're out on the track. We might see that car going a little bit faster down the straights on the Mulsanne.
And that would be Antonio Felix da Costa, sorry, both trying to give you the same information about the driver. We know it's not Will Stevens because you can see him, Joe.
Indeed, and it's nor is it Yifei Ye who will get his turn presumably at some point during this session. Yorikatsu Tsuyiko just had a moment in the Kessel Racing 74 Ferrari at the Daytona chicane. That's the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, the right, left, right, where the Ferrari that he was driving didn't turn right. And thankfully didn't turn left then either. It just straight lined down the Mulsanne main road instead and cleaned out at least one of the floppies in the process. So a brave marshal will have to jump out into that area of the circuit to try and replace that. Might be wise to wait for a full course yellow or indeed a safety car before that happens. I think it's unlikely to see a safety car in this free practice 3 session. We did have an FCY though in one of the free practice sessions yesterday to run through that procedure. Predominantly though, I think local yellow flags and slow zones if needed will be the lion's share of the cautions during the race. Now heading back out of the pits is Kamui Kobayashi in the number 7 Toyota. Antonio Felix da Costa, as Joe mentioned, is running again in the 38 car. Paul Di Resta in 93 is back out on track in the Peugeot 93 9X8. And Heart of Racing team, labelled as a Northwest AMR car on the entry list, but taken over by Heart of Racing late in the day. They have managed to pick up the Aston Martin number 98 on the dolly jacks, and it's being wheeled in the wrong direction down pit road. Let's go to Joe Bradley again with a CrowdStrike pit report. More on the mighty 38.
Yeah, it's just to confirm what my speculation was. And I was kind of right. Will Stevens has confirmed that they're not chasing performance here. They're just running through different bodywork sections to ensure that each of the spare bodywork sections are exactly the same. What you don't want to do is, you've got a rear wing deck out the back, and you haven't tried it on the car, and you go to put it on the car, and it's not where you thought it was. You might be running then with an unbalanced car, and that's what we're seeing a lot of teams do. We've seen Toyota changing nose sections pretty much the whole week, and I'm seeing more and more of that in this 3-hour session, which the teams have now got time just to run through those programs, especially the teams that are not taking any part in Hyperpole this evening. They can focus on getting the cars sorted and settled for that Saturday morning warm-up. They've got tonight, of course, as well, and that more nighttime and more dark running in the darkness will help sort of refine a few things that are required in the hours of darkness here. So yeah, as we thought, it's just running through programs that we suspected they might be doing if they're not going to be any need for any kind of seeking out any further performance to get that on the all-important pole position in each class.
Heart of Racing, they've got their Aston Martin back to the pit garage. Remember, just about 5 minutes ago, we said it had stopped just beyond pit exit, and apparently, and thank you very much to Martin Pearson for this, he said the 98 Aston Martin Heart of Racing car came through the Ford chicane, appeared to land badly at the second part, and then had tyre rub by the end of the exit curb. So that is why Ian James pulled it to the side of the circuit. They can now work on that. So actually, well done to Ian to get it to a point at which it could be returned to the pits rather than going around for a further lap. And eagle eyes, thank you, Martin Pearson.
The other thing that's just happened is Sally Yoluch doing his best impression of Robin Freins between the Forest S's and Tête Rouge, because the Racing Team Turkey LMDh car 923, was all over that dry grass on the left-hand side, and if he didn't tag the barrier, he was millimetres from it. Did very well actually at that high speed to contain the moment and just about slowly and surely coax the car back to the black stuff, so it will continue on, but lost about well, a couple of seconds really through that first sector. In fact, he's not even showing a sector one time, so might have actually missed that section of track that is covered by the timing loop. So he continues on his run. Best time so far for 923 is a 3:39.189. Paul Truswell, what do you know about different bits of bodywork that can be used in the hypercar era? Because it was my understanding that that was almost being dialed out of the regulations. They're bigger cars. The Toyotas are certainly heavier compared to their LMP1 TSO 50, and they're deliberately carrying more aero to slow them down.
Yes, there's a box. In other words, there's a shape that you homologate, and that has to be within certain tolerances in order to qualify as a hypercar. Basically, what they do is they measure the amount of downforce that that box generates and keep that within the constraints. So they actually measure the performance of the aero, and although they will have different nose cones available that might be more suitable for nighttime driving or daytime driving, they are all the same shape and are all homologated to the same specification. That's if you're referring to the aero on the nose or on the rear deck. Rear wing, the angle of that rear wing is controlled as well. Again, you're constrained to be within limits laid down by the regulation. So although you have a lot of flexibility in terms of a hypercar's initial design and how it looks, reflecting very often the manufacturer from which it comes, once you've decided that, you've got to stick with it. And that causes Peugeot's problem.
And you've got to stick with it for 3 years, pretty much.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well, Peugeot may have one or two regrets, but let's hope that they can continue to chisel away at the lap times. They did not want to debut the car in 2022 for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Instead, it was the following month and the 6 Hours of Monza last year. So they do have FIA WEC races under their belts, the back end of last year and all of this season. Sebring, Portimao and Spa so far. They finally now bring it to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And although the initial qualifying looked quite good with both the 93 and the 94 in that top 5, actually. In the end, they didn't make the top 8 and will have to start from further down, starting positions 10th and 11th in Hypercar for the main race.
Now, while Kamui Kobayashi looks so he's going to lower the mark, it's sitting at 3 minutes 27.58 seconds. Good news for the Ferrari AF Corsa camp is that at least Miguel Molina has got one of their 2 499Ps up at the front of the field, up into 4th place now, just 0.7 of a second down on the pace setting number 7 Toyota, but as we speak, Kobayashi looks so he's going to take at least half a second of that. He's sweeping through the Porsche curves right now. His first sector fantastic, his second sector very strong indeed. So the margin is going to increase to all those behind. And the second of those 2 hypercar Ferraris, car 51, still has yet to go out and set a lap time. So Alessandro Pierguidi, we heard from Di talking about that earlier, still waiting for his escape from the pit lane.
Speaking of Binksy, let's head for a CrowdStrike pit report with Diana right now.
Ian Watt, who is the engineer on the 311 Corvette racing car, which is actually still in the garage. Ian, tell us what's happening.
We're just finishing up our engine change, so we're just taking our time so that we can do everything right and make sure everything's okay. That's all.
Point though, losing the track time out there, how much is that hurting you? Are you quite comfortable that you can pull back and do the work that you need to do on this Cadillac?
It's not hurting us that much because we ran in the heat yesterday and stuff, so we just needed to do this job and we need to get it over and done with. So it's not really hurting us at this moment. We'll be going here shortly.
Well, never ever predict a lap time is about to be improved, because I honestly thought, looking at the 2 brilliant spits from Kamui Kobayashi, he'd have got down into 3-minute 26s, but actually traffic in the 3rd sector meant he was about 3 seconds away from that. But traffic a constant out there, still waiting for a handful of cars to set time, still waiting for the D Station Racing Aston Martin to go out to play. Just heard from the 311 Action Express Cadillac crew. Likewise, the number 51A, of course, the Ferrari in the Hypercar class. Cool Racing, Nicolas Lapierre's, that's number 37. Yet to go out also, and the green and yellow. We've got the split liveries for inter-Europol competition, but Kuba Schmikowski's car number 34 has yet to go out. And likewise, Hendrick Motorsports haven't talked about their magnificent, rumbling, burbling Chevrolet Camaro running in invitation class. That too is still tucked away in the shade in the pit garage.
Mathieu Jaminet in the 75 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. He's got a little bit of debris that he's picked up, it looks like, on the... Well, what's happened is it's, I think, the tow hoop that is exposed, lifted up when the car needs to be extracted. That's just through the airflow, got a bit of air underneath it, and it's flicked it up to a vertical position, and there's some plastic dangling from it as well, which will be a minor distraction. It certainly was for me for a moment there. Kamui Kobayashi heading through the real fast stuff out the back sector and down the Mulsanne straight now. And the right-hand king, actually, he's come out of Mulsanne corner and is heading further down towards the right and the left-hand elements of Indianapolis. We'll have the 16 Wright Motorsport / Proton Porsche to deal with probably on the exit of Indianapolis. Ducks to the right-hand side for that, and a clear road now as he slows the Toyota number 7 for Arnage. So I'm not sure that's going to be too detrimental to his lap time. Already setting purple sectors in 1 and 2. Can he link them all together in the longer sector to extend the gap out front? Because Toyota 7 is already fastest and looking to improve upon that once more. The gap is 0.3 of a second between Kamui Kobayashi and Sebastian Buemi. I'll keep my keen eyes on that before reporting on the full lap time, though. Another CrowdStrike pit and paddock report with Joe Bradley and Gustavo Menezes of Peugeot.
Peugeots, the 93 and the 94 car, they're a fan favourite, and that's because the cars look so different from every other car on the grid in the prototype classes. As a driver, does the car feel exactly the same as you would expect?
To be honest, it feels like a standard race car, nothing out of the ordinary. Obviously the aesthetic is beautiful. We're still working on getting the pace to be on par with the look. But slowly and surely building up. It takes time to get to the end goal, but eventually we'll get there.
24 hours is a long way, and you more than perhaps anyone have experience of these long distance endurance races, and you know that you just have to be there at the end, and there's still a chance that Peugeot could find themselves in one of the top places.
Yeah, to be honest, 24 hours is long, as you said, and the first goal to win Le Mans or to be on the podium of Le Mans is to get to the end. So if we're there without any reliability issues at the end, I think we'll already be in a decent spot. So we'll just keep our heads down and work on our own race and see where we are at the end.
And is that the program where you're looking towards the race and trying to cancel out any kind of attrition, etc.?
I mean, at the end, you're just trying to be as fast as you can for as long as you can, but we have to be humble and be realistic of where we are. Right now, it's just keep it clean, and we'll see where we are 24 hours after the start of the race.
I saw you last night, Gustavo. You looked like you've been working really hard. I mean, the temperatures are high here in France. This is a physical job you guys have got.
Yeah, I mean, we work all year to be at the best we can, and although Le Mans maybe is not that demanding on a single lap, we'll be in the car for up to 3 or 4 hours at some point. So it's just keeping focused on the long hours.
Okay, man. Thank you very much.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike. Protection at every turn.
Gustavo Menezes chatting to Joe Bradley there, sounding a little bit downbeat, it has to be said. He's putting a brave face on it, but the car that he shares with Loic Duval and Nico Muller, which is the number 94 car, so far is 11th fastest in this session, but crucially they won't be involved in tonight's Hyperpole.
It was a classic case of you didn't need to see the body language, you could hear the body language there. Being the professional he is, of course, Gustavo, always very, very popular out of the car, lovely individual, but yeah, not quite full of the beans you'd expect of someone who's going, come on, we've got a great time in this car. But he understands where it is in the spectrum of development, where it is to the bar that constantly is being raised, it must be said. I mean, Toyota responding, having loads of competition in the top class, and they're all attacking it in a very different way. Good news if you're fans of the Van Wall and Glickenhaus racing teams, because Tom Dillman and Frank Meyer have broken into the top 10. In fact, Dillman completes another lap, not as good as his previous one, but they're starting to get what they need. Lots of lap times, lots of time out on the track. So again, great to have so many different manufacturers competing in the hypercar class, but right now the gold standard still belongs to Toyota. 3 minutes 27.580 seconds still belong to the best lap set by Kamui Kobayashi.
Several cars still yet to set flying laps. We've explained the reason for this in some cases. I mean, Ferdinand Habsburg had his moment very early on in the session, the 31 car. So that car, although limping back to the pits, and Thierry Tasson was hopeful that they'd be able to fix that car at WRT. In fact, it hasn't rejoined the session yet. Also, another LMP2 car is Kuba Śmiechowski's into Europole competition 34. Not yet done any laps at all. Another CrowdStrike pit report. Here's Diana Biggs.
I'm with Gary Holland, the team principal of Vector Sport, the number 10. Gary, I just watched the pit stop, looked very slick from the guys here.
Yeah, we're just going through the motions and going through our predefined plan of where we are with not only the car, but some of the pit lane protocols and procedures, and we're pretty pleased with how we're going so far. So looking forward to the race now and to Hyperpole later on.
What's the feedback from the drivers? Because we were talking, I think it was to Ryan the other day, and he was saying he sort of likes a bit of a different setup to the car than the other drivers. Have you got that compromise?
Yeah, I think the drivers are saying the same thing about the car now, which is key, obviously, in endurance racing. And so we've got everyone singing from the same page, and you know we're like I say, we're moving in the right direction, working towards our race car, and yeah, looking forward to Saturday now.
The weather, we talk about this a lot, but it's quite unpredictable here. We're hearing that it may rain, it may not. So, you know, how well do you know your tyre wear?
You know, we're pretty confident, being with this package now for 18 months, these tyres for 18 months, and you know, we've been working hard on that throughout testing and throughout this season so far. So, yeah, we've got a high level of confidence with where we are with both tyre wear in wet and dry. So, you know, yeah, we're looking positive.
Thanks, Gary.
No problem.
Mathieu Jaminet heading into the Ford chicane and potentially on for improvement once again. Keep an eye out for, I also told you that the Toyotas were rattling on pretty rapidly as well to potentially improve. A 327.580 is the 7 cars' best effort, so actually we didn't see the times drop at the end of their respective laps. 0.299 remains the gap between Kamui Kobayashi's number 7 Toyota GR010 hybrid and the sister number 8 of Sebastian Buemi. Third fastest so far in free practice 3 is the Hertz Team Jota Antonio Felix da Costa driven Porsche 963, and it is Miguel Molina in the best of the 2 Ferrari 499Ps that were first and second in last night's qualifying. 5-0 Ferrari, 4th quickest, as a couple of moments ago the 923 Racing Team Turkey car straight-lined at least the second bit of the Ford chicane. Still Sally Jolic putting in plenty of laps, the Turkish driver, and the reason why that car is labelled as a Racing Team Turkey entry. Again, it's a TF Sport run car, but already some success for Racing Team Turkey in the European Le Mans Series, despite them running in the LMP2 Pro-Am division, both in this race and the ELMS. That's not necessarily going to stop a car from finishing on the overall LMP2 podium, being a Pro-Am entry.
Just you mentioning Racing Team Turkey having a little bit of a problem. The number 65 Orica from Panis Racing also had a little bit of a moment where luckily the track came back to them. So drivers are starting to pick up the pace. Tyre temperatures getting higher and higher. Track grip perhaps dropping away a little bit. But looking at the top of LMP2, it still belongs to Jota. They had their brilliant time set very early on by Pietro Fittipaldi. Oliver Rasmussen took over the car after that. Matthias Besch has just gone out, not long into the Nielsen Racing Gold Flyer. That's car number 14. They're second in LMP2. And James Allen, the Australian who's based himself in Europe for quite a number of seasons now and really established himself in LMP2, has just gone out in the car that's third in P2. That's car number 45 from Algarve Pro Racing. The best United Autosport cars tucked in behind now with Oliver Jarvis on the wheel, so expect some really quick laps coming from Ollie when he's out on the circuit.
windscreen wipe for Ferrari number 50. Remember, a lot of work still taking place on the front of the 51 car, and Dynabink's expecting it wouldn't be seen actually out on track for the foreseeable future. So they effectively have one bullet in the gun, do Ferrari right now, with their 499Ps. And yes, no laps completed so far for car 51. They're clearly delving rather deeply into an issue, perhaps. I did get Diana Binks as part of our CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock reporting crew to ask the question of Ferrari, is it a hybrid problem, seeing as that's where the ERS system sits in the car at the front? And surprise, surprise, they wouldn't answer that question, which is perfectly within their rights. I understand that, but at least we've posed it. And maybe when they get to the bottom of the issue precisely, they will be able to give us the full explanation. It's Toyota Gazoo Racing first and second fastest after virtually an hour of free practice 3 completed on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Glorious conditions here at Circuit de la Sarre, barely a cloud in the sky and temperatures ramping up into the early 30s. Track temperature even higher than that, of course, because it's been baking in the endless sunshine. Skies are expected to break though at some point tomorrow, with showers and the potential for the odd thunderstorm here and there. Clear night tonight though, lows of 17 and a light wind 15 kph. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel, where you can see the Bentley blower on track next weekend.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
Well, Peugeot have got one car going very well and one not going terribly well at all. That's number 94, which is down in 11th place on the charts. Nico Muller limping it in for at least the return leg on the lap, half the lap, coming in slowly, trying very hard to keep out of the way of gaggles of cars of all classes that are travelling rather faster. He's staying largely on the right-hand side of the track. The sister car, though, is good currently for 6th place overall. That's with Paul Di Resta at the wheel at the moment. 1.6 seconds off the ultimate pace, but let's hope, for the sake of the Peugeot crew, the 94 car can be fixed and Nico Muller can get it back without any further problems. But I did notice, JP, at one of the corners earlier in the lap that the Peugeot got slightly tail happy. So I don't know if there's something awry, but certainly it's caution, discretion, I suppose, being the better part of valour.
No rear wing. That's potentially the problem.
Yes.
If it's tail happy, maybe needs a bit more downforce. I'm kidding, folks. It was all weaved into the design process, and the one thing that it does not have is much drag at all down the Mulsanne straight. We were seeing at the start of the week, it's a very high speeds, high speeds down through the traps of the Mulsanne corner, and interested to see actually how the middle sectors of the Peugeots compare. The 93 earlier in the session a 120.1, the 94 has done a 120.5, so there's about half a second, 0.6 of a second maybe to try and find on the Toyotas. So even though the Peugeot is known to be a slippery car and generates a lot of its downforce through that clever design of the underfloor of the Total Energies entry for Peugeot this year, still can't match the pace of Kamui Kobayashi, who has done a 327.580 earlier on in his stint, but that car now heading for the pit lane. 8 still circulating in the hands of Swiss driver Sebastian Buemi. Yifei Ye now been plugged into car 38 for Hertz Team Jota, and there's also been a change in the 50 Ferrari for Miguel Molina. No, Molina had already been in that car, hadn't he? Continues on then in car 50. What about movement though further down? Ah yes, Ferdinand Habsburg is finally back out on track, Paul Truswell. He's done a couple of laps, which is more than he was showing before, or is that, no, that might be me being deceptive, or deceived, should I say, from the screen. It looked like an innocuous problem for Habsburg when he left the track between Indianapolis and Arnage. Yes, there was one of the rear wheels that we think steering, but if that was only a tie rod that had been broken, I would have thought that had been fixed fairly quickly, but no sign of the 31 so far, Paul.
Just checking down, actually. See where it is. No, it's not come back out since the he was on his 3rd lap, Habsburg, when he had that problem at Indianapolis, and he's not been back out onto the circuit since. So there's one or two who haven't done very many laps in this one, apart from the number 24 Hendrick Motorsports Cup entry. Haven't seen very much, just a single lap from the number 3 Cadillac, no action at all from Action Express, a single lap only from the number 34 car, that's the Kobayashi Inter-Europol competition car. No sign of the 37. Yeah, I mean, Bruce was going through them. There's, let's say, of all of these cars, of all the sessions so far, this one has been the least well attended.
Thanks very much, Paul. Manuel Maldonado just knows the Panis Racing Orica off, but just a quick shout out for GR Racing, firm supporters of the World Endurance Championship for years now. Ben Barker just come back to the pits. He's fastest in that class ahead of the Iron Links Porsche, but a car that has no times on the board, and Joe Bradley is down at the Garage 56 entry, the magnificent Chevrolet Camaro Z01. What's happening down there, Joe?
Yeah, a lot of attention going on the car. Jimmy, could you, rather than me speculate as to what's going on with the car, we noticed the car hasn't been out yet, Jimmy. There's a lot of work going on. The mechanics all over it. What's the problem?
No problems. This is very much planned. We wanted to change the engine and a lot of other components that we put a lot of miles on, so our plan is to really get the car into race form now. And we don't go for Hyperpole tonight, and we don't have the same demands on our team like the other racers do, so we're really converting the car over to race trim. All of the race components will run limited laps today and tonight, and then put a cover on it and have it ready to race.
It's a strange one, isn't it? The concept of the car being here, and everybody loves it. But how does Jimmy Johnson get the motivation? I would imagine, Jimmy, you are wanting to be as high up that field as you can.
Well, it's such a unique opportunity, and it's one that I could not turn down. To come here with my NASCAR family, Hendrick family, Chevrolet, Goodyear, everyone I've spent so much time with throughout the heart of my professional career. So, and then on top of that, I've never been here before, so I think this is a very nice way for me to get experience on the track, learn the environment, learn the procedures, and I hope to come back in the future in a proper effort in one of the other two categories. So and we have taken this very seriously. We've done a lot of testing. As you can see by the pace the car has had, we've all taken a very serious approach to this, and we have some pace, so maybe we can a nice mileage number, or a lap count, or even be in the GT mix when the checkered flag falls.
And the joy of driving this track, what's your thoughts on driving the track here?
Spectacular. I had an idea of what it would be like, and it was so far greater than that. So really just a special weekend.
How close was the sim to what you found?
Sim wasn't bad. We really had a lot of new innovative parts on this car that were tough to model, including tires. So I think with the information we had and the amount of time we had to get prepared, we were close. I think our lap time, I should say, was a little slower in the sim, so it was a nice present to show up here and actually have a few more seconds in our back pocket.
Well, Jimmy, from all of the fans out there, we'd like a grid of about 15 of these, please, if you could have a word with GM.
Yeah, everybody's talking about that. That would be really nice. It's a fun car, and I think it would race really well. If it had other like vehicles on track, it would put on a heck of a show.
And does it make Jimmy Johnson want to come back here in more of a competitive entity, let's say?
Without a doubt. And I've spent time racing in IMSA since maybe 2004 or 2005. All preparing for someday when I slowed down to maybe go try some other vehicles and such. But I've stayed very busy, but certainly hope that this is not my first and only trip here to Le Mans.
Well, as odd as a concept of a NASCAR stock car being at Le Mans, Jimmy Johnson slowing down is even a far odder concept. Thanks for talking to us, Jimmy, and take the time out.
Cheers, thank you.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
Let's stay with our CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports, and welcome to the pit lane, Nick Damon.
Welcome everybody. Well, I was going to give a verbal report about what was happening at the UA23 car, but luckily I was able to wave my microphone at Tom Blomqvist. He's come out to chat to us. Tom, quite a bit of work going on the front end of the 23 car. Ollie brought it in. It appears to be, is it a camber change of some sort?
Yeah, we're just still tweaking away at the car.
to be honest, we haven't been as comfortable as we would have liked to have been up until this point in the weekend. But it seems we've made a good step today, which Ollie's been really happy with. So yeah, just some fine tuning, still testing ahead of the race. So yeah, it's all good though.
I mean, it's kind of odd, isn't it? This car's been at Mans for about the last 7 years. You've been with it, well, the team's been with it the last 3 or 4 years, but you're still having to fine-tune the handling every time.
Yeah, I think you'd find, the team's obviously scored great results here in the past. But I think if you look really closely, there's probably been some packages out there that have seemed to be able to perform better. So you can always learn, although you've had the car for so long, there's still areas that you can improve on, and obviously that's what we're trying to explore all the time. So yeah, let's see.
Last time I spoke to you, Tom, it was at Daytona where you had a pretty good result. I mean, are we going to see those Acuras next year here?
I have no idea.
Really no idea, or no idea smile?
I would love, obviously I'd love to, but that is a decision that is 100% not down to me. So yeah, that's out of my I have no idea.
Is it a very easy jump from the DP or I forgot what they're calling it now.
GTP.
It's always going to get prompted by the driver. From the GTP class, the P2 class, is a very easy transition.
It's a little bit more difficult than it used to be because the cars are quite different now. In the past, the chassis, everything was basically the same, but now it's a completely different ball game. So yeah, it definitely takes a bit of time to get back, get used to. So
great stuff. Thanks, Tom. Cars coming out, so we've been separated. Thanks, Tom. And the 23 with a different camera as they carry on trying to get this car to work after the disappointment of qualifying for both the United Autosports car down at Pitty.
Indeed. So next door to Toyota, in fact, in garages A and B, once again for the Anglo-American / Yorkshire squad, very much Yorkshire. They'll have plenty of Yorkshire tea around, I'm sure. So the two cars that Nick is referring to there, the 23, which is Tom Blomqvist's machine, and the 22, neither of them getting into Hyperpole for tonight, finishing 10th for car 22 and 14th for car 23. But all a story of not a lack of pace, just a lack of opportunity of laying down that pace in an hour-long qualifying, which was curtailed because of 2 red flags, and then just traffic, just catching bunches of traffic, huge great slews of it at places, and often right in the middle of a potential fast lap, so that couldn't be carried through, and I would imagine a lot of frustrated people down there, as Tom Blomqvist was indicating.
Yeah, across all 3 classes, absolutely must be said, the stop-start nature was not handy. A car that's been in the pits for a very long time, having the nose off, but Martin Rump has just taken over the 911 Proton competition car that he shares with Richard Leitz and Michael Fassbender. It's silver at the front, yellow flashes up the flanks, and black at the tail. Great-looking livery. I think that will work well at night. And the Estonian driver is going to go out and put some much-needed laps on the car. It's only 1 position behind the sister car, also from Proton competition, car number 16. That's in 41st position overall. Ryan Hardwick at the wheel of that. But their best lap so far, just under 3 minutes 56 seconds. The best lap in class, just under 3 minutes 54. So 2 seconds off the pace. So there or thereabouts. But I guess the thing right now, particularly with Michael Fassbender in the car, his turn will come towards the end of this session because Richard Leitz, of course, is the most experienced and quickest driver in that crew, will go out first. Martin Rump will be getting his mileage in now. And then the German-Irish film actor who wears his other hat, his racing driver hat, will be going out for his stint, I would reckon, for the majority of the remainder of this session.
Jack Aitken did go out in the 311 Action Express Cadillac V Series R. It took him, well, about an hour and 5 minutes to finally appear in the session for the first time, and he's just gone around and straight back into the pits, as far as I can gather, because he hasn't registered a time. And those sessions weren't anything to write home about either. Those sectors, I should say, weren't anything to write home about. The last one being a 3 minutes 8.8, but does include him coming back into the pits. So an exploratory run, you might say, for the red and black Caddy. But they'll want a bit more than that in the remaining hour and 47 minutes. The other Caddy, number 3 with the gold front, is also yet to do any meaningful running, and we're waiting for the 6 Porsche, which Andre Lotterer was earlier at the wheel of, to head out onto track for a longer run as well. In GTE AM, it is GR Racing's Ricardo Pera who is quickest with a 3:53.839. That's the 86 Porsche in the black colours. No, it's changed, hasn't it, this year? No longer black with the orange piping. Looking very different, which is helping Ben Barker apparently to identify which specific Le Mans this is, because he says he looks back on previous years of highlights, never knows which year it is. Actually, having said that, well, they've reworked the livery. It's half orange, half black now, with still the orange piping and the Gulf light blue as well on that right-hand side. So it's almost been split down the middle to resemble the traditional livery as you look at it on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side, the old colours of the 86, if you've been following the FIA World Endurance Championship for a few years. I also spotted there a spin for the 55 Aston Martin at the Daytona chicane, Bruce.
Yeah, not so long ago we heard from Gustav Burch, the 20-year-old Dane, and he's had a little spin, didn't hit anything, and has carried on. So he's learning as he goes. That's the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin. The best time for that car, 4 minutes flat, so not yet competitive in class, but anytime we put Marco Sorensen on board, of course he can make any Aston Martin fly, so we'll be back up. But really, as he pointed out, they want Gustav, young Gustav, to get lots of track time as much as possible, and also Jens Reno Moller, who's the bronze driver in that car. So Marco will be taking very much a back seat while the others get track time, track time, track time. No change at the top of the charts. It's still those two Toyotas, one on the track with Mike Conway now aboard the fastest one, which is the number 7. The sister car in the pits, Sebastian Buemi had been driving that. Yifia Ye has taken over the Hertz team Jota Porsche. So still that's the good. We've had a big off. Just I think at Ender Bullseye, it's gold. It's the Nielsen Racing Auric. I think Matthias Besch took that over not so long ago, and that's deep in the gravel. It was a flash across the screen. In fact, it's Rodrigo Sales who's gone off there, stuck it in the gravel, taken a few marker cones with him, but the gravel trap does precisely what is required.
Yeah, so 14, it's the gravel trap at Mulsanne corner. And confusingly for me, the 28 LMP2 Jota car had gone through moments before, but it did manage to make the right-hander at the end of the straight for David Heinemeier Hansen, and the 14 car, you're quite right, Bruce, skating off behind it, and actually came very close to cleaning out the bright orange 25 Aston Martin in the process as well. Windscreen wiper is raised to the vertical position for Rodrigo Sales, an indication of the cross-flow wind briefly over the windshield there. And Rodrigo ain't going to get out of the gravel there under his own steam, because it is well embedded now into the stones. A chance to get a word with Paul Trustwell regarding LMP2 and their qualifying session, Paul.
Yeah, really, I was just picking up on what something that Bruce said a few moments ago about United Autosport's disappointing performance in the qualifying, but taking LMP2 as a whole, it's so incredibly close, and you kind of look up in the book of drivers' excuses, who, and in United's case, they were saying they lost, 7/10 of a second with the traffic going through the Porsche curves, and you think, well, 7/10 of a second, that's nothing, they should still have been in the top 8. Except when you consider that the top 13 in LMP2 qualifying were separated by less than a second. So, it only takes, it only took the smallest margin to define whether you were in that top group or not. And I think one of the things that I keep banging on about is how close the P2 cars are in their performance, and what's going to make the difference come the race is going to be all manner of tiny little things, whether it's avoiding penalties or being quick and efficient in the pits, or all the little things, rather than necessarily the way the cars perform, because as you said, Johnny, they are virtually spec machines. They're virtually identical to one another, and it therefore, good thing for us as spectators, it's the drivers that make the difference.
And your driver makeup as well, which is so important. These platinums, to be honest, they're all much of a muchness, aren't they? Can't really separate their performance, and lump in some golds as well, which will be in the category. The greater differential comes as soon as the silver is plugged in, and they will need to be at the wheel of an LMP2 car for 6 hours, just like everybody else, but at least, yes, agreed. But I don't think, unless they're really in the rhythm and it works from a strategic point of view to keep them out for another 10 or 15 minutes, I can't see that many silver drivers will be going over the 6 hour marker Unless, having said that, I mean, I remember the days when Alessio Rivera was in the LMP2 category. They're not there this year because Rivera's driving the 83 Ferrari AF Corsa, but Rivera was often the quickest driver in the lineup when it involved Francois Perrodo and Nicholas Nielsen. So there are some silvers that will get far more seat time than a quarter of the race. The rescue has arrived on the scene for Rodrigo Sales now. He also knocked out several of the green bollards on his way through into the gravel. You don't often have a small off at the end of the Mulsanne Straight, Bruce Jones.
You don't, and the way it was caught at the time from one of the cameras was the gold Jota Orica going through the corner, followed by the bright orange Oman Racing Team Aston Martin, then a slew of gold coming sideways and then backwards across the rear end of the shot. The back of the shot made me think, have I seen something? And then there was a puff of dust. Another camera angle showed that Rodrigo Sales, the car now lifted clear of the gravel, is getting out of there. He could not have done that under his own steam. Just spotted the number 7 Toyota going rather slowly, but I guess that Mike Conway had just put the hazard lamps on as he was going into that slow zone. Clever indication. I'm sure that will pick up the pace. He's still perfectly capable of putting in some very quick times. But think back years ago, there wasn't such a big deep gravel track. We had tyre walls at Mulsanne Corner, and that could be a real mess. Let's go down to Nick Damon, hot off the press, in the pit lane.
Porsche pit, the very posh Porsche pit area. It's very nice with Kevin Estre. Kevin, sum up the first couple of days here in competitive performance for Porsche and the Porsche Penske team.
Yeah, well, we started with an unknown car here and tried to improve the car in every outing using the fact that we have 3 cars. We made the car better. 2 cars went through the Hyperpole. Unfortunately, our car number 6 didn't make it. I had a lot of traffic and really bad timing and bad luck. But yeah, now here we are. Let's see what we can learn from the last day of testing.
Does that give you an advantage in some ways, and you haven't got to worry about Hyperpole now, so you can actually concentrate just on race setup with the 6?
Yeah, well, it removes a bit of pressure and for sure a bit of preparation, which we could have done for Hyperpole. Now we just focus on the racing and prepare for that. But to be honest, I would have preferred for sure to go for the Hyperpole. Now that's the way it is. We start P9. We have to leave this behind us and hope for a good race car.
We've obviously seen the relative performance of the Porsche against the GTP cars in America and of course everything in Europe, but this is the first time you've been to Le Mans with the car. Do you feel it's a more suited to Le Mans car? It's closer, it's better compared to the others here?
Yeah, compared to at least to the WEC races we've done so far, I think all the drivers are more happy about the car here, about the balance, and I think the car works better here than it has been doing in Sebring, for example. So we'll see. I think we are somewhere. We're not bad. We just don't know exactly where we are compared to the others. I think we'll see probably a little bit in the Hyperpole and otherwise tomorrow at the start.
As you say, you've got 3 cars here all working together with 3 really good teams. Does that mean you're all going to start on the same setup on Saturday, or will you actually deliberately be different to give yourself different chances at different points?
No, I think we started pretty much all similar on Sunday on the test day, and then everybody went his way, trying stuff and trying to find out the best setup possible for Porsche. Obviously, we are not too far from each other, but every car has his own type of driving, racing, maybe different tire strategy and everything. So there are some small differences, but not that big. For sure, the engineer works hard at the end of each day to try to convert the data and see what's working for which car and what to pick up to which would suit well their own car.
What's the biggest trade-off? Is it speed against tyre wear or speed against energy use?
Le Mans is such a unique track where you need top speed, but you also need a good balance. The tire here is not as critical. Tire energy and tire drop is not as critical at some other places, but for sure you have to double, you have to triple. So you have to keep this in mind. But I think the top speed and the balance make most of the difference here.
Kevin, have a great rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
In racing and cybersecurity, every second counts. Learn why at crowdstrike.com.
That was Kevin Estra chatting to Nick Damon as part of the 6 crew that he shares with Andre Lotre and Laurent Vantour. There is a slow zone out on track, and it runs from the second chicane through to Mulsanne corner, and that is to protect the recovery work of Rodrigo Sales's number 14 Nielsen Racing LMP2 car. So at the moment you come out of the second chicane, you won't be able to accelerate above 80 kilometers per hour until you re-emerge out of that slow zone and the sharp right-hander at Mulsanne corner past the old signalling pits. No overtaking, of course, as well, because everybody is doing theoretically 80 kph. Although, as I say that, looks like the slow zone has been withdrawn. Yes, it has. So the 5 Porsche came very close to being able to overtake the Inter-Europol competition Orica from the LMP2 category. Let's stay with our CrowdStrike pit reports. Here's Joe Bradley from the other end of the pit lane.
Just a very quick one. The 51 Ferrari is into the garage. Setup changes going on. Some major setup changes as well. Corner weights being measured and adjusted. The toe at the front and the back. They've got the good old strings out that go from front to back. They've got the nose section off the car, and to ensure that the weight of the nose is taken into account on the scales. There's basically a barbell that is obviously being measured to weigh exactly the same as the nose section. So what I would suspect on this 51 is we're now seeing the process of a qualifying setup being adopted onto this car, and it's the first one I've seen up and down the pit lane. So they've worked through the programme for this practice session, and now they're getting this car ready for an out-and-out attack on that pole position tonight.
Yeah, they may well spend the final, well, the second portion of free practice 3 in tuning up your quali setup, your Hyperpole setup, and I'm sure it won't be the first to be thinking that way. If you are into Hyperpole, of course, 24 cars have made it in. That was decided yesterday evening. Dane Cameron swinging left and right through the Ford chicane, and also skating way out to the yellow and blue curbing there, the ripple strip, before straightening things up. That does at times seem to be the quickest way through there, but you think in a race stint you wouldn't want to be doing that too readily, because you're going to be chewing through the Michelin tyres.
You really will, and you'll be just inches away from potential disaster, hooking those left wheels into the gravel trap on the exit of the Ford chicane, and you can't deny you've done it, because it'll be right in front of the grandstands and right opposite your pit crews as they watch on. But Dane Cameron, well, that's what professional racing drivers do, take it right out to the edge. But both of us had a sharp intake of breath as that number 5 Porsche was just sliding very slightly away from true, but very, very close to the gravel there. So a big, not a save, but just a maximisation of line, I believe is the term.
Very good, like that. There'll be plenty of that taking place in Porsche camp, and likewise Ferrari, Toyota, Cadillac as well. The Peugeots operate in a slightly different way, although I have to say in the early part of the week they were all over the place on the entry of the exit of the Ford chicane, rather. Again, plenty of four-wheel drifting from both of the 9X8s on the cooler temperature tyres as things got back up to, or within the operating window. Remember, tyre warmers and the ability to heat tyres, preheat tyres before a stint back for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, but this is the only race that you'll be able to do it in the FIA WEC this year. Rodrigo Sales moving again at the Mulsanne corner, being covered by white flags just to allow the 14 car to get back up to speed. Shares this Nielsen car with Matthias Besch and Ben Hanley. It's important to keep this car straight in the remaining 94 minutes of the session, because they, perhaps as a surprise, became the new Hyperpole car last night. They hadn't qualified by 8:30 last night, but after a deletion about 20 minutes later of a fast lap time for car 923, the Racing Team Turkey car, for not obeying red flags and not going slowly enough, that car dropped out and the 14 car benefits.
Yes, it was a very happy overnight session for them in terms of going out to that final practice session sort of knowing they had been elevated, but right now they got away with that one. That was a high-speed exit at Mulsanne corner, coming in sideways and even slightly backwards for Rodrigo Sales, but the good news is recovered from there. It took a while to get the car fired up again. He did that traditional thing of dropping gravel all over the track at Mulsanne corner as he rejoined, but sensibly the American stayed over on the right-hand side of the track, crossed over the track, is off the racing line, and for Nielsen Racing bear in mind that car is still good for second fastest in this session so far, is coming home again, very much getting very close indeed to half of this 3-hour session having been completed, and we're still waiting for a few cars to go out on the track. That's the strange thing. And Joe Bradley down in the CrowdStrike pit and paddock crew reporting Ferrari AF course of 51 still not among those that's gone out on the track and still working furiously on setup. Likewise, the D-Station Racing Aston Martin yet to turn a wheel, and Casper Stevenson still has to qualify, and also Hendrick Motorsports not back out on the track, but it's all sorting itself quite smoothly, I'd say, at the moment.
Thoughts being gathered at Porsche Penske Motorsport for a brief time. So of the 3 cars, the 6 is currently in the pits, the 75 is circulating, the 5 car of Dane Cameron, as we've described, also moving rather swiftly. Still, there are issues for the 911 Cadillac, which is, by the looks of things, been out as it has on the track, and in fact at the Ford chicane ran way too deep into that corner. Jack Aitken again doing an outlap which became an inlap and has not registered a quick time again. That was actually him entering the pit lane a few moments ago, so overcooking the brakes, or the moment that he hit the brakes, and just scooting through the gravel track, which forms as an escape route in pit lane entry itself. But one more lap and that is all for Jack Aitken. 2 total for the Action Express Cadillac V Series R as they continue to chase problems. There are concerned looks from within Cadillac from Sebastian Bourdais amongst others. A CrowdStrike pit report now as we go to Joe Bradley first of all.
The number 14, the Nielsen racing car, that's the car that we saw spearing off into the gravel. That car's made its way back. Absolutely no sign of any kind of, even a slight excursion on this car. Bodywork intact. They are going to take the wheels off. They've got the car on the dollies. It will be spun around through 90 degrees and pushed back in the garage for a check. Did the car actually go into a gravel trap, guys?
It went in the gravel on the way in to the pit lane, Joe. So there's gravel on driver's right there. Yeah. It was the merest drop in. To be honest, it won't have done much damage to the car. There are far bigger problems they're trying to sort out there.
Yeah, I think there's literally no damage what's apparent whatsoever, other than perhaps a few bits of gravel in places where it shouldn't be. So the car's now into the garage, and all the crew go to work. They're removing the bodywork and stuff. So they'll be getting to the bottom of what perhaps, and feedback from the driver as to what caused that.
Yeah, it was Jack Aitken at the wheel of the 311 Action Express racing car. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The Hertz Hourly Update, getting you to your Let's Go moments for more than 100 years.
Halfway through this session then, this being the third free practice session, just 1 hour of night practice remaining after this one, unless you're involved in the Hyperpole, but an hour and a half still to go in this free practice session before we get to that. It's Toyota 1 and 2 still though. It was about an hour ago, it still is. Mike Conway at the wheel of the Toyota number 7 at the moment, although the time in that car set by Kamui Kobayashi, he had 1 lap time disallowed for extending track limits. 3:27.580 was his quickest legal time though. Second fastest is the other Toyota. That's done a 3:27.879. It's currently in the hands of Ryo Hirakawa, but it was Sebastian Buemi who set that time. Second quickest is the Hertz team Jota Porsche 963, a 3:27.927 for Antonio Felix da Costa in that car, although it's Yiffy Ye currently, the car's in the pits at the moment, so nobody's behind the wheel. Fourth fastest, number 50, the Ferrari that we have seen in this session, Miguel Molina in the Ferrari 499P, 3 minutes 28.308 for Miguel, and he's the only driver that's actually driven that car in this session. And in fifth fastest place is now Nick Tandy at the wheel of the number 75 car. That's been driven by Mathieu Jaminet up until this point, but Nick Tandy having just taken it over at the car's last pit stop. But it's a Jaminet time of 3 minutes 28.454, which was the fastest to put the Porsche fifth. Sixth fastest is the first of the Peugeots. Seventh fastest is the second of the Peugeots. It's 93 ahead of 94 at the moment, with Paul Di Resta having done a 3 minutes 29.207, and the number 94 car has done a 3 minutes 30.167 in the hands of Gustavo Menezes. In eighth place is the next of the Porsche Penske Motorsport entries, or the first of the, no, it's the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsports, isn't it? So that is eighth fastest, car number 5, Dane Cameron, currently driving with a time of 3 minutes 30.333 for that car. Ninth fastest is the number 2, Cadillac, 3 minutes 30.989. And 10th fastest is the Van Wall. I haven't mentioned that car very often, but it's 10th fastest at the moment, the Floyd Van Wall Racing Team entry. The car labelled as a Van Wall Vandervelde 680, and it's Tristan Vautier, the late addition to that driving squad, who set the time 3:31.343. That's the situation in the hypercar class. In LMP2, still Jota at the top of the field. They're now 12th overall. They were in the top 10 before, but now 12th overall is the number 28 car. 3:34.071 for Jota. Second fastest, despite its adventures over at Mulsanne Corner, the number 14 Nielsen Racing Orica. Rodrigo Sales, the most recent driver of that car, but of course it was in the hands of Matthias Besch when it set its quick lap time, and Besch did a lap time of 3:37.218. And third fastest in LMP2 is the number 34 Inter Europol competition car, and that's done a 3:37.315. So as ever, very close in the top. Actually, it's not that close, because Jota a full 3 seconds clear in LMP2 at the moment. So surprisingly separated the P2 cars in this session. GTE and fastest 3 there, it's Ferrari leading the way. AF course car number 54, Francesco Castellacci, the driver currently at the wheel of that number 54 car, and he was the driver who set the time just a few moments ago, 3:53.681, his fastest lap time. The GR Racing car is second quickest, car number 86, that's done a 3:53.839, and third in GTE AM is another Porsche. So Porsches and Ferraris, pretty much the story of GTE AM, and it's Iron Lynx third fastest, car number 60, Alessio Picariello, and he's done a 3:54.218 to be third fastest in GTE AM. Just quickly fill out some extra cars in GTE AM, because in fourth fastest place we've got car number 83. No, we don't. We have the Dempsey Proton car just coming into fourth place. Fifth is the number 83 Ferrari for the Richard Mille AF Corsa team, and then sixth in the GTE AM is another AF Corsa Ferrari. So Porsches and Ferraris very much filling the top places in GTE AM. An hour and a half still to go.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
In the Porsche garage with the CrowdStrike Racing pit lane report, and it's all systems not go for the number 6 Porsche Penske, because they've got that dreaded problem, an electrical issue. What they're actually doing at the moment, doing for the last 20 minutes or so, they've been changing the main sensor panel. So effectively that sits down behind the driver, between the engine and the driver on the left-hand side of the car, and it's a big, beautifully machined panel with several of the 5-pin sensors, the 7-pin sensors, which you get all sorts of like brake temperature and the basically all the telemetry information comes into it, and then coming out of it is a big fat sort of 89-pin connector, which is where all the information comes from. Well, something on that's not working, and they've had to take it out and replace it. They think they've now done that, which is incredibly fiddly. I mean, they obviously have to employ some mechanics with very small hands for that. They've now done it, and I think what they're having a look at is to see whether the bit they've removed does have a fault, even though they have changed over the units. There's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mechanics all looking back towards the rear centre of the pit box, which does have a lot of engineers and a lot of computers, and there's a kind of a staring and nodding conversation going, is this the problem? Is it? I hope so. We just spent 25 minutes changing it and I burnt my hand. But yeah, one thing I would say is they've opened up the engine, they've taken out this part. Everything is so clean. It's so clean in the back of that car. It's been valeted before it even got on the track.
In racing and cybersecurity, every second counts. Learn why at crowdstrike.com.
So just coming up to 20 minutes before 5 o'clock here in Central Europe in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. John Hindhaugh and Paul Truswell in the pit lane. It's Joe Bradley and Nick Damon making up our CrowdStrike pit reporting equipe. Hour and 22 minutes still to go. Paul, in terms of stints, are we seeing some longer runs going on today than we've typically seen? People getting data for tyre wear and fuel consumption?
Not longer, no. I think the time for doing that was in the first free practice session. That was when we were seeing the 11 and 12 lap stints. In fact, we saw a 14 lap stint, I do remember, from somebody in that session. Today's longest stint has been done by Miguel Molina in the number 50 Ferrari, but only at 10 laps. I say only at 10 laps. I certainly hope that the number 50 Ferrari can do more than 10 laps on a tank full of fuel, otherwise they are going to be in trouble. We should be looking, as I say, at 12 or 13 laps being a full stint. Porsche number 5, that Dane Cameron, has done a 10 lap stint. And in fact, Dane Cameron just completing his 11th lap and going on to his 12th lap. So maybe the answer to your question is in some cases in this second part, John, yes, they are using some longer stints, particularly Porsche number 5.
With I'm actually in the Northwest Garage, which we all know actually is the heart of racing, Aston Martin, with Ian James. Ian, being a multifaceted team owner and everything else, you're putting the stickers on the front of the car.
Yep, last minute decals to make the in-car camera look good come race day.
Huge amount of work been going on the car for a while. What's the issue?
Unfortunately, we had a wishbone failure in practice, so they've got to strip off the left rear corner and get it ready for tonight.
Did it just break and that was it, or did it take some damage with it?
Luckily, it broke in the last chicane, so it was pretty low speed, so thankful for that.
I've been surprised, I must admit, looking up and down the pit about how much teams are still doing setup work at this point. I would have thought with all the running you've had over Sunday and the last couple of days, you'd nailed on. Is this costing you valuable setup time?
Not really. I mean, we're pretty set on our setup for the race. Just some good driver, traffic management time, but I think we'll be fine.
Okay, enjoy this evening.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Nick Damon with Ian James, who's been in Europe, I think, more than he's been back in the States recently. With was it 3 races in 4 weekends at Spa? I think it was, and then here for test day and the race. Fabulous afternoon again here. If you are just joining us around the world, make sure you let us know where you are watching and listening. Hashtag Hagerty RLM. Hello to Treese Martin, excuse me, who has been here for a couple of days. Good to know that you are enjoying your trip. And all from Canada, Treese and the rest of the party. Also, Blurfiend has arrived from Florida. Already got the race hat collection up on the Hypercar dashboard in the campsite. Very good indeed. And he's wearing a very nice Porsche 919 t-shirt, bright red one, limited edition. Peugeot in the pit lane as well, Paul, for a wee while. It's not going their way for the Lions. They're not roaring. They're not even purring at the moment. How long has that Peugeot been in the pit lane?
The 93 car has been in for 40 minutes now. The 94 is out and circulating. Gustavo Menez is at the wheel of it. Nico Müller having driven it at the start of the session. But no, you're right. I mean, spectacular they undoubtedly are. But they're off the pace, and not only are they off the pace, but they also seem to be the first to wilt. Whenever one of these hypercars wilts, then it does seem to be the Peugeot that does so. The other hypercar that we haven't mentioned nearly as often as we did last year, but even very much at all, is the Glickenhaus. Generally, the Van Wall has been quicker than it, although having said that, it's not at the moment, because we've got a Glickenhaus currently in 10th place thanks to Olivier Plas' efforts. The 708 car has just got itself up into 10th in the overall timing. But I mentioned this earlier on. My landlord and landlady down in Changé, they don't keep their finger quite on the pulse of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But he said to me this morning, why aren't the Glickenhauses here this year? So from that, I assume that the local newspaper has been showing times, but the Glickenhaus hasn't been making the headlines. As I say, having finished on the podium, of course, in last year's race, I mean, we said this on the opening day, didn't we, John?
Yeah, Wednesday.
That the car has hardly been developed since last year.
It has not been developed at all. They ran it out to see if it would start. It was a late Romain Dumas and Olivier Plat were both saying to me it was a late decision for them to come back to the FIM World Endurance Championship. They didn't believe it was happening, and then for whatever reason Jim Glickenhaus decided that it would be a smashing idea to do it and get back to Le Mans with not one but two cars.
Well, having had the success last year, you kind of expected anybody who, we have a lot of people who just do Le Mans every year, spectators who come along, would have been looking forward to seeing the Glickenhauses. And as I say, it doesn't half showed that they have missed out for 12 months worth of development, to the extent that they're so far off the pace. But having said that, of course, they do have the advantage that come the race, they'll have real life experience that they can draw on, and they've got people who have done it before and been here, so who's to say they're not going to be able to make it and turn it into a reasonable result come 24 hours. I'd certainly bet on the Glickenhauses being around at the end of the race. They know how to finish the 24 hours now, so why not give them their mention, as I say, because we have hardly given them a mention at all thus far. So long was my point. Oh no, they are still in the top 10. I thought they had dropped out of the top 10, so long was I going on, but a 3:30.667 from Olivier Plat.
Let's do a few tweets coming in. Hello to Paul Dunk. He is tuned in again today, not near the circuit, but still listening on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels on radiolemans.com. Connor, watching from the northeast of England, switched to the live coverage on the moment I got home. Loving the comms once again. Excited for the race. Hoping to be with you next year. Do you know what? Not wishing my life away. This year's great because it's the 100th. Next year is going to be even more bonkers with 3 more manufacturers here. Not sure how they're going to squeeze another 150,000 people into the TV compound with all the TV crews. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
But it's also, I keep telling people, next year is the year that Toyota's going to get beaten.
Not this year.
I'll just put it the way I've said it.
Okay. Hello to Jake Parrott, who's just got to the circuit, listening in on 91.2 FM, ready for Road to Le Mans qualifying. Oh no, that was a bit earlier on, but he's just tweeted that to us. And he says, I feel the ghosts every time I come here. Dave is listening in from an old chicken shed near Newark, but that seems to be filled with not chickens there. So I'm intrigued to know what those vehicles are that are behind you there, Dave. We'll have to do some research now. Timothy McKenna's tuned in from Cleveland, Ohio. Rhubarb and Grumble. Fantastic. I like that. That's a great Twitter handle. Relaxing in Turtle Rouge campsite, watching the session and listen to you. Can you tell Rod to wake up, please? Rod, wake up. There you go. Andrew Dawson, not that one. Enjoying being back at Le Mans for the first time since 2017. Arrived yesterday in time for quali. Watching from the ACO members area at La Chapelle, which is rather nice. Really good value, actually, if you drive a lot in Europe, to be an ACO member. They are one of the largest motoring organisations in Europe. Do a quick couple more. Phil Hansen, a balmy 42 in Dubai, and asks if Krillsy brought any Tim Tams from Australia. No, he didn't, but I have had them in the past. What development could Glickenhaus have done within the rules to keep up with the competition, says Wicked Bill, because the cars are homologated? It's a fair point, but you are allowed to improve the cars for reliability and safety, and there are a number of, I don't like using the word jokers, but there are a number of things that you can do to have an Evo on the car as you go through its lifespan. But a fair point, well made, Wicked Bill. At RSL _studio or at radiolemon.com, hashtag Haggerty RLM. Johnny Molam joins us for the first time in 2023. How are you, JMO?
Very, very well. Lovely to see you. Paul, lovely to see you.
Nice to see you too, Johnny. It's nice to be here.
Great to be back. Really, really looking forward to it. It's almost as chaotic as... actually, I had such an advanced opinion of the chaos that was going to ensue that I think it's actually fallen below that, so I'm okay.
Let's head down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane immediately here as the gold-fronted number 3 Cadillac. This is the car that has just come into the pit lane and has had a troubled session. Scott Dixon just with a couple of laps in this session, and Joe Bradley maybe can throw some light on what's been going on down there. Bradders?
Well, if the number 3's having problems, they are having a great day in comparison to the number 2 Cadillac. The number 3, I saw Scott Dixon get into the car, take the car out. He's swiftly back in, but next door, the blue one, the number 2 Cadillac, is having a problem. They're kind of reluctant to tell me exactly what, but the clue is in a bit of a chunk of fuel tank that the mechanics have got in their hand, and they keep looking at it and viewing it and turning it over in their hands. And I'm just going to pop across to the pit wall and see if Alex Lind, you know what, I mean, no doubt that these Cadillac boys are going to be able to sort this out. But, let's see if we can jump in here. Alex, I'm a bit of a mechanic, and I can see a bit of fuel tank in the mechanic's hand, so I suspect there might be a problem there.
Well, to be fair, we just changed the whole engine last night, and we put everything in now for the race weekend. So we're just being super cautious. We ran a lot of laps already. So from our side, we're just making triple sure that everything's right before we run a bit more.
Yeah, of course. Who's in the car tonight for Hyperpole?
The Big Bamba.
Is he really?
Yeah, he'll be in tonight. Did a great job last night. We managed to sneak in with both cars. So no, from our side, we're excited to see what our car can do tonight.
It's a bit of a choice, that, for choosing your favourite kid. I'd still put you in, mate. You're my superstar. You know that, though.
You got to tell this guy.
He's the superstar. You need him in the car. He's the fastest.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, Alex. Good luck.
Down at Peugeot, the open heart, open back, open nose surgery that was going on the Peugeot 93 is just about to come to an end. I mean, I turned up here and they'd been doing some work. They appear to take the opportunity to work on everything. The floor was off, the nose was off. There was a man working on the right-hand front suspension. I think he's actually doing some brake tweaking. There was somebody else working on the steering rack. There was a third person who was working on the air jack system. A fourth man was changing the drinks bottles. A fifth person was doing something inside the cockpit. But they have fixed all those different things now. It's about to go. Now, I think the reason it came in was a braking issue or a lack of confidence brakes, or a setup change to improve the brakes, and they then took the opportunity to go through a raft of things which weren't quite right at the same time. But it's a pretty impressive number of people doing completely unconnected different things on the same car at the same time.
It's just good use of time, I would have said, Nick Damon. Thank you very much. CrowdStrike pit lane reports there from Nick and Joe. Question from Drew Adamson. Looking over the regs for the race, Hypercar and LMDh have 56 tyres allocated. Is that tyres themselves and not sets, meaning they have 14 sets? Yes, but that is for the race alone. I think I'm right in saying Paul. Yeah, Paul nods.
Yes, that's
away
right.
to my left-hand side. And how many does the NASCAR Garage 56 Cup car have?
Unlimited. Can use as many as it wants.
Which is probably just as well, the way they've been drifting that car sideways.
I had the pleasure of going in there, and John Doonan showed me around yesterday, and one of the things that he mentioned in passing, I was actually in there with Brabs, that Goodyear have made a tyre specifically for that car about an inch wider for here. So the technical aspect, to somebody that's been a little bit involved in constructions of tyres and been affiliated with various different tyre manufacturers and been fortunate enough to do that during the last God knows how long, that both Brabs and I raised an eyebrow at that, and that just shows you that's just one tiny element of how seriously they're taking this whole project.
And a commitment as well from Goodyear to do it, and
absolutely huge.
You know, because it's not cheap to make a different size tyre. You know,
I shudder to think as John Doonan was reeling off the 24-hour test at Sebring, Cota, whatever, and then Goodyear doing this. I didn't even want to ask him how much this budget is, but it's huge. I mean, their commitment is colossal, right up there with everybody else, all the top manufacturers, without a doubt. Maybe more.
It's based on a NASCAR tyre, and then basically they realised that they had the opportunity there we go, to do something a little bit different when they would start playing around with the suspension, and they took some weight out of the car, quite a lot of weight out of the car actually, and Goodyear, the official tyre of NASCAR for ever and a day, and celebrating 125 years themselves this year, decided J Moore, I was talking to Johnny earlier on, that it would be a very good idea to actually take this seriously. And as you did a huge amount of tyre testing back in the day with the Saleen and Pirelli, didn't you?
Yes, and Michelin.
Yeah.
And Dunlop. I know what the commitments are. And to build a tyre, I mean, there's one thing coming out with different constructions, different compounds, different sidewalls, you know, different shoulder diameters and all the rest of it with a specific tyre. That's a huge commitment itself. To actually make a tyre that's a different size and then go through all those other things I've just mentioned is just huge. And it was really enjoyable. I mean, John was really, really good to show us around, and everybody in the garage, the atmosphere in the garage is actually really positive. I mean, I guess obviously because they're here and they're all here to enjoy it. From what I understand, all the drivers are loving driving the car. And Jensen was saying that, albeit in a slipstream, the top speed they saw in qualifying yesterday was 314, which is pretty impressive for a NASCAR.
And they have had 2 inches of spoiler taken off the back.
Only the 6 foot remaining then.
Yeah,
I saw the size of that rear splitter on the rear fender. It's huge. I mean, it's generating more downforce than I think you might give it credit for, that car. But then again, I think it does on ovals as well. I mean, if you ever stand on the edge of a wall and watch the wind wash that blows you off your feet as they come past, and you don't create that kind of thing if you're that kind of a force if you're not actually cutting through the air and producing some level of downforce. So I was really impressed, I have to say.
It's a lot of drag as well, though, mate.
Absolutely, but then downforce and drag, that's the coefficient, isn't it?
Yes.
You can't create downforce without creating drag.
Yes. Well, unless you're Adrian Newey, of course.
Well, yes.
He sees air. He just sees air.
He just creates a lot of downforce with not as much drag as other people might create from the same thing.
Well, yes. He's got a bit of experience of that. Secret weapon. Off for LMP2 number 41. This is Rui Andrade for Team WRT. Well, that's the outside of Indianapolis now. They've paved all the way up to the outside wall on driver's right.
Super helpful, that.
Yeah.
That's a corner where you go steaming through, and then you're kind of getting on the brakes just for the tighter left that follows, and sometimes it can get a little bit twitchy and you have to come out of the brakes because you lose the rear. And in the old days it was a gravel trap, and once you were in that gravel trap, invariably you hit the tyre wall, albeit not maybe sometimes as hard as you thought you were going to. But now that they've tarmacked it, that's really allowing cars to make an error there and then rejoin with no damage. So
it's Johnny Morlam, along with Paul Truswell and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. 91.2 FM around the circuit. Good to have your company. Huge slide from the Porsche number 6. Now that is hanging it out, the 963.
That car, I've been watching that car since last night.
By the way.
It looks to me so nervous in the rear, and there you saw Andre take the apex curb there going into the chicane, the Dunlop chicane, and I think the problem with that car, it seems to transfer a load of weight through the front wheels to the rear, and the rear just pitches. So as soon as they take any apex curb, the rear just, it almost looks like there's an accident and they're just deciding where they're going to have it. I mean, the car looks so nervous to drive. I don't dispute that it's quick, but it doesn't look easy to drive at all.
Getting the balance on these new hypercars, very, very difficult indeed, particularly under braking with the brake-by-wire system. And all of the manufacturers have got different software, even between the LMDhs. Now, we've had a slow Ferrari for a little while, and it is now...
I think it's a Julian Piquet, I think. He's been on his way back in, John, for the last sort of 5 minutes.
Since before you got here?
Yes, probably, yeah. And he's doing a good job, to be fair. It doesn't look like he has a puncture, so I don't think he's bringing it back in to not damage the car. It looks like he's genuinely in limp home mode and just trying to get back to the pit so they can fix it.
Some work coming up then for the CrowdStrike Pit Lane team. You're listening to 91.2 FM. Delighted to be with you in this practice session. We've got racing to come tonight and Hyperpole as well. There's an hour to go of this free practice 3 session live from Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Beautiful afternoon here, top temperature 29 degrees. That was forecast round about now, and in fact we're pretty much spot on that at the moment, dropping down to only 16 degrees overnight. Looking forward to Friday, Saturday and Sunday, 88 to 90% chance of some wet weather coming in, could be thundery showers as well. 28 and 29 across the weekend. Could be interesting if that comes true. It's 29 degrees at the Circuit de la Sarthe right now.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
So inside the last hour of this session, Johnny Morlam, Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh, it's Nick and Joe down in the pit lane, and Paul Truswell's been watching the times and the stint lengths.
And also who's coming out, because finally the number 51 Ferrari has put in an appearance. Antonio Giovinazzi, having spent the best part of an hour and a half in the garage, in fact an hour and 40 minutes it took for the Ferrari number 51 to come out of its garage. It's now circulating. It's done it's on his 4th lap at the moment, but Giovinazzi not yet on the pace of the sister car, the number 50 car, which has also switched. It was in the hands of Miguel Moliner. It's now switched over to Niklas Nielsen, and so both of the Ferraris back out on the circuit now.
Under beautiful blue skies, René Binder for Duquesne, just coming out of Mulsanne corner and heading down my favourite part of the circuit. The trees making a really lovely photographic shot down there as you run out of Mulsanne.
It's lovely when it's sunny, isn't it? When it's sunny and you see the shadow of the trees going
looks
I mean, you just know, you could see a tiny shot of a car with no background and you still know where it is.
Yes.
It's so distinctive, I agree with you.
And that right-hand king, it's actually, I mean, the right-hand king, a lot of people call it no nickname king, but actually both of those corners, rightly, are called Indianapolis. And I learned from Richard Williams' book, which I've been thoroughly enjoying, and hopefully Richard is feeling a little bit better today. We were hoping to have him in the studio with us, but he's not been very well. Why it's called Indianapolis?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because that was one of the first parts of the circuit that was permanently paved instead of just being gravel. Back at the very, very beginning. And they did it with bricks. So it was like the brickyard.
It was
right.
It was the bricks, but
see, I've learned something already, Paul, because I didn't realise that the kinks were called Indianapolis. I thought it was just the fast right at the end before the left. It was Indianapolis.
Yeah, okay. I mean that's new on me. As I say, the two flat out rights are a long way.
No, just the one before.
Yes.
Is it just the little flat out kink before Indy?
Oh, you're calling that kink, are you, John?
Yeah.
Because I call that a hell of a corner, maybe break and downshift for it.
Yeah. Well, I'll need to talk to you about that later.
All right. Okay.
A little bit of driver coaching.
It was flat in the Porsche on the way through.
Okay, here we go.
But originally it wasn't banked, it was flat.
Yes, correct.
Because there were some stories which suggested that the reason it was called Indianapolis was because it was a banked corner, but originally it was flat. But you're absolutely right, it was a bit of a brickyard, and that's why they were looking for a name for it.
Up at the the lovely light blue of the Glickenhaus, Esteban Gutierrez out of the 709. Esteban, Glickenhaus been quite quiet, it seems to us, during these last couple of days. How's it going overall for the team?
Well, we've been experimenting a lot with the car. I mean, obviously, we know that we have a bit of a gap to our competitors, but we're just trying to maximize everything we have from the car. So we're doing different tests, trying to find the best balance for us to have for the 24-hour race.
A lot of work in the pits right now. It looks like they're getting new floors on the cars. It's just putting the cars into race mode.
Yeah, we obviously put new engine, new gearbox, new everything, and we're trying different aero packages. So just trying to obviously, fine-tune everything we have, and hopefully we can get back on track and do some more tests.
What's the aim really for Sunday at 4 o'clock? What's success for Glickenhaus?
Well, at the moment it's finding mainly reliability, consistency on the car, on the balance, in all the systems. So this is at the moment our main target. Obviously staying out of trouble will be crucial for us, and take advantage of other mistakes or other mechanical failures that we can see from the grid. So we're gonna try to aim for that, and hopefully we can get a reasonable result after the race.
Yes, man. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nick Damon with the CrowdStrike pit lane update. Johnny Morland and John Hindorf, as well as Paul Trustwell. A little bit of a moment a couple of seconds ago, and just underlining why things are so difficult here for Brendan Hartley, who was just out of the pits in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010, following a car through the Indianapolis complex down into Arnage that straddled the curb. And is he going to flick it off? Is it going to go off to the right, off to the left, going to grab a wheel? And at that point, okay, this is a practice session. Brendan could drop back a little bit there, Johnny, but in the race, when you're on it, got to make decisions quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, at all times, whether it's a race or practice, you're making quick decisions. He actually kept his foot in there because I think he saw an opportunity to get down the sort of left-hand side as they're approaching Arnage, the right-hander, and clear him before he clear the LMP2 before he could turn in. But we were just talking about Indianapolis. I can't tell you how tricky it is, that, as you call kink, John, because it does camber up, so it does compress, but you're kind of going in so quick, and it compresses, you've got loads of grip, and then it kind of levels, at which point you're still turning right to keep it. You'll never get it right over to the right hand side if you're quick there, but you'll try and get it at least 2/3 of the way over to the right hand side before the tight left, and at the same time you're doing that, you need to get on the brakes. And at that point there, when you're getting on the brakes, because you're kind of turning right and then turning left, it's so easy to lock an unloaded wheel, and then you just run a little bit wide, as you saw the LMP2 there as he was coming away from the apex, and just, you want to keep your foot in, you don't want to lose lap time, but then you just get pulled off into the gravel on the right hand side. And the tarmac that we were mentioning to stop you if you really have a problem having a big accident, they've got rid of that. So I think they've done that really cleverly there. They haven't made it so safe. They haven't put tarmac all the way. They've just put tarmac, so if you abort in the fast right of Indianapolis, you've got space to go straight, turn around and come back. But as soon as you turn left, they put gravel to stop any sort of track limits and things like that, because we're seeing so many track limits, John. I mean, it seems to be part and parcel at the moment.
Hundreds, literally hundreds.
126 so far in this session. God. That's in 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours.
Not a lot of improvements coming in at the moment, except for cars who had problems earlier on. Viz, Scott Dixon's gone out in that number 3 Cadillac. We were hearing from Nick about its problems earlier on. That's the gold-fronted car, and it's just done a 3:30.401 to take it up into 11th place. It barely turned a lap before then. Also was improving, it was Mikkel Jensen in the Peugeot number 93, but he got held up with a bit of traffic. Funny time of the week this, JP. There'll be some people, JP done it again, JMO, who will be, there'll be some teams who will be taking some time, like the Cup car is at Hendrick, putting in the race engine, the race gearbox, and therefore maybe just run it in a little bit. But there's teams here, of course, out here at the moment, who are going out for the glory in the 24-car shootout tonight with 3x8 Hyperpoles. So presumably they haven't made the switch to their race engines yet.
Absolutely right, John. And with the Hyperpole, I think you've taken away a little bit of the need to actually go quick in this second day.
Right.
And I think it becomes more about race runs, full tanks. Ultimately, and Paul will obviously correct me, but I'm hoping he will agree with this, ultimately this race nowadays will be won and lost on how many times you can stint your tyres, whether it's a triple stint. Some people are talking about quadruple stints in LMP2. It's going to be all about how good your car is in the second half of a stint, a couple of hours in, rather than how quick you can go over one lap. And that's what's going to win and lose this race. And that's why everyone out there at the moment is maybe not setting Bandai lap times, but they're gaining a lot of information as to how, especially in the heat of the day at the moment, with the track beginning to really rubber in, which it will be compared to yesterday, how the car's going to react, and more importantly, what kind of tyre temps and how the degradation, if they're seeing graining on the tyres, etc., if they have to adjust tyre pressures and all the rest of it. And that's what they'll be really interested in.
And it's all about a balance, isn't it, Johnny? Because yes, you want to try and avoid tyre changes if you can, partly because the tyre number of tyres that you're able to use is limited, so the regulations are enforcing you to do at least double stint the tyres, and that if it does end up in losing you lap time, you know, you've got to balance how much lap time you're losing. So if you're losing a second a lap, that's maybe 12 seconds over the course of a 12-lap stint, obviously. But that's the kind of time it's going to take to change the tyres. So maybe that's a judgment that you'll take and decide, yes, okay, well, we'll leave them on. But you need to understand how much that degradation is going to affect your lap time.
And also, what you've got to remember is it may, going through the first stint, the first fuel stint, obviously the tyre will degrade, but quite often the tyres are good enough, without mentioning manufacturers, but one in particular was always good enough that you could do your fastest lap at the end of a stint when the fuel load had lessened, so you got less weight, and the tyre was probably dropping 6, 7, 8 tenths a lap, maybe a little bit more around here, but you could make up for that with the fuel load dropping, and you could do your fastest lap almost on your very last lap of the race. But of course, then if you come in and you're double, triple, quadrupling, you put a full tank of gas in, that gets all that weight back in, then you're on old tyres again, then of course they're being put through a lot more stress and strain. You do that 2 or 3 times, and how the tyre reacts is critical to how good your race is going to go.
And that's where Toyota might end up suffering with this extra weight penalty that
it will
they've
have a
been
huge
given.
impact on them, Paul. I think people are underestimating that. I mean, everyone seems to think, and I'm probably amongst them, that Toyota have got this nailed on and it's theirs to lose, and I think most sensible people would agree with that. But don't for a second think that 36 kilos or whatever it is extra, 37. Not just on 37, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, almost close enough.
Almost your weight when you were racing, too.
Yeah, so maybe double that, but anyway. But the tyre deg and also brake and all the rest of it, the brake pad degradation and all the rest of it will have a huge impact on that.
Because what they've done at Toyota is, yes, they've given them the weight penalty, but they've given them more energy to use, because the BOP is all about how much energy you're allowed to use.
But that will hurt your tyre deg.
Precisely. So they've given them weight to hurt the tyre degradation, and they've also given them more power to use, which is, as you say, means that there's a lot of work for Toyota to do.
Well, if you look at their times, they're going around sort of 5, 6, 7 seconds off at the moment. They are doing long race runs.
They're learning.
Did they change anything to do with the hybrid deployment speed?
No.
So it's still 190k?
Yes.
Which is still higher than everybody else by a considerable margin.
Yes.
It's 150, I think, the next one
can't
back.
remember what the table is, but the table of the deployment speeds hasn't changed. It's purely been weight and the amount of energy you're allowed to use.
We're going to have Thierry Bouvet, who is head of the ACO Technical, come and talk to us. And basically, he wants to, as he described to me last Friday at Pesage in the Place de la République at the scrutineering, should I say, he wants to show the working out, is what he said. He's been really open with us. We had a great piece with him at Sebring.
Oh, that's admirable. I like that.
And if you were listening this morning on the way in, you would have heard that. And we'll make that. It's already available, actually. It's called Inside BOP. 33 Corvette, a minute or two ago. The final couple of parts of the Ford chicane, doing a little bit of gravel tracking. I was going to say grass tracking, but it was well into the gravel for Ben Keating. Ben, who's been in the most immaculate form this year. 2 wins and a second in GTE in the FIA World Endurance Championship, fighting for pole position as well. Now he will have to do the Hyperpole tonight because it was open to who did the qualifying yesterday, but in the GTE category, the bronze has to do the qualifying session, and Ben's been relishing that challenge. Been battling actually with Sarah Bovey from the Iron Dames for most of the season. Iron Dames did not make the Fast 8, the Hot Wheat, and that was a bit...
It was such a disjointed session, wasn't it, John?
Yeah.
I mean, so many people, I know talking to United, that were out there on good laps and had the slow zones hit them at just the wrong moment, and now it is safer. The race has definitely been made safer, so I'm not in any way slating the slow zone situation, but it does mean in the old days you used to count yourself lucky if you got a completely trafficless lap at Le Mans. In fact, I don't think I've ever done a trafficless lap at Le Mans, surely not in practice for qualifying, but you might have traffic where it didn't really cost you so much. Now that they're so quick to throw out slow zones, whether it's gravel on the track or a bit of debris or a car gone off or whatever, they're quite quick to do that for safety reasons, which means that the chances of actually getting a trafficless lap and a slow zone free lap are really quite unusual.
P2 is so close as well.
Yes.
Just losing a few tenths cost you a lot. I think it was 13 cars separated by less than a second.
Yes,
in the P2.
I saw that. It's very competitive.
Just quick mention, 2 cars having improved up in the top 4, because Brendan Hartley's just put in a better time. It leaves him still second in the times, but Brendan Hartley in the number 8 has done a 3:27.886 now, which reduces the margin between himself and the number 7 car. And also we've had an improvement, a massive improvement from the troubled 311 Action Express car. Jack Aitken, who had done barely 3 laps, I think, earlier in the session. Some problems with that Cadillac, but they've got to the bottom of or at least the car is suddenly going rapidly, and Jack Aitken has put in a 3:28.277 to go 4th quickest overall, so that's moved the Cadillac up to 4th. So it's Toyota 1st and 2nd, Porsche 3rd, Cadillac 4th, Nicholas Nielsen 5th with the Ferrari, then 2 Porsches in 6th and 7th, and then the Giovinazzi Ferrari is next up in 8th place. So that Giovinazzi car, having spent the majority of the session in the pit lane, is now out and going quickly. So,
and also the Scott Dixon Cadillac, he's got himself. I mean, he's only in 9th position, but only 1.8 off the fastest time. So yeah, it's going to be a really good race, isn't it? In terms of certainly in terms of pace, Paul, it's going to be a fantastic event. It's a long time since so many people at the sharp end of the field, so many cars have all been covered by such a small time gap.
With my changed circumstances now, I've promised many people that I will take rests when I feel I need to take a rest. And I've said to myself, well, I'll see how I'm doing after 12, 14 hours and see if it's still close. And then I'll see how it's going after 16 hours and see if it's still close.
So I'll see you the whole 24 hours.
So
then,
I
shall
suspect
I, yes.
it's going to be an all-nighter. We'll see how we get on.
We'll nip down to the CrowdStrike pit reporters. WRT are working away diligently. Oh dear me, I've got to talk the rest of the week. This could be bad. As you'd expect from Vincent Voss's team, Nick Damon is down there. What's going on, Nick?
Well, there's lots of diligent work going on.
Thank you.
It's only fair. It's about 7-1 to you still. Don't worry about it. At least you haven't got an entire thing called the Dictionary invented after you. Anyway.
True.
Yeah. So basically, I was just following both the cars in, just because it's right towards the end. So you kind of the sweep as you go up and down is a bit less. The 41 car, which is the let's call that the Kubica car show, with the Orland sponsor machine, that's on the pit lane. So things aren't quite so bad. I've been there for a few minutes actually, and they are again doing. I don't know why I'm so surprised that teams are still doing setup changes, and perhaps Johnny can explain what they're learning now in the heat of the day after having run so many times. And they are doing, they're actually quite obvious they're doing an anti-roll bar change on that one, or roll bar adjustment. It's not quite so much good as the 31 car. The 31 car's on the medium jacks. It's being strung. It's the 31 WRT KFC car. This is the other one of their cars. It's having all sorts of setup work done, and more importantly, it's got a computer plugged in, which is never a good sign, and there's somebody working on the gearbox. So, not seeing anyone to talk to and ask about that. My guess is they've taken the king off, and they're also now adjusting those camber plates on the Orica 07s. So an awful lot of work going on. Again, odds and bits and bobs, but yeah. So I expect that the 41 car, the Kubica car, will probably be on that pit lane for now 4 or 5 minutes. Whereas I think it's very much touch and go. We'll see the 31 again this session.
Hello to Dave Mockford and Hannah, who are listening in Worthing. Very odd about what's going on with my headset at the moment. Sad not to be here, but they are listening in at the moment. Also, Neil Gardner Automotive finally tuning in today. Even allowed himself some Studiovision. Hello to Paul Trustwell, to Johnny Morlam, to Specky Tim, and hello. I don't know if it's that camera or it's that camera, but I'm trying them both. Hello to you all on Studiovision. Note, we have the very important Omologato in session and in race timer facility. Thanks, Shami, for helping us with that. That will allow you, if you are watching pictures somewhere else, and we accept, other ways of consuming the race are available. Yeah, well,
I don't accept that.
But
any true Le Mans enthusiast surely is just sitting there in a dark room with his eyes closed, or her eyes closed, listening to us.
Yeah, well, okay, it's hard to argue with that in fairness. However, for those of you who want to see the pretty pictures and listen to the trackside commentary here from Haggerty Radio Le Mans, that countdown timer will help you sync up. We used to have to sort of talk through it a few years ago, and now we have the technology to be able to put it on the screen for you.
Nick kind of threw that into my lap, and I'll take it gratefully as to why they'll still be adjusting setup, because going back to what we were saying earlier with Paul quite rightly pointing out how tyre life is so critical, the track, especially because it's quite hot today, the track at the moment will be changing dramatically to the track yesterday, and with it being large sections of this being public roads, I can't tell you how much, no matter how much they try and clean it, it really rubbers in. And so, I mean, Martin Brundle always says it, it really is an animal, it has a life of its own, and so the more laps that get put down, the more rubber from the various different tyre manufacturers that get put down, it makes the track really change, and especially in the heat of the day today, they're going to be finding that there's probably higher levels of grip than they've experienced before, and they'll be adjusting the roll bars to try and control that. Also, they'll be looking to try and control tyre temps, so they'll be looking at tyre temps across the spread on the tyre from the inside to the outside shoulder, possible camber adjustments, and roll bars. You can control how much force you're putting through the tyre. You can either look after them a little bit better, maybe make them work a little bit harder, and it has a huge impact on tyre life.
I agree with you absolutely that it has a huge impact, and to get it right is crucial. However, I'll phrase this as a question, can you afford during a pit stop to make that kind of a change, because you're so committed to having to do a quick pit stop fuel, driver, tyres, go.
Well, you don't want to be doing it in the race.
Exactly. So what you've got to do is to find a compromise.
It's called practice for a reason, and
yes.
they're not just getting the drivers out there and practicing the pit stops, making them as quick as possible. They're adjusting the car, and then they have all the data. They may change the roll bars, even if the car's feeling good. They may make a little sweep on the front roll bars, tighten it up a little bit, see how much the tyre temps go up. Yeah. Just stuff that they're learning, how it affects the handling of the car. And then at the end of the day, they've got all this data, and then they can decide the sweet spot for the car and hopefully make an educated decision. If they just drove round and round and round and didn't adjust anything, it's pointless.
I agree with you. Okay, so maybe I didn't make myself clear. What I mean is, yes, you get this data so that you know the ideal setup for now when it's hot and it's the evening, but it'll be a different setup for the cool of the night, and it'll be a different setup again for Sunday morning when it's the happy hour. But you can't afford to change the car during the race, so you have to, as you say, find the sweet spot.
Exactly, and
but it's not obvious where that sweet spot is.
No, it isn't. If it was
saying.
easy, yeah, absolutely, Paul, and you're exactly right. And you're looking for that sweet spot that works in the heat of the day. You're looking for if it works in the middle of the night, and it's only by trying what works and seeing if the sweet spot that you found for the heat, then trying that in the night, seeing how much you have to adjust it, and then finding that compromise.
We see in other forms of racing, and where you see it most obviously is in IndyCar. When they come in and change tyre compounds, they'll have 2 or 3 turns on a front wing. Is there that sort of tunability with these cars within a pit stop, or is that just not built into these cars and not allowed?
It's difficult. Some changes you can definitely make. Roll bars are no longer adjustable from the cockpit. They used to be many moons ago. They're not at the moment. You can certainly, in the more sophisticated cars, there are certain diff settings and things like that used to be able to be changed as well. But one thing that I think in recent times, I've noticed that can be done a lot, and this is where the tyre engineers get very involved as well, is you can adjust tyre pressures. So coming into a stop based on what the driver feedback might be on a set of tyres, and also based when you take the first set off, what the pressures were and the temperatures were, you may then adjust your cold pressures for your second, third, fourth sets.
Problem with that is though, J Moore, is that if after your double stint your first set of tyres, you bring in and you might double or treble stint the second set of tyres, so it's an hour and a half later before you put the third set on, which is reacting to what you saw in the first two.
Absolutely.
So it's still all a bit of a suck it and see.
It's like a balloon, John. You push it in one area, it pops out the other, and so you're just constantly trying. It's like Paul hit the nail on the head there. It's never perfection, but you're always trying to get the best possible compromise you can, so that you're operating within a window that at least makes the car drivable.
Dave, thank you very much up in the chicken shed in Newark. We'll swap some messages about that. I would rather like to come and see what you're doing here. Down in the pit lane, I've had the word from our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team that the man at the head of Stellantis, depending on how you measure it, the biggest or the second biggest automotive group in the world, as we've got a yellow flag out at at Mulsanne at the moment. I'll try and find out what's going on there. Has arrived in the pit lane. He's been doing a bit of racing himself. He's done the last 2 Nürburgring 24 hours, along with JP Imperato, who is one of, I think he's Chief Technical Officer, Chief Financial Officer. We had 4 senior executives from Stellantis in a TCR at the Nürburgring. And he's here. He was also at Sebring, driving a non-American registered Peugeot that was over there to do some press at the time. He's taking a keen interest in what's going on at Total Energy Peugeot. He is known for, I'm choosing my words very carefully here, he is known for not suffering fools at all, and his what's the word I'm looking for? He's quite strict, let me put it that way, and he doesn't like things not going the way they should do. So taking a long hard look, I'm sure, at Peugeot here at Le Mans.
I still can't get over the fact that every time I see the Peugeot,
You think something's fell off it?
my first thought is, oh, they've lost their rear wing. And I can't get used to it. I mean, I know it's generating down. I know the underfloor generates more downforce than the top of the body and all the rest of it, but it just doesn't. It's still, I can't. Call me old school, but I just can't get my head around it.
It looks like the Scale Electric car that
you smashed in and lost the rear wing and couldn't glue on properly. Yeah,
correct,
absolutely.
Exactly. I think it looks less odd in the colours that it is here than when it was the two-tone grey.
Yeah.
Because I sort of see, and I can see the bits in the side wings a little bit more.
I'd love to know what their apex speed is in the entering the Porsche curve, so compared to some of the other hypercars, whether they are genuinely generating the same downforce or not.
Well, it's a very small drag and downforce coefficient window.
Yeah, but that's great on paper. When you're driving it, it's all very well going really, really quick in a straight line, but when you arrive at the corners, it's nice to have a little bit of grip, John. Do you know what I'm saying?
I never went fast enough for that, Jim, so I don't know. I think we still have, Martin Pearson says, don't we still have adjustable roll bars on the hypercars? I think you may be right.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
I'm not sure which flavour of the hypercars have that. So Nick Damon might be able to add to this because he drives hypercars all the time in iRacing, don't you, Nick?
I do. I mean,
what have you got? What tools have you got?
Well, you do have. You can work on both the front and the rear anti-roll bars in a live. As most of the modelling on these simulations now is as close to reality as possible. You would assume they wouldn't allow you to have adjustable roll bars in the cockpit if you didn't have adjustable roll bars for real. So it is not a definitive statement. It's just it sounds more likely that would be the situation.
The Hertz Hourly Updates. Getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
So even Johnny Molan, when he hears that tune, knows he's at Le Mans and the Le Mans 24 hours on. You were doing a bit of air drumming there.
That was my first She Sells Sanctuary cult of 2023.
There you go.
And I loved every moment of it.
Right, okay. We'll keep it going for Paul Truswell, who'll give you the rundown with half an hour to go. Hertz Hourly Update on 91.2 FM. Paul?
Toyotas 1 and 2 still, I have to say, and it's still from that time set earlier on in the session from Kamui Kobayashi, and it was a 3:27.580. Jose Maria Lopez has now taken the car over, so all three Toyota drivers in the number 7 have had a turn, and they are top of the heap. Second fastest, Brendan Hartley, going quicker than anybody else in the number 8 car. He's got the gap down to 0.286 of a second now between the two Toyotas, a 3:27.866, so Toyotas 1 and 2. Third fastest, still the Hertz car, the Team Jota entry car, number 38, Will Stevens now at the wheel, but the time set by Antonio Felix da Costa much earlier in the session, 3:27.927. Fourth fastest, the Action Express Racing Cadillac V-Series R, Pippo Dirani now at the wheel of the 311 car, although the time was set by Jack Aitken, I do believe, 3:28.58, 3:28.277 for Jack, or was it? Just double check that. It was a it was a Jack Aitken time so he's fourth, so the Cadillac fourth. In fifth place is the Antonio Fuoco driven Ferrari car number 50, 3:28.308. Sixth fastest is the number 75 Porsche, 3:28.454. We're still within a second of the pole position, or the fastest time, not the pole position time, but the fastest time in the session. So the top 6 all separated by less than a second, with the Porsche in number 75 in 6th place. In 7th place is the number 51 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierre Guidi now at the wheel of that one, 3:28.943. 8th fastest is the Peugeot number 93, 3:29.207. 9th fastest is the Cadillac number 3, Scott Dixon, 3:29.445. And 10th fastest, the other Peugeot, number 94, with Nico Müller currently driving it, 3:30.167. LMP2, still Jota at the head of the field there as well. Pietro Fittipaldi taking over at the wheel of the number 28 car, which has done a 3:34.071 seconds. Second fastest is the number 14 Nielsen Racing LMP2 Orica, 3:37.218. So still that massive chunk of difference at the head of the P2 field. And third in P2 is the number 34 Inter Europol Competition Orica, a 3:37.315. In GTE AM, the fastest car is still the Ferrari, number 54, the AF Corsa car, 3:53.681. Second fastest is the number 86 GR Racing Porsche, 3:53.839. And third fastest is the number 60 Porsche, 3:54.065. Another Porsche, the number 77 Dempsey Proton Racing car, is fourth fastest. Fifth fastest is the Richard Mille Ferrari, car number 83. And sixth fastest, number 21, the AF Corsa Ferrari, which we saw being driven slowly back to the pits a few minutes ago. But it is sixth in GTE AM. Half an hour still to go, and then we're into Hyperpole.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
So fade myself up if I want to talk. So coming up after us, of course, we are heading into the road to Le Mans race. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones will be stepping into the breach for that today. Bit of a change in that the second race is normally Saturday, but it's Friday this year. So tomorrow and Friday for the two Road to Le Mans races. So they're all done by Friday lunchtime. And the warm-up on Saturday for the Le Mans 24 is actually, it's a brunch time. It's almost, that's very civilised, though I suspect it won't mean that we are any later into the circuit. Running on long at Arnage. A minute or two ago, as we were doing the update, the 709 Franck Mailleur driven Glickenhaus. Now that would have been into somebody's back garden a few years ago. They pushed that wall back. There was a nasty accident there, I think from a Corvette from memory, that went straight on and buried itself in the wall. But it's
easily done there. It's easily done. They used to say that it was very slippery going into Arnage because you had a four-way junction there and all the cars, road cars, would stop and drop oil as they were waiting to give way to various things. I don't know if that's still the case, but for some reason that corner is still really, really tricky. It's so easy to get drawn into it, just brake that little bit too late, lock up and then run straight on, as we saw just then with the 709 Glickenhaus, who then went through the left, two really nice little black lines coming out and then pulled gravel everywhere, and he's now coming into the pits. But quick shout out, I have to give some credit here to the Hertz Jota car, not just in the Hypercar but also in the LMP2 category. I mean, they're third overall, as Paul was just saying on the rundown. Will Stevens back out now, but they've been in the pits for quite a while. I don't know exactly what they're doing, whether they're just getting it fettled for the Hyperpole. But in LMP2, they do seem to be able to set a quick time, John, whenever they want to. And I know that 3-second advantage that they're holding at the moment over the rest of the LMP2 field isn't necessarily indicative, but they do seem to be able to just pop a quick time in any time they want. At the moment, that Jota car does seem to be the class of the P2 field.
Well, we mentioned Carlos Tavares earlier on, and heaven must be missing an angel because Dinah Binks is down by the Peugeot pits now. Who are you with, Di?
I'm with Mikael Jensen from the 93. Mikael, I know you got out of the car about 20 minutes or so ago, but it looks like it's a very challenging day for you.
Yeah, we had some issues with the battery, so now we're back on track. It's just been hard to run the smooth driver sequence because we all should get some valuable laps, but now I just got in quickly to put Jeff in the car. Now we didn't have an issue, just a setup change. Yeah, obviously it's not ideal. It's the last real practice session we get tonight. It's going to be a mess and only 1 hour, so I think this is the last proper sessions we're getting.
How much more data are you looking to collect?
A lot. I mean, the race is going to be hot. I think this session is the most important because we drive more of the race in hot conditions than in cold conditions at night. And even at night, it's not getting that cold this year. So we try to get everything we can, gather a lot of data to be in the best position possible for Saturday and Sunday.
The Cup car is out.
Going slowly though.
Yeah, not up to speed coming out of Mulsanne corner, and that's the first time that car's come out. It's Jenson Button, who's actually off the track at the moment, trying to stay out everybody's way.
Yeah, if you're doing that, then you must have a problem, because the chances of picking up a puncture when you run a wheel down the outside there, I would never ever do that unless I'm trying to really get out of everyone's way, because I can't go any quicker.
I was a bit concerned when I think it was Joe Bradley from our CloudStrike Racing pit crew who was speaking to Jimmy Johnson, and he was describing how they were doing work on the car, which was really just setting it up for the race, and it was all routine and there was nothing to worry about, because all they were doing was getting it ready for the race. Well, surely that's a job that you can do on Friday, not during a qualifying session, but not during a practice session, when you can be gathering all this data that you've just been talking about, Johnny. And
yeah, I agree with you, Paul. If a new project like that, if they've got a chance to be out there, that every single lap for them is probably more valuable than any of the other teams out there, because this is all so new to them with a car that's completely new, a new tyre. This will be the first time they've run this tyre at Le Mans. So
exactly
I agree with you. Yeah.
And yeah, the evidence, as John Hindhoff just said, is that on its out lap, that car clearly not working properly. Otherwise, Jenson Button would be racing along, making a lovely noise with the Chevrolet Camaro. Are we allowed to call it a ZL, John, or do we have to say ZL?
I've been doing both at various times.
Okay.
They will say ZL, I say ZL.
For the very reason
Tomato.
Exactly. I'll use that as my evidence or my justification for ZL.
Hang on, there's a zebra in the background. You see that?
Is it Cobra or Cobra? That's the next. Don't get me started. 21 minutes to go in this session. Another lap time deleted. This time Pietro Fittipaldi. Marshall's post 33. His Porsche out again.
Paul, what is the rule which hopefully will be consistent, which, to be fair, the WEC do, they're quite draconian, but they can be pretty much consistent. How many track limits in the race will the car be allowed? And you don't need to answer right now, I'll let you have it before you, John knows, before you get a penalty. And what are the penalties, the level of penalties, how are they going to progress?
It's quite a lot, actually.
Because I know in normal WEC races, because I've been on the receiving end of them sometimes, it can be very draconian. And it used to apply to the car, not to the driver, and I assume that's still the case.
It's certainly the car, not the driver. Correct. John, what do you think? And I'll look up what it says.
Well, the one thing that I noticed, which I think is a little bit different from some of the series, once you reach the limit and go over and get your penalty, every single offence after that, you'll get another penalty.
Yes.
So you don't reset it.
It accrues.
Yeah, yes. So straight back to the next one. I think it's 12.
12 offs? 12?
I think so.
I didn't think it was that many.
I think it was. I seem to think it was quite a lot. The Hendrick Motorsport Camaro.
It may not have such a big impact on the race as I thought, because I've been watching, and I mean every 10 seconds somebody's being done for track limits.
Paul,
the supplementary regulations say during the race penalties are at the steward's discretion, penalties that may go as far as disqualification of the driver. I am sure I've seen a table
me too,
which describes them, but it's obviously not in the supplementary regulations. It must be in a bulletin. So I'm going to need longer to find the bulletin, but I will go and do that, because everybody else in the pit lane will have found out. But normally it's 3 warnings, and then you get a warning, or 3 offences, and then you get a warning flag, and then after the warning flag you get a further 3, and then you get the penalty.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Okay. But let me check that bulletin.
Okay.
Which will have a huge, or could have a huge impact on this race, the number of penalties we're getting at the moment.
I am told that they will be carrying on with this system. It's an automated system, isn't it, John?
Correct, and that's new for this year. It's an automated system. You've got nobody to go and argue with. It's like
judge of fact.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a speed camera.
Yeah, track
except
limits
it's track
normally
limits.
are a judge of fact. Even if it's a marshal standing there, it's unappealable.
Yeah, and it's exactly the same as the system that Silverstone have for noise limits. Takes a picture. The picture is therefore available. And there's several places around the track where race control have got that they haven't. People coming perhaps in today haven't heard us talking about this. There's been an inordinate amount. We've got to be getting close to 1,000 now, track limits, over test day and the running that we've seen so far. Let's pop down to Nick Damon. JB, Jenson Button, nipped out to do an install lap for the Camaro ZL1 Cup car. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Nick Damon, hang on, have you got... You're not allowed power tools, Nick. You know that. Rachel doesn't allow you to have them.
That's true. It's not me this time. Though. I got a comment first of all on the Silverstone and other circuits noise tripping pictures. I got erroneously pulled on the track day for a case of mistaken identity. I was they had a picture of the bike. That's not my bike. I went, oh no, it's not, is it?
How can anybody misidentify you, Nick?
It wasn't
particularly
me.
when it comes down to noise.
Right.
We all know what noise you make,
yes,
Nick. And it's lovely. Sure tunes are us.
Didn't even say hello to me yesterday.
I know.
That's because I just expected you to be there, Johnny, because you are so just ubiquitous at Le Mans. It's a marvellous experience. I just got I walked in. I thought, wow, this is really weird. The car's at a very, very, very jaunty angle. And what they were because I forgot, of course, they haven't got air jacks, have they? No. So to get it onto the equivalent of the medium jacks, as we would call it, they actually jack it up with an old-fashioned, well, a very expensive scissor jack as high as they can on one side, and then they go put something underneath it, and then level it up on the other side. Now, the second weird thing that happened. This is quite a big car, as has been illustrated by some pictures. If you saw a picture of the grid, it's almost as big as the memes of the BMW M6 from all those M8 from all those years ago on IMSA. So they'd taken off a tyre, the car was yanked up, and the mechanic got his entire head into the engine bay. So I was telling you, there was this bloke looking around directly at the suspension from inside the wheel well. They've since had a good old check around. They've looked at it, they've unscrewed the wheels and put the wheels back on again. They don't appear to have actually changed anything, but as I speak, it's being wheeled back onto the apron. The scissor jack is coming in, down it comes off the roller trucks it was on the rear wheels. It's going to get fired up in a second by Jenson. So whether it was an erroneous warning or they forgot to do something, I don't know, but they, to my knowledge, and there it goes. And whilst they had a good look at it, they didn't seem to do anything substantive to it.
Hang on.
Oh, when I went in there, I got little butterflies in my stomach when I went in there yesterday, and I don't miss Le Mans that bad. I kind of got used to being the other side of the fence, but when I walked into that garage yesterday and saw everyone there, I just got that little sort of floaty feeling in my stomach. And if someone had come up to me and said, "There you go, put your helmet on, you're going," I'd have been there like a shot.
Well, the story that came out with Jenson and when I was talking to him earlier in the week, and by the way, if you haven't heard that, we'll replay it for you, but it's also available for download at radiolemans.com. We've got two Garage 56 programs, one about the car, one about the drivers. Jenson was asked by Jimmy Johnson to rock up at one of the early tests they were doing. I think it was Sebring, actually. Yeah, it was. And he turned up there, and Chad Knaus said, "Do you want to have a go?" And Jenson said, "I haven't got my gear." "We'll find you some gear." "Well, no, but you're testing." "No, you can have a go if you want." And Jenson, "No, I'm not comfortable doing that," but then stood trackside and watched it, and that's what made him want to get involved.
Right.
Because I'm going to say something here that I'm going to throw this out to the Twitterverse. I'd rather see 20 of those cars next year here than 20 GT3s.
Well, I asked John Doonan that straight question for IMSA, whether that was potentially a new class of IMSA car coming. And he didn't say no.
So did he giggle?
He didn't say yes.
Did he give one of
He gave a little smile, and he didn't say yes, but he didn't say no either.
I can only imagine that. I mean, that's a prototype, effectively. That car is a prototype. It's a tube frame car based on the current generation Cup cars, but lightened. It's got the
costs would be way lower as well, John. If you think that GTD
not for
Pro,
one car, because that will have cost a fortune. And they've laid up the bodywork completely differently. It's much thinner, and it's a different tube frame because they've made it lighter, and. But now to build another 20 of those, when they know what they're doing and economies of scale.
Well, I think, I mean, you had the LMPC, you had the LMP3, albeit there were 2 manufacturers in that. I think with this, you could end up having a situation where you're attracting amateur drivers into a formula where it's actually everybody in the same car. And I think that could work well. It could be a lot more cost effective.
Might have to put a door in it, though. That's all I'm saying.
Changing the subject back to times in the session, 13 minutes remain, and Antonio Fuoco has just set the fastest time of the session. 3:26.579, a full second, almost exactly, just over a second.
Yeah, except is he going to lose that?
He might.
Oh no, that's lap 36. So he set his best lap on 35, so he's fine, sorry.
Yeah, so it's a 3:26.579 for Antonio Fuoco, provided it wasn't a track limits offence at the Ford chicane.
I would say that's a dummy qualifying. I would say that's a...
It's the right time to do a dummy qualifying, and it's also the right time because it's just got yellow flags out on the circuit, which is going to slow everybody else down. 12 minutes to go.
The only problem with that NASCAR idea, by the way, and the Cup cars, or the GT Cup car, Cup GT car, whatever we're going to call it, is that we've got a new GT3 Corvette coming next year, which will be eligible here, and a new GT3 Ford Mustang, which Ford don't have a hypercar, so that at the moment, if what we're hearing is true, wouldn't be eligible here, but it is being unveiled here on Friday, so make of that what you will.
I like the spectacle of the number 24 car, the Hendricks Motorsport car, we call it a Cup car at NASCAR. I like the spectacle of it. It doesn't quite fit with me as a Le Mans purist because it looks more like a touring car. It's a four-door saloon.
I would see it more going into IMSA than I would say. I think it could end up, if it's going to end up anywhere, which it probably won't, but if it were, it would be IMSA. It wouldn't end up at Le Mans.
It was the same
precisely.
The same argument we had with some of the BMWs when they were running the four-door M3s and M4s rather than the two-door M3s and M6s and M8s.
But even then, whether it's two doors or four doors, I called it a four-door, but it's a saloon car shape rather than being a sports car shape.
Problem for Andrew Harrianto in the Valkenhorst Motorsport.
Looks like he might have been off actually in
the middle of the Porsche curve, so that would have been eye-opening with 10 3/4 minutes to go. Looks like air in all of the tyres, Johnny Morlam. He's keeping out of the way of everybody, so something is not quite right as he comes round to the Corvette curve. Actually, he's the right rear.
No, you're right. It does look reasonably intact, doesn't it?
Yeah, coming under the Porsche bridge before maybe
it was a problem. It just the way you would go off on the outside of the Porsche curves like that on the left. I can't imagine you would choose to go there. You would normally go on the right-hand side.
We would have had a Ferrari 1-2, but for track limits. Alessandro Pierre Guidi in the 51, the car that only participated in the last 20 minutes of the session, set a fast time, but as I say, it was disallowed. So we've still got Ferrari with Antonio Fuoco top. What we haven't yet seen is either of the two Toyotas going out for a quick lap at the end.
I don't think it's in their interests to set pole, to be honest. If I was at Toyota, Paul, I would be looking to go out and qualify third and fourth, to be honest. I think the Ferraris are going to be quickest, and I think ultimately, with everything that's happening, the last thing they need is to be on pole position.
Last couple of minutes of this 3-hour practice 3, and almost achingly close being ready to go out again is the 777, the new version of the Aston Martin. The car looks absolutely perfect. It's just doing its final stringing. Yes, sir.
What have they transferred from the old car,
Nothing.
if anything?
Nothing.
So that is a completely new car.
Unless they've managed to, well, I assume there may be some legality wiring and there may be some timing equipment and that sort of stuff. But that's a completely new car. Look at I stared at the crumpled mess that was the front and the entirety of the left. This is a new car. I think that was always the point. They've obviously got a dispensation to do it because the other one was crumpled. This is not crumpled, it's straight as a die. So it's so straight that there's a man using a very, very fine measure and a bit of laser and string to make sure it's totally straight. They've obviously decided not to rush. They've got another 3 hours, we've got 3 or 4 hours of it before the final hour session where they get out and shake it down and get the night laps in, hopefully for their drivers. But yeah, I mean, I pretty 100% certain this is a brand spanking new car. In fact, it hasn't quite got all the correct stickers on, the legality stickers for the event, so there'll be a bit of a work on that one as well. But yeah, they are just as close as you can be without risking it going out this time.
We now have a Ferrari 1-2 as Alessandro Pegidi has put in a 3:27.0 and off. Now, right in front of the Ferrari, yellow flags at the Daytona chicane. So who was that's gone off there? That is the number 65 car. Yes, it is.
Well done, John. Well spotted that.
It was on an outlap for Manuel Maldonado, and
probably went into the braking for the chicane, went in, had a wiggle, corrected, ended up having to get on the brakes straight off in the middle of the chicane and straight on into the barrier on the outside. He won't have hit it very hard, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Not the first time that Maldonado's been in the gravel either this week, I say weekend, today.
The gravel being the way it is, especially at those chicanes, it's reasonably impacted on the outside, so he may be able to get reverse out of there, or enough to come back that he can then move and go on where the actual tyre wall is. Quite often there's a little bit of tarmac, as you can so just between the edge of the gravel and the barrier, and there's enough tarmac there to actually sort of wall of death it a little bit around the outside and rejoin the track. But at the moment it looks like actually, I have to say that looking at the length of the depth of those rear wheels into the gravel, I suspect he's beached.
And he's not even trying, is he?
No, he's not. He might have already tried spinning the rear wheels.
6.5 minutes left to the session. We've gone full course yellow.
I don't think there'll be any improvements in the rest of this session then.
Oh, that's a radical remark, Johnny. Well done.
Well, unless there was somebody in front of him, of course, because it's no, full course yellow. Sorry,
full course yellow. Yeah. And that is 80 kilometers per hour everywhere around the circuit.
Because you also lose tyre temp, you see. So if they have a 3 or 4 minute full course yellow, it's very difficult to then go green straight away and then just immediately start setting a quick lap time. It takes a while to get the pressures going again.
And in any case, you need to get to the start-finish line in order to start your flying lap.
Yeah, and it's 5 minutes 54.
And so it is, as you say, Johnny, unlikely that they're going to be able to set any more quicker times. They will be able to find out a little bit more about tyre wear. If they're really hot on their marks, then they'll be able to establish fuel consumption around a full course yellow, because the other aspect to it is if you can save a little bit of fuel consumption, you might be able to stretch your stint beyond 12 or 13 laps.
And even that's good information for them to be out there just to see what they can achieve under full course yellow in terms of fuel mileage.
Just a little note, once again, Tunbridge Wells finest ahead of Porsche Penske Motorsport, with Hertz Team Toyota on an outlap at the moment with Will Stevens, who is loving this, by the way.
They're doing so well. The car looks amazing as well, doesn't it?
We know how good. You've dealt with Porsche down through the years, Johnny Morlam, as of we, as we've got a driver reported to the stewards for abusing track limits. So that's actually going to be a penalty for the number 55. That's Andreas Moller, I think, who is Jens Renault Moller, excuse me, the GMB Motorsport car. So he's going to get a penalty. It could be applied in the next session, which is only a practice session, but they're going to have to be careful because you can have your penalties go into the race.
They can sit you for 10 minutes, 15
20
minutes sometimes.
We had 20 minutes for some technical breaches after in test day for the first practice session. People running ride height sensors. He shouldn't have. Yeah, just going back to that point. Hertz Team Toyota, Will Stevens out in that car at the moment, ahead of both Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. Sorry, all three Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, because I keep forgetting about the US car that is here as well, or the US team of drivers that is here as well. And off the back of the fastest race lap when they'd had the car for a week at Spa, and they topped the private test that they had before they came here, when all four cars were there. that's a pretty solid run for Sam Hignett and the team. Also, a quick shout out for John Church and JDC. None of their drivers has actually sat in the car before it arrived in the States, so their shakedown was
the race.
Yeah, well, yeah. They actually started up and drove it around the car park of their factory unit, and then they went out. Will Stevens in this car, his first time moving in the car other than his seat fitting was when he went in FP1 in Spa. That tells you all you need to know about Jota Team Hertz Team Jota, and there you go, 5 minutes stop and go penalty for the number 55 for Jens.
And we saw Manuel Maldonado did manage to
that was good.
Drive it out of the gravel and rejoin.
Great for the two teams concerned. Top of their game, LMP2 teams. Exactly what you were saying. Get the 1%ers, or the 1% or 1%ers actually, is what they've been on the last few years. Get it right, and they're going to go on. Here's Eduardo.
11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed. Thank you.
And we are back for the last 2 minutes. But what does that also say, Johnny Morlam, about Porsche Motorsport and how they look after their customers?
I think it's fantastic. Porsche, as you say, are tippity top, no
Past
doubt about
masters.
it. But Jota also, what an amazing team they've had over the last, decade or more. And Dave Clark putting this Hertz deal together, one of the few bona fide sponsorship deals out there without manufacturer support in terms
commercial
of factory team. They're a customer team, but Porsche will make absolutely certain that they give them all the assistance they can. And it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Jota have come here with that car, albeit they haven't had it very long, and are already showing, in particular here at Le Mans, because Jota, in terms of experience, are right up there with Porsche in terms of their Le Mans experience, in terms of being able to get the best out of the car. They've got three fantastic drivers. They know how to win. They know how to put their egos in their back pocket when the time is right. And I mean, it remains to be seen in terms of reliability. It's still very new. But it doesn't shock me at all. In fact, I'd have been more surprised if they weren't up there in terms of pace.
I said to Sam that somewhat incongruous sight at the moment of the Chevy Camaro side by side with an LMP2 car coming out of the Porsche curves through Corvette corner, Corvette curve. That is a big car. It is a big car, but it's perfectly proportioned. It looks like a cross between a GT3.
It doesn't look like it doesn't belong.
No, I absolutely agree with that. I agree with that. And people, one or two people are shocked that I say that I'd rather see 20 of those than 20 GT3s. I can watch GT3s anywhere in the world, and Le Mans doesn't need to become just another GT3 race. I'd rather have something different, and whether it was this, it's one of the things that few things that Stefan Rattel and I agree on. I don't think he wants his GT3s here either, to be honest. But I'd rather see something different. In fact, I'd rather see no GT cars. I'd rather see LMP2 stay here and have an expanded field of LMP2s, because the amount of Orekas that are about...
I couldn't agree more, John. I think that's the one shame that's coming out of all of these changes, which are amazing, and we're going into, we're in another golden era of motorsport, and I think this race will be up there as the checkered flag flies. But I think LMP2 has been such a stalwart of Le Mans for so long. And
look at the teams that's come out of it, eh?
It's going to be, I know it's going to be here next year because of the LMS, but for me, not having it in the WEC, I think is a real shame.
Checkered flag is out. One or two people going to try and improve, but I think that with just 2 minutes left, the removal of the slow zone was a little bit late. We'll find out whether that was the case in a moment or two's time after the weather here on 91.2 FM, Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather.
28 high today. We've hit that spot on. Feels about 30 in the sun, 27 in the shade. It'll drop to 17 tonight with a little bit of cloud cover. A yellow warning for thunderstorms in the area for the overnight and into tomorrow. Cloud cover 94% and an 88% chance of rain tomorrow here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. The weather on Radio Le Mans with Flywheel. The perfect way to spend Father's Day with Le Mans Heroes' spectacular aircraft. Go to bicestaheritage.co.uk and save 20%.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
So, let's look at some of the times. There's not very many people still to come through. Jose Maria Lopez is still out there for the Toyota Gazoo racing team. But I'm not sure his is any good to improve. We'll take a couple of interviews. It's a fraught session for the Cadillac number 3. Scott Dixon did get some laps in. Seb Bourdier's gone out as well. Nick Damon is with the affable Kiwi.
Scott, up until this session, it was going quite well for the two main works Cadillacs, but it seemed much more difficult today. Would that be fair to say?
I think they had a couple of small issues, and then just like a timing kind of after, kind of getting out with a lot of the rebuild last night. So it was more of a timing thing opposed to any problems with the car. We're just trying to get through some tyres here to figure out, what we need to do for the longer runs. But car's running, car's running pretty well. Just trying to get some laps in now.
Who's the nominated qualifying driver for later?
Would have to be Bourdais. We're here, right? So it's got to be him.
I mean, I think if anyone wants to know how exciting and varied a racing driver's career can be, 2 weeks ago you were around 250 miles an hour average at Indy. Then you had the world's bumpiest street circuit, Detroit. Now you're at Le Mans. It's an amazing career, isn't it?
It's good to be in my position. It's a lot of fun to obviously go through those different track configurations. Especially Indy to Detroit is kind of the polar opposite. And then very lucky to be here, part of Cadillac's run here for the 100th running. So very special timing, I think, with just how it worked out. And it's always great to be here with Chip Ganassi. But my first time, obviously, driving in the top tier class. So excited for that too.
I mean, does it give you a different frisson being here, knowing you could be the overall winner rather than the class winner?
Yeah, I think it changes the dynamic for sure. It's kind of funny when you race here, you're so locked into your own class you don't even watch any of the others. But at least now we're racing it, in the top class. And yeah, you're right. That would be an amazing situation if we're able, one, I think, to get to a podium, and then secondly, if we had the opportunity to win, would be tremendous.
There's lots of new cars. There's lots of new teams. I mean, how much sort of concentration are you actually doing on what other people are doing? Because everyone's still learning. I suppose you're also learning from each other. You're looking a lot at what other teams are doing, or do you have to be head down on Cadillac?
I think you kind of get stuck in your own ways, right? Because of the BOP, you look around and try to figure out what or why other cars are fast or slow. And it's a tricky situation, obviously, for the first time with the combined one here. From our view, it still looks like the hypercars, or the original hypercars, Toyota, Ferrari, that scenario have still a clear advantage. But, reliability's been good for the Cadillac so far. The car's been pretty good over the long stints. So, again, I think if you have a perfect race, you have an opportunity to maybe to get to the podium, and that's the goal for us.
Scott, thanks a lot.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
Scott Dixon down in the pit lane. The CrowdStrike pit lane reports with Nick Damon. Thanks to Dinah Binks as well for that last section. Paul, we were debating full prototype fields. Prototypes were an anathema here in the early years. The ACO did all they could do to stop the tide of them in the early years. So there is an absolute a quote-unquote road car ethos to this race, which would be a shame to lose.
I've had the discussion over the years with many people about what the Le Mans 24-hour race is for, and you're absolutely right. It was originally for road-going cars, or cars at least that were road legal. It then became a sports car race. It then prototypes were introduced. I remember times during the 1980s when it became purely a prototype race. I mean, it wouldn't be a first for there to be a Le Mans 24-hour race without any GT cars.
There were some Porsches in there that we would look at and think that they were sort of GT cars in those days.
You're thinking about something like the Dow 962. Go back to before then, when there was no class for any GT car. In the days of Group C, we had Group C and Group C2, or C Junior first developed into C2, and nothing else. There was a field full of C and C2 cars, along with IMSA cars. There was a class for IMSA cars, and then IMSA GTX cars.
935s? Would you not have had a 935 then?
I don't think there was even a 935. I'll have to check on that one. However, be that as it may,
but yes, I take your point.
GT cars then became the only game in town when we moved into the 90s, when Group C self-imploded, and all of a sudden there weren't any prototypes, and we had to go GT racing because it was the only game in town. There's a piece of me that agrees with you that because of the way Le Mans is about prototypes, that it should be all prototypes, and if we could have 55 prototypes, then that would be a good thing. I just worry about, how do you put it, going somewhere which you then can't get back from to kind of recover.
Yeah.
Once you've banished the GT cars, can you ever invite them back again?
You can't do that, Paul, though.
Is that a political kind of move there where...
I think sorry. I mean...
My point is, though, if you're only going to have 16, 18, 20 GT cars, and you're going to so severely restrict who can come by saying it's only 2 per manufacturer,
I know,
and it's only manufactured, and I look, I see both sides of this. I see both sides of the argument, and we're going to give preference to the manufacturers who are supporting Hypercar, then what's the point, frankly? Because it's not the variety of cars. You're artificially...
In my opinion, though, John, you're missing the point of what Le Mans stands for, going right back to the very, very, very beginning. And by getting rid of all the GT cars, of course there will be people out there, Francois Perrodo, maybe a Ben Keating, who can actually hack it in a prototype. But in the GT-AM class, there are a lot of very, very good gentlemen drivers that if it was just prototypes, especially if it was just top-end, high-end prototypes, would not be able to compete and race at Le Mans. So you're killing the lifeblood. So I've seen this cycle happen, as have you, 3 or 4 times in my 20-year career, where the manufacturers come in, everyone goes manufacturers, the amateur drivers aren't taken care of, the manufacturers leave, and then all of a sudden they create rules for the amateurs to be allowed back in again, GT-AM, whatever it may be.
I completely agree with you.
LMPC, LMP3.
I completely agree with you, and I'm just saying, there's hardly, if you're not going to have a proper GT class that's open to everybody, don't bother with it. If you can't manage that within the current structure, think outside the box. Why is it that we're going to have so few GT cars and have to limit it to only the people who have got hypercars? It's because of the FIA World Endurance Championship. So dead easy, take Le Mans out the championship and make it an invitation only. And then you don't have to give 38 cars an entry into Le Mans, and it opens up who you can invite. Then you can have a proper GT class, and then I don't have a problem with it.
Well, but if you're only going to have... I actually agree with that, because I think the race would be even better if it wasn't part of the championship. Just a, flag to flag, everyone goes for it, winner takes all.
I also agree with you, and there's a piece of me that says I told you so on this one as well, because when FIA and ACO suddenly became the same animal, and that they, we had Le Mans series all over the world, controlled by the FIA. All of a sudden, it was impossible for Le Mans to extricate itself from the World Championship. And, you say wouldn't it be good if it wasn't part of the World Championship? Again, going back into the 80s and 90s, a number of occasions Le Mans wasn't part of the World Championship, and there is no reason why it should be, in my view.
No.
So I'll go along with it. 86 and 87, incidentally, there were no GT cars.
88?
I'm just going back into 88 now. No GT cars in 1988 either.
Yeah. Nothing that even looked vaguely like a GT3 car. A GT car.
Any sort of GT car.
Okay.
We had Class 1 for prototypes, and we had for Group C prototypes, we had Class 2 for C2, and then we had Class 3 for IMSA GTP, which included the Mazdas. There were Mazdas in 1988. And yeah, there were no Porsche 911s filling up the field at the back of the grid, which always used to be the case in the very early 1980s.
Yeah.
Where we go with all of this, I don't know, and we could probably debate it late into the night.
See, this is why we love being at Le Mans, because actually there's no right answer. There's just a lot of answers that we will get irate. Somebody will get irate about it. We won't get irate about it, but somebody will get irate about it, and we'll watch the Twitter fill up. Hashtag Haggerty RLM. My thanks to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters who were out in the very warm weather, to Paul Trustwell and to Johnny Morlam. I'm John Hindorf. Don't touch that dial. Stay on 91.2 FM, Haggerty Radio Le Mans, or RS1. We're about to go racing. It is our first live race of Le Mans 2023. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer about to get underway with the first of two Road to Le Mans races live from the Circuit de la Sarthe. Bye for now.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. The Radio Show Limited merchandise collection is now available. Click on the link on the front page at radio-show.co.uk. There's a variety of designs by renowned graphic and livery artist Andy Blackmore, including the Midweek Motorsport helmet, the RSL logo, plus some specials to commemorate our broadcast from Le Mans and Nürburgring 24-hour races. All items are made to order by our partners Full Talk Gear, and to keep the pesky postage costs down, are dispatched from either Europe or the USA. New products and designs are being added regularly, so keep checking in by clicking the store button on the homepage. Show your true colours. Click the Radio Show Limited store, open 24 hours every day.
The Road to Le Mans, brought to you by Aston Martin.
Since 2016, the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and for these two races, as it's called, the Road to Le Mans, have been part of the support package to the 24 Hours of Le Mans here at Circuit de la Sarthe. So for the 8th time in 2023, and syncing with the 100th anniversary of the main race, two separate rounds, and they do form part of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, albeit holding just slightly more than half points for the season regulars. First race today in 16 minutes time. Tomorrow's race a little earlier than normal in the Le Mans schedule. We often have one on Saturday morning, in fact, but race 2 taking place on Friday, tomorrow, from 11:30 in the morning. It's Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, and joining us from the pit lane with some CrowdStrike pit reports and no doubt some word with drivers as we get to the area where we'll be switching drivers over. Each driver, whether you're bronze, silver or gold, has to do a minimum of 20 minutes in these 55-minute races. So there's a reasonable window to get the cars in. Don't need to fuel them, but we'll need to to change the drivers, I should say, and get them out then for the second stint. Rounds 2 and 3 of a 6-race campaign then. Well, it should be 7 races, but we've had the complication, Bruce, this early on, sadly, with the cancellation of the Imola round, which was due to be a 2-hour race supporting the European Le Mans Series. That whole meeting had to be effectively cancelled and will be held later on in the year because of the paddock work that was taking place for a Grand Prix that never actually happened.
Entirely so, and that fell also going missing at that meeting. Was supposed to be the opening round of the European Lamborghini Super Trofeo, but for a lot of the drivers it's all about building up to this one. Not all the drivers in the Michelin Le Mans Cup compete in not all the people who compete here compete throughout the championship, but most of them like to build up through the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Then extra entries get added for Road to Le Mans, but missing that early season race, it will have hurt a lot of them. But Johnny, you talked about the longevity of this series, 8 years now. But when you look at the intent of this thing, it was to get people to race prototypes, the launch of the P3 class, supported by GT cars. And actually, if you sit back and analyse those that have risen up through these ranks and have then been competing in the European Le Mans Series, and some moved on to the World Endurance Championship, it's doing precisely what it was meant to do. And today is the next big shop window for all these drivers.
There were 30 LMP3 cars taking part in Barcelona for the first round of the season. That was a 2-hour race. Well, it was an hour and 50-minute race to be absolutely accurate. They used to be 120 minutes, but now with this new or newer Nissan engine that powers both the Duqueine and the Ligier LMP3s, it's pretty thirsty on fuel. 5.6 litre V8. They sound glorious, regardless of which of the two LMP3 shaped cars they are in, but never guaranteed to make a full hour, or indeed what is required, which is slightly over an hour per stint. So in order to make sure that they make the finish on only one fuel stop in the longer races, they're now an hour and 50, and it means that the races here at the Road to Le Mans events, 55 minutes or 13 laps, 177 kilometres, whichever falls first. It's often time limited because I have to say, over the years, these races have been no stranger to opening lap skirmishes and a lot of safety car in the past.
100%. And then we'll add another 100% for good measure. I mean, many times, and not so long ago, we had to commentate with no images whatsoever. You had a timing screen, but when they didn't reach the first timing sector, something was clearly awry. So we've moved on. One of the advantages of having television is you can actually see the progress of the cars. They've been forming up on the outside of the forward curves and then eventually get brought in to the pit lane. And this is very much the essence for people like Joe Bradley. They have to watch all the tyre vehicles and trolleys being towed in by quad bikes. They all form up in front of the pits that the regular teams competing in the 24 hours are occupying. Most of the mechanics, if they're not rebuilding cars, come out and take a look. But it's a very, very busy, compact place for them to be. And the size of the grid, we've got 29 rows of cars. Do the maths on that, that's 58. That's a phenomenal entry.
Last year's races, if your memory's not quite, well, I was going to say not quite as good as mine, but frankly I'd forgotten as well that there were victories for two Swiss teams, Tom Dillman and Alexander Matchell, winning the first 12-lap race of last year. Tom now in the big show as part of the Colin Collins entered car number 4 in the 24-hour race, and a very emotional second victory for Mikey Benham, sharing with Duncan Tappy again. That was with Cool Racing in the Ligier JSP 320, but I remember him breaking down on air when Joe Bradley put his microphone under his mouth just to get some reaction.
It happens.
Yeah, we're speaking to Joe. But they earlier won the race in 2018 with Lannon Racing and the Norma, but it felt like last year meant a whole lot more to Michael and to Duncan. I think that is unique in the sense that we've not had certainly a team coming back in a following year to take victory. We've had the same winners from the two separate races held in the same year, but I don't believe we've had repeat winners, years apart, as it were. But that shows a lot of the time it's down to learning how these races are run, and the little idiosyncrasies about dodging safety cars. There was one incident last year, it might have been 2022, when a safety car had been issued and the big line of cars was coming round. Those at the front could not get into the pits because they hadn't done the 20 minutes of drive time, but those further back could, and actually it put the second batch of cars in a better position.
Johnny, I've almost never in my history of watching motor racing seen a race that's turned on a sequence as much as that. Effectively removing the top sort of 10 runners. Right, thanks very much for your star showing, but we're going to promote everyone else. It was quite extraordinary. So expect 58 cars setting off at the start of this race. Let's hope we get 58 around without any visits to the gravel after the opening lap, and then get a dozen more laps in in afterwards. But this race is always packed full, and for a lot of people this is the biggest shop window, whether in terms of trying to promote their career or just simply because this is where they wanted to come racing, and this is their way of racing here at Le Mans. And for those that are in the P3 class, this is racing Le Mans in a prototype, so it's very, very special. It's sure going to be absolutely action-packed, but one issue we need to talk about, Johnny, is the fact that a lot of these championships you name driver 1 and driver 2. Driver 1 starts race 1, driver 2 starts race 2, and so on and so forth. But this time, you told me it's free driver selection, and so that is why on the outside of the front row, alongside Martin Rich, who's starting on pole for Team Virage, is Wayne Boyd, one of the gun drivers there, United Autosports, and clearly that's a sign of intent. They hope for him to pull clear, build a big lead, but every time you get a slow zone created, you know, his advantage is being eaten away at. So let us just watch and see, but it's a different way of doing things this year.
We also must remind people that there were 2 qualifying sessions earlier in the day, each of 20 minutes duration. The first qualifying session, your driver selection for the quali driver was entirely free, so that's where you saw golds and silvers taking part in qualifying. It doesn't happen at any other point of the year, when normally qualifying reserved exclusively for bronze drivers. Second qualifying session, which had a little bit more yellow and at least one red flag, was the now traditional bronze only session, and that's delivered a completely different grid. But it was Martin Rich's teammate in car 58, who is Manuel Espirito Santo, the Portuguese driver and silver rated, that put the 58 Team Virage Ligier in the pole position, starting on driver's left on that front row, and alongside Wayne Boyd's United Autosports Ligier. As Bruce mentioned, it was Wayne who qualified that car. I'll give you a full rundown of the grid just as soon as we're on to the rolling lap. The cars are now were released from the paddock area to the right of Ford Chicane, as you said. They've disappeared from the main straight now, so does that suggest, Bruce, that they've already begun their green flag lap?
Yeah, I think they have, because they're not in the pits, they're not in the paddock, therefore they must be somewhere on the track. One thing I'd like to point out is look for 3 cars that ought to be at the front end of the grid in their respected classes and didn't set a time. Racing Spirit of Le Mans, car number 10, that will be started by Arnaud Robin before the Aston Martin is handed over to Valentin Hasclot. So look out for that. And on the back row, 2 cars from the P3 class. Sorry, one from the P3, one from the GT class. United Autosports, the 4th of their P3 runners, James Maguire, will start, and he'll hand over to former Le Mans winner Guy Smith, hopefully later in the race. And likewise, car number 76 also didn't set a time. That's a GT3 class Porsche. It'll be started by Marco Seefried, a flying Austrian, and then Charlie Luck will take it over for the second half of the race. But their race is all about trying to advance but not get caught up in other people's moments on the way up the charts. So look out for those 3, 10, 21 and 76.
Yeah, let's take you through at least some of the more of the front rows of LMP3, because it's Rinaldi Racing and Nielsen Racing who are in position for 3rd and 4th. I can confirm that the cars are not yet on their formation lap, but they are beginning to start it now. So
and in fact, another apology, that they were actually formed up on the inside of the circuit, not on the outside of the Ford curve, so I was looking in the wrong place. I saw an empty paddock, I thought they've left, but they are now coming on to the track just at the entrance to the Ford curves, being led around by a Porsche leading car, and they look absolutely magnificent. They're already finding it's hot in those cockpits. We're seeing a heat haze as they go around the track, but they will do that run around, last chance to check conditions, and for you to talk through the cars.
Yeah, so as mentioned, doing the qualifying earlier today in the opening Q1 session was Portuguese driver Manuel Espirito Santo in the Team Virage Ligier. Martin Rich, his bronze teammate, to start the 58 car from the inside or the outside of the front row, with Wayne Boyd alongside, as I mentioned. Rinaldi Racing next for Daniel Kylvit, starting the 66 car. Daniel is again a gold rated driver. You'll know the Kylvit's name, I'm sure, from the Nürburgring Nordschleife and the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Very talented German driver, joined by Steve Parrow, the Austrian, as a bronze-rated driver, and he will take the second stint. A reminder that it's a minimum of 20 minutes for each of the drivers, regardless of rating. So 55-minute race, you can pit from 25 minutes in to 35 minutes in, so that is a 15-minute pit window, effectively. At full green flag pace, should give you 3 opportunities. If it falls right, maybe 4, but you really don't want to be leaving it too late in case there is a slow zone or a safety car, and then you are locked out of the pits because it takes you too long to get back to that final, at the end of the final sector. It's a mixture of Ligier JSP 320s, which is the majority of the LMP3 field, but there are 6 Duqueine M30 D08s, also with the same spec of Nissan engine, and the first of those is the number 4 for Nielsen Racing. It'll be started by John Melsom, even though Matt Bell, the North East man from the UK, from Newcastle, gold rated, and he qualified it, so he'll be doing the second stint. 5th place for the 20 United Autosports car, started by Brazilian driver Daniel Schneider, and alongside him the 97 Cool Racing car for Louis Saint-Juan. Then it is the 29, one of 2 MV2S racing cars for Matthias Lutin, and Lutin again is the bronze rated driver. He's sharing with Frenchman Mathis Poulet in the first of 2 MV2S racing cars, and alongside him is Alexander Bukantsov, the man who drives with the United Arab Emirates flag for DKR Engineering, who are the team with the most victories in these races. They've also taken the most amount of championships in the Michelin Le Mans Cup as well, because in 2017, 18, 19 and 20, DKR across the board in all 4 of those championship years, the team from Luxembourg. So it could go well. Bukantsov in car 3 is sharing with Jamie Winslow. 5th row is the 77 Tour car for Alden Gudmundsson. It's an Icelandic team and driver there to start. Julian Gerbi coming next for Team Virage in car 16. Then the first of the 2 Spanish entered CD Sport cars for Fabian Michel, starting 11th alongside Jacques Wolf for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. 12 Racing Spirit of Le Mans featuring both categories, GT3 and LMP3, and they are the defending champions in LMP3 from season 2022. The 7th row, the 30 Fricadelli Racing Team. Yes, the same crew that took, or the same team at least, that took victory at the Nürburgring 24 hours last month. They have got one of the drivers from that winning quartet in Felipe Fernandez-Laza, and the team boss, Klaus Abelan, who will start the 30 car alongside Jerry Kraut for United Autosports, the number 22. Then it is 360 Racing and into Europol on row 8. Terence Woodward to start the 26 360, and Chris Short for Inter Europol number 15. 68M Racing, Hugo Delacour in number 68 starts 17th alongside the Wochenspiegel team Monschau. Rinaldi Racing, Torsten Kratz driven 33. Nielsen and Cool feature on the 10th row. Nielsen Racing's Tony Wells in car 7 with Adrian Schiller for company. Cool Racing 87. On the 11th row, 21st position, it's Miguel Cristóvão, another Portuguese driver for M Racing, Ivan Muller's team, 69 alongside the 6th car of Jonathan Brossard for ANS Motorsport. DKR Engineering have another car in 23rd, that's the number 5 for Sebastian Aranram, and Luca Allen alongside for Graf, number 39. Second Graf car is car 8, number 25 for Fraser Ross alongside Oscar Bittar for Team Virage. Then it's Racing Spirit of Le Mans again, Christian Gysi, who's the bronze for car 9, Christophe Cresp, car 28 alongside for MV2S. On the 15th row, there are 58 cars here, folks, so stick with this. Inter Europol competition, Ben Stone, who's the bronze, alongside fellow bronze Mark Richards for 360 Racing. 16th row is the 14 Inter Europol competition for Andres Latour Cannon, and Lebanese driver Shahan Sarkissian starts the CD Sport number 11 from 32nd. 24/7 Motorsport have Andrew Ferguson plugged in for the opening stint in car 27. He starts 33rd alongside Patrice Lafargue, father of Paul Lafargue, who will be in the main race at the weekend. Edex Sport number 17, 34th. The return, and a real fan favourite return, I reckon it will be, for Murphy Prototypes to the Le Mans asphalt. They have run many times in the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the open cockpit LMP2 cars. Greg Murphy's team, Adrian Watt will start the number 48 car for 35th position, and it is Tim Whale alongside him in the first of the GT3 cars. That's the number 31 BMW M4. Pole position taken, in fact, by Max Hesse, who is Tim's gold rated, or probably only silver rated actually. No, he is gold now, Max Hesse, supporting Tim Whale. And Hesse able to qualify, as was the man behind him who's received an awful lot of attention all week long, Valentino Rossi, running the number 46, of course, Team WRT BMW, Vali qualified the car. He'll also start it from 37th position. Alongside Valley is Timothy Kresick for HCR, that's High Class Racing with Caffeine 6, their partner. Car 86 starting from 38th position. On the 20th row, Winward Racing and Iron Lynx, that's 57 and 63 for Russell Ward to start, and Hiroshi Hamaguchi for Iron Lynx, an all bronze affair there. 21st row is the 74 Kessel Racing car of Murat Churadogalu, and the 74 car is joined by Hiroshi Koizumi for AF Corsa number 51. Stella Motorsports Audi R8 LMS with Senan Fielding, so he is the gold rated Senan Fielding alongside James Wood, who will be taking the car over at roughly half distance. Gerhard Watzinger for Leipert Motorsport number 70 starts 44th. The 23rd row will see Team Parker Racing's Nick Jones. Now, Team Parker have the slightly older Porsches. We've got the new spec 992, and actually the 18 car is a 992 spec car, but Parker also have one of the older versions, the Porsche 911 GT3R with the 4-litre flat six, whereas the 992 has the 4.2 power plant, still hanging over the rear wheels though. And car 18 will be started by Nick Jones, Patrick Kuyala for company, also for Leipert Motorsport number 19. 24th row, 55 and 83, that's GMB Motorsport's Thomas Anderson alongside Charles-Henri Samani. Then it is another GMB Motorsport car, but this time a BMW rather than a Honda NSX for Roland Poulsen, with Laurent Demus alongside an AF Corsa Ferrari. Then we've got Lars Engelbrecht Pedersen, another GMB Motorsport car. This is the 88 Honda for Lars Engelbrecht Pedersen, and Charles Bateman alongside in the older Team Parker Racing Porsche number 64. Graf Racing, Heiwan Liu, a 4 minutes 10 for the 38 car, and that is an LMP3 machine starting slightly out of position from 53rd alongside Gino Generoso Forgino in the AF Corsa car. 28th row is the 67 Hegley by T2 Racing, Peter de Curtens, alongside Arnold Robin, who was not able to set a qualification time in the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. And two cars at the back also with no times. The 21 United Autosports Ligier, Jim Maguire will start that, and Marco Seyfried in the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche, no time recorded for car 76. It's taken pretty much the full formation lap to read through the 58 cars that should all be starting this 8th attempt at the Road to Le Mans. It's live here on Haggerty Le Mans 91.2 FM. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer to take you through 55 minutes, the first race that we've broadcasted all week. And it's Thursday evening, just starting to get to that golden phase as the red lights will go out on Circuit de la Sarthe. And we're underway once more for the Road to Le Mans. Good getaway for Wayne Boyd in the United Autosports car, and the man being sandwiched is Martin Rich in the yellow, black and orange Team Virage car, because shooting up his inside, Daniel Kylevitz for Rinaldi Racing, the 66 car. But then, like the bomb burst in a Formula 4 race, some have taken to the natural racing line, but many did not, Bruce.
About to go 1, 2, 3 cars off. About to go 1, 2, 3 cars off the circuit, but I lost the numbers because it was about 20 up through the Dunlop curves at the crest of the hill. But very, very good move around the outside of the first corner by Daniel Kylevitz, and Martin Rich, our pole starter, now back into 4th place because Nielsen Racing number 4 has also gone past, actually generally clean and tidy. So an advance of John Melsom, looking to see if anybody has tangled or gone backwards, but so far running wide seems to be in the order of the day. But Wayne Boyd, running fast is his job, and the ultimate is pulling it clear. He's about 2 seconds clear as it's out of Tete Rouge and down the Mulsanne straight towards the first chicane, the Daytona chicane.
Yeah, the big hope then for the Northern Irishman is that there's not chaos right behind him, or say right behind him, a long way back between Tete Rouge and the first chicane, the Daytona right, left, right flick. And there are some GT cars actually starting to overtake LMP3s as the Caffeine 6 HCR Porsche very nearly didn't stop. But we have got many cars off in the gravel, including one of the CD Sport cars. 2 LMP3s facing the wrong way on coolish tyres. Make that 3 LMP3, 4 LMP3s.
4 LMP2 and the CD sport car in the gravel, the front end on the track. Cars turning around and getting going again, but not all with their full complement of rear wings. So clearly one little bit of contact led to a whole lot more. None of that, of course, affected our man at the front, Wayne Boyd, pulling clear for United Autosports. So his teammate John Shamrock going, thank you, good job. Putting you in first was a very, very wise thing to do.
Behaviour at Marshall Post 3 really early on lap 1 under investigation. Was that maybe some overtaking that began before the cars had crossed the line? They still have to be in grid formation as you cross the start line. Wayne Boyd there about to reach the end of sector 2, which is Mulsanne corner, and we are going to go safety car. This was a huge concern for me, for 23 United Autosport, 66 Rinaldi Racing. They put their quick driver in, Wayne Boyd, Daniel Kylvitz, and that gap that has been opened up on this opening lap disappears straight away.
I just remember John Melson had made that good start for Nielsen Racing, was in third place after the shakeout of the first couple of corners, and those first 3 had dropped the rest. But with the safety car will come to the nose of the field, come out in front of United Autosport's Wayne Boyd, and everyone will be bunched back up all over again.
And now as the safety car comes out then, we're going to take an opportunity, because obviously everyone's going to be bunched back up. Any sort of gaps that had started to build on this opening lap will dissolve straight away. So let's go down to Joe Bradley, who can offer us a CrowdStrike pit report. Christian Poulsen?
Yeah, driver that's been around around these parts for some years. Christian, did your car make it okay through that lot?
Yeah, my brother, he went through all the trouble really good, so we're still on it.
Yeah, it's become a familiar part of this Road to Le Mans race here at Le Mans, the carnage that can ensue.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much fun to do it with my brother and my friends, so it's a really family thing here, and yeah, we love it.
Yeah, what did you make of that then? Is that just people being a little bit too impetuous?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as always. It was the same last year in the Le Mans Cup. I think sometimes they're too optimistic in the start, and the drivers' briefing yesterday, everybody was agreed on how it should be done, but it's still the same. You can look at the qualifying with so many red flags, and yeah, from my point of view, is there needs more
discipline.
Yeah. In some way, yeah.
Use their heads.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you, Christian.
Well, cold tyres, the cars have done a green flag lap, and I suppose they're probably told in their driver's briefing not to weave excessively because there are so many cars out on track, but nevertheless, they're all trying to win the race, potentially, the first time through that Daytona chicane, and you also have, allowed the car to accelerate to pretty much top speed between Tête Rouge and the first chicane. Then you hit the brakes. That's the biggest major stop, especially when you're coming from a rolling start. It's reasonably hard stop at the top of the hill at the Dunlop chicane, but you're not going as fast as you would be on a flying lap, for instance. And that's the first chance you get to have a feel for the car, maybe having not driven it. Well, probably all the bronzes did drive it during the second qualifying session. That was a few hours ago, and track conditions will have changed a lot. They may have also done some tweaks to the cars to make them good across a 55-minute double stint rather than single lap speed.
Yeah, I'm just sort of thinking about it. Some of the cars actually went off on their own. Others went off in avoidance. Certainly Fabien Michal outbraked himself with the CD Sport car that started from the 11th position on the grid. I thought he might have been tagged, nothing of the sort. He just outbraked himself, but perhaps he was unsighted. It was just to his eyes right as they turned into the Daytona chicane. Already a couple of cars had touched from within the top 10 and were rotating, and in all we've got a few cars got going again. Unfortunately, the number 5 entry from DKR Engineering is nose into the barriers. That was the one shared by Robin Rogalski and Sebastian Arenram, the Swedish driver, but that is one that's going no further. So a short race for them. That's out the race, and it was the Swede on board, Sebastian Arenram. Right, down the Mulsanne straight the field goes, and it's just sitting behind the safety car. Big frustration. All that went wrong. So good at the Dunlop curves. Cars running wide, but nothing untoward. But it was when they got down to that first chicane for the first time of asking.
I tell you, Senna Fielding got away with one when the Porsche that was behind him was really struggling to arrest the speed. The HCR with Caffeine 6 Porsche of Tim Kresick, who actually runs third at the moment, but I wonder whether a lot of those places were made up by shortcutting the chicane. Yeah, he just slotted back in and has gained a load of places. You can't do that. Also, car running out to the left-hand side and into the barrier on driver's left, one of the DKR engineering machines.
Yeah, that was the Sebastian Arenram car, but I think that had already been hit halfway through the chicane, got going again. It was sitting sideways in the track, was hit by a GT class car. I've got to join the dots here on this one, but then a car of a similar race livery was the one that went through the exit of the chicane and off nose into the barriers for DKR engineering. And that car number 5, is still sitting there now under cover of waved yellow flags as the safety car leads the field slowly down the order. But in the pit lane is the 33, that would be the Rinaldi car by the WTM. It's the Woken team Monschau liveried car. Torsten Kratz and Leo Weiss. There's may not have been a short race, but they're down to the back. Let's go back, because who's going to be down there? Joe Bradley, right with the number 33.
Yes, nothing apparent on the left-hand side other than a missing rear wing. It's like that Auto Trader advert, isn't it? Hang on a second, I'll have a look at the right-hand side. Just walking across the car, yes, it's had contact on the left-hand side pod. It's missing a rear wing, so that tells me that it's either gone in backwards or something's hit it. Just walking around to the right-hand side of the car. No, front end looks good. Oh, right-hand side looks great. Left-hand side looks great. Rear of the car demolished.
So if you were putting an ad for the sale of that car in Wochenspiegel, for instance, the Weekly Mirror, then you definitely take it from the front by the sounds of things. I reckon a whack from the rear is, well, you'd get pretty good odds on that, because out of our vision, because I was far more focused on Tim Kresick's moment into the chicane in his two-tone purple Porsche, I reckon there were other cars, again, missing their braking point or misjudging how much their tyres and brakes were up to temperature, and quite possibly Torsten Kratz was unaffected, or not unaffected, but the innocent party, if you like, for car 33. So Torsten Kratz bringing that car in. Leo Weiss, by the looks of things, will not be able to at least get behind the wheel of that car today, but we'll have another stab at it tomorrow.
And another car that's off at the side of the circuit, parked behind the barriers now, is one that I think hit one of the, I think it was the DKR engineering Ligier that got hit. Laurent Demus starting near the back of the grid, AF Corsa Ferraris. That one you can put a line through. That didn't look to have heavy damage, but it's been parked, will take no further part in the race.
Well, the cars that aren't circulating, you're right, the AF Corsa Ferrari, the 14 Inter-Europol competition car for Andres Latour Cannon. I can't see any sector times coming up for that at the moment. Christian Gysi in the number 9 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier. The DKR Engineering Duquesne for Sebastian Arenram, and Bruce has mentioned plenty about him. CD Sport Fabian Michel, that was the car stranded in the gravel trap at the Daytona chicane, car number 2. Wochenspiegel team Monschau's Rinaldi, Torsten Kratz, 33, made it as far as the pits. And the final car still to be running is Christoph Cresp in the MV2S Racing number 28. So we have already lost certainly 5 cars, potentially 6, depending on what WTM can do. And now walking away rather gingerly, Sebastian Arenram from the 5 DKR engineering car that's being craned out of its resting position after the Daytona chicane. Torsten Kratz just taking his helmet off as the marshals wrestle with a runaway DKR engineering car on the end of a Manitou. Let's go to Joe for this CrowdStrike pit report.
Torsten, heavy damage at the rear of the car. What can you tell us about what happened there?
Honestly, not too much. So it was, again, very chaotic right from the beginning. At the start, I was beside another car. He pushed me against the pit wall.
Oh, that was you. We saw that, yeah.
So I pulled back. I was really careful. So then the first chicane was already trouble. I was lucky, happy that I went through. Then down to the straight, it was again a bit chaotic. We went 3 right, but I overtook these cars before the first chicane. And then in the chicane, a car spun in front of me. And I know that there have been some cars inside. I think, I don't know where, but somewhere inside. I decided to go outside to overtake the spun car outside, and there was space enough. And then I don't know why, I was on the right-hand side, and then I got a push from the right hand. I don't know who was it, I have no idea. Then I spun, and then I saw 4 cars always all in the barrier, and I have no idea what happened. So unlucky for us, because I was really careful with the driving. This was our strategy. So it looks a bit strange that there was still a car on the right-hand side, or I pushed it from the back. I mean, it was behind me, or I have no idea.
I knew you were going to say you had no idea, because it was chaos. Hope the team, the damage looks good enough to repair for tomorrow morning, so you'll be back tomorrow.
No problem, tomorrow. And tomorrow we will start from P2. Maybe we can avoid a bit this chaotic thing, and let's see.
Yeah, good luck to you and Leo. Thank you.
Torsten Kratz is always my excuse to mention the Wuppertal suspension railway, by the way, because Torsten is from Wuppertal in Germany, not far from Düsseldorf. It's a unique inverted monorail system. I've been on it, the Schwebebahn. Absolutely love it, but that wasn't the time or the place to talk to Torsten Kratz about his homeland mode of transport. We'll see Torsten again with Georg Weiss's son Leo from WTM. Let's hope tomorrow. New rear deck required on that car.
Right, I think I've joined the dots on the missing car, Christoph Cresp. There was a spun orange and pale blue livery car at that first Daytona chicane, the one that was then hit, I think, by the 52A, of course, of Ferrari. I wasn't sure if that then got going and went to the exit of the chicane and went off in the barriers. No, that was one of the other orange and blue cars. That was the number 5 DKR engineering car Sebastian Arenram had. So Christoph Cresp actually tucked away just very kindly. They showed us a shot of Cresp's car stuck behind the barrier, along with the car that hit it when it was sitting sideways, the number 52A, of course, of Ferrari. So right, ready to go racing again as far as I'm concerned. We've cleared up the mysteries. And for Wayne Boyd, frustration. He made that brilliant start by the first chicane on the opening lap. He was a good 2.5 seconds clear. Unfortunately, those behind blotted their copybook and hampered his runaway. So for John Schaumann, will be taking over the 23 United Autosports Ligier in the second half of this race. He won't have such a big cushion to play with.
No, and John will need to be in for the final 20 minutes of the race, remember. So when we get to 35 minutes in to this 55-minute affair, he'll have to be strapped in and already going. That's quite a graveyard of Road to Le Mans cars building up, at least 3 of them stranded just beyond just before the Daytona chicane, in a safe location, we hasten to add, so it should be okay to continue on there. Manu Collard watching on, who is part of this race as well, with his, is it 25 cracks now at the 24 Hours of Le Mans? He managed 24, but sadly that 24th one wasn't sequential. He'd done 23 in a row and couldn't find a drive for the 24th version of his Le Mans campaign, but has now done 24 and possibly 25 as well. And Emmanuel Collard, part of this lineup today. We're easily going to be, well, close to the 20-minute marker by the time the safety car is withdrawn at this point. So we may well, at the end of this lap, or part lap, shall we say, part of the field might be able to scamper into the pit lane once this safety car is withdrawn. Lap time last time around under the safety car for lap 2 was a 7 minutes 41. It's just taken them about a minute to do a 30-second first sector. So we're looking really for another 5 minutes or so on this, the third lap, but the second, or probably actually third, under the safety car, once the safety car came out long before the end of the first lap being completed.
Lights still flashing on the roof of the safety car as it continues down the Mulsanne straight, just turning into the second of the chicanes. And for Wayne Boyd tucked in behind with Daniel Karlvitz sitting close to his tail. Big frustration. They're going to have to do it all over again, but of course they'll start line astern and Wayne will hammer it up past the pits and try and pull clear. But Daniel Karlvitz, that brilliant overtaking manoeuvre at the start of the race, round the pole starter Martin Rich into the first corner. He showed his intent already, but really the big question in this race is the people in the middle of the pack, where the GT class cars are going to try and come through past the slower of the prototypes, who in turn will be no doubt 3-4 abreast, and we've seen what happens at the first time of asking when they get into that sort of situation. So for everybody's sake, let's hope they can stay on the grey stuff. A lot to play with here, and for the teams that put their fast driver in first, there'll be a large element of frustration at the moment.
Gillian Henrion, who is the Ligier European Series champion from last year in JSP4, is already getting the helmet on, so he's keen to take over from Julien Gerby in the number 16 Team Virage car, probably at the end of this lap. Now, last time around it was a 2:45 final sector. that isn't quite enough with over 3 minutes still to go before that opening 20-minute stint is completed. So again, we're going to be in a similar situation as we were last year, where half the field won't be able to pit because they haven't completed their minimum drive time, but those further back in this very long safety car train could easily get in, get the gun driver in, and then we'll be at a massive advantage.
History has repeated, another mix and maybe not the same outcome. We will wait and see. And talking of Julien Henrion, he have shared the opening round win in the Michelin Le Mans Cup at Barcelona with his Team Virage team boss, Julien Gerby. So Julien, a hugely experienced driver, will be sitting pretty, waiting to come in as soon as he can. But as Johnny pointed out, he might have to do one further lap. But waiting to see if the lights go out on top of the roof of the safety car, which will denote that it will be coming in at the end of this lap. Still haven't seen that. So up and down the pit lane, people looking very, very concerned. James Wood, one of the drivers for Stellar Performance, waiting to have his crack at this race. And great to see what he can do. But it's all under compromised circumstances.
If the safety car does stay out for another lap, I have no clue why, because the whole of the track appears to be clear, although we are now just getting word. No, safety car is in this lap. That's the message from race control. Double yellows removed from Marshall Post 11 early on in the first sector. So, as I say, it is clear. But at the moment, we're up to 18 minutes. Lap 3, about to go on to lap 4 of this potentially 13-lap race, or 55 minutes, whichever comes first. And if you're Wayne Boyd, Daniel Kravitz, John Melsom and others for United Rinaldi Nielsen, the 23, the 66 and the 4 cars, it's not a possibility to make a pit stop because they haven't done 20 minutes yet. And if you're Wayne Boyd and Daniel Kravitz, you'll be staying in the cars anyway. So where's the 23 car gone? Oh, there it is, still there, sitting in front of car 66. Safety car peeling back into the pit lane then, and we're racing once more. Wayne Boyd is not going to be asked twice to get the hammer down and starts to ebb away very slightly from Kravitz, although actually the German driver is going with the Ulsterman. The gap's emerging between Kravitz in second and John Melsom in third.
Yeah, very tight restart from Boyd. Of course, he was in the pole position in the driver's seat there, but good reaction from Daniel Kravitz to stay with them. We get to the first, the Dunlop curves for the first time. There is some overtaking going on that doesn't involve cars leaving the track. Car number 12 just going back one position there, but very, very tight indeed. Jack Wolf being demoted one, but clean and tidy, which wasn't the case at the first time of asking.
Luca Allen on an absolute charge in the 39 Graf Racing car, as well as he's trying to find a way by the car in front of him, who is Matthias Luton for, in fact, it's the number 3, beg your pardon, of Alexander Bukantsov. So that's Fraser Ross, actually, making his presence felt in car number 8. Fraser is a silver Aussie driver, sharing with fellow Australian George Nakas, who's the bronze. Side-by-side Team Virage cars down the Mulsanne straight. Martin Rich on one side, and showing us Julien Gerby. Now, did we not put his co-driver in? No, Henrion is ready and prepared, but not yet in the car. So it is Gerby squeezing ahead. Do they avoid contact? Just about. And yes, the 2 Virage cars switch places.
They did. They're very, very tight into that first chicane, the Daytona chicane, but the positions were swapped, and pole starter going back a little bit. Martin Rich, he's got 2-3 cars right on his tail, trying to slipstream in before they get down to the second chicane. The yellow car about to be passed by 1. No, let's call that 2 cars, possibly 3, and a 4th one in the background. Also in this enormous toe in the middle section between the 2 chicanes. But Martin Rich comes across to try and block one off, and actually keeps his nose in front. But the number 16 car is going to go wide out of the second chicane. Somehow he hangs on to position. I thought he's going to be gobbled up there, but somehow showing real determination and that desire to hold the inside line, he made that move that protected his position, but everyone in front eking further clear.
Louis Saint-Juan on the inside then of the second chicane, trying to make some progress on Gerby, and quite possibly Martin Rich as well. Wayne Boyd leading by 2.2 seconds as he rounds the right-hander at the Mulsanne corner, leading over Daniel Kravitz, the 2 gold-rated drivers. Then in third position, John Melsom, who's the bronze for Nielsen Racing in car 4, sharing though with Matt Bell, who will still have Well, over half of the race to do. We are now north of the 20-minute mark, and I actually don't think any of the cars in P3 or GT3 were in the correct positions to dive in the closing stages. Otherwise, one or two may have tried it. How about the scrap at the sharp end of GT3? Well, not quite the sharp end. It is, in fact, the Stellar Motorsport Aston Martin being driven by Senan Fielding, and he has for company a whole load of cars, including the HCR with Caffeine 6 Porsche. Just ahead of him is the class leader, Russell Ward, for Winward Racing, and Russell is the bronze in that initiative. So Senan Fielding looking to outbrake Winward around the outside. Russell Ward to the inside of the white Mercedes, as one of the blue Porsches in the background goes wide at Indianapolis. Senan Fielding as late as he dares at Arnage, door handle to door handle, but the Audi should just about have the class lead.
Absolutely top marks. About 5 minutes ago we saw his teammate James Wood in the pits. He may not get a car to take over. Brilliant move from Senan Fielding around the outside of Russell Ward, and there's a Porsche tucked in behind it. It's pink and it's blue, and it's trying to go up the middle between the Mercedes of Russell Ward and the driver on the outside. Into second place, back into the lead of the class. Senan Fielding is his nip and tuck in the GT3 category. Stellar Motorsport just leading from Winward Racing, and then the car that started third in class for HCR by Caffeine 6 is tucked in behind. The Porsche being driven very, very well indeed by Timothy Creswick.
Just correct Russell Ward's rating. He's silver, of course, sharing with George Kurtz of CrowdStrike, the CEO of CrowdStrike, who've been looking after our pit and paddock reports over the grass there. And Senan Fielding somehow managed to hang on to his Audi R8 LMS just about, but it was all four wheels leaving the track. Russell Ward now can't get up the inside of the 27 LMP3 car of Andrew Ferguson. All of this, by the way, is for track position. It's the back end of the P3s mixing it with the leaders in GT3.
Talk about all or nothing. I thought nothing might have been the bigger option there for Senan Fielding. Got it back onto terra firma, a puff of dust, and Russell Ward really had to drop it out. Now the first of the cars diving into the pits from the P3 class, and we will see how the field shuffles around there. But that was tip-top action at the front of the GT class.
Well, unsurprisingly, Wayne Boyd in the 23 race-leading P3 United Autosports car staying out, trying to get the maximum amount of goal time in this race. Likewise, Daniel Kylevitz and Luca Allen, but Joe Bradley's just been presented with a load of bronze-driven LMP3s, and likewise in the GT3s as well. Way more than half the field all pitting on the same lap, Joe.
Well, are you sure everyone hasn't pitted, Johnny? Because it feels like a very packed pit lane. I'm with the Virage team at the moment, and they've got 3 of their cars in. The 58 is in. Martin Richards brought that car in. The 16 is in, and also the number 59 is in. I'm pretty well, as you can imagine, I'm pretty well trapped while these pit stops take place. Remember, mandatory pit stop time. This is not as quickly as you can do it. It's all about safety, and we're getting towards that end. And it's the pit stop is timed from pit in to pit out. So the teams will time how long it takes their car to leave the apron. The Virage cars leave. See, United Autosports just stuck by me. I didn't see the number of that car, one of the United cars, but the 3 Virage cars that I described, they've already gone. So we wait for. I think the leading LMP3 cars will be one of the last to pit. I would think the 23 car remained out as far as I'm aware.
Right, fantastic battle as those cars that have pitted dive back out, rocket out, roar out of the pit lane. In the GT3 class, it's a three-way battle again. We lost the car third in class, diving into the pits, but Valentino Rossi, yes, the Valentino Rossi, he'll have that 46 BMW right on the tail of the Winward Racing Mercedes, which in turn is not letting that Stellar Motorsport Audi get away. Senan Fielding still holding on in the lead of that class, but a classic scrap in GT.
Was there a potential unsafe release for car 12? There certainly was. That's part of the LMP3 entry. Car 12 been entered by Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Antoine Ducat has just taken that car over after an opening stint from Jacques Wolfe. And yeah, questionable as to it had been moved to the 45-degree angle courtesy of the dolly jacks, but then sent out into the path of at least one other car. Whilst these pit-stopping cars are starting to work their way back in, by the way, 22 cars in the field did not pit on that first opportunity to do so, but we can go back to Joe Bradley for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a Team Virage double interview. I've got Martin Rich out the 59, I've got Julian Kirby out of the, the 16.
16's a 58.
16, 58, right, yeah. Honestly, we had all the cars in there, didn't we? I'll start with you, Martin.
Yeah.
That looked quite chaotic.
It was a bit crazy. We knew there'd be a safety car on the first lap somewhere, so it was just really a case of keeping it all together. And then there was one dash lap at the end. The question was just whether we'd get that or not.
Julian, it was a race to the pit stop, wasn't it, when that safety car came out? Was that always the plan, to pit right on the 20 minutes?
Yeah, well, I mean, the plan was to stop as soon as possible to get Gillian in the car. So when we saw that there was a window opportunity, we just stopped directly. It made no sense to keep on driving at the moment.
So, I mean, it's become a part of this Road to Le Mans race, hasn't it, the safety car factor?
Yeah.
Did you guys come in expecting there to be a flurry of safety cars?
Yeah, before we went out, I said to the guys, if you're not on the radio telling me there's a safety car before Mulsanne, I'll be shocked. I mean, I've done this race a few times now, as you and the listeners know. There's usually a crash either in the first chicane or the Dunlop chicane, and there was. So it's unfortunate, though, because as much as it helps us from a strategy, it's, you know, we're not here to trundle around behind the safety car, we're here to race.
Well, the race is still on, Julian. Good luck to you guys at Virage.
Sorry?
Good luck at Virage.
Thank you.
Can I just say, love you guys, been fans for years, listen to you every year as a fellow Brit, so keep up the amazing work, it's awesome. I'll be listening tomorrow for the 24. Take it easy. Saturday even.
Keep racing, Martin, that's all we can say.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
When every second counts, cybersecurity shouldn't slow you down. CrowdStrike, protection at every turn. Radio Le Mans weather.
Mostly sunny, 28 degrees Celsius currently, which has just been slightly beneath the high that we had earlier on. A light wind of 13 kph from the east-northeast. Partly cloudy later tonight, though, so some more cloud cover, producing a low of only 19 degrees Celsius, and it'll take till about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to get down to that. When are the clouds going to break, though? Might be 4 o'clock when the showers begin here on Friday at Circuit de la Sarthe. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel. Book tickets at bicestaheritage.co.uk and save 20% with the code RSL.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Right in the middle of version 1 of this year's Road to Le Mans. 2 separate races, remember, 55 minutes or 13 laps, whichever we get to first. It is likely to be time limited now because we had a safety car for just under 3 laps after that opening lap crash at the Daytona chicane, and the safety car was deployed straight away. Nice little tussle between the 25th and 26th place cars. Belén Garcia, the female racer from Barcelona, versus Felipe Fernandez-Laza in the Fricadelli Racing car team, and Garcia going a little bit wide. That should allow the German to her outside and take 25th position, Bruce Jones.
Classic manoeuvre. You could just see Belén was under real pressure. They're just slightly too deep into the entry to the Dunlop curve, and as she gathered it up, and I must say gathered it up incredibly well, Felipe Fernandez-Laza, whose career almost fell over. He managed to get back on board with Fricadelli Racing. He's really enjoying racing these P3 cars, but victory for him was an enormous result in the Nürburgring 24 Hours a few weeks ago. Maybe a portent for Ferrari's success here, the first time that the German manufacturers had been toppled in the 24-hour race on their home patch. So a huge win for the Fricadelli team, but Felipe Fernandez-Laza, such a good pro driver, and delighted to see him getting seat time that is rewarding that perseverance. But like many a driver, a different focus. Le Mans and Nürburgring could not be more different, but he's putting on a really good show in the Fricadelli P3 car.
Now there are problems for the DKR Engineering number 3 for Jamie Winslow, which is in the pit lane, but not, I don't think, parked up with the team. Now, whether that's a penalty being soaked up, we'll have to wait and see. Wayne Boyd and Daniel Kylevitz are into pit lane, though, now from the race lead. That leaves only 5 cars that have yet to head for their pit stops. Adrian Schiller for the 87 Cool Racing crew. Also Shahan Sarkissian, who's staying out for CD Sport. Russell Ward and Patrick Kuyala, who become the top 2 in GT3. They're up as high as 5th and 6th overall. Russell Ward in the all-white Winward Racing Mercedes AMG was having quite the battle with Senna and Fielding not too long ago in the older version of the Audi R8 LMS, but that's not stopping the Stella Motorsport entry from leading the class and muscling its way to the front of the field. They're now getting their pit stop out of the way, our Stella, and we'll see how things unravel or untangle themselves when Winward and Leipert, the 19 Lamborghini Huracan, make their stops.
And just, it doesn't matter where they put the cameras, which of the chicanes will be drivers trying to go 2-3 abreast. Is that the Stella Audi that's dropping back a little bit? Just double checking, because
well, it's now James Wood.
Oh, it's now James Wood who's just come out, so he's getting up to speed. Okay, so he's negotiated the first chicane in the middle of a pack of cars that have been going a lap or so longer, 3 abreast for him. This is the Le Mans experience every driver is seeking. And of course, in the road to Le Mans, you've got that mixture of the P3 class cars, one of which has gone straight on through the gravel at the Mulsanne corner. We've got a green Lamborghini facing backwards. That should be the Iron Lynx car stuck in the gravel at Mulsanne curve, dead ahead as the drivers come down towards it. I fear that's certainly a yellow flag. It could be worse.
Vincent Abril, though, making a mistake at the Mulsanne corner and dropping the rear tyres into the gravel. 63, need to check the grid sheet to make sure that it definitely was starting that car, Hiroshi Hamaguchi. I read his name out when we did that. So Abril's either been involved in an accident or he's made a mistake on coolish tyres. But Abril, a former pole winner in GTE AM in Hyperpole. That was only last year, in fact, for the 2022 running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We've got the key players at the sharp end of the LMP3 race pitting on this lap, Joe Bradley, and you can update us with the CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, they came in with the 23 ahead of the 66 and they've left after their pit stops in that order, so no change during that pit stop phase.
Interesting. Well, now John Showerman has taken charge of the 23 United car that was started by Wayne Boyd, and there was a driver change in 66. Daniel Kylevitz out and Steve Parrow in. GT3 leaders into the pit lane. Winward Racing, Russell Ward in the white Mercedes, and the Lamborghini Huracan of Patrick Kuyala, but it's the all-green Iron Lynx Lambo which was causing a yellow flag, and in fact that yellow is still being shown right now. Thankfully the car, well, I was about to say not really on the racing line, wasn't far off it in fairness, at Mulsanne corner out, as John Sham and Steve Parrow will be rejoining the race more or less nose to tail. I'm interested now in what Matt Bell's pace is going to be like, though, in the number 4 Duquesne. That's the car that he took over from John Melson as contact in GT3, and that was the Valentino Rossi car that is now being driven by his teammate, who is Jérôme Policon in the 46 M4. That was a fight for 5th and 6th, maybe 6th and 7th in GT3, but it's gone very, very wrong for Valentino Rossi's teammate.
Yeah, and the car that's really on the move. We had George Kurtz just coming out of the pit, taking over the Winward Racing Mercedes. He just got passed on as he left the pits and went up towards the Dunlop curve by Team Parker Racing, pressing on very hard. Sorry, what am I talking about? That's the car with a name like a coffee mix. HCR with Cafe 6, that's what I meant. Timothy Creswick did the first part of that, but he's got a person massively on the charge. He's got the 31 Team WRT BMW right up his tail with young German racer Max Hess, chock full of intent as they go into the first chicane.
And Hesse are a very different line from Anders Fjordbach piloting the HCR car. It is high-class racing that the HCR stands for, hence the Anders Fjordbach connection, who has raced in the past things like Dalara's in LMP2 for the Danish squad, although based in Barcelona. And the HCR with Caffeine 6 Porsche 911 GT3R, that's not a 992 spec version, so an older shaped Porsche that is still eligible for GT3 competition, up against the Max Hesse-driven Team WRT BMW M4 Max, part of the BMW Junior team that races regularly at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, very successfully in the hands of Northern Irishman Dan Harper and also American Neil Verhagen, and they slow right down as they come out of the second chicane, because up ahead, of course, we've just had that green number 63 Lamborghini from Iron Lynx, Vincent Abril's car, removed from the gravel trap, just waiting for that yellow zone to be cleared. But Max Hess is just, he could not put his BMW M4 GT3 any closer to the tail of the high-class racing Porsche.
Super stuff to witness, and hope you're enjoying it as much as we are on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. The amazing sight of Vincent Abril having to be craned out of a gravel trap. You don't see that every day of the week in the Lamborghini Huracan from Iron Lynx car 63, and it will be put back onto hard standing very shortly. But that's pretty much the Iron Lynx crew race done for today. They'll have another stab at it tomorrow for race number 2. Remember, Friday, not Saturday this year, 11:30 start time through till 12:25. Richard Crail, Johnny Molam and Joe Bradley once again in the pit lane for the CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock reports for that version of the Road to Le Mans.
Just going back to the Vincent Abril incident down in the gravel at Mulsanne, we only saw the car having spun around. We don't know if it went in of its own volition.
Agreed.
Pretty unlikely, or given a helping hand with 4 cars right behind him. I think there's every opportunity that was the situation, every chance. Now, a car I'm looking at making very good progress, car number 97, working its way up the chart, Cool Racing. And that is certainly a car with intent, running in at the moment 5th position, but it's being pushed along very, very hard indeed. So look for that for progress. It was started by Luis San Juan, and it's now being driven by David Drew, who's been driving P3 cars at an excellent level for quite some while now.
Very shortly we'll be at the end of lap 7 of a potential 13, but it seems a big ask at the moment to get to that full quota. We've just closed the pit lane effectively as well. I mean, it does remain open, but you've got to do a 20-minute drive time, as now swinging their way through the Ford chicane. Could be all change again with United Autosports jostling with position for David Drew as well, and that was Andy Merrick slicing his way by for 4th position ahead of Swiss driver David Drew. It is Matt Bell though that leads the motor race. Huge accident though for Andy Merrick, for Merrick's car in the number 20 machine. I just looked up to catch the back end of that. Bruce, did you see any more?
Not at all. It just effectively straight on past the pits, and we just had a change for the lead of the race with Nielsen Racing moving to the front, but don't know if it was caused by anyone coming out of the pits. I don't think so. I think well, we'll have to wait and see for replay, but there is no doubt. Joe's seen it from the pit wall.
Yeah, he got squeezed into the pit wall, basically, right on the dirt on the right. The United car was on the left. I couldn't identify the car that caused that, but as the number 20 squeezed the car towards the wall, it was then made contact, the car was span around, and it's Andy Merrick who ended up spinning off to driver's left as they headed towards Dunlop. So it was a bit of an unfortunate drivers being unaware of where one another were on the track there, past the pits.
No, Joe. Andy Merrick knew where David Drew was all day long for me. He was trying to squeeze him to prevent him from getting a good run up the inside, and unfortunately it's bitten the Welshman, and big time, because I mean that was a little bit, edgy driving for me, questionable. David Drew needed somewhere to go. He was at least halfway alongside, and not down to him to get out of the throttle, and he was in the dirt. Contact made, and it means that Merrick's car goes from one side of the barrier, he hit the pit wall, and then way out to the outside through the gravel trap and to driver's left at Dunlop Curve.
Now, I might have been looking out of the window in this particular physics lesson, but I still can't work out, all those days ago back at school, how those 2 cars didn't actually both go off, how the Cool Racing car continued on its way. But Andy Merrick snapped right across its bows, and they went from track right against the pit wall into the gravel on the outside, and yet somehow David Drew, as if made out of nothing at all, continued on round the corner.
Yeah, so car 97 staying in 4th position, but with potentially some damage, but that was just a drag race coming out of the Ford chicane.
We've suddenly had a car slow. One of the front runners just slowed coming into the Mulsanne corner, as though they thought there was still something being cleared up down there. Lost 2 positions, and this is just back from the lead of the race. Was it it might have been David Drew who suddenly slowed. Yes, because other cars are coming through. He's dropped those 2 positions. He's picking up the speed all over again. Can't quite work that one out, I'm afraid.
Well, there was a slow zone in place last time David went through that bit of the track, because Vincent Abril's Lamborghini was being recovered, but of course that had been cleared by the time they were coming round on lap number 8. So not getting the information perhaps from the pit crew. Might have been a slight radio indiscrepancy, as in it dropped out at the crucial moment and then pinged back in again. There still is a slow zone on track, as now Drew's desperate to get at least one of those places back that he's lost to Antoine Duquin in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier. But yes, a change around there, because Drew got out of the gas when he didn't need to. Zone 1, slow zone 1, is still in action because of Andy Merrick's massive crash at the first corner.
God, it seemed a bit took me back a very long time to Melbourne 1998, where Mika Häkkinen misheard a radio call and drove his McLaren into the pits. They went, "We don't need you, through you go." But it was quite extraordinary there. Obviously, it was a good ending for that race for Mika Häkkinen, because David Coulthard had to let him through due to a pre-race agreement. I transgressed. We're back at Le Mans, back in the zone. 25 years later, here we are. But racing, absolutely fabulous. But it's so rare to see someone just not here. They'd rather just press on and go, "I didn't hear," rather than do the thing they don't want to do, which is give up track position and places, which is exactly what happened for David Drew down at Mulsanne corner.
There's only there are two. No, I'll say that again. There are 3 Ferrari 488s as Valentino Rossi watches on from the Team WRT garage with a big grin on his face. He's loving this, you can tell. Andrea Montemini in the older 488 Ferrari GT3 is not too far away from Emmanuel Collard. They are 13th and 14th in the GT3 classification. But I'm trying to work out which of the 296 Ferraris ran a touch wide on the exit of the Mulsanne corner. Might have been Kei Cozzolino who's in this race. Unusual, again, mistake for the Japanese/Italian racer, who will be in the main race at the weekend as well. But a little bit of ground lost there by one of the 296s. There are 3 of the new Ferraris in this race. There were 3 of the older 488s as well. But remember, we had lost very early on, number 52 for Laurent Demus, caught up in that opening lap skirmish at the Daytona chicane.
Running very slowly at the front of the field. Now it's speeding up again. Again, we're having places change where a driver just hesitates a little bit and everyone else behind says, "I thank you very much," and dive through. Seeing that at the Forest S's just then. I'm wondering, has someone got a tracking device for sending erroneous radio messages to the drivers? But certainly for one of the United Autosports cars, it's going backwards rather than forwards, and has lost 4 positions between the Dunlop curves and about to lose another through Tête Rouge. So maybe all is not right. Trying to work out which the United Autosports cars would that be that's fallen down. It could be number 23, John Showerman, I think, who's shedding positions.
So Merrick squeezing David Drew towards the pit wall a few moments ago, and there was absolutely nowhere for David Drew to go. He could have got out of the throttle, but why does he need to? Because he's fighting Andy Merrick for position. I'm surprised at that driving style from the Welshman, and a few rather sad faces, downtrodden faces at United Autosports to see that big off for car number 20, and a lot of work for them to do. They haven't got 2 days now to fix race cars from Thursday to Saturday. It's less than 24 hours before these cars will be racing again, Bruce.
Yeah, really going to be very busy. It's tomorrow morning they go racing for the second race. Of course, in previous years it would have been on the Saturday. No such luck this year. It's tomorrow morning. Right, in the GT3 class, it's still HCR with Caffeine 6, still Anders Fjordbach leading the race, but by under a second from Team WRT. But there is a prototype between them, so certainly Max Hess, we thought he'd have got past by now, but he hasn't. He's pushed on very hard, but he's going to maybe try and use the slipstream between the first and second chicanes to see if he can get close enough to have a go to try and take the lead from the Porsche that leads the GT3 class. But it's still a great battle, but the number of laps are starting to dwindle. We've got just under 11.5 minutes until the checkered flag could be unfurled and then shown to the race leader.
Now, when did the... Oh, yeah, we heard from Martin Rich pretty early on, didn't we, with Joe? So Manuel Espirito Santo in car 58 as the Winward Racing Mercedes goes a touch wide there in the hands of George Kurtz. So the Winward Racing car rejoining at Tête Rouge, having run a little bit wide and kicked up the dust.
Well, he got a little bit muscled out there. He had a couple of the GMB Motorsport cars right in behind the Honda NSXs, pushing very hard indeed, and I think got a little bit unsighted. But that scary moment when you go out onto the track that is covered in dust, the track beyond the track, if you will, the surface beyond the track, but got it back together.
Matt Bell was leading at the end of lap 6, was it? But
correct.
We have a new leader now in Manuel Espirito Santo in car 58. So Nielsen Racing have lost time somewhere. Espirito Santo, we know, carries pace because he took pole position for Virage, Martin Rich's teammate, earlier on in the day in the entirely free choice of driver for qualifying, choosing to weave and to build tyre temperature there whilst approaching Porsche curves was David Drew. In behind Antoine Duquin. We know David Drew is somewhat fearless in his attempts to overtake cars. Just look at the Andy Merrick incident, for instance, when they were both in the dust, hard right on the main start-finish straight. And Duquin might feel a little pressured here by the rapid Swiss driver David Drew in the Swiss team, number 97 Cool Racing car, sharing with Louis Saint-Jouin, who had, well, most of his stint behind the safety car, in fact, but he kept the car straight in that opening Daytona chicane incident, threaded his way through the carnage, and at the moment in a good position to perhaps take a podium place now with his car in the hands of David Drew.
Now what we've got is a clear line of sight for Max Hess, because the prototype, the P3 class car, has moved ahead of the GT3 class leader. That's the Porsche in the hands of Anders Fjordbach, the high class racing entry. Pink at the bottom, rising through blue to pale blue on the roof. Great looking race livery. Yellow door mirrors making it stand out, but the real pace is coming from Max Hess now. He's got the LMP3 car out of the way, sweeping towards the end of the lap, and he is gaining with every corner a little modicum of a second, a fraction of a second. So it's very tight in GT3. Quite a gap back to Kessel Racing, car number 74, third in class, not in sight of the race leaders, and that's the cars Uhuh and Fumanelli. But it's not Uhuh at the wheel at the moment, it's Fumanelli at the moment, nose to tail over the start-finish line. The BMW of Max Hess is taking a look up the inside of Anders Fjordbach. Fjordbach stays as far to the left as he can, then sweeps across to try and take the racing line, just cuts off the nose of the BMW, but importantly without touching it.
Yeah, well, Fjordbach knew that if he didn't allow Hesse to his left, then he will have the advantage into the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill, and so it proved. But still, that big BMW with the far larger footprint compared to the older Porsche, which is all over the place, and Fjordbach's going to really struggle to hang on to that, so there'll be a lead change in GT3 as Max Hesse, I reckon, is now in front, but a far bigger crash for the 64 Porsche, which has happened coming out of the Porsche curves and close to the Corvette left-hander.
Alex Martin on board that at the moment. It was Charlie Bateman who started the race, but that is a big Porsche reducing shunt, but the Porsche is still leading the class.
Fjordbach is still in front of Max Hesse. I'm not quite sure how that is possible. We lost the chance to enjoy the lead at the GT3s, but Hesse now, through the straight drag race, should be able to pick off in the WRT BMW the Porsche from HCR with Caffeine 6, and there is finally now a lead change for Max Hesse in the WRT M4, who is in front. But how is this crash for Martin going to be dealt with in the final sector of the lap? I was about to say we are back to green. It's going to be a safety car to deal with the closing stages.
Well, that will probably take it through to the end of the race, and at this moment I just want to sound the fanfare for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Car number 10 was one of the 3 cars that didn't get to set a time at all in qualifying, started right at the back of the grid. It's up to 3rd place in GT3, and now we've got the number 59 Ligier, tail into the barrier, not as big an impact. Was it involved in the same incident? Just trying to locate where that is, but that is also earlier in the lap, also off the track. And the Parker Racing car going through the Porsche curves, the Porsche curves, actually was caught out by a P3 car in front of it, being rather slow through the first part of the sweepers, got too close to the tail of it and had to take evasive action, and that led to it snapping to driver's left, whipping around through 360 or nearly through 60 against the tyre wall, and ending up nose in towards the tyre wall, and what remains of the rear wing hanging from the rear of the car, and is now blocking half the track. That's car 64.
I believe Alessandro Bracalente has lost his car between the Forest S's and Tête Rouge. That appears to be exactly where we've had lots of incident through the week, including for Mike Conway last Sunday during test day, where he lost his number 7 Toyota in a similar place. Out of Forest S's, that's a cambered corner, but if you catch it at the wrong time, maybe there's a car to check up for in an LMP3 car. They are so aero deficient, those cars. The faster you go, the more glued to the asphalt they are, but if you've had to get out of the throttle, often that aero grip can break with zero warning. And Bracalente backwards into the wall, as Bruce described, in Team Virage number 59. He was running, well, in the late 30s, early 40s in terms of position.
But there is good news for Team Virage. They lead the race with a number 58 car, 3-4 cars nose to tail. Nielsen Racing, Team Tour, hardly talked about them. And I just mentioned Racing Spirit of Le Mans, got their Aston Martin from the back in the GT3 to 3rd. Their number 12 entry in the P3 class is running 4th overall, so they're having one of the better races in a race full of a considerable incident.
Now, Matt Bell had got a 7-second lead down to something like 2 seconds to separate Espirito Santo and the Team Virage car from the Nielsen number 4 by a couple of seconds, and it would have been fascinating to see how that would have ended up, because Matt Bell, looking like he had enough speed in the Duquesne to at least pressurise Manuel Espirito Santo, maybe into a mistake. But because we're so close now to the end of the race, and because of the Porsche being in such a mess at Corvette Curve, I agree with you, Bruce, that the race probably will end checked now under the safety car. In fact, we've begun the final lap, and there is no chance for the safety car to be withdrawn. So it is going to be a win for Team Virage in the first version of the Road to Le Mans. And now need to check my stats to see whether Virage have ever taken victory in this race before. They have not.
Well, by entering lots of cars, they have more of a chance of winning. That's not to downplay them. 3 cars in the P3 class, but for Martin Rich, who started on pole, handed over from Martin Espirito Santo, and Martin's such an enthusiast. We heard him in the interview there in the pits, the CrowdStrike pit crew with Joe Bradley. And they're going on to victory here. So Martin Espirito Santo smiling in the car behind the safety car. Would have liked to finish at full racing speed, but does protect his race lead. Team Nielsen Racing car number 4 will have to settle for second place. Matt Bell unable to do anything to try and topple the race leader, and the field we come round. And when I say the field, I mean the remainder of the field, because we started with 58 cars and we're certainly not going to finish with north of 50.
A perfect example of what happens when you say lovely things about Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, which is exactly what Martin Rich did. And the two of them, he and Manuel Espirito Santo, go on to win the first Road to Le Mans race of the week. There you go, folks. That's what it's all down to. The checkered flag is obviously going to be shown at the end of this race, and we may well even dive in again to have a quick word with Martin Rich to get his reaction. A quick chat from Vincent Voss with his driver Valentino Rossi from Team WRT. It is going to be a WRT victory, but not for the Rossi car, instead for number 31, their M4 GT3, started by Tim Whale and taken over by young superstar Max Hesse. The news, the penny dropping down at Team Virage that they are not going to be overtaken now. It's impossible for that to happen because the final lap has begun and we are under safety car, with the most of the field having made their way already through the first sector of this final and 11th lap of the race.
It's always very heartwarming when you see the mechanics knowing they've got that victory bonus almost in their pocket. So Julian Falchero will have to dig deep and pay the drivers, but for Team Virage, they put an increasing effort into these races, and you can see to win anywhere is special, but to win at Le Mans, Johnny, is something you just put down in your record book on the front cover.
Yes, and yeah, quite a race to be winning, and also for Espirito Santo making a name for himself. It's a great shop window to put yourself in with so many huge teams here, whether that be in LMP2 or in GT3 in the future. There's always the odd scout here and there looking for the next talented silver driver that can be plugged in. So this really is an unusual position for the Virage crew, car 58, to really be enjoying this victory before it's been taken. But, I mean, unless, well, I'm not even going to say that, because there is a way that they might not win the race. But let's move swiftly on and go to Joe Bradley with this pit lane report. Joe.
Well, Martin's kind of shooed me away because he hasn't seen a checkered flag yet, but with 90 seconds remaining, Martin, under safety car, I'm the one to perhaps tell you that there's no way you're going to lose this, mate. I know it's...
Car breaks, if that car breaks down, he's got to cross the line. I'm not celebrating.
I'll tell you what, right, okay, I'm going to stand over here, right? And when the car crosses the line,
you'll hear my cry. I promise, you'll hear my scream.
It's nuts and bolts, isn't it?
Okay,
I know how those things are put together, so I agree. We're going to stand by, Johnny.
Yeah, you don't want to preempt anything just yet. And Matt Bell sitting right behind on the road in the Duquesne, car number 4. But as he says, I mean, that's what I was suggesting. There is one way that this race victory will not fall into the lap of Team Virage, and likewise for the GT3 runners, Team WRT. But I mean, particularly in the case of the BMW M4 GT3, that's built for 24-hour races, so it shouldn't really have an issue with a 55-minute race, as long as Max Hesse and his teammate Tim Whale kept things nice and clean, and the car looks incredibly straight, Bruce.
It really does. Quite a miracle, bearing in mind what happened at the Dunlop curve and then at the Daytona chicane, the first chicane on the opening lap of the race. Shout out to Auden Gudmundsson and Colin Noble, who look all set to take third place. Of course, they've closed up. Everyone closes up behind the safety car, but for Colin Noble, that would be a good job indeed for him. And just outside the podium positions in the P3 class, car number 12, the Ligier, entered by Racing Spirit of Le Mans, who've had a really, really good run in both of the classes. This is the one Jacques Wool started, and Anton Duquin took over for the second part of the race. So for him, be pleased with the good result, but a podium result he could have possibly achieved if they'd had full racing to the end of this event. But the safety car will lead the field around through the stricken cars, one of which, talk about the tale of a different elements of fortune for the team. As Team Virage 58 comes around to take victory, the sister car, one of the sister cars, is being witched away. That was the car that number 59 that ended up nose into the barriers and is being cleared away. And that's the car Alessandro Bracalante was at the wheel, sharing with Oscar Bitter.
Now, worth making the point that this entry is a combination of the Michelin Le Mans Cup regulars, but also some invitations from the European Le Mans Series, from the Asian Le Mans Series, and from GT World Challenge, the SRO GT World Challenge. There's, I think, just one entry. I know there's more than that, beg pardon. Five in total Road to Le Mans specific cars that have been allowed into the classification as well. 58 is not a full season entry, so is not eligible for Michelin Le Mans Cup points, therefore. And from a championship perspective, it will still be a win and full 15 points to John Melsom and Matt Bell. So that's the one saving grace, that even though they weren't able to win the race outright, they haven't been so far, they will still get a good pot of points to take away with them from the first part of the Road to Le Mans. Now also need to work out which of the GT3s are the championship regulars. The HCR car is a full season entry, whereas WRT are not.
Okay, and while you're just doing the points there, just wanted to, we talked before the race about the risk of putting your faster driver in first, and Wayne Boyd went off from second place on the grid like a scalded cat. Then the safety car came, so the chance for him to build the lead in the 23 United Autosports Ligier was reduced. It was squashed right up, and unfortunately for the team, the idea was he would build a big lead, and the American racer John Schaumann would use that to finish as high as he possibly could, but that has really been scuppered, and John outside the top 10. I think I last checked he was in 13th position, so it's really been a gamble that did not pay off. It was one we were aware was a gamble. A lot of the teams are aware, but they were still prepared to take that risk.
Well, you never know. I mean,
never know.
There is going to be a race at some point which runs green from start to finish, and we do get the full 13 laps. It's happened before. Pretty sure it wasn't last year, but certainly within recent memory, we had a 13-lap race as the second event in 2021, for instance, that Moritz Krantz and Ugo de Wilde won for Mühlner Motorsport. Julian Anlauer and Nicky Leutwiler in the PZ Obera Zürichsee Porsche, winning in the GT3 class. That was a 13-lap race going to maximum distance. Last year we didn't manage it, with 12 laps on the Thursday, 11 laps on Saturday morning. We'll try again tomorrow morning from 11:30 to see whether we can get to the full 177 kilometres of race kilometerage by the end of 55 minutes. It is possible to do it, but you pretty much have to stay green throughout, and a safety car will send that whole hope straight out of the window. So the safety car, now with its lights out, because it will peel off into the pit lane and allow the cars to effectively race to the line, but you're not allowed to overtake before crossing the finish line, of course. So there will be no place changes, and a victory getting closer and closer to Martin Rich and to Manuel Espirito Santo. I reckon Manuel's probably feeling slightly more comfortable in this situation. We are going to, as the cars are about to work their way past now the stricken side of a very broken Porsche, head to Joe Bradley, not for a CrowdStrike Pit report as such, but for CrowdStrike Pit sound effects, if you like, as the celebrations will commence in a moment or two. A thought for Alex Martin, though, and those associated with Porsche number 64, the sorry side of their car, along with Charles Bateman, who started that car, sitting at a peculiar angle. All the rear is heavily wrecked, and they cannot get that car back, of course, until the race is finished and recovery fully taken place. They'll be trying to spot which bits they need and hope that they've got enough spares to fix that car up in time for tomorrow morning's race. Manuel Espirito Santo, though, for Ligier and Team Virage, for the first time in the Road to Le Mans, will take victory here on Thursday evening. There is the reaction, courtesy of Joe Bradley's microphone, for the CrowdStrike pit report and pit reaction indeed. We'll get straight to him just as soon as Martin Richards agreed to chat to Joe. And let's not forget about the winners in GT3. It's going to be a victory for the 31 team WRT BMW M4 for Tim Whale, and driver at the moment Max Hesse, after a ding-dong scrap with Anders Fjordbach in the 86 HCR with Caffeine 6 Porsche that he shares with Tim Kressig. Let's get straight to Joe.
Martin, I spoke to you in the pit stops, but now I'm speaking to you as the winner of race 1 of the Road to Le Mans here in the 100th anniversary Le Mans 20,000 2023. That's a big title.
It's not bad, is it? It's absolutely amazing. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but I was not going to celebrate till we crossed the line. But now we've done it. Obviously, hopefully everything's fine. I'll be slightly nervous until the final classification comes out. But I think we've driven as good a race as we could in the chaos. I knew that if I brought the car back in the top couple, then Manuel is so quick. He was gonna bring it back on the podium at least. P1 was a dream. I wasn't sure that we would manage it, but my goodness, he's just driven brilliantly.
And in hindsight, how important was that qualifying session?
Oh, it was absolutely critical. And what's quite nice was we played a bit of a strategy to make sure that we got as close to the front as we could. I've raced here enough. I know what the chaos is like. And it's like, we've got to be at the top. Here he comes. Yes!
Car just gone by. That's why Martin's freaked out. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. We'll keep listening, keep coming, finding us, and maybe race 2. We'll have another conversation.
I'll come to see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Take care.
Hopefully the same circumstances. Martin Rich there.
Yeah, first season for Manuel Espirito Santo in the ELMS, in fact, also racing with Virage, but making a step away from that championship to be, his first action in the Road to Le Mans, first action in the Michelin Le Mans Cup for the 19-year-old Portuguese, although spent a lot of his time in Miami, Florida these days as well. Martin Rich, the man you've just been hearing from, and Manuel Espirito Santo, winners in car 58 for Virage. Second position, the number 4 Nielsen Racing Duquesne of Matt Bell, who finished the race, and John Melsom, who did the opening 20 minutes or so. Third position for the 77 Team Tour. That's a cracking result for Team Tour. Colin Noble and Odin Gudmundsson. Colin's a great racer once he took charge of the car that was piloted by Icelandic driver Gudmundsson in another Ligier. Only 1.7, well, I can't give you gaps because it was a safety car, so rather misrepresentative. 97 is the Cool Racing 4th place car for David Drew and Louis Saint-Juan. David involved in that horrible to watch accident involving him and Andy Merrick, but amazingly the Cool Racing car escaped without too much damage. 12th car finishing in 5th, which is Racing Spirit of Le Mans for Antoine Ducas and his teammate Jacques Wolf, and completing the top 6 in LMP3 were ANS Motorsport, car number 6 for the French multi-hill climb champion Nicolas Schatz and Jonathan Brossard. GT3 won by Belgian outfit and guesting from the SRO GT World Challenge Championship, the 31 WRT M4 of Tim Whale and Max Hesse. Second position and a real good fight with Anders Fjordbach in the HCR with Caffeine 6 Porsche 911 GT3R. That's car 86 that Anders shares with Tim Kressig. Third position for Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Valentin Hasclot in the Aston Martin Vantage, car number 10 for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Fourth position for Kay Cozzolino and the AF Corsa Ferrari 296. That car making its Road to Le Mans debut, and car 51 that Kay shares with Koizumi Hiroshi just off the podium. Fifth place for the 18 Team Parker Racing, Nick Jones and Scott Mulvern Porsche 992. And in 6th place, a certain Jan Magnussen in the number 88 Honda NSX that he shares with Lars Engelbrecht Pedersen for GMB Motorsport. If that is a flavour of things to come tomorrow, then be sure to be tuned to Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, of course, for part 2 of the Road to Le Mans event here at the 100th anniversary edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It'll be Richard Crail leading Johnny Molam and Joe Bradley in the pits for that one, once again, bringing bringing all of the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports. My thanks to Bruce Jones. We just about kept up to speed with that car. With that race, a frantic affair for the Road to Le Mans, and there'll be more of that tomorrow. But stay tuned to Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Plenty more to come this evening from Circuit de la Sarthe, including Hyperpole, which begins at 8 o'clock local time through till 8:30. And after that, it'll be the final free practice session of the week, FP4 from 10 tonight.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
100 years of the first 24 hours of Le Mans, an integral part of any motorsport fan's life, and mine. I'm Ben Costenjuris, and here are some stories from the last 50 years of Le Mans with my dad, Bob, who did his first race 50 years ago. This is Stories of Le Mans with Bob Costenjuris. And we've spoken about special cars, we've spoken about special drivers and special stints, memories of that, your time at your first Le Mans, your time with Radio Le Mans. But one of the things that Le Mans seems to do, a bit like Dakar, I suppose, and a bit like these French created events, is attract people who you would not usually expect to see in a sporting environment, mainly musicians and actors and celebrities that have participated at Le Mans. I've been involved at Le Mans and witnessed Michael Fassbender, who of course is in the entry list for the 23 edition, Patrick Dempsey, who is still heavily involved, but actually has competed before, and we'll talk a little bit about the reaction that I remember Dempsey getting. But that's only recent history, and I can draw on your extra years to go back even further to some other like huge celebrities that participated at Le Mans. And I want to start with, you mentioned Noel Edmonds, because Noel Edmonds is probably about as far away from professional motorsport as I can imagine, although he was a massive fan, wasn't he? Because not only he'd done an RAC rally before he did Le Mans.
He did the Tour of Britain.
Yeah,
he did the Tour of Britain the same year I did it. I did it with Mike Smith, who became quite a TV personality as well. He was only 17 at the time.
Wow.
But he knew Noel, and I remember we had breakfast together at the foot of Epping in the Brecon Beacons, which I'm still going to call the Brecon Beacons, at the foot of the Brecon Beacons at the start of that Tour of Britain. And he knew Noel Edmonds, and Noel was and probably still is a big petrol head, and he had a GT40, for example, one of the road cars that he had. But can I go straight into it and explain what he was doing at Le Mans? I think he was making a TV documentary, and we, as Top Gear Motorsport, a branch program from Top Gear, were helping him make that program. And so we went out to Le Mans, basically what it was called the Esperanti, I think it was the Esperanti, into a racing car, which initially might well have been called the Desperanti, because the difference between the two was quite substantial. And the poor chap who was tasked with actually doing this was Dave Price, the much lamented Dave Price, sadly passed away quite recently. Just a most amazing character and a very, very capable engineer as well. And the thing about Dave, the thing about the whole program was Noel Edmonds was covering this sort of transition from road car to race car. And specifically, it started with the test day, I think in about 97, something like that, 96, 97, started with the test day. And I remember the car caught fire. It had all sorts of problems over the test day. And this was absolutely typical of taking basically a road car and trying to make it do Le Mans, because it just wasn't, the Paynos at the time was a very, very traditional, or it still is actually, the Paynos was a very traditional American car with a big V8 in it, rear wheel drive, front engine, all that stuff, all in the wrong places, all doing the wrong things, but very, very traditional. Started by Dan Paynos, but helped with his father's, Don's, money from making anti-tobacco pouches. Not pouches, what are the things that you put on your arm and things like that to stop you smoking.
Yeah, patches.
Patches, that's what I meant. So that's where it all started. And so they wanted to come and do Le Mans, and Don Paynos was hugely enthusiastic and a great character. And he wanted to do Le Mans. And so they brought this car, and basically Noel Edmonds was making a program about how this thing was going to do Le Mans and how it was going to do, how well it was going to do. Of course, Noel knew what he was talking about. He really did. And he was an excellent presenter. And as I say, I knew him from 10 years previously. So that wasn't a problem either. So it was really quite fun working with him. And my BBC producer, Ken Pollock, was there as well. And he was handling that side of things. And it was, I think Noel really appreciated being there. I think he loved it.
I think starting off with Noel Edmonds probably was not necessarily the right way to go, because for our American audience, they will have no idea who Mr. Blobby is. But Google it. Yeah. You'll never know what you might find. For the American audience, of course, they'll know Pink Floyd and Nick Mason. I actually didn't realize he had participated. He's such a petrol head now with his classic car collection. I never really put him in period. But of course, you're a petrol head in period as well as with historic cars.
Yeah, exactly. I think he started off with a chap called Tony Birchnough, Dorset Racing. I think that's how it started, and he did 2-litre sports cars at Le Mans. And he already back in the 70s, he already had classic cars even then. Okay. And of course, you know the story of your mother, my wife, getting a lift back from Nürburgring to London with these two blokes trailing a car all the way back from Nürburgring to London. And I gave Jane, your mother, a free lift with these two completely unknown people. And all they did was talk about racing all the way. And little did I know that I'd actually put her into a car with Nick Mason, Pink Floyd drummer, and Steve O'Rourke, who was the manager of the team. And of course, we've got to know them. Sadly, Steve is no longer with us, but we got to know them really, really well over the subsequent years. But yes, and Steve also did Le Mans as well, and actually finished fourth, I think. And he had a car called an EMKA, EMKA, and also got involved in the Aston Martin. That was his sort of racing team, EMKA. And he also got involved in the Aston Martin as well. But he finished fourth, which is pretty respectable. Can't remember who he was with. But so you had Pink Floyd drummer and Pink Floyd manager both racing as well. Richard Williams, in his book, which I've mentioned before, in his new book about the 24 Hours, he actually goes through all the extraordinary list of personalities, from drug dealers to actors, to singers, to all sorts of personalities over the years who have participated at Le Mans. It's all in there. But yeah, they took it pretty seriously, Nick and Steve. They really did, and they loved their cars. Yes, they did it. You know, good for them. They put their money where their mouth is.
Well, I can only relate to the way that I experience Patrick Dempsey and the way that he approached his racing. Of course, all the media wanted to jump on the fact that Grey's Anatomy lead actor was participating in. And the thing about it, whilst Grey's Anatomy is an American TV show, it is shown prime time in France back to back. So an American TV show is, I think, 38 minutes these days. It's not very long because they have so many ad breaks. And so when you put that into a European market, into the French market, you're only filling up just over half an hour's worth of TV time. So then the French back-to-back them. So you don't watch one episode 1 week and then have to wait another week for the second episode. You watch 3 or 4 back-to-back, and that's how they program American TV in France. And so Patrick Dempsey was incredibly well known when he came to Le Mans. But all he wanted to do, we had Eurosport following him, making a documentary. He had everybody queuing up to sign autographs. He just wanted to be a racing driver. He just wanted to focus in on that. And whenever you spoke to him, he was so enthusiastic, or is so enthusiastic still, about the motorsport. And it's almost as though it's just the acting that allowed him the finances and the facilities to come racing, much like if you are some of the many multi-millionaire gentleman drivers that we still have in Le Mans, like Tracy Crone, for instance. Rather than making his money out of acting, he made his money out of film producing and oil, and he spent it in motorsport. And that was really what Patrick Dempsey was doing. I do just quickly remember the first time I met Patrick Dempsey, he saw in my face that I was having a difficult day. I was a little bit stressed, working for Eurosport one year, and he went, "We're at Le Mans. Don't be sad," and just opened his arms, grabbed me, and gave me a massive hug. And I thought that was amazing.
That's fantastic, isn't it? Yeah. Well, the way that the French media treat their personalities reminds me, what you were saying just then, reminds me of when Paul Newman did Le Mans back in 1979 with Dick Barber in a Porsche 935. And exactly, Paul Newman didn't want to be an actor. He wanted to be a racing driver that weekend. But the French media and the paparazzi, I remember the photographers were dressed in combat gear. That's what it was to them. It was going to be a battle, but they were going to win it. And they used to form themselves into a kind of arrow. And if there was a crowd around Paul Newman, that arrow would just go straight through with the blokes in army gear, army boots and stuff, and they would just carve their way through the crowds around Paul Newman until they got to where they wanted to be to take their photographs. And when you think of what sort of reputation the French paparazzi have, subsequent events, then you realize just how seriously they take it. And I remember that. Paul Newman, it was so funny. I was tasked with taking his legal team around the circuit, his British legal team, just a British lawyer. And I said, okay, I'll take you around, because I knew all the interior roads, to get to Mulsanne, for example, on the inside, to get to Arnage on the inside, to get to Indianapolis on the inside, to get to the outside of Terre Rouge, for example. And we went to all those places. Unfortunately, we also probably had a glass of wine at each. And so we ended up on the main straight opposite the Newman pit, with yet another glass of red wine and yet another plastic cup, shouting across the pit lane, "Hey, Paul, how you doing? How's it going over there?" And Paul Newman was thinking, "I don't know those people. I really don't know those people. I don't want to know those people." But it was, he did a fantastic job. He really did a fantastic job. Finishing second, not easier at Le Mans at all. He did a brilliant job. And so there's another instance of a pretty major personality getting involved in Le Mans. And as you say, wanting to be a racing driver, not whatever their daytime job was.
I wonder where the desire comes from. I mean, obviously the desire to be a racing driver lives in so many of us, but is it just that they can at Le Mans because Le Mans allows them the track time, allows them this, and it is, you can't be a Formula One driver. You can't just jump in and do the Monaco Grand Prix. So is it the accessibility of Le Mans that allows these people to do it, or is it even more special than that?
I think it's also the accessibility of the cars as well. So you can be a GT driver. There's quite a few 60-year-old GT drivers around, very wealthy ones as well. And there's quite a few of those around, and they keep themselves incredibly fit, and they do quite a lot of racing. They may do, the whole of the WEC series, for example, or they may do the whole of the IMSA series. There's the chap behind CrowdStrike is, George, I think his name is, or something like that. He's in his 60s, and there he is racing a GT Mercedes. There are guys who have raced in LMP2 who are in their 60s as well. And if they're fit, and if they do enough racing, and if they've got the required license, if they're considered to be a bronze or a silver driver, then they can do it. It's only when things go slightly wrong that the focus suddenly comes onto them. For example, that amateur driver who got involved in Anthony Davidson's big accident a few years ago, then all of a sudden the spotlight is shone on them, and people begin to wonder, have they actually got the required level of experience? But up until that moment, they've probably done a good job.
And Le Mans does have, there are times at Le Mans where gentlemen drivers have been removed out of the race for not being capable enough. It doesn't happen very often, but I think even in a very recent past, maybe even last year, there was a driver that was disqualified from the race for a few moves that he had done across practice in the race, and therefore he was taken out of being allowed to continue. But of course the car continues because there's two other drivers. We are on episode 5 of our stories, and we have recorded 6. So hopefully you'll be able to listen to the other 5. This is Ben Cosson-Juros talking to his dad about stories of Le Mans.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Introduced a few years ago to add a little spice into things for qualifying. Hyperpole or Hyperpole has now firmly fixed itself in the Le Mans timetable, and it seems appropriate at the 100th anniversary of the first race that Le Mans is still innovating this year, with the advent of the first true year of the Hypercar and the first year of Convergence, where the vision of the top class of motor racing in endurance racing from the FIA and the WEC has been brought into line with IMSA and their philosophy for the top class of prototypes. LMDh or GTPs and Le Mans Hypercars come together to battle for pole position for the 91st running of the Grand Prix d'Endurance, for the honour of coming to the tricolour first on Saturday at 4 o'clock. It doesn't get you the headlines at 4 o'clock on Sunday, but you'll be famous for a couple of nights. Hello there, I'm John Hindorf. Alongside me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre is Johnny Morlam, and we are ready for Hyperpole. Only 3 classes this year, so it's instead of being 6 cars from 4 classes, it is 8 cars from 3. Yeah, you've done the arithmetic already, haven't you? Beat you to it. Johnny's just counting. Oh, he's took his shoes and socks off now to get to 24 cars. 24 cars are lined up on the pit lane for a 30-minute shootout. They will all go out together. The track temperature is looking pretty good. Before it gets underway, I've got a couple of big shout-outs to do. Hello to Chris, Jim, Tony, Pete and Jeff. The first 4 regulars here. Pete and Jeff are first-timers, and Jeff has come all the way from Oz for the race. Friends of Kerry Cobb, who is mixing back in London as our producer. And Chris, I know, listens to us an awful lot here on Radio Le Mans, Hagerty Radio Le Mans. And also, I did promise yesterday on a tweet that we would do a shout out for everybody who is listening to 91.2 FM Hagerty Radio Le Mans around the circuit. So wherever you are now, if you're sitting down, stand up and wave your arms and make some noise after I count you down from 5, and see just how many members of the collective are around you, perhaps not in plain sight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Collective, go wild for the Hyperpole.
I think we
1
should
minute to start Hyperpole.
I think we should very quickly go through all the drivers who are actually going out to qualify. Do you want me to do that for you, John?
I can do that. Actually, Jim Moore, I'll rattle through them.
Go on, you go for it.
In Hyperpole, in number order for the Hypercars, Earl Bamber, the Kiwi, takes out the number 2 Cadillac racing car. Seb Bourdais will take out the number 3.
Okay, Kamui Alpha 12-2, Alpha 12-2, and go Bravo 11-4.
Under 30 seconds to start Hyperpole.
That was Mike Conway's engineer. Dan Cameron is in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport. The 2 Toyotas are Mike Conway in the 7, Seb Buemi in the 8th. Antonio Fuoco and Alessandro Perguidi are in the 2 Ferraris.
9,
and
8,
Felipe Nasser is
6,
in the
5,
number 75.
4, 3,
and when
2,
we go green, we'll
1.
check the weather and come back.
Hyperpole has started. Hyperpole has started. Pit exit is now open.
91.2 FM. Hyperpole has started. It'll be a couple of minutes before they come around. Let's find out what the weather conditions are like here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. So tonight it will drop down to 17 degrees as the low temperature. There is a yellow warning for thunderstorms on Friday and Saturday, with temperatures again in the high 20s and dropping down to around about 17 or 18 overnight. Right now the temperature is 28 degrees in the air here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel Festival. Book tickets at bicestaheritage.co.uk and save 20% with the code RSL. Track temperature a reasonable 35.1 degrees. With the air temperature, as I said, just on 28 degrees. Let's rattle through the P2s. Prema has Bent Fiscal behind the wheel. Gabriel Aubry for Vector Sport, number 10. Nielsen, the gold car. Ben Hanley, the first of the Pro-Ams, number 14, is in that car. Then it's the Jota, number 28. Pietro Fittipaldi. Louis Delatraz for Team WRT in the 41. Reshad Dejeus for the 47 Cool Racing car. Paul-Loup Chatin for EDEX Sport in the 48. Another one of the PTs. And last but not least, Mirko Bortolotti for Prema Racing. Come back to him in a moment in the 63. And in the AM Class GTE cars, Simon Mann for the 21 AF Corsa still in the pits. Ahmed Al-Hati for ORT by TF. Has to be the bronze drivers in these cars. Ben Keating for Corvette number 33. It will be Thomas Fleur for AF Corsa number 54. 55 GMB Jens Renault Müller. Takeshi Kimura for Kessel Racing, the car guy. 57 car. And Yorikazu Chuziko for the 74. It was an approximation. And Louis Perez Companc for Richard Mille in the number 83. It's all gone
okay,
quiet.
Brendan, just be a bit careful. Turn 15 this lap. Pressures are low. Otherwise, they'll be okay. Just 15, mind 15 this lap.
That's Brendan Hartley at 15. Let's turn 15 then. I'm not entirely certain about that. You should remember that, JMO. Where's turn 15 here?
Oh God, I don't know. I just call first chicane, second chicane, and then call them by their their real names. But interesting that they're going out. I noticed both Toyotas went out of the pits and are really going for it. And the fact that they're still halfway around the lap and he still doesn't think he's got enough tyre pressure is quite interesting.
And you can see, if you're looking on from the side of the track, what compound tyres they are on, because the
51 Ferrari bottoming out there again, a sign that there's low tyre pressures.
So if you've got good eyes when they're standing still, we'll be able to tell by when they come into the pit lane. And I'm hearing that from Nick that everyone has got mediums. It's packed. People are sitting in the aisles of the grandstands. Thank you for getting up and making some noise. It's a 30-minute session.
Who do you reckon then, John?
Ferrari. Don't know which one. Let me see.
I hope Pierre Guidi does it.
I think it might be Pierre Guidi. Obviously, ex-GT driver.
I can't tell you how pumped up you are going out on this place when you know it's a qualifying lap. It's absolutely unbelievable. You're just so pumped. It's so fast in so many places. You've got to get your braking absolutely spot on into so many of the chicanes. Easy to lock up and give away time. Be a bit late on the throttle coming out the corners, just looking for that lap time.
Dane Cameron in the pit lane. Simon Mann in the pit lane for respectively Porsche, Penske, Motorsport. Also still in the pit lane, Felipe Nasr for the 75 car. That's the US crew team. So Brendan Hartley, the tall Kiwi, 37 kilos extra that car is carrying. That's not down to Brendan. But what will that do to the car as he comes down to the Daytona chicane? He's got clear track ahead of him. He was first out of the pit lane. Rides the curb, the yellow and blue curb on the middle, all the way out to the edge of the circuit. Has to keep the right-hand side Michelin's there, Johnny Morlam, inside the dotted line, and track limits here could be absolutely crucial. Here he is on the radio.
One more has to than expected. Let me know how sector one was. Copy, 32.4 at the moment. Sector 1 equal Kamui.
So that's half a second down on the first sector that Pierre Guidi's done. He's done a 30.1.933 for the first sector, and that's purple. Closely followed by Fuoco, 31.980. At the moment, the two Ferraris in a league of their own.
And already Earl Bamber has had his first flying lap disallowed for track limits coming out of Tertre Rouge.
It's so easily done there because you carry so much speed in. As you turn, the front floats as you get it in there. Doesn't matter what car you're driving, LMP1, GT, the front floats slightly. You pick up an understeer there. You want to get back into the throttle as early as you can.
Track limits Tertre Rouge. This lap is deleted.
As we hear Obamba being told what you just said, John, about Tertre Rouge exit. But you turn in, you want to get on the throttle because it's such a long straight. Even with the chicanes, it's such a long drag down to that first chicane. It's so important when you pick up on the throttle there to carry the minimum speed and get early to the throttle, and you don't want to lift, and you just end up understeering wide, and you keep your foot in and run the track limits. Easily done.
If you're wondering why you can't hear any car noise behind us at the moment, that's because there's no cars near us. The first car is Brendan Hartley, just coming out of Arnage and heading towards Porsche in at the moment. Behind him is his teammate Kamui Kobayashi, and then everybody else is in a line stretched back to the second chicane.
Fuoco has done the purple middle sector on a 78.492 and Pierre Guidi 78.581. So those two Ferraris, the 50 and the 51 car, absolutely nip and tuck at the moment. And actually Fuoco currently holding it by about 0.03 of a second.
I'm predicting a Ferrari front row here. They'll be prancing at the front of the field tonight, and in Modena. Here comes the first flying lap. Listen out as it comes through the Ford chicane. And it's Brendan Hartley. Not a huge amount of noise from the Toyota as it goes across the line, but we do have a lap time for people to aim at. 3:26.398. No, that's gone. Kobayashi 3:26.2, 3:23.
And Pierre Guidi just about held it there. 23.897. Pierre Guidi's final sector, 0.3 quicker, or 2.5 tenths quicker than Antonio Fuoco, who's now in second on a 3-minute 24.198.
51 Ferrari with Pierre Guidi ahead of Antonio Fuoco. Split by 0.3 of a second, and then 2 seconds.
Currently that's P1, that's P1.
That's Pierre Guidi's race engineer, who has been an absolute star this year.
He's still pushing though, Pierre Guidi. He's not done his fastest first sector, but he's only about 400ths off. Antonio Fuoco behind him has actually done his own personal best first sector, 31.937. So those Ferraris are still pushing, John.
But also we heard Brennan Hartley's engineer telling me that Toyota GR010 was not up to temperature yet. So maybe they're going to do it on the second or even the third lap in LMP2. Ben Hanley is at the top of the shop in the Pro-Am car.
I was going to give him a shout out before we started. Nielsen Racing, they run a really, really tiny, really good little team, and Ben Hanley is an absolute superstar.
From Jota in second and Pietro Fittipaldi, been a decent season for them so far as well. Then Cool Racing, EDEC, Prema, Vector, WRT, Corvette and Ben Keating. No surprises there. 2 wins and a second for Keating's team this season, despite the fact that they were carrying the maximum amount of success ballast. They don't have that here.
And
then
you'll
EF Corsa in second. Sorry, Jim.
Sorry, John. I'm just saying you pointed out earlier that the bronze drivers having to qualify in the GT-AM, and that means that we're going to see a slightly different order potentially than we were in practice sessions with the cars, and I suspect that Ben Keating will comfortably put that Corvette on pole position.
He hasn't got the competition from Sarah Bovey, because Iron Dames did not make it. Remember, only the top 8 here, and everybody else's grid position was set yesterday. Fuoco, Johnny Holland.
Antonio Fuoco's just put it nearly 3/10 under the current pole time of 3:23.897. He's 0.282 under that pole time. Pierre Guidi's also quicker, 0.158. So at the moment, 1300ths in it between the two. But don't forget, last time Alessandro was about 2.5 quicker in the final sector. So if Antonio Fuoco can tidy it up, as we see a slipstream there from the 51 car with the Toyota in front, that could be worth a lot of time.
Coming into Porsche curves, huge amount of spectator interest here. It's been a massive crowd today, and the banksides and everywhere that people can stand.
It's a little too close
is
there.
Absolutely packed. Maybe just getting a little bit of understeer through the end of the Porsche curves. Now to Corvette curve. Now he's got a problem because he's got that Toyota ahead of him. He'll go for this lap. What does he do? No, he's pitting.
Yeah, he would have lost time. He would have been on his Delta, but Fuoco behind, I think, is about to take pole position. I really believe that. If he doesn't box, I think Fuoco is about to go to the top.
Here comes Fuoco, out to the curb, stays on the track, across the line, and does...
Oh! No! 8,000ths behind.
Second.
8,000ths, and I suspect that will be it. I think they'll box them both. I can't see any reason for them to both go again and again. It's just too much risk, and let's face it, it can still go really wrong at Le Mans, and you don't want to be doing that in the last session before. There are no more running now. Well, they got tonight's running, but they would miss that if they had a big problem in this session until obviously the start of the race, or the warm-up for the race on Saturday.
Oh my goodness me.
It's that final sector, John.
So a new set of tyres. A new set of tyres.
Fantastic.
This does not come out of your race allocation. So there's a new set of tyres going on. Nick Damon down the pit lane.
There's more time in both those Ferraris.
Yeah,
not a lot, probably 3 or 4 tenths, maybe half a second. But on your second set of new tyres, John, you're always going to be able to eke out that little bit extra because you've learnt from the first set what you can do and where you can do it, and you really understand. The car is light, you've got new tyres, it's cooling off now, the temperature's dropping, the track temp has actually dropped about 6, 7, 8 degrees from what it was earlier. It's going to absolutely help. The car is going to come alive for them, and the car is going to feel awesome to drive at this stage.
Air temperature exactly the same, just under 29 Celsius, but 35 on the track now, and that's hugely different to what we saw earlier on. EDEC Sport now leads in LMP2 with Paul-Loup Chatin. What a career he has had. He's come through every part of the ACO ladder. Came through the old LMP2s, of course, was champion there. Big slide by the Ferrari, the AF Corsa, Thomas Floor, as he came out of the Porsche curves. Now, Sebastian Bourdais heading out into the country through the old kink. So in the last third of the Ligne Droite au Nadir.
He's just done his personal best first sector, 32.340. So that's only 4/10 behind the Ferraris in a 32-second sector there. That's still a little bit too much to make up back. It'd be interesting to see in the middle sector how he stacks up.
Sun in his eyes as he turns right through Mulsanne. Another quick, and another lap lost. It's a lap lost for Seb Bourdais. Now, where did he lose that one? And that was...
MP6 again, I think.
I would almost be sure about that. MP6.
Yeah, Tetra Rouge.
Paul-Loup Chatin's lost a lap as well at MP4 and MP6. So that is coming through the Forest S's. 33 is at the end of the Porsche curves, isn't it? Yes, it is. Ben Keating coming to the end of the Mulsanne straight in the last third. No, check that. He's just in the middle portion in that Corvette as he heads down.
He's also just done his best first sector again for Ben Keating in the GTM. Just to give you a comparison there, he's a 36.8, so that's give or take 5 seconds in that sector slower than the Hypercars.
No movement from Porsche. Penske Motorsports and the 5 and 75 still in the pit lane. That's extraordinary.
So they're clearly only going for one run, and from the sounds of it, I think you said that Pierre Guidi's going back out on a new set of tyres. He pitted early when he was caught behind the Toyota there and decided to come in. He would have seen on his Delta that he was down. I assume that means that Antonio Fuoco will complete his lap, come into the pits and also put on a new set of boots and go back out.
Let's go down to Diana Binks in the pit lane. She's watching the Porsches, and she's watching the Porsches doing precisely nothing at the moment, Di.
They are. The number 5 is on the pit apron. They've just put the tyres on, and the car has just left, so it's heading off out onto the track. But the 75 is still in the garage, but it looks like it's going to make its way out within the next couple of seconds.
And actually following the Porsche out is the 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. He's got a new set of boots, he's got a clean windscreen but no fuel, so that all these cars are going to be, well, the cars going out for their second run are all going to be lighter by quite a considerable amount, because it's a long lap at Le Mans, than they were for their first run. So as Johnny says, there's plenty of time in the car, but of course getting a clear lap is probably going to be harder this time around.
Well, it depends where you are and where you come out. The two Ferraris, or the Ferrari and the Porsche, sorry, the number 5 Porsche and the number 50 Ferrari, coming to Tertre Rouge now, and they've got the full length of the Mulsanne straight to the next car. The next car being the Kessel Racing car guy number 57 car, which has just gone round the Mulsanne corner. The provisional Hyperpole pole sitter in class, the number 51.
We're about to see some fireworks here, and he's got great track position, John, as you rightly said. He's got the only cars in front of him are the 50 and the 5 car, so neither of those are going to get in his way, and they're a quarter of a lap ahead. They're both hypercars, so unless someone to come out of the pits and really mess it up for him, he's got fantastic track position.
So there goes...
That was a number 3, actually. Number 3 Cadillac, Sebastian Bourdais, just popped out of the pits in front of him. Hopefully he'll get out of the way of the 51 car.
This is crucial as the number 51, Alessandro Perguidi, coming down to the Forest S's now. And is there going to be a little bit of a kerfuffle?
He might even get a nice slipstream off him if he's careful, if he's clever, rather going down into the first chicane.
So it could be already a nightmare. Sebastian Bourdais just comes out of Tertre Rouge. Then the provisional pole sitter in Hypercar, the 51 of Alessandro Perguidi. Also in there as well is the P2 pole sitter.
Good lap.
All in the same pot.
Sorry, talk over you there, John. Thomas Floor, I have to say, hats off to him. True bronze gentleman driver, 3 minute 54.582 to go second. The third, sorry, in GTM.
Alessandro Perguidi has not yet caught Bourdais, who is on an outlap through the Daytona chicane. He's dragging up towards him here. I reckon he's close enough now to be getting a drag. And now he gets go. He takes the drag. Bourdais clearly being told from the pits, do not drag him all the way down the straight.
Absolutely, backed right off. He was being shown blue flags, although on that first sector, Pierre Guidi again 32.000, so he is again about 0.067 on the split behind his best personal, but he did absolutely nail the final sector. It seems to be his strongest sector. So if he can do a strong middle sector, Fuoco currently has the fastest middle sector.
Ferrari, Toyota number 7, Cadillac number 3 on a new set of tyres and out for a second run. Gazoo Racing number 8, Brendan Hartley in the pits at the moment, as is Cadillac number 2 and Earl Bamber. Then it's the best of the P2s, and we've still not seen a representative Porsche time. Fred Makovecki and Felipe Nasr on qualifying duties for the 5 and 75. Interesting choice.
And Pierre Guidi again doesn't do his best middle sector, but he's actually now 0.060 under his own time of a 3 minute 23.897. So it's not really putting the lap together quite as well as he did his first run, but if he can nail the final sector, but it doesn't look like he's quite as comfortable on these tyres, even though the car is lighter.
Oh, big moment coming out of Arnage as he went right across the curb there and had to wind on the lock. I don't think this is his tidiest lap. His split is slightly better than the first one, but we're talking half a tenth here. Turns into the Porsche curves. The backsides are absolutely packed.
He turned in there, the rear just stepped on him. Absolutely commitment. Again, turns in, the rear just steps. Every time he eases out the throttle, you can see the rear just moving. Really neat and tidy.
Track limits. Track limits in the middle of Porsche curves.
It looked close on the exit of the Porsche curves to track limits there. Be interesting to see if he keeps this lap.
He's staying out, so at the moment, he's coming across the last 4 corners at the end of the lap, and they are really nudgy. He's close to the edge of the circuit again there as well. Perguidi comes across the line. He's got a... No, track limits called. Yeah. Track limits called at 33.
He actually did a 3 minute 23.478, so he found a little over 4 tenths, but he got it time taken away from that track limits coming out of the Porsche curves.
Is there enough left in those tyres to go again, do we think? We'll find out at the end of the first split.
I think there is. I do think there is. Judging by how they did the first run, John, both of them actually bettered their middle sectors on their second run. And now, Fuoco's lighting up that first sector, 31.604. 3 tenths, over 3 tenths under the pole time. If Fuoco finishes this lap properly, and I noticed he was babying his tyres, John, on the outlap way more than Pierre Guidi did. Really, so these tyres should come to him more and more and more as this qualifying lap progresses.
First flying lap for a Porsche, as out goes Felipe Nasr as well, but it's Fred Makovecki in the number 5 Porsche Penske Racing. He's down at Arnage now. Check that at Mulsanne now. And this is his first go at it. He's not. Well, he might just have time for one more run. Here's Alessandro Perguidi.
Previous lap was deleted. Track limits in karting. Track limits in karting. Previous lap was deleted.
Well, I tell you what, Fuoco, unless Fuoco does track limits, Fuoco is going to be on pole here by a country mile.
He's going to be down.
He's going to be down 9.17. He's nearly a second under. He's going to
be in the 22s.
He is going to be in the 22s.
He's going to be in the 22s.
Unless he gets traffic.
Oh, he's got traffic. Right at the wrong place. Now, can he slide back past the Kessel Ferrari as he goes down into Arnage? Yes, he can, but now he's got another car that pulls out of the way reasonably well.
They got out of the way well there, and that GT car really, you saw him dive to the right-hand side there as he was coming, and Fuoco now is really in amongst the traffic, and he's threading the eye of the needle here, and it'd be interesting to see if he lost a bit of time. And Pierre Guidi now is 0.422 under his own time, but still half a second off of Fuoco's lap, halfway around his lap.
I'm impressed at the commitment here. Here comes the number 5 Porsche, Fred Makovecki. He's right in behind the blue-fronted number 2 Earl Bamber Cadillac, 6th at the moment for the Cadillac. And here comes the Porsche. Now, this is something. Former Porsche driver with a Porsche behind him. Big wiggle by Fred Mako as he came out of the Ford chicane. And the number 5 Porsche goes to the outside of the front of the second row.
Here we
Here's Fuoco. Fuoco coming to the line now.
22.982.
22.982. Now, what about his teammate?
I don't think...
Perguidi, is he on for another one?
I don't think Pierre Guidi can find half a second in the final sector.
He's close in that first sector. He's only a couple of tenths away, you know. Oh, no, he's not. That's a second away.
Yeah.
Excuse me, 77 to 78.
No, he's only he's a tenth away. You're right. He's only a tenth away, but he's 3 tenths in the first one. So he's 4 tenths, nearly half a second off. So he has to find half a second just in that final sector, and it's quick.
Meantime, EDEC Sport, Paul-Loup Chatin, he's up on his time, but Louis Delatraz for WRT is trying to chase him down, currently in 6th position. Here's the EDEC car carrying the historic name of Delage on the front of there. Into the final set of corners, so easy to get out of rhythm and too much curb, I think, in the middle part of the last.
He took too much speed into that first part of the chicane. It pushed him too far to the left. He just couldn't get the line. He couldn't get the car back over to get the line through the second part of the chicane. But it was still improved. It was still quick, but he cost himself a couple of tenths there. But
3:32.9. So he's got a gap of some 3 tenths of a second.
It's over. Pierre Guidi's in the first sector. He's backed it right off. Fuoco's still going. Fuoco's still pushing, but he's still he's actually 3 tenths off his own personal best. Pierre Guidi in the first sector alone is 1.5 seconds off. So I think either he's going to cool it down and go for one more, but I'd be more inclined to think he's coming in the pits.
WRT up to second for Louis Delatraz. With what 3 tenths of a second between himself and EDEC. Then it's Cool Racing, Nielsen Racing in 4th position. So 48, 41, 47, 14.
So Brendan Hartley 31.864, Kobayashi 31.702. Those are both very competitive first sectors for the Toyotas. So maybe the Toyotas do have something left.
Well,
in the tank.
There's been some tough talking from the team from Cologne. They have down through the years. Oh, yellow flag. Marshall's Post 11. That's the Daytona chicane entry. And there's a fire. And it's the number 3 car. It is Sebastian Bourdais, the gold-fronted car with fluid. It's a red flag with 5 minutes to go. There'll be one more chance. There will be an outlap and one more chance. The gold-fronted car of Sebastian Bourdais, fluid coming out from the underneath, and it's ignited. The marshals are there very, very quickly, and Seb's in there as well.
Oh, you've got to get those kind of things put out, because the mechanics standing with their head in their hands in the pit lane, because they know that fire is the worst thing for destroying cars. You know, you can stick it into the barrier and you can fix it, but when fire starts eating away, and it really was a big fire.
Huge explosion.
Yeah.
He'd already stopped, so quite clearly he realised that something had gone wrong. Maybe there was an oil pressure warning light or something like that.
Yeah.
But then either as he powered it down or as he was trying to take it maybe out of gear, something has hit.
No, I think that's something failing, and then just the heat, and it's just gradually building up, and then it just goes, and you see that, but it was probably already burning, and it just ignited under the car.
The worry is always, isn't it, what is going on underneath that rear bodywork with fumes, etc.
Yeah.
And then it gets to a critical mass, and that's what we saw there. And that is game over for that car. Now down at WRT,
good effort though, because he's currently 3rd. I don't think he'll stay there. I think the two Toyotas might pip him if they get a chance to. But
will they get a chance to go again? There's a lot of backslapping down in the pit lane as if they think it's over.
I think in GT-AM it probably is, to be honest. You know, I think
Bourdais causes a red flag. Now, you don't lose your time here.
He couldn't have done more than that. I mean, it's not his fault. He's gone through the chicane. He's clearly had an issue. They're probably on the radio saying to him, kill the car, kill the car. He's taken it through the barriers, not before.
He's off the track.
He's off the track. He couldn't have done anything more, Sebastian Bourdais. He's been totally professional in the way he dealt that. He didn't even stop short of the first barrier. He went through it in case the car lost its braking and came through on fluid that he might have dropped. You can't blame him for that. He's done everything perfectly.
Green light, I noticed, on the caddy, as did Rob Chalmers, for a safe hybrid state. Cruising back to the pit lane, the two Ferraris.
That's an impressive lap, 32.982. Even with the track limits.
22.
That's what I said, 22.982. Even with the track limits, Pierre Guidi was 4 tenths behind that. Even with that lap that got deleted, that's an impressive lap.
First Toyota in 5th position. That is their worst starting position.
They've got
since
more
they
in the
came
tank, though. They've got more. Both of their first sectors, they do have more. If they get a chance, I don't know if the track will. It should be okay where Bourdais went off there.
It doesn't matter to them where they start.
No,
I don't think.
No.
And there's a point. I think also there's a point. I mentioned how honourable they've been. Remember when Peugeot, who campaigned so hard for the FIA WEC, and then the FIA WEC happened, and the first thing they did was pull out before they even got to the first race, because of pressure from the manufacturing group. And Toyota were asked to come in with a car that was by no means ready. They effectively did a year of testing in public and kept the championship, the brand new championship, alive, and they've been here ever since. And I think 5th place is their worst qualifying here in this era.
4th.
Is it 4th?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 4th, excuse me.
Kobayashi's
yeah,
4th.
Sorry, I thought it was 5th.
And then partly
no,
6th.
I think right.
They're
yeah,
4th
okay.
and 6th at the moment, but they have the pace to probably be 3rd and 4th. But like you rightly said, they were never going to get pole. They knew that, and I don't think they wanted pole, as I alluded to earlier.
Is the shock that Sebastian Bourdais and Cadillac are in 3rd position ahead of both?
I think that's a really, really good effort from Seb Bourdais. That
he's been struggling massively with the brake-by-wire. By his own opinion, by his own admission, he's banged the car into the wall twice with problems. Once going down to the first corner at Long Beach, of course, and then he did something similar at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca in the next race, and he really looked quite at sea, as if, you know, you've been here, Johnny. For those of us who don't drive a lot, we quite often look a bit befuddled about what's happened in a car. But when you're a pro driver,
good job on saving fuel. We go straight to the end of the pit lane. We are tight, of course, on fuel, so we have a prep, push, and then the in-lap has to be slow to save as much fuel as possible. Let's see how the push lap goes.
I like that. Let's see how the push lap goes.
Yeah.
When you're feeling confident in the car, to answer the question you were asking me then, when you're at one with the car, you almost feel like it's a glove and it just feels brilliant. And you go into this zone where you feel you can do anything with it. You have the confidence to try things, go in a bit quicker, get on the throttle a bit earlier. When you're worried about something like the braking or something like that, you just go into every brake zone just worrying that you're going to lock up, worrying that it's not going to be able to be as efficient, and then you just, without even wanting to, subconsciously, you're going to brake a little bit earlier.
Yeah. But when something happens that you don't understand, all of you guys and girls are super critical and analytical. So it's something you go, well, I braked exactly where I did the lap before, and then the car turned sideways. And that's the thing that he couldn't understand.
It's just feel, though. It's just feel, because everything you have, it's feel from your hands in the steering, in the seat of your pants through the car for the cornering, and feel in your feet and everything else, and in your inner ear, as you saw the fire, a replay of the fire going off at the very, very front of the car there, the flames coming, almost fanning around the front of the number 3 Cadillac, and then suddenly blowing under the gearbox at the back there. But going back to the braking, you just got this feel of the car, and if it's not giving you the feedback and the feel through your foot that you want, John, then you're not going to be able to brake absolutely on the limit, because it's just not giving you that confidence.
All right, remember, you cannot add fuel in this session, so what you started with is what you've got. That's why you heard Toyota telling Kamui Kobayashi they were going to be on tight. They were going to be tight to get it back after the push lap is what I think they're talking about.
Yes, you have to be a very slow
lap.
We overheard him saying, didn't we? Just obviously take it a little bit easy on your out lap as well, then a push lap, and then I think pretty much cruise into the pits. Because they have to come in, don't they, under their own steam. They have to be able to have enough left for a sample, I believe.
You could come in electric power. There's about a third of a lap, I reckon, you can do on electric power here, if you get it right, so long as you're not on launch mode. Paul Truswell has just joined us in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. 2 sets of tyres seemingly used by everybody other than Porsche here. So that means the Porsches have both got a new set of tyres to go for a one and done if they've got the fuel.
Well, I've been listening to you out in the other room there. One of the things that Joe and I were talking about a moment ago is whether Bourdais is going to be able to keep all of his lap times. The rule says that any car causing a red flag in a qualifying session will have all or part all or part of its lap times deleted from that session.
And he's been reported for causing a red flag. I mean,
that'd be so
it's
unfair.
a slam dunk. He's going to lose
There's
that
a big difference, though, between going off into a barrier, making a mistake and causing a red flag, like at Monaco in Formula 1 or whatever, and through no fault of your own, having a fire go off underneath the car and pull over with a technical fault. And I believe if there's common sense, which there probably wouldn't be, but any common sense, and I don't think the other competitors would complain, to let him keep that position, because it was a technical issue, not a driver issue.
Yeah, I mean, the regulation then does caveat that clause by saying except under exceptional circumstances at the steward's discretion. So it is not inevitable, is what I'm saying, that Bourdais will lose his time. I'm just clarifying the situation as per the regulations, and as always in things like this, the stewards have the ultimate responsibility to make the final decision.
Don't answer this, Paul, because you'll get into trouble, but obviously, you know, he does have a French passport.
Johnny, where was he born?
Information to the pit lane, pit exit will open in a short call. Pit exit will open in a short call.
So they've got 5 minutes 15 seconds left on the clock. They're going to be going shortly to green. That gives them all plenty of time to do an out lap, prep, a push lap,
Porsche.
and then in.
Porsche got new set tyres. Both Porsches got new set tyres. Where was Sebastian Bourdais born? Le Mans.
Oh.
Hey man, we just wait here. I don't see us going back out. I don't really see the point in it.
So if the 50 car, Antonio Fuoco, as we just overheard there's being held, that means that the 51 won't be going back out either. So I think it had to always come from one of those two. So I think we've probably seen, as we see Pierre Guidi taking his helmet off. But I think we've seen Antonio Fuoco. I think we've now got our pole sitter. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that.
Yeah, Brendan, we want you to turn off the car, so ignition off, main off, and then remember ignition on when you turn it back on. We don't know how long the delay will be, so turn it on every once in a while and check.
Okay, I'll see if I can get updates from someone here on the pit wall.
Okay.
I'd love to watch that Antonio Fuoco lap from on board, the whole lap. I bet that was pretty impressive.
There was a fuel tank change earlier on the number 3. Rob Chalmers has just reminded me of that. So not pointing any finger, but...
Well, it's certainly in the right area.
Well, you'd say. My father, who was a police officer for pretty much all of my... In fact, no, for all of my life, would say there's no such thing as coincidence, only evidence. So we're waiting for the clean-up. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Remember, you don't have to finish the lap in that 5 minutes and 15 seconds. You just have to get across the line. And in fact, Felipe Nasr hasn't put a lap time in that is going to stand, because the red flag came out when he was on his, I think when he was on his first flyer, must have been. Here's Eduardo, our race director. Talk to me, Eduardo. No, maybe not.
It's interesting to know why Porsche...
to green. Pit exit is open.
There we go.
It'd be interesting to know why the Penske Porsches didn't go out, other than at the end, why they only chose to do one run. I mean, I know why if they're going to only do one run, they went to the end, because it's cooler and the track will be quicker, but why they didn't do two?
Because they felt that they couldn't take the extra weight and be competitive. One run. Just a thought. Everybody else has fueled up for 2 runs. They only fueled up for 1 run. I don't know. The Ferraris aren't going anywhere. None of the Ferraris.
The tyres are free. Why not go out and do a quick lap on new tyres, get your eye in, and then come in and go again? I don't understand that. As a driver, it always helps you to go again. I mean, you saw with Fuoco and Pierre Guidi. I know Pierre Guidi had his time disallowed, but they both went half a second quicker on their second runs.
So, as it stands, it's Ferrari 50 from Ferrari 51. Fastest lap of the 3 car deleted for causing a red flag, as we thought it would be. There goes Ben Keating in the 33. That was the engine noise. Seb Bourdais then will lose his best lap. So then that goes back to the second best lap and see where he dropped. That's going to promote Kamui Kobayashi to the inside of row 2.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Car number 3 will have its fastest lap removed due to causing a red flag. Car 3 will have its fastest lap removed for causing a red flag.
So a long night for the Cadillac mechanics and no reward for Seb Bourdais, who drops down. Actually, he only drops down one row. He drops down from the inside of row...
For now.
3, yeah, the inside of row 2 to the inside of row 3, 3rd to 5th for now, as Johnny Mullen, the eternal optimist, says. Oh, dear me.
I just feel really, really sorry for him, because I know it's, you know, it wasn't pole position he was losing, then he would be devastated, but it was a fine performance. I think he probably will get bumped, would have been bumped to 5th anyway, but it remains to be seen.
In LMP2, it's Edek from Team WRT, 48 from 41, from 47 on the second row, which is Cool Racing, and the first, in fact, the only Pro-Am squad that's in the Hyperpole, and that's Nielsen.
You have 2 LMP2s in front of you, 2 LMP2s.
And that is Earl Bamber being talked to, running into the setting sun. Round of applause you can hear from the pit straight there as Seb Bourdais was walking back to his garage. Yeah. That's a knowledgeable crowd here in a packed grandstand, with people sitting on the staircases between the grandstand seats, wanting to be a part of this. So no time lost, as it were, but Felipe Nasr was on a fast lap. It would have been his one and only. He'll get to go again. Ferrari, Toyota, Porsche, Cadillac, Toyota, Cadillac at the moment, with Felipe Nasr, the odd man out, in 24th of 24 cars, having yet to put in a representative lap. Now, who's going to come through first? It's the number 8.
Kobayashi.
Kobayashi.
Is it Kobayashi? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is the king of qualifying, and he loves this place, and he knows this car.
No, that's Hartley.
It's 8 is Hartley, excuse me.
Yeah. He was really pushing through the Porsche curves, Brendan Hartley. Kobayashi's just behind him in the number 7 Toyota, but we were fixated there on Brendan Hartley and absolutely pushing it through the Porsche curves to get his tyres bang where he needs them for the braking for the first chicane.
Remember, Kobayashi is low on fuel. Everything crossed down in the pit lane for the 8 hypercars. It will be no better than 5th for Sebastian Bourdais and his Cadillac Racing teammates in the gold-fronted number 3, and a long night ahead. Shake of the head from Rob Leupen down in the...
I think the track will be quick right now, John.
I think it'll be mega.
Having said that, Brendan doesn't better his 3/10 off the best first sector that he did at 32.123 on that particular lap that we're running on at the moment. 31.934 for Kobayashi. He's only a half a tenth off his own personal best. 3/10 and 6/10 respectively off pole at the moment.
Keep an eye on Felipe Nasr, because he is in a bit of a gap. He's worked his way between LMP2 traffic. It's not massive, and he is going to come up behind Gabby Aubrey in the Vector Sport number 10 in a moment.
Great first sector though from Felipe Nasr, 32.025. He's only a tenth down on Kobayashi at this point and quicker than Hartley.
He's not going to challenge the Ferraris as it stands in that Porsche Penske Motorsport number 75. But he's got a chance of being somewhere near the front. Could be.
Second row is definitely on.
Track limits. Track limits for Gabby Aubrey and Kamui Takeshi. So they will not improve on this last lap as the checkered flag is now out. Smoke them if you've got them, drivers, because this is where you've got to give it everything. Get into that fast draw and empty it out. No point in leaving anything behind here. You're going to root the tyres. You're not going to use them in the race.
So Brendan Hartley again now, he's 1.1 down, 1.1 seconds down on the pole time. He's definitely not, I don't think he's even going to improve that much. He'll improve a little bit, but he could maybe jump up as high as 3rd, but I think Kobayashi will bump him straight back down again. Felipe Nasr's middle sector, but not so good. But Kobayashi does his personal best, 78.572. I think Kobayashi is going to comfortably comfortably put himself into third position, but he's already in third since Sebastian Bourdais obviously got disallowed, the time disallowed.
I think he might actually earn that third position. Of course, who's to say that Seb couldn't have gone a wee bit faster. So
it's going to be a high 23, low 24, I think, for Kobayashi.
Third place at the moment. Neither of the Ferraris have gone out. They've decided in this a big game of chess. Actually, it's a bit more like blackjack, isn't it? And they've decided to stick.
Keep pushing, mate. Keep pushing.
That was Hartley's engineer, and that was from a little while ago because he's already coming out of Porsche curbs and down towards the end of the lap. They must think he can improve here. He's down in 6th position outside of row 3. Right up to the curb, coming through the final chicane, and goes through and improves to third position.
But only temporarily.
Here comes Kobayashi, goes through. So it is a Ferrari 1-2, Toyota 3-4, Earl Bamber up to 5th position, Fred Makovicki in 6th. Hang on a minute, it's not over. Felipe Nasr still to come through in the Porsche.
5th.
And comes through to 5th position.
Not far off, though. He's only 3/10 off third and less than a 10th off of Brendan Hartley in the Toyota. So good effort from Felipe to go out and only have one run at it. I'm impressed with that. Good effort. But Ben Keating on pole, that we mentioned before in GTM, and Paul-Loup Chatin on pole in LMP2.
Well, there's going to be some discussion, but as we heard from Paul Trustwell, as soon as I saw that the red flag causing car 3 Cadillac was reported, it seemed to be a slam dunk that he wouldn't be able to keep that.
And the track was ramping up at the end there, John, and poor old Sebastian Bourdais is now 8th.
Yeah.
But it was definitely getting quicker and quicker and quicker. It begs to, over one lap, it begs the question what Ferrari could have done if they'd gone again.
Best third sector of anybody goes to Felipe Nasr.
Kobayashi must have lost his yes, he did.
Yeah.
Kobayashi lost his best lap time. I missed that.
So that now splits. So that's just come up on the screen. So the two Toyotas now split by the number 75 that was one and done. That is reasons to be cheerful.
Even more of a. I thought in 5th that was a fantastic effort. The fact that Kobayashi lost his last lap for track limits. So now Brendan Hartley moves into 3rd, Felipe Nasr 4th, 2nd row, awesome job. Kobayashi, Earl Bamber, Frederic Machiavecchi, and then brought up by the number 3 Cadillac, Sebastian Bourdais. That's the hypercar with Antonio Fuoco on pole position for Ferrari.
With Melina?
Let's go down to our CrowdStrike pit reporters. Let's start with Nick Damon.
With Miguel Molina. Miguel, congratulations. Pole for Ferrari and pole for your car.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think Antonio did a very nice lap. But it's very important for us. It's very important for all of the team because they've been working so far and so long nights as well here and in the factory, so we should be very proud of the team. We have to remember that this car born less than 1 year ago, and we are here in Le Mans in the pole position after 50 years in the top class.
Are you surprised the gap to Toyota?
We all know that we have a very good car for a single lap. We now need to focus for 24 hours race. But yes, I think Toyota is still the reference, and they will be fast in the race.
Race that, thank you well.
LMP2.
Go on, Ty.
LMP2, the number 48 IDEC. Paul, many congratulations. Pole position for the class. What does that mean to you and the team?
Thank you very much. It means a lot for me. Thanks to IDEC, we already did the pole position in 18, so it's 5 years ago now. So to do a second pole position for me at Le Mans in LMP2 is just amazing. The car was very good. The team did a very good job, and you know, the most important is the race. But to start the week like that, it's perfect.
You sat on the pit apron here for a few minutes. Were you quite comfortable that no one was going to beat that time?
I'm not sure to understand, but yeah, it was very difficult to stay in the car for the last 5 minutes. I don't have enough fuel to restart, so I had to stay in the box, and my engineer keep me in touch by the radio, and to do the pole by 1/10 in front of Iota, maybe the strongest team in LMP2. It's amazing. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Nicky Katzberg with Nick Damon.
Nicky, it's a true team in GTM because your gentleman driver, the lovely Ben Keating's put that thing on pole of the class.
It looks like, and with a gap of 1.5 seconds. I mean, Ben Keating, when he's feeling it, he's feeling it. He was on fire today. I mean, we heard him on the radio already. This is the fastest I've ever gone around Le Mans, so super chuffed for him. He was under a bit of pressure to do it. Hyperpole, the whole world is watching, and he did it. So big hats off to Ben. He just keeps delivering, so very happy.
Must give you huge confidence to the race when your amateur's the fastest guy out there.
Exactly. I mean, he nearly beat my time, so he's doing a good job, and we've seen that all season that he's really fast. So it's still a long race. Still anything can happen. The weather seems to be playing up a little bit, so let's see where it ends up.
Nicky, great stuff. Thank you.
Well. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. Ben Keating coming back in the Corvette. And the formalities about to get underway. We'll leave before that because we want to take you back to 1923, 100 years ago, and our HRN team will take you back to that. We've got a couple of minutes to discuss what we've just seen. Cadillac will be disappointed that they have lost third position, but surely buoyed by the pace that number 3 car shows with Sebastian Bourdais back, it would seem, to his confident best after a couple of sticky races.
Yeah, it was a good showing, but I think they'll be more worried about what caused that fire and the damage it might have done, and how that's going to impact their race car and reliability for that. But we were just hearing there from the pits of Ben Keating. I mean, 3-minute 52.376 in a GT car. Respect to Ben Keating for that. That's a good lap time by anyone's standards, let alone a bronze gentleman driver.
Got to go back to 1973 for the last Ferrari pole here. Arturo Mazzario in a 312 PB. 337.5. That was an average speed of 225.7 kilometers, which is about 140, nearly 150 miles an hour back in those days. And Ferrari not been in the top class for 50 years. That is a real headline, as it was at Sebring. We knew the cars had quick. Now, that's not even a tenth of the job, Johnny Morland. They've got to keep that car going for 24 hours, and they've got to keep the strategy right.
In terms of the race, it's almost irrelevant. But in terms of Ferrari being back at Le Mans, going for the overall win, for their PR, for their press, for the continued success of the program, for the funding, for the future of the program, all of those things, this is so important for them, and the publicity and PR that they'll glean from this. But in terms of the actual sporting side of winning the race, as we heard from Miguel Molina earlier, talking about it's only a small part of it done, and we know that the Ferrari, one of the reasons the Ferrari car is so quick over one lap is it really uses its tyres. But the problem with that is when you try and do 2 or 3 or 4 stints on those tyres, it's actually going to start working against you, the actual reason why your car is quick over one lap. So there's a lot of work for them still to do, and it's a long way to go. But this is Le Mans, anything could happen.
Well, it will make the headlines. It will do that job. There is no doubt in my mind that is the case. The 3 pole sitters on the front straight in front of packed grandstands. You heard it here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. And Antonio Fuoco captures pole position for Ferrari ahead of his teammate Alessandro Pagidi. Then Brendan Hartley and Felipe Nasr for Toyota number 8 and Porsche Penske Motorsport number 75. Track limits did play their part and shuffled that pack Kobayashi was quicker. Pagidi was quicker. Maybe not quick enough, but they did certainly have times, Jimo, that they could have improved on.
Actually, the only thing that would have changed is Kobayashi would have been third. With if you sort of got in the top in the hypercar class, he would have been third, and Hartley fourth, and Felipe Nasr fifth. But Pierguidi's lap time, even the one that got deleted with track limits, still wouldn't have beaten that 22.982 from Fuoco.
Leave you with this thought as we wrap things up. 50 years ago, Ferrari came here and captured pole position, and well, as far as their top classes are concerned, they've done it again. So, you know, 100%, that's pretty impressive.
It is. I always feel, I love the thing we're about to see here, John, you know, on all the celebrations on the grid, but it's such a shame because by the time you get to Antonio Fuoco now, all that adrenaline, all that pumped upness that he would have had will have bled out of him a little bit. It'd be really nice to get him out of the car immediately there and then and have a chat with him.
Well done, Diana, for getting Paul Loup Chatin as he was sitting in the car, just digesting what was happening. All right, that is not the end of track action. We've set the grid, and you'll hear Paul Truswell run it down for you on Saturday before our countdown to green. But we've still got the small matter of an hour's worth of nighttime practice. It doesn't count for the grid. There is, I think, one driver who's still got to get qualified, Paul Truswell?
Casper Stevenson has to qualify for the race, and then 12 drivers have to put their night laps in. So it's an important session, at least for those 13 drivers.
See, I think you should have been starting Hyperpole right now, just into the twilight. But yeah, that's just me. Ben Keating takes pole position in GTE Arm for Corvette Racing. What a season he's having with his squad, the number 33. Edex Sport with Paul Loup Chatin, top of the LMP2s. And at the top of the 24 that went out there, Antonio Fuoco captures pole position with a Ferrari 1-2. The Prancing Horses have locked out the front row for the 91st running of the Grand Prix d'Endurance on Saturday. And you'll hear it all here on 91.2 FM, Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Welcome to the Historic Racing News Radio Show.
Now, we all know that 2023 sees the centenary of the Le Mans 24-hour race, and here at Historic Racing News we thought it would be a nice touch to look back at the first ever race. It was actually on the 26th and 27th of May, so not the traditional June date, when the first Le Mans 24 hours took place, and it's developed into folklore ever since. My name's Paul Tarsi, and I'm joined by Paul Jerd and Jim Roller to look back 100 years.
Howdy-ho, neighbor.
And we're just going to take a look back at where it all began, how it began as well. Now, Jim, you're going to be delivering a race report of that first ever race itself a bit later in the show, but tell me, without spilling the beans this early in the show, did you find anything that you didn't know in your research?
Not so much that I didn't know, but it was confirming something that I kind of knew but didn't understand. And that was that technically there really wasn't a winner for the first year. More on that later.
Wow. Jesus. Okay, that's teasing. And Paul, you've been looking back at just how the madcap idea of holding a round-the-clock 24-hour race was, and again, did you find that it was as madcap as it seemed?
I think very much so, almost a sort of a combination of inspiration and innovation. But in particular, I did find a list of I found the rules for the first race, which were fascinating, and some of those are actually very fascinating because some of them still exist today, and others have possibly, with very good reason, fallen by the wayside. So again, more later.
Ooh, there's lots of teasing going on here. Now, before we go into the reports and everything else, let's set the scene with this Castrol advertisement it's actually from the 1980s, but it paid homage to those early 1930s races.
Baby, you make me go brum brum. You're just my kind of girl. You make me feel like a motor car topped up with Castrol oil. You get into my differential, so good for my big end. You're living proof that Castrol is the oil on which you can depend. The oil on which you can depend. My dipstick is delighted. My turbo is obsessed. You blow my wastegate open, but my engine ain't distressed. Baby, you make me go brum brum. You're just my kind of girl. You make me feel like a motor car filled up with Castrol oil.
So, PJ, how did the race actually come about?
Well, I think today, we almost take 24-hour races for granted, don't we? There are so many of them, be they onto the international stage or even, certainly in the UK, the national races. But, back in the 1920s, it was very innovative. And the first news that anyone had of this was actually a headline in the Lotto on November the 18th, 1922, announcing a 24-hour race to be organised by one of France's regional clubs, although the headline didn't actually say which club or where the race would be held. Again, teasers.
Good journalism.
It was. Oh, yes. That's the way to keep them coming back and buying it again. But of course, it was organised by the L'Automobile Club de l'Ouest, and 'twas ever thus. And the 1923 race, popularly known as the Grand Prix d'Endurance de 24 heures, was to be run on, as you said, the weekend of the 26th and 27th of May. That particular weekend had something else happening on it, which we'll come to later, that historically has actually caused a few issues. And it was actually one of a series of 3 annual races. And, essentially, it was the results were ultimately going to be over the 3 races. I think I'm treading into Jim's territory here, so I'm going to move on very rapidly. But, it was a very different Le Mans to today, obviously, but it was also, very familiar, I think, in some ways. You had a mass start, we had cars racing through the night, and, it was one of the key ideas behind actually sending the cars into the night was it was thought it would be an incentive for car manufacturers to develop the lighting and electrical systems of their cars. So there was that improving the breed element right back from then. And I think it's also, quickly just going off at a slight tangent, worth mentioning this wasn't Le Mans suddenly bursting onto the world motorsport scene, because in 1906 the first ever Grand Prix had been held there, and that was pretty much an endurance event. It was 6 laps of a 64-mile circuit, 3 laps a day, with the cars locked away overnight and then released off in the morning with the same time gaps between them. So the leader on the Saturday, Franck Six in a Renault, was actually set up.
I was wondering how you were going to pronounce that. Well done.
As a name, it's got insufficient vowels in it and far too many Zs. How you can have 2 Zs in a 5-letter name, I shudder to think, frankly, but he achieved it. But yeah, and to say he set off at 5:45. Sorry. No, Hungarian in this case.
Well, close enough.
Yeah, and this was on a loose surface. In fact, some people didn't start day 2 because they were being treated in a hospital for injuries due to stones being thrown up on day 1. And Sis actually eased off and brought his car home to win, completing 760 miles in 12 hours and 14 minutes. That's incredible, isn't it? And also, tangentially again, Le Mans was actually the home of the Wright brothers when they came to Europe in 1907, and they flew from the Hippodrome inside the current circuit, where I believe there actually is still a memorial.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, there is.
Yep.
So
we've done that, haven't we, Jim?
Yes, we have.
Oh, fantastic. Right, so the driving forces, and I was very proud of that little comment, behind the race were Émile Coquille, who was the gentleman behind putting up the Rudge Whitworth Cup, which was the very impressive trophy that was there to be won, and Georges Durand, secretary of the L'Automobile Club de l'Ouest, and a French journalist, Charles Faroux, who was to be director general of the race. And it might seem a bit strange these days to have a journalist in control, but Faroux was actually a man of many talents. And his obituary in Autocar magazine in 1957, he was enough of a man to actually deserve an obituary in a publication in another country, mentions that motoring had lost one of its greatest figures. He was a writer, an engineer, and a brilliant mathematician, clerk at the course for all major French events, courteous, urbane, rarely ruffled. Not necessarily things you associate with clerks of the course these days, actually, is it? And willing to put his great experience to the disposal of anyone who sought his help.
Jabby Grumbeck before Jabby Grumbeck was cool.
Very much so, I think. Actually, that's a great analogy. And the ACO had actually rented the line where the start-finish line was. And, each car had a pit with a canvas-roofed shelter. There was a race control tower, 2 grandstands on the opposite side of the track. So, again, very similar to today. Although behind those, we had the cafes. And one thing we do actually get today, I suppose, we had a dance floor with a live band. And they also piped in the music from Radio Paris for people to dance to. Now, I mentioned earlier on that there were some intriguing rules at the time, and as I say, some of them are still in place, and others have distinctly fallen by the wayside. For example, each car had to have third-party insurance in case of accident, with separate insurance policies for the driver, and one insurance policy for your own pit, just in case you set it on fire.
That sounds distinctly American. The land of liability.
Exactly, but no, the French got there first. Only one person allowed in each car at a time, so we weren't into those. Back in those days, you did sometimes have riding mechanics, but you were only allowed 2 drivers for the whole event. And also, and I'm quoting directly here, the weights of other possible passengers will be replaced by sealed ballast bags weighing 60 kilos. So essentially, if you had 4 seats, you had 3 ballast bags in that car with you. Can you imagine that being applied to the GT field today? That'd be absolute chaos, wouldn't it?
Well, I read that one of the things that was in the 1960s, when the French organisers were trying to find reasons why Ford could not win Le Mans, was that they said each car has to have as many seats as it has the 1000cc capacity. So a 2000cc car must have 2 seats. And so the thought is, therefore, that Ford could have built a 7-litre limo to do that, because thankfully it was dropped. But hey-ho.
There ought to be a name for a rule that's been invented to really aimed at a specific competitor, isn't it? Because that totally was, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, that's called French rule.
French rule, yeah. Another rule was that if you didn't want to compete in the race, as a manufacturer, you could, for a deposit of 500 francs, still have a pit to watch from and see how everyone else did it with a view to coming in the next year, which is quite a nice touch.
Oh, should we all get together and pitch in for a pit, chaps?
Yeah.
If that is still deep in the rules, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if they'd never actually repealed it, and you could say, "I'd like a pit, please," and they say, "We do not have pits, not for sale." And you say, "Oh, well, actually, Rule 71, subsection 4, says you do."
And also, it's a deposit, which implies that you get it back at some stage. So that'll do quite nicely. A rule that I think has always been in place is running repairs could only be carried out by the driver if the car was away from the refueling pits. I couldn't find any mention, because I know at some point there have been the driver must not go a set distance from the car, isn't it, if he is going to work on it. Couldn't find a mention of that.
That's fairly new. That's more so that he can't go off into the woods and find a tool being buried early before the race.
I was thinking
now they have to deliver them in baguettes.
Yes, they do, don't they?
I was thinking we could probably do another podcast on the stories over the years of drivers trying to get cars back to the pits. Was it Pescarolo who brought a Sauber back once to find the pits? They shut the pit and were packing up to go home, and he'd suddenly brought the car back. And
well remembered, yes.
Yeah, and various other stories of people suddenly finding the drive belt they suddenly need for the fuel pump in the long grass near the car or something like that.
Oh, no, that was in 1979, and that was delivered in the baguette for lunch. No, and it seriously was. That's Kevin Jeanette's story.
Yes, we heard that from Kevin Jeanette, didn't we?
Yep, at the Amelia Island Cheaters Symposium.
And also, and here's a rule that seems to have slipped away over the years, that cars had a target distance linked to their engine capacity, and after 6 hours any car not within 20% of that target was pulled out the race. After 12 hours, if it was 15% adrift, you were out, and after 18 hours, and you've lasted 18 hours, that's an achievement on its own. If you weren't within 10% of your target, you've again pulled out the race. So again, that's one that's slipped by, fortunately, over the years. And also, and this one I like, and I sometimes wish we did this, but back in those days, of course, the cars had to run in their national colours. And the rules
Hurrah.
reminded entrants that those colours were blue for France, red for Italy, yellow for Belgium, green for Great Britain, white and blue for the USA. But interestingly, no other country got a mention in the rules, especially Germany. Can't think why, only a few years after World War I.
Yeah. Funny old world, isn't it? Okay, thank you for that, Paul.
Before we go off that, Paul, in any of your research, did anyone come across the cover for the inaugural program in 1923? Because
Can't say I did.
Well, it points to what Paul talked about earlier, because it is a stylized car, obviously running at night. There's a tree and the moon in the background, and bright headlights shining off into the distance, proving your point about the encouraging them to develop lights and electronics.
Well, it was all for the Rudge Whitworth Cup, and Rudge Whitworth, guess what, made headlights.
Ding, 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 ding. No more callers, we have a winner.
The Circuit de la Sarthe, as we should properly call it, was created by the founding fathers of the race, simply by using existing roads. They didn't build anything. You have to bear in mind that the whole area was very different from the way it is now. And in fact, I first went to Le Mans in the 70s, and it is so different now from the way it was then. It's unbelievable. So go back 100 years, and that it was amazingly different, I'm sure. Back in 23, the city of Le Mans, busy, bustling commercial centre, but largely based around the old town, where the cathedral is, and all of those lovely restaurants and things that we've enjoyed, except for the Welks gym, which poisoned you the last time we ate there. But
they were good except for one of them.
It's just telling which one, isn't it?
only takes. Oh, I knew it right away.
Now, there is a village, or was a village, south of the city called Pont-Lieu, and even then it was becoming a bit of a place for those who couldn't afford to live in the posh bit of the city, but needed to be within travelling distance of the commercial centre. If you like, an early 20th century suburbia, which I don't think was a word in the time, but never mind. This is where the journey starts, because it was in the middle of Pont-Lieu that the northernmost part of the racetrack. And for those who are familiar with Le Mans as a city, the hairpin was situated just north of that inner ring road that is a busy dual carriageway these days. So that's where I'm going to start from in terms of talking through that. The road leads south from Pont-Lieu towards what we now know as the Mulsanne Strait. But because it started so far north, instead of the nearly 4-mile dash that we all know and love, this was very nearly 6 miles long. And the cars had been flat out for well over a mile before they even reached what we now know as Tête Rouge. Anorak fact for you boys. Translation of Tête Rouge, who can give me that?
Something red.
Yeah. A tête, and it's Tertre, is a small hill, and it's because it is a sandstone hill. So it's the small red hill is Tête Rouge. A few gentle bends along the way, and then right down to Mulsanne. So they have this really long straight, which is part of the reason why the average speeds were so high, is because of that. And then clearly they've been flat chat for 6 miles, and then it's hard on the brakes for Mulsanne corner. Just one thing, nearly all the cars in that first race only had brakes on the back wheels, which makes you think, And then they followed.
Or hang on tightly, one or the other.
Yeah, throw an anchor out of the side. But they then followed exactly the same route that the cars do now, from Mulsanne Corner down to another left-hand bend, which was quite interesting because where the adjacent fields on that bend left it with a kind of banked effect because it fell away towards the left. Competitors in that first race soon gave it the nickname of Indianapolis. And the next left was named after the village of Arnage, which we all know and love. And then a flat-out dash through the sweeps of White House to the start-finish line. The road continued straight at what we now know as the start-finish line, through the site of the modern-day museum, and back up to Pont-Lieu. 10.7 miles of very high-speed motoring. As I've said, Pont-Lieu was a suburb and benefited from some very good quality roads, but everything outside that was pretty much a rally special stage.
So it really is quite spectacular, isn't it? To think what they were actually doing. That it was essentially an off-road 24-hour race for a lot of it. I know the ACO tried to seal the surface with a layer of tar earlier on, spraying tar on it, but I don't think that was hugely successful because I know cars were damaged in the race by flying stones. But even so, what an achievement.
They brought a group of engineers in, actually, and it was a mixture of gravel, dirt, and tar to the surface. So yeah, I'm sure the gravel was just really rough on whoever was trailing, if they were trailing close behind you. You can still go see the hairpin, and it's still there. It's a residential area, as Paul said, but you can still drive up to it, and go around it, and if there's no gendarme around, you could do it faster than you probably should, but I wouldn't recommend that. But yeah, you can still most, and that's the interesting thing about this circuit is that most of the elements as it was then are still there, and as it has changed and morphed through the years, you can still visit the old parts. You can still drive down past Maison Blanche, the White House. Of course, now there's a big concrete fence, so you can't see that. In fact, I think they've actually torn that house down, which was a sad day. But yeah, so you can still see most of this old circuit.
Yeah, I mean the motor racing archaeology at Le Mans is amazing, and you can, and I have spent many a happy hour being lost in that. And the other thing you can do is that you can go and have a quick look at the Rue du Circuit, which was something which happened really quite early on, that the people of Pont-Lieu, suburbia, don't forget, got a bit fed up with their village getting cut in half because of all these racing cars going through it. So they actually just cut off the very top of the hairpin at the top and built a road called the Rue du Circuit, which is still there, which is a very narrow, residential road. But you can drive that, and that will take you back on. And that was in 1932 that they did that. So just played around with that a bit.
And it was basically as if they got to the town line and went, "Look, far enough, hang on right here."
Yeah, you could be right. There could be some politics in there as well.
The Historic Racing News Radio Show.
Obviously, there were various other changes, and we're not going to go through all the circuit changes because we'd be here for another 4 hours. But the ACO bought a big chunk of land, which allowed them to build in the gentle right, which we know as Dunlop Curve, and then the S's the left and right, and then joining the Mulsanne Straight at Tertre Rouge, as we say. And that's the way it stayed for many, many years. And that right up until the Second World War, it was kind of the place where the rich and famous went and did all the right things. Bit of an extension of Brooklands in many ways. And talking of which, I have to play you an interview from 38 years ago with Rob Walker. Now, Rob, as everybody knows, was the owner of most of the cars which Stirling Moss drove in the 50s and 60s. But he was also really quite a good amateur driver in his own right. He died 20 years ago, but not before telling this fabulous tale about how racing was different then, when he was racing at the 1939 Le Mans 24 Hours.
I took it to Le Mans, and my co-driver, who's still alive, Ian Connell, burnt his foot. We had an exhaust gasket go, and all the exhaust was coming through. It was terribly hot, and he burnt his foot in the middle of the night, and I had to drive. Well, I'd driven from midnight till 4, and then I drove from 8 till the end of the race, also with this terrific heat coming through. And I'd come in every now and again. I fortunately had rope-soled shoes, and I'd jump in a bucket of water and wet the whole of my shoes and my trousers to cool off, and then get back in the thing. Meantime, Count Haydn, who owned Delahaye's in England, was a great drinker, and they were all drinking champagne solidly in the pit. And suddenly, about 2 o'clock, they thought of this poor bastard who was out there in the heat, and nearly all the champagne had gone. So they called me in for a quick glass to revive me to do the last 2 hours, and I finished 8th, I think. And then got into the car and drove it to Paris, where all the drivers, all the English drivers anyway, had met in a nightclub. And we drank the whole night through, and we were still there the following morning at 10 o'clock drinking. So quite a session. But mind you, we'd been up all the night before as well, racing. So it wasn't too bad an effort.
The Historic Racing News Radio Show.
Now, PJ, you've had a look at the entry for that 1923 race. It wasn't very international, was it?
It certainly wasn't, actually. There were 37 actual entries, of which 33 made the start. And, they were all in the blue of the French, other than 2 5.3-litre Excelsiors, the biggest engine cars actually in the race, and they were from Belgium, and a lone privateer Bentley that had support from the factory and was driven by record breaker John Duff and Bentley test driver Frank Clement. And I say record breaker Duff because he actually had some 24-hour experience before, in that he'd actually already broken a 24-hour record. But it was the double 12 at Brooklands, where he drove 12 hours solo on consecutive days to cover 2,082 miles. No night running at Brooklands, but that must have been an endurance test all on its own, I think. And I said they had some work support. They didn't initially, because W.O. Bentley, is the man himself, was basically recorded as saying the race was a 24-hour lunacy. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do the posh accent, but you can picture it being said really crisply. But Duff finally persuaded him to support it with a car and some development from the factory. And then on the lunchtime the day before the race, WO was chatting away to someone and suddenly decided that in fact it was a really nice idea. Caught the boat train to France, and by lunchtime on the Saturday was actually in the pits and at the circuit and running the Bentley pit. So,
and smoking a pipe, I'm sure.
No doubt. Is that fueled? I'll just put the lid back on. It'll be fine. While I light up and everything. But but about that entry, it's a lovely entry to go read through, actually, because there were manufacturers that we know today, and also some some names I think lost in 100 years of Le Mans history. Obviously, the cars were slightly divided into these engine categories, partly for this percentage we mentioned earlier of if you hadn't reached 20% after 6 hours, you were pulled out. So there were the very large engine category, of which we had.
I love the category names.
It's sweet, isn't it? So you had 7 cars over 3 litres. Very large, then just
extremely large,
medium size, small size. Yeah, the smalls were up to 1.5 litres, of which there were 10 of them. And the large sized engines, 2 to 3 litres, had the largest entry with 13. But basically, you had actually making the grid. We had 4. I love some of these names; they're wondrous, and I hope my pronunciation does them justice. But we had 4 cars from Roland Pilin, 3 from Lorraine Dietrich, 2 from a host of manufacturers such as Bugatti, Bellier, Samson, etc. A Lone Delage, an Amilcar, the Bentley, the yellow Excelsiors that we've already mentioned had those biggest engines, and a whole 5 cars that were down in the 1,000 cc's areas. We had 2 SARAs, which seems to have been a short-lived Parisian manufacturer, the 2 Samsons, and an Amilcar. And basically, there was no qualifying or practice or anything, though. Some teams turned up earlier in the week just to have a little look around and learn the track. But scrutineering was on Friday down in the town, so that's not really changed, has it? Except this time it was actually near to the ACO's offices on the Rue Victor Bonhomet. And basically you turned up, you got scrutineered on the Friday, and the race was the very next day.
Was there any practice?
No.
Not really, no. Unless you've just had to wander out yourself, basically. There was nothing formalised or anything like that. And there does seem to be a little bit of confusion as to how the grid was ever sorted. Because I've seen varying reports ranging from it being a lottery to actually in the order that the entries came in. So, Jim, I don't know if you've got any more on that, but I never actually managed to nail that one down.
Neither was I. I know they were lined up on the front straight 2x2 with the engines off, and they're in numerical order, and so that leads to believe that it was the order that their entries were received by the ACO. That's basically the most repeated story that I was able to find. So, and thank God Starbucks was not involved in the category names.
There'll be a whole range of more wonderful and esoteric, glamorous ones, wouldn't there?
Yeah. Well, you start with regular, of course, and and go on from that,
and then stupid, and then
and dare I say we'd end up with Hypercar?
We probably would.
You went there, didn't you?
I had to be done, to be quite honest. I still think, put some thought into it.
Right up until probably early 60s, and I'm doing this from back in my memory somewhere, that the starting order when it was run and jump, the classic Le Mans start, they were done in size of engine, weren't they?
Yes, yep. It was by engine displacement. So big engines up front, little engines in the back.
And so, how much fun would it have been if it had been the other way round?
Imagine the carnage.
Totally.
Can you? Yeah, it's mad enough now anyway. But we've all seen at Le Mans Classic and things those little René Bonnets and things from the 50s that have 2-cylinder 850cc engines. And can you imagine that at the front of the pack, screaming down towards the S's on the first lap?
or the little Nardi that we remember from the 1950s that actually got blown off the reputedly blown off the track by when the first time it was lapped by a D-type about 20 minutes into the race. Yeah, being sat on having that car sat at the front of the grid, you're going to be stood on the opposite side of the track, looking at that, looking to your right at the massed ranks of cars, all much, much quicker than you're going to be thinking, was this a good idea?
Yeah, I'm sure there's been plenty of that. But if you look at pictures from the early 60s, there's plenty of, for example, Chevrolet Corvette right at the...
Yes,
that had no right in lap time terms to be up at the front end, but it had a big engine, and that was good enough. So it was I think that's an excellent entry, actually, Paul, that you've just gone through. That
it is. It actually shows, to be quite honest, how big and populous and full of so many manufacturers that the French car scene was at the time. And one of the reasons for actually, pushing motor racing in France, going right back to that 1906 Grand Prix, was that a lot of the international races, the Gordon Bennett races earlier in the start of the century, actually had limits on how many cars you could have from each country, which was great for most people. But the French had real problems purely because they had so many manufacturers. They could have put out dozens of cars, to be quite honest. And this really was, I think, letting the Johnny Foreigner in, or Jean Foreigner in, was
étranger.
Yeah, thank you very much. That sounds even better, doesn't it? It was, a bit of a gesture because, as you see, if only 3 cars came from outside, they could have run the race themselves quite happily, couldn't they?
And don't forget, fellas, that this happened in 1923. And by then, French cars had won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you count Duesenberg, of the Indianapolis 500s, including the Delahaye in 1914, 2 Peugeots in 13, 16, and 19. Of course, there was no race held during World War I. But yeah, so the French automakers of the day were the stars of the show.
But don't hide your nation's light under a bushel, Jim, because 24-hour races were actually happening in the USA long before 1923, and that we know that they were happening on the board tracks particularly, and that they perhaps didn't have the charisma, call it what you will, but yeah, I think 24-hour racing really took flight in the USA long before 1923, which is worth thinking about.
I would actually put it a different way. I would say it started, but it took flight in 1923, because that's when it really captured the world's attention. And over the next few years, you're starting to see more involvement from worldwide manufacturers.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. And yeah, we have seen that change and evolve over the many years. But so we had
become cyclical, hasn't it? Become very cyclical.
Yes. Paul, you mentioned about W.O. Bentley. And no, we're not going to do it. We're certainly not going to go to some place in France and drive around in circles for 24 hours. Oh, well, all right, we will. And I think that in so many ways sums up W.O. that he was a brilliant, and I mean that, and it's an overused word, but he was a brilliant engineer. That he designed the rotary engine that went into the RFC before the RAF, the Royal Flying Corps planes in the First World War. He was obviously brilliant at putting his cars together. In terms of business, he was quite honestly a disaster. That Bentley only ran Bentley Motors for a few very short years, and it was Wolf Barnato who came along and bought the business because it was going to go bust, and he loved the cars so much that he bought the business.
Well, he loved the cars so much and loved racing the cars so much, didn't he, Wolf Barnato?
He was. He certainly did, and that it helped that his family was the biggest diamond miners in South Africa, and that we talk about untold wealth in the 21st century. I think Wolf Barnato is right up there with everybody else in terms of untold wealth. But
can I also say that I always think Wolf Barnato must be right up there in terms of greatest names for a racing driver. I think we could do an episode on this at some time. Wolf Barnato, Swede Savage, I always thought was another fantastic name.
Yep.
Will Power is a good one as well. So there's some good ones out there.
Yes. I haven't thought of Wolf Barnato just as being a great name, but yes, it is, and that he rescued the business when I think the first time that W.O. Bentley had made a complete mess of and that we then saw it change hands. But I think that story that you told, Paul, of him changing his mind and rushing down to be there for Saturday lunchtime is so typical of WO, and I don't mean that in any way unkindly. He was a man who ran his business from his heart, and
I also love the sheer attitude behind it. It's the fact that this team had been put together. It wasn't a large team; it was a very small team running the one Bentley. But they'd gone out there, they'd done all the work, they got themselves up, they'd obviously done all the planning, and it was a case of, "It's all right, boys, I'm here now."
The other thing that made me smile was you said he got there by lunchtime on the Saturday. You absolutely know he would have had lunch. He would have arrived at sort of 12:30.
Would he have stopped at El Bouf on his way past Lyon?
Yes. Yes, he could have done. A few cold meats and some fried potatoes and
cucumber sandwiches, little food, little shempers.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Have you got anything dry? Have you got any dry white wine? Sir,
yes.
We make dry white wine in our garden. But no, so equally auspiciously, I suppose, he got the bug, W.O., Walter Owen, and came back in 1924 with a vengeance and built special cars and that really attacked the race and made it Bentley's own for quite a long time.
Which actually is, I said earlier on about the strength of the French car industry. His approach of, these big cars, which was sometimes almost like twice the size of some of the other cars you'd see in the race. I'm going to let you deliver the famous quote, but that didn't go down too well with a certain other famous French manufacturer, did it?
No, Ettore Bugatti, who called them the fastest lorries in the world. Which, yes, I think that's a nice insult. That's a very pleasant insult, isn't it? Or should one say? Should one say damned with faint praise? I think is perhaps the way. But
then you look at the Bugatti, other than the tank, which was the Bugatti tank, which was a weird thing anyway. But other than that, all the Bugattis of the period were lovely looking cars.
Yeah. I mean, he's preaching from a very high pulpit, isn't he? He's doing that, and I've never heard that expression before. I've just made it up, but I think it's quite good. Preaching from a high pulpit.
Which one? Damning with faint praise?
No, preaching from a high pulpit. I think I shall go out and use that at every opportunity.
The Historic Racing News Radio Show.
So, Jim, tell us about the race.
It was one of those races that were being run in today's society of being very safe and very secure and not showing the accident until we are sure the driver is out and about. The race started after a hailstorm. It probably would have been delayed by today's standards. The race was slated to start at 4 p.m. There's a huge storm that came through, hail, cold rain, and wind. But they were able to get it underway right on time with Monsieur Carpe, who was the ACO official timekeeper. I wonder if he was enjoying Carpe Diem that day. Was the person who dropped the green flag. And those Belgian Excelsiors that Paul talked about, they didn't stay at the front for very long. As Robert Bloch in the Lorraine Dietrich went by them on the first lap, I believe. And as race report said, what was supposed to be an endurance trial suddenly turned into a motor race along the narrow roads. And it was the rain that ended up being a lot of the story in the early part of the race. It rained for like the first 4 hours, but there were no major incidents, which was great, considering that none of the cars raced with what we would, they were soft tops back then, and none of them raced with their top up. None of the drivers, for the most part, had goggles or anything like that. So you can imagine, as we spoke earlier about the condition of the racetrack, what it was like to race on that in wet conditions with mud and rain and everything flying up in the drivers' faces. So it was a real challenge for the drivers to compete in those kind of conditions. The first pit stops for fuel and drivers the first stints, as we would call them today, lasted about 3 hours. So the first pit stop didn't start till around 7 p.m. And by then the Chenard Welkers were in a good lead. The Excelsiors, because of the big, heavy cars, and they were a little slow off the line, as I said, so they lost the lead early. Well, coming out of the hairpin and places like that, that really cost them a lot of time, even though they did have those long straightaways. So the Chenards were able to build a fairly good lead. So that was how the beginning of the race started. Now, there was a bit of a respite from the rain, but by nightfall, the rain had returned, and things were starting to get muddy and rutted. A number of the cars had headlamp failures as water got into the acetylene and electrical systems. The two Saras both had troubles. So it was turning out to be much like they expected it to be, a real race of endurance. So the Saras were too badly damaged. They were the first retirement of the race. After the first retirement, imagine that, we used to run pools, and you got paid for winner, second place, and first out. Well, if you had Sara in the pool of the first Le Mans, you got paid for first out. Yeah. And they actually became the first retirement in the history of Le Mans.
That's a lovely trivia question, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So what would happen is cars would lose lights as they would get behind other cars that had their lights. And almost convoys or trains of cars would be running together, and you would run to the speed of the car with the lights so you could continue to see. And the Chenard drivers had hand-operated acetylene spot lamps, like spotlights. They called them spot lamps back then. And that helped them as they were able to use those to navigate the circuit.
Oh, wow.
That's unfeasible, isn't it?
Much like the rear view mirror at Indianapolis. Well, the lights here at Le Mans were a really big deal.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. During the night, Rene Marie's Bugatti had a punctured fuel tank, so that they were starting to learn, and that came from a stone. The car came to halt near Arnage, and he walked 5 kilometers back to the pit because the officials had not anticipated that sort of circumstance in their regulations, that fuel could only be added in the pit. So it was an accident rather than a miscalculation. And they agreed that he would be allowed to carry 2 fuel tanks back to the car and get it going again. So that is probably the first instance of the rules being changed in the middle of the race to benefit the French entrant.
Jim, please, that doesn't happen, does it? What are you trying to say?
I'm
exactly
just
what
kidding.
You're trying to say.
I kid because I love. So, just before midnight, the Bentley that we have discussed was delayed again. Are you ready for it? An errant stone.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm hearing a recurring theme. That smashed a headlamp, and they didn't have any spares. So they were offered one by the folks at Chenard. So that history of teams helping each other out in endurance racing dates all the way back to the first 24 hours of Le Mans in 1923. Another cool bit of trivia.
Yeah.
Now, later in the night, because they were able to continue, the Bentley then had a very near miss, avoiding Paul Gross's Digan. Am I saying that one right? D-I-G-N-A-N?
Yeah.
When he'd blown a tire approaching Mulsanne Corner, both cars swerved into the grass and ended up only inches apart. Another accident occurred when French-driven Excelsior went off the road into the sand trap, and it took an hour to dig it out, relatively undamaged. So by the halfway point at 5 a.m., the Chenard Welker of Lenard and Lagache had a 2-lap lead over the Bentley. And then it was time for the sun to come up. And that's one of the cool things about Le Mans. You know, when you go to the 24 Hours of Daytona or some of the other 24-hour races, when the sun comes up, you can pretty much tell, you know, okay, we've made it through the night. And you know, sometimes the 24 Hours of Daytona, because of television, that thing has started anywhere from 11 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. So when the sun comes up, you're over the hump and you're into the downhill portion of the race. Well, at Le Mans, when the sun comes up, the heavy lifting is just begun. And that's still the way today. And I think it's one of the unique aspects of the race that I really love, because if you're lucky enough to go off and get a little kip, and then you come back at sunrise, you've got the best part of the race yet to come. And it was that way even back in 1923.
I think you're so right, Jim. I've been fortunate enough to be at Le Mans with teams on a number of occasions, and there's that strange feeling that you've got through the night. You see the sun come up, and you think, yeah, we're almost there. Then you have this mental pause when you suddenly realise how many hours of racing are still left. But for me, I've always loved that Sunday morning racing.
Now, in the morning, the Chenards had a 3-lap lead over the Bentley. The pit work by their team was really well drilled, and it was a bit haphazard for most of the rest of the field. So they were able to use that to their advantage. But the roads were starting to dry out. The rain had quit during the overnight hours and had almost come to a complete stop by the time the sun came up. And as the roads dried, the Bentley was able to put in a lot quicker lap times. And Duff was able to get one of his laps back, despite the Lagache and Lenard in the Chenard picking up their pace. And then just before midday, the Bentley charge came to an end at Arnage. It was another stone, and like the Bugatti, the fuel tank had been punctured and the petrol had drained out. Clement walked back to the pits. Using the Bugatti precedent from earlier, he was allowed to use the gendarme's bicycle with 2 fuel tanks over his shoulder and refill the Bentley with enough to get back to the pit and return the bicycle. So always the gentleman.
Of course.
He returned what he borrowed. So it took 2.5 hours. Now this is something that obviously Bentley improved upon through the years maybe their time spent working with Audi and the modular rear end of the Audis, that they could make an entire gearbox, change the rear end of the car in the space of a caution lap in less than 3 minutes. Because it took them 2.5 hours to get the Bentley repaired with a cork in the hole of the fuel cell. Fuel tank back then. They didn't have fuel cells. But can you imagine that? We grow white wine in the backyard. Well, then that means you must have a cork. Bring it over here. I need it.
Garçon, a cork.
Yes, garçon. So then they went out. It was Duff, I believe, again, and went back out after it was repaired and set the fastest lap of the race in the drying conditions. However, the Chenards could not be caught, and they eased off to a decisive 1-2 victory on the distance. But as we said earlier, they were not declared the winner because this event was to be the first leg of a triannual cup. So it was not, the winner of the race was not awarded officially until 1925. But history will show that Andre Lagage and René Lénard in a Chenard Walker Type U3 15 CV Sport with a 3-liter S4 engine in it completed 128 laps and won the 3-liter class and the overall. The winner of the larger engine class, of course, was the Excelsior in 4th place, completing 112 laps. The Duff Clement Bentley also completed 112 laps, and they were awarded equal 4th place. This is interesting.
Yeah.
And equal 4th place was also awarded to the Bignon of Philippe Demarne and Jean Martin. So 3 cars were awarded 4th place.
Yeah.
Because it was based, as Paul said earlier, on your target lap number and whether you achieved that or not, and then how many you achieved. So
that is really interesting. I've always, what I've read has always said that it was much more about the endurance than it was about the win. And even to this day, it is known as the Grand Prix d'Endurance. And that it was about getting to the end rather than getting to the end faster than anybody else. And that story, Jim, is absolutely superb because I think it sums it up perfectly. And clearly that first event was not so much perhaps of a spectator event. Yes, there was Paul's Dance Hall, which was part of it, but it's not quite the same as it is now. But very quickly it became that, and we saw the international field that arrived over the course of the next few years. And I think it was putting down the roots that we see to this day, and that's lovely.
I think you're exactly right, because as we've seen before, I've got this fascination for this pre-war period, but I think particularly with this race, there's this development of the cars and the lighting system, but also it's the ACO learning how to run a 24-hour race. As Jim said, people were coming up with things that just plain weren't covered by the rules, but I bet they were for the next year.
I was just waiting for Jim to come in and say they still haven't learned how to run a 24-hour.
No, that's not true. I like getting my credential every year.
Yeah, there is that. There is that. Well, everybody,
one final bit of trivia.
Oh, cool.
The 3-liter to 5-liter class was won by the Lorraine Dietrich of Rossignol and De Courcelles. Rossignol then won overall in 25 and 26, also with a Lorraine Dietrich. So he took class or overall honors 3 of the first 4 years. Pretty cool.
And he went on to be one of the leading ski manufacturers in Europe as well. Which,
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So his career went downhill.
Do you know, we very nearly got to the end of the show, Jim, without any really bad jokes from PJ, but sorry.
Well, can I give him a yellow card for that one? Can I give him a yellow card?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I'm holding my hand in the air with a yellow card.
Jim, Paul, thank you very much indeed for sharing all that with us. It was great, and taking us down this particularly atmospheric memory lane. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I've learnt a lot as well.
And I personally apologize for butchering all of the French names.
Oh, I think you did pretty well. It would be wrong not to play out with the full 12-inch version of the glorious Castrol advertisement, and so we're going to do that. But for now, from me, Paul Tarsi, from Jim, and from Paul, it's a fond farewell. As always, from all of us at the Historic Racing News Radio Show, if you have been, thank you very much for listening.
Baby, you make me go vroom vroom. You're just my kind of girl. You make me feel like a motor car topped up with castor oil. You get into my differential, so good for my big end. You're living proof that Castrol is the oil on which you can depend. The oil on which you can depend. My dipstick is delighted. My turbo is obsessed. You blow my wastegate open, but my engine ain't distressed. Baby, you make me go vroom vroom. You're just my kind of girl. You make me feel like a motor car filled up with castor oil. Cupid's fired his arrow straight into my sump. You lubricate my bearings and you make my heart go thump, 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 thump. Baby, you make me go vroom, vroom. You're just my kind of girl. You make me feel like a motor car filled up with castor oil. Your headlamps are adorable. Your bumper's a delight. Your gearbox is a mystery, but your suspension is just right. Darling, I know that now is hardly the time to talk about it, but darling, there are other beautiful bits of you that I just have to mention. Those naughty leather bonnet straps, the utter wonder of your McPherson strut, and the sheer magic of your mileometer. Fired his arrow straight into my sump. You lubricate my bearings and you make my heart go thump, 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 thump. Baby, you make me go vroom, vroom. You're just my kind of girl. You make me feel like a motor car filled up with Castrol oil. Filled up with Castrol oil.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
After 8 hours of practice, 90 minutes of qualifying, all the drama and excitement that this place throws up, we now move into our final 60-minute hit out before a short warm-up on Saturday morning and then the 91st running of one of the world's greatest races. The sun has set on the Circuit de la Sarthe, but there's so much more to play out tonight as we get into the fourth and final free practice session here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather.
26 degrees. It is still very warm as we approach 10 p.m. local time tonight. Still feels like 24. Track temperature is coming down though, but the big story is what is to come. After an overnight low of 17 predicted for tonight, quite warm. Tomorrow heading for a top of 28, but thunderstorms are in the forecast. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel. Book your tickets at BistaHeritage.co.uk and save 20% with the code RSL.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
And so, once more, with feeling until things get properly serious, even more serious on Saturday with the start of the Le Mans 24-hour, less than 48 hours away. Good evening, wherever you might be listening around the circuit on 91.2 FM or indeed around the world on radiolemans.com. My name's Richard Crail. It is a true privilege to be here and to be with an amazing team that will bring you all the action for this final session. Paul Trustwell's alongside me, and a man who made his debut here in the year 2000, Johnny Molam. I've been looking forward to working with you for a long time. It's great to see you. Welcome to what is an utterly stunning place to be on a Thursday evening. How good is this?
Oh, thank you, Richard. It's fantastic. I love it when the sun's just coming down, and they call it sort of the golden hour. There's two times at Le Mans when the track just seems to ramp up in terms of speed. One of them's as it goes into evening, and then the other one's when the sun starts coming up, especially when you get that Sunday morning in the race, because you've had all that rubber going down for the sort of 16, 17 hours leading up to that point. So I love the atmosphere at Le Mans, and it just lends itself to that with the light and the longer shadows.
Still lots to unpack from the Hyperpole session that we enjoyed an hour and a half ago. Some incredible stories out of that. I know we sort of move on quickly in this race, but I'd love to unpick some of you. But with an hour to digest what happened, what's your takeout from what we've seen with Ferrari on pole here for the first time since 1973? The last time they had a factory presence in the outright class, and remarkably, the last time they were 1 and 2 as well as they are today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a shock to anyone that Ferrari's on the front row. I think that it was sort of certainly Sebastian Bourdais in the Cadillac until they had the problem, and I'd love to find out if that's going to be an issue. Obviously, it's not going to be an issue for them making the race, but in terms of something that's now going to be in the back of their mind in terms of reliability for the race. But I always expected Ferrari, with their one-lap pace and the way they work their tyres, to be on the front row. Having said that, Antonio Fuoco's lap was exceptional. To sneak into the 3-minute 22.9s was just unbelievable lap, and Pierre Guidi, even if he hadn't had his best lap deleted for track limits, wasn't able to match that. He was, I think, a 3-minute 23.4. So that wasn't that surprising, but we're looking forward to seeing the pace of the Porsches and the Toyotas over a longer distance.
Well, let's dive into one of the stories straight away. A big fire in qualifying for the Cadillac. Sebastian Bourdais was behind the wheel as we dive down for our first update from our CrowdStrike pit lane team. Nick Damon, good evening.
Good evening, Richard. Yes, with Sebastian Bourdais. Sebastian, you look super disappointed that qualifying, just desperate bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care so much about qualifying. It's just the consequences on the car side, which we don't know really what happened or why it happened, but yeah, we just hope that the damages are somewhat limited, but with the amount of fuel that ignited inside the car, unfortunately, not super confident.
The car's not in the garage area, so is it being assessed at the back of the garage, or?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I shut it off because clearly it was spraying fuel everywhere, and I just thought that maybe it would stop sending fuel everywhere and feeding the fire. But by doing so, the hybrid got disconnected in a way that it wasn't sending information to the hybrid officials, and so I think that's what I understood. And so the car went to the safe area for the hybrid in Maison Blanche, and therefore we haven't gotten the car back yet.
So just explain to me, so basically did you have a loss of power or a warning of the fire? How did it manifest itself?
No, we just lost fuel pressure, but to the engine, the fuel was going everywhere in the wrong places, and then it blew up.
Desperate bad luck. Really hope everything gets sorted out. At least you got a whole day to fix it.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Let's hope that's fixable.
Thank you, Sebastian. Sebastian Bourdais there, out of the Cadillac number 3.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
Four-time Champ Car champion back in the 2000s, fairly philosophical about life there.
Well, I think he's gutted, and And the problem is, he's right. I mean, if he'd qualified third, which would have been fantastic, it makes no real difference to the race, but it would have been nice, and they were showing good pace. But the problem that they've now got isn't even working out what the problem is that caused the fire in the first place. It's also, fire is the worst, as we mentioned during the Hyperpole, the worst thing that can damage your car, because it melts stuff, it damages things, and then when you put a load of fire extinguisher into it, that goes into places in the rear wheel bearings, engine areas that are taking it on board. It's just almost impossible to clean it out completely. And the number of times you'll have an electrical gremlin after someone's doused your car an extinguisher can happen hours, if not days, after the actual event. It's not the best way to be starting a 24-hour race.
And as Sebastian was saying, Johnny, they haven't even got the car back yet. It's still parked over on the far side of the circuit. So, it's kind of worst case scenario for them. And we heard Sebastian say it's not the qualifying that he's particularly worried about. That comes and goes. He's already concerned about the race, even though it's over 24 hours away.
I know, and it's rotting over there. It's literally sitting there with the extinguisher. It's literally rotting. So the sooner they could get it, the better. And I didn't realise that because of the hybrid safety situation that it was being stuck into like a hybrid parc fermé safe holding area. So that makes it even worse. So I tell you what, I feel for those mechanics, because there's a 24-hour race coming up, but they'll probably have done 48 by the time that race starts.
With a long day tomorrow, which should be a rest day.
Yes.
As a driver, how do you manage this? The team's got the job to fix the car, but is it something you can compartmentalise and move on for straight away, or is it always a nagging thought in the back of your mind that, this could happen again 10 minutes into the race or 23 hours?
Well, normally the drivers just go and sit on the whip wall and maybe eat ice cream and just watch. I'm just kidding. But to be honest, it's something that you don't think about too much, because when you're in the car, you can't be worrying about stuff going wrong. So the drivers will get in the car, they'll trust the team. They've got a fantastic team. Obviously, Cadillac been at this for a long time, and the crew that they've got around them is the best, is the top. So it'll be a case of just getting in and driving the thing as fast as they can and looking after it. That won't change. But in terms of right now, the disappointment of not being able to go into the race with everything, feeling like you've got your... Because the trouble with Le Mans, Richard, is that you go into it and she lets you play with her, and she'll let you. You never beat her. She just deals with situations and allows you to get away with stuff. So you want to go in there trying to, you can't think of every eventuality, but at least trying to cover off as many things as possible and minimize the amount of things that could go wrong. And obviously they're starting a little bit on the back foot straight away, so hence the disappointment in his voice.
So a big night for the Chip Ganassi racing team that looks after the two factory Cadillacs. Paul, the other topic we need to touch on this session is what we were talking about 24 hours ago when we had our 2-hour night practice session, which is drivers ticking off the requirements that you need to be qualified for this race. And we came up with it was the Trustwell Index, I think, at night, which sounds like something off the stock exchange, but yesterday it proved to be quite effective because there's not a whole lot of drivers that need to get that final tick in the box in this one.
No, that's right. The stipulation is that you have to complete 5 laps under cover of darkness, at least one of which has to be across the start-finish line. And for the most part, everybody achieved that. They had a 2-hour session last night in which they could do it. They've got a further hour now. And out of the 186 drivers, 174 of them have actually already done their night laps. But that leaves 12 still to do their laps. And the other one who's kind of on the bubble, on the edge, is Casper Stevenson, who crashed at E-Station Racing Aston Martin on his out lap in the free practice session yesterday, and the car therefore wasn't then able to take part in the qualifying session. So it'll be starting at the back of the grid anyway. But Casper Stevenson hasn't done his laps yet. Now he has to do, in addition to the 5 laps at night, he has to do a time within 10% or within 110% of the fastest car in his category. So he's the first kind of major job that needs to get sorted, and he's already out, I'm pleased to say. So Casper Stevenson already out. We'll come back to the 12 drivers that still have to do their night laps in just a minute.
Well, you stole me thunder there, Paul, because I was going to say, and he's already out in a 777 Station Racing car. Honestly, we rehearse these scripts hour after hour after hour, and you fluff your lines every time. No, that car, of course, is a completely new car with probably just a few legality things transferred across, driven down overnight from Tom Ferrari Racing, TF Racing, and now out and running, and they will hopefully have no problems in getting those laps done, and the car will take its place at the back of the grid on Saturday morning. Saturday afternoon, sorry. Gosh.
Nick, that's a massive effort, isn't it? That's extraordinary.
Well, yes, it's a massive effort. Well, yes, but no.
But you also expect it.
But no, because you think let's look at the other car involved in the accident, which is Tower Racing, the 13 car. They spent all yesterday stripping down an Orica 07, taking the chassis off it, bringing a new chassis in, rewiring that chassis, and that's what it takes to help, and then putting it back up again. Not having a go at TF, but they bought a new car in and swapped a couple of bits and bobs over. That's an incredible logistical exercise, but the engineers and the mechanics, well, they were probably in bed last night, whereas I'm not sure the Tower guys were. However, I always think it's great, the spirit of endurance. If you need to fix a car to fix a car, if you can bring in a new car because you've had the foresight to have one knocking about, then do that as well. So both of them deserve a pat on the back, one for working hard and one for being prepared to put their mouth into the second car.
Now, CrowdStrike pit and Paddock team with all the angles covered early in this session, so great news for the Aston Martin back on track. Don't forget to join the conversation. HaggertyRLM is the hashtag at Radio Le Mans or at RSL_studio. We'd love your feedback. Marcel Duc has tweeted us and said some of the Hypercar Hyperpole cars are still at scrutineering. A Ferrari number 8, that's one of the Toyotas, and a Porsche. So they haven't quite been released yet from their post-qualifying checks, which is interesting.
Yeah, this is the first time hearing about this. Maybe Paul can let it. I understand when you've had an accident and it doesn't look like it's safe to go to the car, because obviously there's huge voltages flying around with the hybrid system. So you see it in Formula 1 as well. If you don't have the green light on, then people aren't supposed to approach it, be it marshals, mechanics or whatever. But it surprises me. I understand with the Bourdais car because of the situation there, but with the other cars that didn't have issues, I'm surprised they're being held back unless they're still not. Maybe they spent so long doing the celebrations on the start-finish line that they didn't have time to actually do proper post-qualifying scrutineering, and they're still kind of in park for me.
We did enjoy the post-Hyperpole celebrations, and the dignitaries were out on lane on the pit straight, on the start-finish line. The 3 cars were parked up on the exit of the Ford chicane. They were then driven up in unison up towards the line, and Pierre Fillon was there, Tom Christensen was there, a host of dignitaries, and the driver and team manager were each presented with their individual trophies. And to be fair, a heap of crowd stuck around. They watched the presentations. It was a really nice little ceremony, even if it has perhaps delayed things for some of these teams moving into this final session.
The grandstands were still full, weren't they? It was fantastic. Yeah. A lot of cars on track at the moment seem to be outbraking themselves going into, in particular, the second Mulsanne chicane. I don't know if the track's getting a little bit, because it's cooler. They'll probably, as Paul quite rightly said when we were off air earlier, this is a good final session to perhaps put tyres back on that maybe they ran in last night's practice, put some more laps on them, get better understanding of the tyre and the tyre life and the tyre deg that they're going to have.
The other thing that, again, the clever ones will do, and I came across back in the early 2000s that engineers did, you see them often taking the nose cone off and swapping the nose cone around. Now, there's always good reasons for doing that, but there'll always be a nose cone stuck in the back of the garage somewhere that they've not cleaned. It's a dirty nose cone. So what they'll then do is to bring that out and put that on the car, because you get all this pickup, and Johnny will know about this, all this pickup that gets left out on the circuit, bits of tyre that gets thrown off the tyres, bits of rubber that gets thrown off the tyres, and they go into the radiator intakes. Now, if you're coming into the pits every 5 laps and cleaning the radiators out, that's fine. In the race, you don't necessarily get the opportunity to do that. So again, they'll leave a dirty nose cone out there and then see how much debris is getting into the radiator intakes and things.
How much do you take out of a session like this? What do you, so let's say you've jumped aboard the number 709 Glickenhaus, and I only picked that up because Esteban Gutierrez is at the top of the timesheets right now.
Yeah.
What are you going into this session looking for?
It really does vary a lot, Richard, in terms of how many laps you've done up until this point. As Paul rightly said, you've got these 12 drivers who need to go out there and do their night laps. You've also got Casper Stevenson, who needs to do all of his laps. So for them, it's going to be a very different mentality going into this than some of the other drivers. But I feel in this session in particular, the grid's obviously been set. Most of the grid was set yesterday. We've now had the top 8 set in each class already in the Hyperpole a couple of hours ago. So I would always go into this personally with the mindset it can only go wrong. It's kind of yours to lose at this point. So most drivers get in and will push anyway because you're in the car and that's your job and you have to push. But in terms of risk, I would absolutely treat this session as zero risk, and most of the team managers I work with going into a session such as this, and it didn't used to be like this because obviously back in the day this would have counted for qualifying, but when it wasn't counted for qualifying and you weren't going for low fuel new tyre runs, because they won't be in this session, they won't be using their tyre allocation for this at all, I shouldn't imagine, it would be more a case of just go out there, and he would say literally that, zero risk, don't take any risks in traffic, don't push the envelope, just get a feel of the car, we need a little bit more data, perhaps you need to work a little bit on some changes, change the noses as Paul was saying, and also throw different noses on, but just to see if it changes the aero config of the car and changes the balance at all of the car, and that way you know if you have to change a nose in the race, you're not suddenly going to develop understeer or oversteer because you know that the noses are the same, because that can also have an impact because no two noses are absolutely identical, and sometimes those little tiny differences can actually make a bit of a difference on this, especially on a high-speed circuit like this. But by and large, don't mess up.
Well, it sounds so logical and yet can be so difficult at this place as well. And how much are you working on a car balance point of view, given that the conditions now are so much cooler from a track conditions point of view to what they were earlier today, and that this is what potentially it could be like when we're rolling into the early hours Saturday night, Sunday morning, midway through the race?
The thing with the track is by the time you roll into that time in Sunday morning, the track will be so different to what it is now, and it just gets better and better and better. And it's I cannot tell you how much more grip it has come Sunday to what it has, barring rain and stuff like that, obviously, but to what it has when you first go out on a Thursday or a Wednesday evening. It's just night and day. If you had to put a percentage on it, I'd say the track grips up 10-15%.
Which is huge. But, and is that even despite things like marbles and debris and that being laid out early in the race?
Well, that's really good that you say that, Richard, because the marbles are there offline.
Yep.
So yes, there almost becomes a one line, especially through the chicanes, and at night you can kind of see that line and you're coming at it and you can just see this like sea of black, sort of almost like charcoal, which is actually all the rubber marbles on either side, and you literally thread the ribbon of clean track in between it. You're not seeing a lot of it at the moment, but come at the end of the race they'll be there, and obviously if you go onto those marbles and you get them on your hot tyres, it is literally like driving onto ice. And then of course they could create balls onto the tyres, and then they go up into the fender, and then sometimes they'll drop off. And I remember actually, I think it was Frank Bieler at Petit Le Mans, and Paul will know this and correct me if I'm wrong, but had a ball of this rubber actually fall out of the wheel arch and go under his wheel going into turn 1 at Petit Le Mans, and it caused him to go off the track. It literally just launched the front of the car. So you're dead right, and for the prototypes and the hypercars and the LMP2s, when they're passing the GT-AM cars, that becomes a problem as the race goes on and on and on, because they have to go offline in order to get past them, and sometimes that causes quite a lot of issue with the rubber and getting the pickup on your tyres, and it takes quite a few laps to then get it off again.
It can also then cause a fire risk, because if the rubber depending on what's happening inside the wheel arch, it can get very hot in there, and when it doesn't drop off and drop onto the tyre, then it just gets hotter and hotter, and we've had situations where cars have actually just ignited that little ball of rubber, instant fire, it goes out again almost immediately, but again it knocks the driver off his stride. So you do have to keep the tyres clean, as well as having to look after them anyway because of the long stints that are going to be required. So there's a lot for the drivers to think about.
And even under pace cars or full course like slow zones and things like that, even online going slowly, you'd be amazed how much your tyres start picking up from the track, the rubber, bits of rubber, even online when you're going slowly and you're losing tyre temp, and then when you start going racing straight away, you sometimes get these vibrations, and sometimes the vibrations you can get from getting pickup on your tyres can can be as bad as having a really bad flat spot.
Yeah.
And so the car's vibrating and it's causing, even the vision sometimes can go. And the only way you can get that off, you tend not to get it off in a straight line, is in the fast corners. Just try and push as much as you can, given the vibrations that you've got in the Porsche curves going through Indianapolis, especially when you're braking and turning into a corner, and that can really start helping you clean the tyre up quickly.
And on that, you talk about the marbles especially, and the thought of being in, of course, a Ferrari 499P and coming up on a GTEM car when you're fully loaded, maximum warp into the Porsche curves, and you have to go offline to try and dodge them, and the consequences that could come from that. How much of a role in this race is the driver being disciplined to not take those risks? Because in a 10-lap sprint race, yep, you're probably going to carve them up. But in this race, is it a case of, well, you can afford to take a breath, give away 2 seconds through the Porsche curves? I'm not talking about on the last lap.
No.
But it's such a fundamental part of long-distance endurance racing, is that discipline to be a little bit thoughtful about where you're making those moves because of all of those issues we've just been talking about.
Well, the top guys, and 90% of this grid are all top guys, will do that and take those decisions without even thinking about the decision they're taking, because they're used to it, they're feeling confident, and they'll judge as they're approaching a car. And as you're seeing a car come up ahead of you, you can even see its lights maybe 30, 40 car lengths ahead of you. If it's a GT car, you register from the way that you're catching it, what kind of car it is, whether it's a P2, whether it's a GT. And if you're in the GT car and you see headlights coming, you also register sometimes from the color of the headlight, but also from the speed that they're approaching you at. And nowadays in the cars, they have a radar system as well, which points to you, because obviously you get whiteout when you get at night, especially with the headlights. You just get complete whiteout. So when the car's close behind you, especially if it's a prototype with very bright lights and you're in a GT car, you can't actually really see anything. You can just see there's a ball of sun coming at you, and you don't know if they're overtaking you on the left or the right. And then you've got this little radar that points little arrows, and it also tells you how quickly they're arriving, and the arrow gives you the speed, and also the size of the arrow can vary. So all of these things happen, and you just get into this zone, Richard, where you're thinking about what's going on around you and judging where you're going to catch that car and knowing where you can take the risk. And by and large, going into the Porsche curves, pretty much you can always go around the outside of someone into there. What you can't do is on the next left of the Porsche curves is go underneath someone there. So that's probably where you'll have to wait. And then you have to wait for the next one as well before you then go around the outside of them in the long, long right. So there's places, and the GT car will know that as well, and they'll know where to help. And I think the whole point of this race is you've got these good drivers working together, because there's just as much talent in judging where to overtake as there is being in a GT car and a slower car judging where to be overtaken and minimizing the time loss in both sides of the spectrum, so to speak.
Fascinating stuff from Johnny Molam about surviving the night at the Le Mans 24-hour, 19 minutes now into this final practice hit out. The Toyota Gazoo Racing team throwing tyres at car number 8. Some of the drivers out at the moment. James Collado is behind the wheel of the number 51 Ferrari and is quickest so far with a 3:27.2. Esteban Gutierrez, we mentioned before, for Glickenhaus, who are a team that have been completely and utterly flying under the radar this event so far. They've gone out every session, they've circulated, they've come back in. They haven't really troubled the top of the hypercar standings, but then again, I don't think anyone really expected them to, given the depth of competition in that field. But they've put together a very professional weekend so far for the American team. Action Express Racing, you've got Alexander Sims behind the wheel of the 311 Cadillac. So that's the first of those cars out there at the moment. Jose Maria Lopez behind the wheel of the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry. So they're 4th. And then Jean-Eric Verne is behind the wheel of the next Peugeot in 5th. In LMB2, it's Dries Vanthoor behind the wheel of the Racing Team Turkey, number 923. Joe Van Uitert behind the wheel of the Panis Racing 65. And Ben Barnicoat, the Brit, is behind the wheel of the AF Corsa number 80 car. And speaking of Dries Vanthoor, who's made his name in GT racing, in long-distance races around the world, and has done a very nice job in all of them, we can go down to our CrowdStrike Pit and Paddock team for an update and find Nick Damon with the man himself.
Dries, sum up how it's been going for the Team Turkey car so far this weekend.
Yeah, a bit of ups and downs, to be honest. At the end now, I think we found the sweet spot of the car. We've been struggling a bit with our top speed the whole weekend. I think we've been very strong in Sector 1 and Sector 3, but lacking a lot in Sector 2. And it's always been a bit of a mishmash where we have to go. But I think now, hopefully, we found a good way. I still have to check with engineers if we actually gained top speed, but felt like it did, and the car was in a nice window, so let's see.
Of course, that's a nice window this time of day with this temperature. You know, it looks like we're going to have a very hot day and potentially some rain. So how do you prepare for that?
Yeah, for the rain it's difficult to prepare yourselves. I mean, the hot is going to be anyway very difficult already because you have to save the tires when it's so hot and just take care of the car, make sure everything stays in one piece. And for the rain, yeah, I think it's for everybody a bit similar. We can't really change our setup for this. I think I'm just already happy if we gain some top speed because this we were lacking already quite a lot this week.
Is that quite important? Obviously the LMP2 cars have lost some power this year, which makes it more difficult to get past the GTEs on the straights. Is it important to have that extra speed to make past the GTEs easier?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Also, I mean, we were lacking quite a few Ks compared to the other LMP2, so that's why it was mainly important for us. But yeah, like you said, to get by the GTE cars is more difficult. We really have to, you know, make sure that we are very close and close enough to be able to get by. It's still okay, but it's for sure not as it was back in the day.
Dries, thank you very much.
I'm with Colin Brown, the number 45 CrowdStrike Racing. Colin, how are things going for you this evening?
Yeah, good so far. I haven't done anything, so it's not gone good or bad for me. Now, George is out there making some laps, doing a good job. We had night practice last night, where we all got to get a good look at the track in the dark, but nice to go away and have a, you know, think on it and come back and run again. So yeah, just kind of running through a quick round of all the drivers and get ready for Saturday.
How important is it for George to get that track time, as he has not been at this race event before?
Yeah, I mean, definitely important when you know, first time here. You know, even for me, I haven't been here in the dark since 2007, so it's a bit good for me to get some laps too. So, yeah, you know, just to get the sight picture, get what the traffic looks like, you know, kind of get some of those references at night. It's pretty darn helpful.
And what's your feeling about it so far?
Yeah, it's great, man. It's great. Love being back. You know, George is having a great time. James, obviously, a lot of experience here, won the race last year, so I think it's a bit old hat for him. But yeah, for us, it's been a lot of fun. Been more and more comfortable every time I've been in the car, and feeling pretty good about it right now.
Thanks, Colin.
Thanks.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
23 minutes and 45 seconds into this final practice hit out. Officially free practice for just the 60 minutes on what is a stunning Thursday evening here in central France. It is a beautiful place of the world to be, and the evenings are spectacular, so down to 17 tonight. But that threat of thunderstorms is ever looming, Johnny Mollum, and every time we look at the weather and do an update, it seems like it's going to get worse and worse, and it's almost 100% chance of forecasted of rain, although you tend to take weather forecasts with pinch of salt.
It's been getting worse though, hasn't it? I had a look yesterday, or day before yesterday, I had a look and realised that there was a chance of thunderstorms coming in, but it was only like a 30% chance. And I looked yesterday and it was a 50 or 60% chance. I looked this morning and it spread from Friday through to Saturday and it was like a 70 or 80% chance of thunderstorms. So it looks to be like the weather will play a part. And the trouble with Le Mans is that it's such a long track. It's not always, especially if it's a localised thunderstorm, it's not always obvious what tyre choice you should be on. And as crazy as that sounds, you can have half of the track completely wet and then half the track dry, and then in that situation, if you're playing it safe, which normally you would do, you're going to put the wets on because it's more safe to run wets on a dry part of the track than slicks on a wet part of the track. But of course then you're going to chew your wets up if you go too hard on them in the dry part, and so again it just throws this whole another variable into it, which personally I quite like, and as a driver I think sometimes that can play to your advantage. And I remember a time when there was we were all on slicks and it rained and they were saying box, and I was just saying saying there's going to be a big accident. And I actually stayed out probably a little bit longer on slicks as it was starting to rain, and then there was this huge accident and they went full course yellow for about 25 minutes. I stayed out on slicks. Admittedly it was tough, but you're behind a safety car, and by the time it went green again, slicks were the tyre to have. And so I made a huge leap forward. Now some of that benefit of hindsight, but you can play those games a little bit, and again it is difficult, but I have to say when it rains at night, this place you have to treat it with a lot of respect.
In the pit lane, in the CrowdStrike Racing pit lane report here from the Cadillac garage. The number 3 has been delivered back, the Bourdais car, which came to a halt and then caught fire during Hyperpole. I love calling it Hyperpole. And to look at it now, it looks absolutely fine from this top-down view. There's a bit of dust on it. You might think it had been stuck in a barn rather than being covered with extinguishant. The giveaway, the telltale is when you look at the tyres. 7/8 of the tyre is normal. The bottom of the tyre where it's in the fire is burnt away, and the cords are hanging down.
Wow.
So there's been, it's melted the rubber of the tyres, that fire underneath the car. The damage elsewhere is very hard to determine, and they've just taken the rear cover off, and obviously the engine is absolutely covered in extinguishant. And it's very interesting. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Cadillac mechanics, and virtually none of them are touching the car. They're just looking, they're assessing, they're seeing what it is. What can we say? What do we need to do? No one's running in, ripping panels off, making rash decisions. They're just trying to work out what have we got, what's burnt, what can we do. And at the moment, you have to say that the chassis is fine. What's been burnt, as Johnny said, had they taken out if they take out the wiring loom, then this is a major problem. But honestly, if you looked at it, if it was in an Auto Trader advert, you'd say that car's perfect and low mileage.
I love it. But if it's done that, if it's melted the tyres to the cord, as Nick was saying earlier, and I'm just imagining, it's beautifully described, Nick. I can actually just imagine, I've got that vision in front of me. Imagine what else that heat has done to other parts underneath the engine. And there's absolutely no way with that whole system that they've got in there, and the hybrid and everything, there's just no way that they're not going to have to change that whole thing out before the start of the race. It is. We've talked about it earlier, but it's a logistical nightmare for them now.
And it's such a part of modern motorsport with electrocution, and sort of use that word with two meanings involved, in that you have to be so careful. I was talking to Matt Campbell from Porsche Penske Motorsport earlier in the week, and he said that it was a day of training before he was even allowed to drive the car about the procedures involved in getting out when the car's live, in getting in the processes to switch it on and off, in what you can touch and what you're not allowed to touch inside and outside the car. They're so complicated, and it's just another level that has to be managed by the team. So the caution level goes up even further in trying to manage this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we could talk about it endlessly, but the bottom line is they're going to have a lot of work to do. And but the Chip Ganassi team, I mean, if you want people behind you in your corner, you know that you've got the experience there. The fact that they're not rushing in, as Nick alluded to, and they're just slowly, logically taking stock. They've got all of tonight, unfortunately for the mechanics, but they've got all of tonight. Obviously, there are certain times that you have to limit how much you work at Le Mans during the night with the garages and everything, but they've got all of that, and then they've got all of tomorrow, and then they've got all of tomorrow night. So I'm sure that, and then up until 3 o'clock when they'll have to start rolling out and sorting things out for the 4 o'clock start on Saturday. So by the time that rolls around, a team like that, they'll have it fully under control. But it's just those little things that you don't see that might have got affected. I suspect that the main core of the problem will be sorted, but maybe that extinguishant got into a front wheel bearing that you think, well, that's nowhere near the front of the car. Something like that. That might be the thing that they need to think about that could end up being the problem. And I think it was with Toyota years ago when they were trying to save a little bit of fuel, and with the, in fact, Paul will back me up on this, 99 I think it was, and they changed the fuel cut on the downshift just a little bit, because they thought if we do that on every downshift, shift on the blip, the little heel and toe blip will just save a tiny bit of fuel and it will all add up, and then they ended up all having gearbox issues because they hadn't allowed for the fact that the blip was just protecting the gearbox just that little bit, and that tiny little change in shift cut on the downshifts meant that all cars ended up having gearbox issues. So there's so many small things that just all add up that can cause obviously a terminal problem.
It's the 1%ers of motorsport, so lots of work for Chip Ganassi Racing and the Cadillac Racing team. Half an hour's work for us to go. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The Hertz Hourly Update. Getting you to your let's go moments for more than 100 years.
So 29 minutes remaining in this final practice session. There is a yellow for a car stopped on the Mulsanne, but we'll come to that in a minute because at the top of the charts it's Ferrari A of Corsa with James Calado at a 3:27.27, followed by Nathaniel Berton, who's now behind the wheel of the number 709 Glickenhaus Racing entry, second off the pace at a 3:28.7. Antonio Felix da Costa's behind the wheel of the Hertz Team Jota car. That's a great story. Third position for a team that missed a lot of practice earlier in the week now at a 3:28.44. Alexander Sims remains behind the wheel of the Action Express Cadillac. They're fourth in the Hypercar class at a 3:28.6. In fifth position for Porsche Penske Motorsport, Laurent Vantor, the Flying Belgian, is the first of the 963s. The factory cars, the Hertz team entry is in front at a 3:28.8. Jose Maria Lopez is next in the first of the Toyota Gazoo Racing entries, followed by Jean-Eric Verne, who's seventh in Hypercar and outright in the first of the Peugeot 9X8s. And then rounding out the top 8 in the Hypercar class, Michael Christensen's behind the wheel of the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport entry. In LMP2, it's still racing Team Turkey on top with Salah Ulick on top in that class at the moment at a 3:36.22. Hannes Racing's number 65 car remains second as it was earlier. Josh Pearson next in the 23 car in third. Norman Natto's behind the wheel of the number 80 for A of Corsa and is fourth in class. And Jota, who are having a good weekend with Pietro Fittipaldi continuing to steer the number 28 car as he did in the Hyperpole session. He's always fast at 3:37.5. And Phil Hansen's now behind the wheel of the United Autosports number 22, Orica Gibson, and currently sits 7th position in class with Sean Galal next for WRT. And in the LMGTE AM class, JMW Motorsports Ferrari first, and in fact it's a Ferrari 1 and 2, a 3:52.9 for car 66, plays a 3:53.1 for car 57 with Daniel Serra behind the wheel. Rexy is next, the Project 1 AO Porsche. Gunnar Jeanette is behind the wheel of that car, their 40th outright and third in GTEM, and Harry Tinknell is driving the Proton competition Porsche. Those cars didn't qualify particularly well, the Porsches, but they look good over longer runs so far. And you never count out a 911 in endurance racing at this place. They're currently fourth in the LMGTE AM class. And of course, Jenson Button is lapping in the Invitational Cadillac, Camaro, I should say, for Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports, and lapping quickly at a 3:51.3. And that was your Hertz Hourly Update.
The Hourly Update. Hertz Rental Car, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
So that's where the field sits, and some yellow flags. Johnny Molam on the Mulsanne straight with a car stranded.
I think it was the
93
John Eric Verne, the 93 Peugeot, which you in the rundown you were just saying is in 7th position, so not a bad effort from them at all. And certainly on race pace, they're beginning to look a lot better than they were just on raw pace, as are the Glickenhaus. But he seems to have got it fired up again, and intermittently his headlights are flashing on and off as he's making his way back down the Mulsanne straight towards the second chicane, and keeping right over to the right-hand side, hugging the Armco barrier, and the lights intermittently flashing on and off. But it looks like he's completely in the dark, and that's quite dangerous for a car moving on the Mulsanne straight without any lights.
One of the great stories in Hyperpole, as it was early on today, was the performance of Corvette Racing after a big accident earlier in the week. That team has bounced back so well. And we're going to check out with our next CrowdStrike pit lane team update. Nick Damon has got Ben Keating. What a story this is, Nick.
Ben, I mean, it's been a while since you put the thing on pole, but wow, pole position.
Yeah, I mean, for the 25th anniversary of Corvette Racing, 100th anniversary of Le Mans, the 4th round of the WEC Championship, it doesn't get any better than that. It was a really special job by the team. We had to rebuild the car last night just to get into Hyperpole. Nicky Katzberg did an unbelievable lap with a car that was not very comfortable to drive, but the car I had tonight was maybe the most comfortable car I've ever had to drive around Le Mans. It was so nice, just easy to do the lap time, and I got really lucky with taking sticker tires in the last 5 minutes of qualifying. So I had the best temperature for the tires and for the engine. I had the least amount of fuel and had a brand new sticker set at the peak of the moment, and I was able to put a lap together. It was really neat.
When you realised that they were going to mandate that the AM drivers took part in Hyperpole, you must have been confident because you've been rocking qualifying all year.
Yeah, I felt good. I was excited about it because I knew that we would have a better chance of being up front than with some of the pros that are out there and the really fast guys. But the truth is that Nicky Katzberg has been giving me grief and giving me a hard time all week. I felt serious pressure from him. My only disappointment is that he was still quicker than me by 1/10.
Well, you didn't get within 1/10 of pro, Ben. Not much else to achieve, really, is there?
Yeah. We'll give him 1/10 for being platinum.
Yeah, fair enough, Ben. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
Well, we're not going to leave it there, actually, because pit lane is a busy place to be. Let's go straight back there, and then we're going to hear from Paul Trustwell.
Tom Dillman, the number 4 Van Wall racing car. How are things going?
Red flag. We're just preparing for the race now, trying to dial the setup the last tiny bit, the last hour of testing, and then we go racing.
I think there's been a red flag on this final session, just as you and I are talking, Tom. Obviously, you're talking to me, so you won't have seen it. So just give us an overview of what your feelings are coming into this Le Mans race.
Yeah, first time with this car on this track. So steep learning curve. For sure, we are lacking some pace, but we will try to do a clean race. And the first goal is to see the flag, in a decent shape.
There's an awful lot of work to do, isn't there? And the team, and of course, work incredibly hard. What's been the major challenge so far?
It's really tough for the team. It's been a really packed start of the season for them, so with homologation and all the races. And now, I think the biggest challenge this weekend is that we are lacking a bit of power. We are not reaching our BOP allowance, so it's on our side. We have nothing to complain about. It's just it's a bit hot, and we are lacking some ponies.
How much do you understand your tyre wear?
Yeah, that's the good side of having a bit less power. That you are a bit easier on the rear tires. We are looking quite good on tyre wear. Actually, we are only one of the 3 cars that are allowed to quadruple the tires. It's not necessarily better to do it, but it seems we are good on tyre wear at least.
For the moment, Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're under red flag here in the final practice session for the Le Mans 24-hour. There's a brief 15-minute warm-up on Saturday morning, but outside of that, this is it, the final systems check. So 20 minutes to go. Unlike qualifying, the clock continues to tick down. And we think this is for the Peugeot that we were talking about. Jean-Eric Verne was on the Mulsanne. The car fired up. It drove for a little bit, but something was going haywire. It looked electronic. The headlights were on, they're off, they're on, they're off again, quite intermittently, and that car has now pulled to what seems to be a final halt for this point, and as a result, they need to recover that safely under a full red flag.
Yeah, I mean, even though he's on the right-hand side going down in between the two Mans chicanes, I mean, he got it going again. It was obviously an electrical issue. His headlights were on and off, on and off. He was kind of moving it, trying to get it back to the pits, and then it just conked out completely. And obviously in complete darkness now, even though you're off the track to the right there, if there were two cars coming and overtaking and they were unsighted, it's catastrophic, the results that could be. I'm surprised in a way that they didn't read it sooner, but I think they were giving him every attempt to try and get the car back, and they'll be sending a little recovery a vehicle down, tractor down, to probably tow him back into the pits or pull him off somewhere and get him back in a little bit quicker through one of the inroads and allow them to go green on track sooner. And every time now you're going into the pit lane, you're seeing cars in the pit lane, all with the mechanics swarming all over them, making the last opportunity to check on rubber in the radiators and just check exactly on how the car is and polish up the product, so to speak, because really this, I mean, 15-minute warm-up, I mean, that is literally nothing. I mean, you're not going to do anything in that
4
time.
laps, isn't it, really?
If
you do them all.
Not even that.
Yeah.
We used to draw straws as to which driver was going to do the warm-up, make sure that you didn't want to draw the straw that you got the warm-up, because it was just a pointless exercise, but meant you had to get up earlier. But they've now moved it from 9:30. It used to be 9 to 9:45, I think. It used to be a bit longer. I think, in fact, it used to be a 45-minute warm-up, so at least you could get something done in it. But now it's 15 minutes. It's almost, I beg the question, pointless having it, except for a car like the Cadillac number 3 or whatever. They'll be out there for every second of it.
I think the teams need it though, Johnny, because there is so much work done on Friday that you really just want to set the car down and run it just to make sure that all the work you've done has been properly done. You're right, there's only bad things can happen in warm-up, goes the cliche. But as I say, I think because there is so much work that gets done, it's certainly worth having it. This red flag is very bad news indeed, because the clock is still running, as Richard Craill just said, for those drivers who haven't yet qualified, and there are still a couple. We've got, what have we got, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 of them who have already done their qualifying laps. All the cars are in now, that's a good thing. Casper Stevenson has done his laps, and a perfectly reasonable one as well. But the 2 other drivers of the D-Station racing car, Tomonobu Fuji and Satoshi Hoshino, they still have laps to do. And in the 13 car, that was the other one that was damaged in that incident in free-practice, Stephen Thomas and Ricky Taylor still have laps to do as well, under cover of darkness. But they are the only drivers that remain to do their night laps, and given that they're all reasonably experienced, Stephen Thomas, probably the least experienced of that group, but even he has driven at Le Mans before, so has got experience, so could well be given dispensation. We'll see what happens. As I say, the time is ticking away for those drivers to get out and do their requisite 5 laps.
And Paul, remind me, how many laps do they need to do at night?
5.
5, so that's 3 timed.
It's as many timed as you actually want. You have to do 5 laps.
So out,
1
3 timed
which,
and in.
Yes, that's the ideal.
Yes.
But if you can't manage that, only 1 of those 5 laps has to be across the start-finish line.
Okay.
So if you're having a problem,
you can go out and
you can go out and in, and it still counts as 1 lap.
As a lap, yeah.
One of the many things these teams will have to work on. Meanwhile, working on Cadillac Racing and now going to work on the number 3 car, so it's going to be a late night for that team. Fortunately, they've got tomorrow to plough on through in fixing this car, and there's no doubt they'll be able to do it. Johnny, the resources that General Motors have here this weekend are extraordinary, and I heard you talking during the practice session to John Hindhoff earlier on today here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans about a little visit inside the Camaro garage, which I think you thoroughly enjoyed by the sounds of things. We did that earlier in the week, and it is truly spectacular. But what GM have assembled here in particular is a pretty impressive statement, with the 3 hypercars, with the invitational car, and of course the Corvette racing entry as well.
Oh, it's absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. I was very, very impressed, and I love the fact that they had a what you would call, even though it was a brand new, as state-of-the-art as you can get, it was still an old-fashioned jack.
Yeah.
In terms of getting the car up, and they still won the GT.
Have you seen the guys on that car?
Oh, well, they're the NASCAR guys. I mean, I was joking with John Doonan yesterday that if you made it 5-stud, there wouldn't be a competition in the pit lane. They would win it by about half a mile. You know, it was just. But obviously, it's single stud, as is NASCAR these days. They've gone to single wheel now. But I'll never forget watching in Daytona the mechanics practice almost blindfold doing the 5-stud, and the speed they were doing 5 at was just incredible. But you're seeing a lot of blue paper roll being used on the number 3 Cadillac as they're desperately trying to wipe it clean before they even begin to get into into the work.
First job clean off the exterior stuff, isn't it? Yeah, that Hendricks Motorsport crew, extremely well drilled, as you say. They won the pit stop competition. There's now a pit stop competition that they have to liven up Wednesday during the pit road walkabout, and it's quite a spectacle actually. If you get down into the pit lane, it's part of the pit lane walkabout, so the spectators can get down there and watch it, and it's simultaneously everybody is doing a pit stop, so it's really quite dramatic to watch. But the Hendrick Motorsports crew won that one, and that manual jack, mandated by the organisers as part of the spectacle side, if you will, of having that entry, the Garage 56 entry here. So it's running under a lot of special regulations. Unfortunately, one of those regulations means it has to start from the back of the grid. So although it's qualified ahead of all the GTE cars, the regulations say it's got to start from the back. So its early laps are going to be fairly spectacular as it makes its way through the slower GTE AM cars.
Yeah, that'll be a fantastic spectacle.
I'd love, while we're in this little pause, just to get your feelings, Paul, especially on the event and what we've seen so far. And the scenes here this evening are spectacular, and not many people have either migrated back to their campsites or left the circuit. They're still all here. No, exactly. It's utterly spectacular to watch, as the recovery, by the way, folks, is still continuing on the Mulsanne Straight. So they're working on getting the Peugeot 9X8 on the back of a flatbed truck, and hopefully we can get a few minutes of running back at the very end of this session to cap off what's been a sensational day, and on cue some fireworks popping up as well. There's been a concert already. I was fortunate enough to go for a wander in the heat of the day down to the Dunlop chicane. I crossed the Porsche bridge, the Dunlop Bridge, which is something on my to-do list. I walked down the other side on driver's left to get an idea of the undulation and the speed down through there and on the road down towards Tet Rouge. It was incredible, but what it was absolutely packed. The atmosphere was amazing. I'd love your take, someone who's been there a lot longer than I have, about just the atmosphere and the feeling around this place. I don't have any context.
No, I mean, that area actually, my first year here was 1981, and we arrived on the Thursday evening in time to see the very end of qualifying. In those days, the place was laid out a little bit differently, but where we parked the car, it was about, I don't know, 8 o'clock when we got here. And rather than get the tents up while it was still light, we decided to go and watch what was left of the qualifying. And we climbed up a bank, and the first view was just by the Dunlop Bridge there. Just above where the fun fair used to be. And the fun fair here at Le Mans, for those of you who were here back in the 80s, was a very different thing than it is now. Less than savoury, some would say. But again, a great atmosphere. And suddenly, this was when the magic of Le Mans first hit me. All those photographs that I used to have as a child in books and magazines and things that I'd read, they all started to become real. And then, of course, it got properly dark, and I was able to watch night qualifying, and unbelievable. You know, the noise, the things you could see, I was saying yesterday evening, the things you can see in darkness is actually a little bit more than you can see during the daytime. You can see the brake discs glowing red hot. You can see sparks flying from underneath the engine. You can see the exhaust pipes glowing red as everything's just so hot in there.
And it looks twice as fast.
Yeah, doesn't it just? Yes.
Truly spectacular. Hashtag HaggertyRLM. Love your feedback on what you've experienced this event so far. We'll continue to look through our social media accounts over the course of the event and, of course, throughout the race on Sunday. Tactical Jedi tweets us from Fort Bingo at Mulsanne, enjoying the serenade throughout the free practice session. They have a tent with a candelabra inside it, which I think is extremely impressive. Sam Matthews watching on from the grandstand for watching the Peugeot, so a Peugeot fan there. Well, it's not been a brilliant session. In fact, it's been a challenging day for the Peugeot team, it feels. Tom Mashalek is playing with Le Mans style slot cars, so I highly approve of that. I love the people watching and engaging with this event. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Hashtag HaggertyRLM. Let us know where and how you are enjoying this race. Let's go for another update from our CrowdStrike pit lane team. Nick Damon.
Well, I am currently sitting at a junction, looks like Piccadilly Circus. The amount of cars waiting to leap onto the track for these last few minutes. It's quite interesting. We were having a chat in the booth whether this session was going to be really, really busy or a complete bust. Well, the answer is really, really busy. Everyone's getting their last bit of track time, and there are, I would say, every single car now, bar about 6 are now in the queue to get out at the end of the pit lane. It's those last few minutes. They've also got something else they want to do, test something else right at the last minute. But I'm quite surprised. Oh, even the Peugeot partner car, team car, has come as well. So, like, basically, if you're not broken down, you're going to try and make the most of these last 10 minutes of track time.
And Nick, there's a truck performing a 15-point turn on the Mulsanne Straight at the moment with a derelict Peugeot on the back of it, looking to come back. It looks wider than it is, I suppose, down there, but it's been an awkward recovery for.
You just wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to accidentally nudge the Armco barrage back to Peugeot into it, would you?
So we're hoping now that car is lifted onto the back of the recovery vehicle. We'll get some running. Are you surprised that there's people lining up in the lane to go back out at the end of this?
Well, I mean, based on what Paul said earlier about people still needing to do their laps, no. But I guess you're just out there trying to get through everything, and there's still stuff left to do. They've lost about, 13, 14 minutes of track time because the clock's kept on running. But I think obviously they'll want to go out there, and and we're hearing from our reporters in pit lane that the Toyotas are also waiting to go out there. So it just shows you if Toyota are still wanting to get 7 or 8 minutes, or by the time they get out there 5 or 6 minutes of running in with all the experience and they've got around here with those cars, that just shows you that everybody feels like they need. It's like having a budget. You'll always spend everything they give you, and it's like whatever amount of time you have, you'll use it and more.
So Antonio Giovinazzi showing behind the wheel of the 51 Ferrari, which does remain quickest at the end of this, and a 3:27.2 is a decent lap time for this interrupted practice session. Most drivers and teams in this session have completed somewhere between 7 to 10 laps, the maximum number about 10, 9 for the Ferrari, 10 for the Glickenhaus as well. And we get a green flag at the end of the lane. So with 6 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, the last real taste of practice before the 91st running of the Le Mans 24-hour bursts back into life. So this is an out lap and maybe 1 flying lap, 2 flying laps if you're right at the front of the queue and you can get round quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Paul, does that help? Because I guess if you're out 2 laps and in, that's 4 laps. So does that mean that we're going to have everybody qualified, do you think? Or is there going to be somebody struggling that are still more than 4 laps away from their allocated 5?
I think Ricky Taylor's going to be short. And possibly Satoshi Hoshino, although it may be Tomonobu Fuji who gets to miss out in the 777. Don't they send out in that car now, but they'll be sending the 777 out. I know Hoshino's already done 4 of his laps, so it's Fuji who's going to be short of laps in the number 777 car, and the other one is going to be in the number 13 car. And Ricky Taylor, yeah, he's going to be short of laps, but he's going to have done 2 of the 5. but not all of them. But as I say, somebody like Ricky Taylor will almost certainly be granted a dispensation by the race control.
That's probably why they left him till last.
Absolutely.
For exactly that reason. If they have to go up and argue, then someone with his experience is a lot easier to say, look, he's going to be fine, and they'll agree, other than a complete rookie.
Absolutely.
If common sense prevails,
in this
which
case,
it should.
I think it will.
In this case, I think that's perfectly right. Let's say all the other cars safely in, and so hopefully we'll be having a full 62-car grid.
Well, Paul, they may get away with this anyway, because
they've accepted it,
our timing screen has just changed, and
they added all the time back.
We've got 15 bonus minutes of practice added to this list, so we're showing 19 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this practice session, where when the green flag dropped it was just 6. So yeah, basically all of that time has been given back, so that's going to remove all of the time pressures, you'd think, especially, Paul, for that 777 Aston Martin, who
big help. Big help. Whether we'll see anybody actually going for quick laps, I somehow doubt. But as I say, for those just need to put their laps in, very good news indeed. But as we've been saying, the whole purpose of this session is really to allow drivers, teams, to familiarise themselves, to ensure that they have a car that's going to last. Okay, the night is fairly short here in Midsummer Le Mans. But you're still talking about 7-8 hours of darkness. So you still need to get through that with a car that's going to work for that length of time. And I think the only area I'd be interested in Johnny's opinion on this one. The only thing they don't have is a simulation of the cold of the night. They get a simulation of the warmth of the night. 10 o'clock at night, which is nearly 11 o'clock, is still pretty warm out there. But by 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, it's getting a bit chilly. And that's when there's a bit of a change, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and you get that dew factor. You get that little bit where it just starts dropping. You get the track a little bit greasy, little bits. Even when you've got the hottest of summer days and most mildest summer nights, you still have that moment in the night where you reach that sort of condensation point almost, and it can actually influence the track a little bit, make it feel slightly different.
It's another way in which the track conditions change.
Yes.
And this constantly evolving track changes yet again.
Yeah, I used to actually never really like the car sort of in the dry 3 or 4 in the morning. It wasn't a stint that I particularly enjoyed. But then if you got through that pain and say you got in at 3 or 4 in the morning, by the time you came to 5 or 6, it starts getting light. As soon as the sun starts coming up, even before it's up, it just as the light starts rising, that's when the track would suddenly just start coming alive again. And it wasn't just because you could see where you're going a little bit better. It was actually the track itself also suddenly made a little step, and suddenly it became fun to drive.
Just getting word through that the JMW Motorsport Ferrari 488 in the LMDh class, currently 34th outright, with Louis Pret behind the wheel, is going to get a 5-minute stop and hold penalty for not respecting the slow zones that were in place prior to the red flag. They're probably fortunate that the session's actually been extended, because they wouldn't have otherwise had time to serve that penalty, and that would have rolled into, I would imagine, the warm-up on Saturday. So they would have sat there for some time with a penalty hanging over their heads. Ferrari still quickest as we approach the top of the hour, and a bonus extended practice session for you here on 91.2 FM Agony Radio Le Mans.
Radio Le Mans weather.
Still a very warm 25 degrees at the moment. The temperature is slowly dropping, and it will drop down to 17 overnight. So it's a warm one, especially if you're here camping at the circuit. But there's some warnings about, a yellow warning for thunderstorms for tomorrow. It's still going to be 29 degrees, but there is a warning for thunderstorms between 12 a.m. Friday and 12 a.m. Saturday, with a light breeze and upwards of 12 millimetres of rain forecast. It's a big thing to worry about as we get towards the start of the Le Mans 24-hour. Radio Le Mans weather with Flywheel, where you can see the Bentley Blower on track next weekend.
Comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
So as we approach 11 o'clock on Wednesday evening, probably worth having a little bit look ahead. So tomorrow, a day off for all these teams, although they're going to be flat out still preparing cars. What was the process you went through when you ticked all the boxes for practice and qualifying and then started getting yourself into race mode?
Well, I mean, obviously you've got the drivers' parade tomorrow, which is chaotic to say the least. It's a really, when you've done the first one, I mean, once you've got one under your belt and you begin to understand how it all works, you kind of get a little bit more relaxed about it, but it is absolutely crazy. It's also, I remember when it's raining, not much fun, and you're sort of walking around holding umbrellas. But that does take it out of you a little bit, because you go there, you quite often have to do a lot of waiting around before you actually start the parade. The parade actually goes on for 2 or 3 hours, and there can be people who started the parade first, finishing before you even begun yours.
Yeah.
And then, of course, on a Friday, you're trying to then get back into the track, have something to eat, and get an early-ish night. It's not quite so important now because the warm-up's been moved back to a lot later, but you're really just trying to conserve energy. And I remember actually Alan McNish back in the early days giving me some very good advice, which he was given by Bob Wallach, and it's just like, don't burn yourself out with nervous energy. Don't be bouncing on the balls of your feet all the time and running around and doing everything. Try and literally every opportunity you get, just take a rest. That doesn't mean necessarily go to sleep or lie down or everything, but just don't burn yourself out with that nervous energy.
No, that's right. As you were saying, Alan McNish, I was thinking of somebody up on the balls of his feet, jumping around, burning up nervous energy, because he's just that type of guy. I've just counted all the cars that came out as the green flag was waved. I reckon it was 52. I may have been out because I was trying to count them in chunks of 5, and it went pretty quickly. But certainly more than 50 cars wanting to get back out on the circuit. So the fact that the session was extended, certainly worthwhile doing for the benefit of virtually the whole field. Obviously, we haven't got the Peugeot back out again, and those who haven't been participating in this session for various reasons haven't gone out again, but pretty much all of the rest have gone out there. And that there is this list of things that teams will be wanting to get them, quite aside for the few who need to get their drivers qualified, and that's important to them. And it's all part of the preparation. I think the other thing, Johnny, just going back to your way that you prepare, and Friday, when you used to do the drivers' parade, presumably it was on Friday evening.
Yeah.
They've now moved it so it's Friday afternoon, which again makes life that a little bit easier for the drivers.
Oh, I didn't realise that. So yeah, that's
no, it's 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. 2
o'clock, because it used to. I think you used to have to be down there by 4:35, and it would start at sort of 5:30.
And then when the weather's rubbish,
yeah.
I mean, we did have cases of drivers actually becoming a little bit ill through being out in the cold and getting wet, and then having to wear their wet overalls in the cold. Hopefully the weather will be kinder, but the forecast's not terribly clever for tomorrow.
It's not terribly clever. It's going to be one of the big stories, I feel, going into the race start at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Let's grab another CrowdStrike pit lane team update with Diana Binks.
I'm with Philippe Albuquerque from the United Autosports 22. Philippe, you've been watching proceedings tonight. You've not been out during this practice session, but are you satisfied with what you're seeing?
Yes, we are. Qualifying was not great for us yesterday. I mean, it's getting crazier and crazier qualifying. I missed qualifying for the Hyperpole by 1.5 tenths, and I will start P10. But that's okay. I think the hard feelings from last year made me better this year. Not feeling so bad for not being in the Hyperpole. I mean, it means that starting second in a row or P10, I mean, you can crash either way, so it's about Le Mans choosing you or not. So after that, we focus on the race qualifying car and the race setup, and we were really happy about it. So now we gave the car more to Fred to get more used to the night session. I've been drove yesterday already. I'm ready.
I mean, tonight really is about going through the final areas and looking and doing as much as you can, just to give you that confidence for the race on Saturday?
Sorry, come again?
You're just going through the motions of checking everything fits today and tonight with the car, the tools, the team, the drivers, in preparation for Saturday.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're doing setup now, it means that you're not ready at all, and you will never be ready. So it's going to be flipping a coin. We are ready. We are happy with the car balance since yesterday after the qualifying. Curiously, we were happy today with in the afternoon, and so again, we are just getting through the procedures, giving more track time to Fred. Phil just went on again to validate again the car, but again, we are not touching on setup. So again, then the boys will put the car in, start preparing the car for the race, and that's it.
And then you have a day off tomorrow, but you don't really have a day off, do you? You have the drivers' parade. How much are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the program for tomorrow, I think it's going to be the day more exhausting than the whole week, because it's going to be a lot of autograph signings, a lot of people. I mean, even in a paddock here, to go from the garage to the hospitality, it just takes me time, a lot of time to get there. With obviously, I want to be, nice to the people that came over and take a photo, give an autograph, and tomorrow's going to be insane.
I mean, we've got an incredible amount of fans here this year and a lot of support for you. I see outside your garage, you have a lot of fans that are here to support you. That must be a great feeling.
It is. Well, it tells that I'm getting old as well, because this is my 10th year. So the people, I'm habitué. It's like we say in French. And it's good to see these people that we get to see in race paddocks. They are fans but become friends. They support us no matter what. They supported me a lot when we were out in the first corner, and that support that they send on the social media and in personal in the paddock, that's very nice. So it's good to have that warm, the socializing, the people. In the end of the day, we are humans, and that touch, that warmth, it's very nice.
Great to talk to you, Philippe. Have a rest tomorrow if you can. We'll see you Saturday.
Thank you so much, and good luck for you as well.
With AI and industry-leading threat intelligence, CrowdStrike keeps you one step ahead of cyber threats. Visit crowdstrike.com to learn more.
You're listening to Haggerty Radio Le Mans around the circuit on 91.2 FM and around the world on radiolemans.com. Hashtag Haggerty RLM to join the conversation. This bonus after time, what do we get paid extra time for this? I'm actually not quite sure how that works.
I'm sure it's double time, isn't it,
double
Paul?
time and a half, I would have thought this late at night.
Triple and a half, I would say.
I have to pay to be here.
We wouldn't be anywhere else in the world, would you? It's 7.5 minutes to go in what's been an extended practice session after a lengthy red flag to recover the number 93 Peugeot, which on Eric Byrne behind the wheel, and can confirm Peugeot Sport have confirmed by their official Twitter account that it was an electrical issue, and need to be a rocket scientist to work that one out given what was going on with the lighting on that car, but confirmation from the team regardless.
One thing I'm going to harp back to, and I suspect that we'll be harping back to this again and again during the race, and Paul Trustwell down there is going to find out before the race, I know he is, in terms of track limits, potential penalties, how many times you're allowed to get away with it before you start getting penalties, because on that outlap I was watching as on our timing and scoring screen here, where on the very bottom it pops up car number 47, driver whatever. Even as I started reading that, it's changed to car number 77, driver Christian Reed. I'm not just naming him out because he's one of, I think everyone is doing it. On that outlap I literally was starting to read the driver that was having track limits on the exit of the Porsche curves, and every single time I got about as far as the driver's name, it popped up another one, There must have been about 11 of them that did it one after the other. So it is going to become a problem, and I don't know quite when the drivers are going to start really knuckling down, because if you get into the habit of constantly running the white line on the exit of the Porsche curves in particular, then it's going to be, or Tetra Rouge, which is the other really important one where it can really become a problem. If you get into that habit, it's harder to suddenly stop yourself doing that without actually, because you're subconsciously, you're kind of in the rhythm. And if your rhythm involves blowing the track limits every time, to change that is harder than you think.
I was hoping we could go a session without touching on track limits.
Well,
I'm going to push pause on it for the moment, because instead I'd love to get a CrowdStrike pit lane team update from Nick Damon, who's found Neil Yarni
at the Duquesne pit, the number 30 P2. First of all, Neil, just sum up how the event's gone so far for you and the team.
Well, it started very bad yesterday. We had a lot of issues, and then in qualifying we broke the suspension in the very beginning. So we couldn't really set a lap in qualifying, so we were starting really right at the back, which is a little bit disappointing, because our direct competitors from ELMS are right up there. EDEC did a fantastic job to get pole, but it's a long race, so 24 hours, it's the right time to have a bad qualifying. We've worked quite a bit on the car, because we were struggling a bit with the tire temp here over the heat. So, for us, having the tire warmer seems to have an effect. Now with our setup, we were good on cold tires. So let's see if we found now a good direction, and, we're just making step by step again forward.
Now, of course, you've been, about to start the race, in a works car, going for the top class in P1. But is it the same feeling now as you wait to take this team forward in P2?
It's a whole new challenge. Everyone has the same car, so whoever is doing a better job is in front of you. And if that's driving, it's super tight in terms of driving, but also in terms of engineering. There's so many little tricks you need to know on this P2, and the teams are fighting about every millimeter. While in the factory programs, it was more about the technology and make your technology work. So it's a whole different way of racing a 24-hour race, actually.
Are you more important in this team than perhaps you were with the Porsche Works team?
I wouldn't say that. I had a good time in the 919. We had very good times. I managed 2 poles, and in the end we had it's always 3 drivers anyway. And it's the 3 drivers, the engineer. It's a team sport, Le Mans. Otherwise, you have no chance to go well.
Talk about team. Talk us about Nico Pino. I think I remember him in Daytona. He's an up-and-coming star, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's our silver this year, but I'm quite sure he will not be long silver.
Great stuff. Thanks, Neil.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Neil Yarni down there. He's a guy with a huge amount of experience at this place.
Absolutely, he knows this place like the back of his hand. But it's funny, no matter how many times you've done Le Mans, you always carry on learning and finding out little nuances. And obviously when they've changed the track a little bit, like the Porsche curves, when they opened up the Porsche curves, it was a completely different feeling going through the Porsche curves. In the old days, you'd go turn right and then through the left, it felt almost like at Monaco, you had these walls that were higher than the car. You felt like you were almost driving through this walled section. And then when I first went through there, when they got rid of the walls, you could actually see all the way through the Porsche curves. It was a really disconcerting feeling. And interesting in pit lane, Richard, that some of the things that we haven't actually talked about yet, but driver change practice, and watching the NASCAR Hendricks Motorsport team with Jimmy Johnson, Mike Rockefeller and Jenson Button not opening the door, because they're obviously having to drop the window net, jump in through the window and practice driver changes. So potentially, and putting the steering wheel on then, Jimmy Johnson, as he's fitting his feet through and sliding in, they're having to take the steering wheel off. He's then having to turn, get himself in, put the steering wheel back on, which actually harder than you think sometimes to get it absolutely straight, to get the splines lined up to put the steering on. Normally to do a really quick driver change, you try and avoid taking the steering wheel off. But just interesting to watch them using the last 2 or 3 minutes of this final free practice 4 night session to actually run through driver change practice, because that's important.
Paul? They practice everything, and you go through the things you know you're going to have to do, and then if you're really organised, you go through some of the things you may hope that you don't have to do, like changing the nose cone or changing other panels. Those are the kind of things that do make the difference. They're extra seconds that you can save. And the thing is that time saved in the pits is a lot easier somehow than to save time on the track. You all know how much effort it takes if I, as your race engineer, say, okay, I need you to give me half a second a lap. That's an awful lot of time for you to make up. That's 6 seconds for a whole stint. in the pit stop, 6 seconds, you can lose just like that.
Yeah.
Very easily.
Just by sitting on your belt buckle when you get in the car or something like that, and then adjusting the bungee straps on the seat belts to get them exactly right so that you don't sit in them, getting the belts right so that they're the same for every single driver. If there's a seat insert going in, there's so many variables. I personally hate driver change practice because I've damaged myself more doing driver change practice than when you're actually, because obviously when you're actually in a race, even in the Le Mans 24 hours, you probably only get in and out of the car maybe half a dozen times max.
Sure.
Whereas in driver change practice, you get out of the car a dozen times in the space of 20 minutes and you're bashing yourself. I actually broke my little toe once doing driver change practice in the prototypes, where you literally just stand before the days of coupe when they were open cockpit and just literally let yourself submarine into the seat. You know, it was like pretty aggressive stuff.
But how many actors, how many musicians do practice 5 times, 10 times more often than they perform on stage in front of a live audience? That's what makes you good. Who was it? Some golfer said he found that the more he practiced, the luckier he got. That there was, you know, it's practice that really does improve every little bit, and particularly on driver changes. Just a very quick one. We've now got everybody qualified with the one exception of Tomono Fuji, and he's on his qualifying lap now, so everybody's in the race.
The more I practice, the luckier I get is a Gary Player quote.
I knew it was a golfer.
Which is interesting because the other one, you know, the other quote that's often bandied around, the motorsport quote, which is bandied around and never anyone ever seems to know when it started, is to finish first you must finish, which has been attributed to just by everybody who's serious about racing, from Ron Dennis and Mario Andretti. So I'd love to know where that original quote came from.
I would put forward the suggestion that it was not Bruce McLaren himself, but somebody within his team.
Well, Ron Dennis was quoted as always saying it in the 90s, but
yeah, before Ron Dennis
I know that
arrived
Mario
at McLaren.
Andretti has said it prior to that, but I just wonder where the origination of that little idiom is.
Phil Kerr from McLaren.
I like it. Tony Binks said it could have been Andrew Marriott, potentially. The checkered flag has flown on this final practice session with bonus time, an extra 16 and a half minutes done and dusted here on a beautiful Thursday evening. No place you'd rather be in the world than this. So the flag is out, and the final cars will complete their last flying laps, and then they'll be rolled into the garages here, and they'll be tinkered with and prepared and looked after until they roll out for the warm-up session on Saturday. And then the next stop is the big race itself. So we'll give you a very quick rundown of who is where in the zoo, and it's Ferrari on top as it was earlier today. So spectacularly in Hyperpole, AF Corsa's Antonio Giovinazzi has topped that session with a 3:27.2, a full second quicker than the number 709 Glickenhaus. And Hertz Team Joda, what a performance it's been from that team today, bouncing back from electrical issues in their Porsche 963 yesterday, which cost them plenty of track time. Antonio Felix da Costa was behind the wheel at the end of that session and ended up third quickest, down quicker than all of the factory Porsches. Kevin Estre was fourth for Porsche Penske Motorsport, and Alexander Sims continuing this massive competitive balance at the pointy end of the hypercar field with the Cadillac next. In fifth position, Mike Conway was behind the wheel for the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry in sixth position at the end of that session and going about their work. Most of those top 6 hypercars all completed up to 16 laps in that extended hour and 18 odd minute practice session. In LMP2, Racing Team Turkey, Salah Ulic did the job in that car early on. Tom Gamble was behind the wheel at the end, but they topped LMP2 the whole way through that practice session. The same can be said for the Panis Racing number 65 car. Manuel Maldonado did the job at the end of the session. They were second. And for Prema, it was Mirko Bertolotti who was third in car number 63. United Autosports, who weren't particularly happy about missing Hyperpole, have been performing well in the practice sessions in and around qualifying. Tom Blomqvist behind the wheel of 23 was fourth in LMP2, and Norman Nato for AF Corsa was fifth in car number 80. And in the LMGTE class, the JMW Motorsport Ferrari was quickest, Louis Perret behind the wheel, despite having to serve a 5-minute stop-and-hold penalty in that session for failing to obey the slow zones during and just before that red flag. The Kessel Racing number 57 was second. Iron Lynx was first of the Porsches. That's car number 60, with Alessio Piccarello behind the wheel at the end of the session was next. And then the Proton car with Jan Halen behind the wheel, car number 16, was next. And then everyone's favourite T-Rex spec Porsche 911 PJ Hyatt was behind the wheel of the Project 1 AO number 56 entry. And for those of you that are fans of the Hendrick Motorsport Chevy Camaro number 24, it ended up 40th outright, as it has all weekend, sandwiched between the LMP2 cars and the GT-EM cars. So that's practice, folks. It's done and dusted. There's a 15-minute warm-up to come, and then we launch into the race itself on Saturday. But the action doesn't stop here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans. Our next live event comes at 11:20 a.m. local time tomorrow with the next adventure, and that's probably the only way you can describe it in the Road to Le Mans races. Today was blockbuster. It was exciting. The LMP3 cars and the GT3 cars putting on an incredible show. We'll have the second 55-minute race for you all the way through tomorrow at 11:20. Coming up next on Haggerty Radio Le Mans, you're going to get a taste of my thoughts on arriving to this place for the first time. You'll hear about some cool Aussie history about this race, touch on the famous 1983 win for Vern Schuppan and some other legends of this place, and then soon after that, the Simcast synopsis. Ben, Louis and Taylor discuss iRacing Season 3 update, new details about Rennsport Beta, and more about the announcement of Le Mans Ultimate. That's coming your way a little bit later on. Thanks to our entire team, Johnny Molan, Paul Trustwell, Nick Damon, Diana Binks, Kerry and Tim back at base. We do it all again tomorrow with the Road to Le Mans, and the countdown continues to the centenary edition of the Le Mans 24-hour here on Haggerty Radio Le Mans.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. The Radio Show Limited merchandise collection is now available. Click on the link on the front page at radio-show.co.uk. There's a variety of designs by renowned graphic and livery artist Andy Blackmore, including the midweek motorsport helmet, the RSL logo, plus some specials to commemorate our broadcast from Le Mans and Nürburgring 24-hour races. All items are made to order by our partners Full Talk Gear, and to keep the pesky postage costs down, are dispatched from either Europe or the USA. New products and designs are being added regularly, so keep checking in by clicking the store button on the homepage. Show your true colours. Click the Radio Show Limited store, open 24 hours every day.
G'day, you're listening to 91.2 FM Haggerty Radio Le Mans. I'm Richard Crail, Crailsy to my mates, which, if you're listening to this, is you. And while I know it's hard to tell, I'm an Australian. I know the accent is so subtle, and my mangling of various surnames and both the French and English languages is completely unnoticeable, but it is true. And this, the centenary celebrations of the iconic 24 hours, is my first Le Mans. It's my first time to France, it's my first time to the Circuit de la Sarthe, and it's my first time here on air with Haggerty Radio Le Mans. So how does a fat kid from South Australian countryside end up at the world's biggest race? What on earth do I make of it? Does anyone really care what I think? Probably not, but you're going to find out anyway. I'll give my impressions on the week so far coming up, the trip here, the experience on arriving to the circuit for the first time, thoughts on test day, and some of the reasons why this event is so significant to me, but also more broadly to Australian motorsport fans. I'm also going to go and catch up with some of my Aussie mates in the paddock, and while Le Mans is iconic worldwide, it's got a mythical status in Australia too. Famous Aussies have raced here, less famous Aussies have worked here behind the scenes, and as it is in the rest of the world, this place is one of the big must-do events for us with the slightest bent to enjoy motorsport. You've just got to be here. But before boring you to tears with my own story, it's probably worth telling you a bit about why this race is so special to me, but also to the rest of Australia. So while this year is the 100th anniversary of the first 24-hour race, it's the 95th of the first time an Aussie actually won it. That man was Bernard Rubin, a Melbourneian born in 1896, the son of a pearl salesman. After his family moved from Melbourne to London in the early 1900s, Rubin fought for the Royal Artillery in World War I and was badly injured in the process and sent back to his home in London. It was his friendship, however, forged with Wolf Bonatto, the famed boss of Bentley, who led the way in the iconic Bentley Boys era at Lassat, that saw him become a racing driver. Rubin and Bonatto were mates and drove a 4.5 litre blower Bentley in the 1928 race. And they narrowly won, despite a hold radiator and being forced to limp the car home. Bernard was the first Aussie to compete and indeed to win at Le Mans. And since then, remarkably, there's been just 39 other drivers to have joined that elite club of those racing at this place from down under, and fewer have managed to win it. Rubin's win was incredible, but for a long time it vanished from the record books. He lived in London, he raced for Bentley. For a long time, people thought he was from the UK, but his chapter in the Australian motorsport history is very significant. Since him, there's been some remarkable stories. In Australia, Vern Schuppan should be one of the biggest motorsport heroes there is, but because he spent most of his career in sports cars, a niche sport to those down under, and even more so here at Le Mans, it's really only the hardcore fans who know of his achievements. And yet his success here at this place puts him among not just the greatest Aussie racing exploits, but among the best that's ever been at this place. Third in 1973, second in 1977, and again in 1981, this time with Hurley Haywood and Jochen Mass in a Porsche 936. He was second once again on the debut of the 956 a year later, but it was in 1983 where it all came together for our man Vern. Driving with Haywood and the great Al Holbert, Schuppan's Rothmans 956 was walking wounded at the end of the day and limped his car home with serious engine damage following race-long overheating issues. It's a remarkable synergy to how Bernard Rubin won with his hold radiator in that Bentley all those years earlier. Schuppan's engine seized on the final lap of the race, and with the field mowing him down, he was miraculously able to refire that engine, says something about the famed Porsche reliability, and limp his car across the line. As I said before, at the time few people knew of Bernard Rubin's success some 60 years earlier. Many at home hailed Vern as the first Aussie winner of the iconic 24-hour race, and it certainly put him, but also the race, on the map back home.